some caviar smiles. Oh, the dream of Bitcoin. Will it keep going up? Fuck no, it's done. I'm sorry you've been living in a dystopian nightmare. You knew that though. You knew that going in. That's what happens. Too much irrational exuberance, I think it's called. Of course, you got Janet Yellen. Yellen for Yellen. Oh, Janet, she's going to speak tomorrow. What's she going to say? Oh, no. Is she going to send the Bitcoin reeling? Bye-bye, Bitcoin. Thanks for coming. Thanks for showing up like a penny stock from hell. Trying to short that? Bitcoin, is you? Daily Bitcoin. Oof. Got a hammer. I'm buying a hammer. I see a 618. I see a 618. Fucking Robinacci numbers right there. Bitcoin at $150,000 per coin. So if there's a guy out there trading the cryptos. Cryptos are mistreating them. But you know, these markets go up and down. I think you could, I don't know if you could short. You got to be on margin to short the cryptos, right? You can't just, unless you're just dumping stuff that you bought earlier in the day, right? What's the, there's a guy out there trading real money in the cryptos. Anyways, I think leverage is the way to go. It's called other people's money. Other people's money. That's what they told us in the real estate business back in the day. I'm going to put a link here to the chat device. So I think it's called Google Hangouts. Of course, I still can't figure out how to do it, because I'm not sure if it's a meeting or a hangout, or if it's like Google Plus, which I was into, which they basically did. When I just learned it, it was gone. Google minus. Google minus. Okay, so this is going to be the all-inclusive link, I think. Let's see. Gotta go to the old chat window. That warning, that copyright warning last time, so that was kind of welcome to Gooberdom. Do you have a Goober? I'm sorry, you get the Goober vaccine? Hello? I'm going to need to see proof of your Goober vaccine. It changes your rDNA so that you just don't give a shit anymore. Oh, here. I lost my whole... Supposedly that's the link to the chat. Yeah, the vaccine. What's the story there? I mean, I guess if it makes your member bigger, right? If it makes you hung like a horse, side effects, you don't mind that so much. Is that the preferred side effect? Yeah, it's crazy. I'm splitting women open. They call me the Impaler. Did I ever show you my candlestick patterns, honey? Welcome to my laboratory of candlesticks. So I was going to make a joke about trading the breakout on the weekly Bitcoin. And some guy emails me and he's like, oh, the cryptos are killing me. And I'm like, I can't imagine why. I mean, you're watching history being made here, man. Look at this fucking, this is the monthly Bitcoin. And MetaTrader can't even handle Bitcoin because if I try to do anything here, last time, I think I put market profile and crashed the whole platform. I had to reload this thing and strip it out. I had to do a full cleaning of this just to get it to reload. I mean, look at the, I can't even delete these objects, so I'll mess and move them around. So no scripts in here, but that's the Bitcoin, man. I can't believe it. So I was going to make a joke about putting a buy stop here at the monthly because I want a confirmation that we're still going up. Kind of a turtle trade. And we're underwater now, so we're below that. Somebody's knocking on my, who's that knocking on my door? So the fair young maiden. Anybody know any Barnacle Bill, the sailor verses? Wait, let me find it. Now I gotta hunt the fucking thing down because I only got 2 screens. Okay, there's a chance to deny entry there. I don't know if I was gonna do it. This Mr. Eurodollar has joined the cutting crew. Now I'm not sure. Are you the guy from Chicago? I'm always getting this wrong.
No, I was on your stream, I think maybe a year ago.
Yeah. But now you're the guy that was doing the hedge fund thing or the
Yeah.
With that other guy, that partner.
Right.
It's before the wheels came off. That's before the wheels came off. I mean, that's before Corona. Holy fuck.
Right.
What'd you do for Corona? Just step on, you just sit on the sidelines and go, it's too much volatility.
Yeah, basically, I mean, we got out, we took a small dip, but yeah, I mean, that market just kept going down, and I was kind of wishing we went long, like some, options or volatility, but yeah, we missed. It happened so fast, we missed the mark on that one.
Yeah, even if you bought in a market that's crashing like that, even the calls premiums are going up. All premiums go up. There's no really. It's too late. You have to wait till everything calms down.
Yeah, I mean, people think that they can see that coming. Oof. I mean, yeah, you look at the chart and
right there's definitely
you think you can see it, but
well, the thing is that when a market starts to cave in, we never know. So when it takes out the monthly and then the yearly and then the 5-year and then the 10-year, like if it takes out a shelf that's 20 years old, you're in fucking trouble because the panic and the fact that there is no bid. It's like that Ben Lichtenstein. There's no bid. There's nobody there to take the other side of the trade.
Yeah, and then that happens in 3 days. You're lucky if you can get your order in there.
Yeah, crude oil zero. Crude oil at a negative number because spread is so wide on crude that this is how they report in the news. Oh, it's a negative. Dude, no, the bid's negative. The ask is probably fucking high. You know what I mean? It's still $10 for the ask on crude dump shit. It's the spread that's wide at the bottom. It blows people's minds. They're like, oh, I'm going to be negative. Yeah, that's the bid. Nobody's going to pay for the bid or we'd all buy it. Nobody could buy the bid.
Right. I mean, the liquidity is just it's like someone's hands around a neck, it's a chokehold.
Yeah, it's a real difference in that and the reality of the fill. How can you actually get somebody to take this trade? I mean, that's why they shut down that GameStop on that Robinhood because we got to have some fucking money here to fucking clear these tickets. People think it's like magic. Well, I hit a button. How come I'm not getting filled? Well, you're not getting filled because there's no, dude. It's not an endless pool. Even if Forex is 6 trillion a day, there's still got to be somebody on our side of trade to make the trillions go up.
It's funny. Sometimes we trade these or we hold these ETFs, and some of these markets are really illiquid, and sometimes it takes 2 hours to unload a position.
Oh,
I mean, people, It's not magic. Someone's got to buy it from you, or sell it to you, and
or at least have the money to put it in like a escrow kind of temporary hold. I mean, just to dock it somewhere, right? I mean, the clearing.
Yeah, I mean, you look at these back tests, and none of that stuff is not realistic because those trades didn't actually happen. I mean, that's why back tests always look so good.
Well, you're presupposing liquidity is instantaneous forever, even in the middle of the night. Even in the middle of the night. So if the robot takes a trade in Asia when the spreads suck, he can't, unless the robot's so good, it's going to have a real-time view of the spread, which I haven't seen. You pick a spread and then you run it. It's not a dynamic spread, I don't think, on playback, unless, well, a robot that's bigger than MT4 robot. The real sophisticated.
I've seen some Forex brokers back, I don't know, maybe 5 or 10 years ago, that they weren't brokers, they were dealing desks, and they basically offered a fixed spread.
Yeah, that's true. And they used to give you they give you requotes too, because they go, you know what, can't do it, and then finally would go through. But requotes are kind of gone because the competition is now tight spreads, no requotes, and the broker's got enough in escrow to handle the trade. Apparently.
I mean, I always wondered, like, when you have those videos of the robots and you assume, maybe a 2 pip or a 4 pip spread. I mean, could you try that with a dealing desk? I mean, because they basically guarantee a fixed spread for the most part.
Yeah, I got a fixed spread broker, and they've never denied a trade, honestly. The only thing they'll do to you is that they'll make you're not allowed to try to trade inside the spread. So you have to be at least 2 pips out. If the spread's 2, you got to be 2 pips out. You can't move your ticket when you're right on top of, you got to be 2 pips from the bid. So you got to be just outside the spread to move your tickets. But I find that the more I move my tickets, the worse it gets, because if it's a scalp, it should be a scalp. Like, there's a tendency to think, well, this is going to retrace, I'm going to take my scalps and turn them into, or convert them into long range targets. And it's just like the worst idea, because built into my system is the scalp. So I have to scalp the first 10, 20 pips, and then I can trade half of that position in a swing move, but then I get the opportunity to come back and refresh it with scalps. See, so I may see the big move, but I'm not going to ride that in a giant position because it's just stupid. I mean, the market's fluctuating every half hour. So if the market's moving 20 pips every hour in the pound, and that's a wide spread, that's why it moves so much, then you know what, you can make money, but you got to be casual about it. You can't just, I don't know, I guess the size you're trading, this guy emailed me, he's freaking out because he's trading cryptos, and I'm like, that's like saying that you're trading the first election of Trump. I don't know if you saw that market, but oh my God! Like,
I did.
You looked at I mean, even if you were just dicking around, you couldn't even dick around in it. Like, even on a demo, it's like, what the fuck's the point of this? My God, it just ripped up 40 pips. It just ripped down 80, like out of nowhere, without any fucking rhyme or reason. In the other markets, if you're trying to get a gauge, like look at the dollar index, everything was going berserkoid. Like somebody just, dropped a high tension wire on the whole fucking server, and it was just going nuts. But yeah, I'm still amazed that we're here right now. Like, okay, first thing, I can't believe we're here politically. Second, I can't believe that we're here financially. Like,
yeah,
when are the wheelbarrows of money? When is it going to be the D mark? When are we going to go to the store and be like, yep, I think that soup just went to $10 a can? Like, when the fuck? It seems like it should be any moment now, right? I mean, you print that much fucking money.
They were talking about having 100-year bonds.
Well, yeah, why not go Chinese style with the 100-year plan? I mean, let's stretch out, people. Just take a chill pill, because obviously I feel like we're living on the Star Trek Enterprise. Like, we don't even need money. The fuck? You just got your credit card, your Bitcoin, you're good.
You ever see those commercials where it's oh no, it's not a commercial, but it was from some kind of like I think the Paris Climate Accords or
Oh
something, and
God.
some guy was saying, you'll own nothing and you'll be happy.
Oh right. That's also the
I think that
Canadian.
became a meme.
Yeah, I mean, well, I guess that the zen of life, but shouldn't that be a choice? Not just like you're stripped down, you got a mask and a toothbrush, and go on your way, right?
No, not a mask. You gotta have 10.
I'm sorry, 10. Yeah, one for each lip. And then, like, I'm telling you right now, man, I can't fucking believe. I just had some tires put in my car, and the guy says to me, "Yeah, we're still doing this protocol here," and I'm like, I'm beginning to think that it's a religion. Like, I feel like, the burqa, the mask. What's the difference?
COVID ready.
Oh, dude, I live in a COVID-ready town with plexiglass in the fucking stores, but no, I mean, this whole thing is just a little bit too much, don't you think? I mean, come on. I mean, 4th of July, you might be able to get like you're allowed to have 1.5 hot dogs on 4th of July. I think that's what the Fuhrer said. Last time, I swear to God, I did a 12-hour stream. Dude, I started off the stream talking about politics.
You were
banned the whole
for 13 hours.
Dude, they banned the whole fucking thing. They banned the whole thing. And then I came back and I said, it must have been the word cunt and gay. No, it wasn't cunt and gay, because we said cunt and gay like 1,000,000 times the next time, and it didn't get banned. And it was like this big warning they gave me, and they would even let it publish. And then the last stream I did,
wow.
I was streaming for 12 hours, and I was about ready to wrap it up, but then I blew a fuse here, and the whole stream went out, my computer went out, and I was just like, yeah, I wasn't going to log back. I mean, but no, I mean, it's just, can you believe these markets? Like, I mean, for the guy in the street that's saying stuff like, hey, I think I should buy Bitcoin. I'm like, I know this girl that said to me, no offense to girls, but this girl said to me, well, maybe you should buy some Bitcoin. I go, did you look at the monthly chart? Are you fucking out of your mind? Like, I mean, seriously, this looks like something that just like, it'd be like, how do you describe this market? It looks like a penny stock, doesn't it? It's like Elon Musk's first, like even Elon Musk stock took off like a rocket one day, but then it came flying back to Earth. I mean, it got crushed. I don't know. I just can't imagine.
You have penny stocks that are like you have shit companies that are going up just as much as any innovative company, and nothing matters. It doesn't matter. It's a symbol and a price.
I mean, shouldn't gold be going through the roof right now with all the fucking money they printed? Gold's been going down since July of 2020. What the fuck? That was the climax in gold. And now we just walked down this kind of drifty.
Peter Schiff.
Poor Peter. Peter was anti-Bitcoin and pro-gold. Poor son of a bitch. I just saw him on TV. We all get old, right? I looked at him. I go, holy fuck, he looks really old. This looks like gold's going to turn over and just roll over.
Yeah, I had that last stream on that 13-hour one you did. I had that one running like the whole. I had that in the background, just running the whole night. I was wondering when you were going to get off. I couldn't believe it.
Well, I would have kept talking because this one guy was a riot to talk to. I think he's from Georgia. He lives up in the mountains with a bunch of rednecks, and I thought, oh man, like paradise, and. It was the anti-New York City crowd. He's up there, old Republicans, and it's too much fun. It's too much fun because I was talking to you talk to people from around the world for free. I mean, it's just such a hoot. You still have to pay a lot of money.
Yeah, and there's that British guy. I've seen him before.
yeah. He's like, man, I thought I was angry till I met him. Now he is like, man, he could be. And then he was starting to lighten up a little bit. I thought, man, finally he's got to mellow it out. And the fact that he didn't like Trump, I thought was so cute, because I thought, well, you don't understand it, man. Over here, we're like, everybody's like a MacGyver survivalist over here. We're not depending on the government for anything. I don't think real patriots are leaning on the government. They're like, dude, if the street light stops, we don't need a stop sign to tell us to keep from hitting each other. Like if the power goes out, most people are like, you know what? Stop at the fucking intersection, right? They're not going to go, well, there's no light, dude. So what do we do now? Let's hit each other. Yeah, that'll work. I don't know. Blame it on that. But this vaccine is just. I don't even. But see, Trump was. That's where Trump screwed up. He's just a normal guy, you know. Got to get a vaccine. He's like my parents. Are you going to take the vaccine? I'm like, get the fuck out of here. What do you think I'm nuts? What, I look like a guinea pig to you? So that's Trump. You know, Trump. He did it really fast, which is. I'm surprised that the libtards have not jumped on his back and said, look at these fuckers that are dying. We just lost Holyfield. I mean, what are you going to do here? You know, obviously Trump rushed it through. Warp speed was a fucking mistake. I'm surprised they haven't. That's coming, I suppose, right?
I mean, it wouldn't have mattered. I mean, if it was another president, I mean, yeah, it's just about who's in power at the wrong or right time. It doesn't even. It's kind of irrelevant. You think about it.
Yeah, no. Here the oil at 70. Do you remember the last stream, the oil at 70 guy? So here's the oil at 70 guy, and I'm gonna.
Oh, we had all that research,
and the spike surge research. Now I'm just gonna say that it could go anywhere, right? But I'm gonna say right here structurally what just happened here on crude oil. I got the chart up. There's a window here. I got to change it back. It's hard to see, but there's a shelf up here. This is the end of 2019, coming into 2020. Notice that climax there, and there's that shelf. So we just hit it. We're done now. For us to keep going up, we got to consolidate here. That has to be a breakout and keep going up. But there's a problem with the dollar. And Janet Yellen, I'm not saying that she's going to move the markets tomorrow, but they're already talking about taxing the fuck out of us, which means they're going to take money out of circulation. And that's the only thing that's going to save the dollar. But look at the S&P 500. If you think crude's going to 70 or 80, you got to think the S&P 500 is going to 5,000. I mean, that is ridiculous. Another ridiculous. It looks like Bitcoin. To me, this stuff is. I don't get it. Who's buying stocks up here? Are you fucking buying? They should all be buying gold.
It's all that inflation money. They're just using it to buy stocks, investment banks.
Is it? So this is the food stamps are buying this fucking Dow Jones. Look at that thing. Yeah, so Dow Jones, I call abandoned baby here on the candle right here. We gap opened on Sunday night in Dow Jones. I'm saying there's a hammer right there. It wasn't abandoned baby, but then it became a hammer. And I'm telling you, that's what do you guys think of the Dow Jones? Do you think it's like it's due for a pullback?
You know, I kept thinking the same thing all last year, but no, yeah, it just keeps going.
Well, there was that pullback, but that was in October. That was a pretty harsh pullback there. The October surprise.
You know, that's the thing.
Biden's laptop. But that Corona move is mind-blowing, man. Just mind-blowing.
I mean, that's never happened before.
No, that's never that kind like of. That. And if you say, could you see it coming? So the trend line people would say, yeah, you could see it coming because if you draw a trend line here, you see how it's just itching to be broken. And even if you draw a trend line on the wicks there, you have to say things like, oh yeah, that's gonna, if that ever cracks that trend line. But I actually look at the horizontal view. If it ever takes out this low. But notice the scalpers made money on that. If they bought that wick, they made money because that sucker turned around on a dime there and it came all the way back to the bottom wick, and then it went shooting down. Like, look the fuck out. Now that is scary because once it took out that low, oh my God, people were just like. But see, we're under that trend line now. We're under, according to trend line break, we're under the trend line now. So it's like, it's fragile, man. I mean. That whole retracement was because Trump was in office. It's going to be okay, and then we breached the highs over here, and that's the breakup. We got to stay above that. Oh gosh, just before Corona saw. If you don't stay above that, then forget about it. But,
you know, if you're a smaller trader, you can capture those moves.
Oh yeah.
movements, but if you're trying to move large money, yeah, it's I can tell you from experience, it's you can't catch those moves. They happen too quickly, and then there's a liquidity shortage.
Yeah, so right after this guy talked to us about this thing going up to whatever, 70, there's still sells in here, right? So you could have sold crude oil right here into the end of the month and made a nice, I don't know, is it $20 coming back or something? And then, or five, $4 coming back off the top, and then we break out. We gotta stay above this thing. We gotta keep climbing. I'm not a big trend trader, and I just wouldn't. So I'm not that kind of style trader because I'm not gonna. If you're gonna get in and out of the market once a month, you're a position trader, and you could hold this thing, but I don't see the point of locking up that much focus. Like I can be out of the trade in 4 hours. I don't want to be in the trade like more than 4 hours. Honestly, I just feel like if we get a move, punches up and down, and you're out. Like this trade here, I put an indicator where it just takes and it blocks off 8-hour blocks here. You can find this on the internet. It's a pretty simple indicator. It's called I sessions. So
I don't know. I don't think it went up enough for ICT to pull the trigger, though. That's that's the.
Oh yeah, well, it did hit his order block, So I got a 10 pip grid here, and I'm using my boxes to enter on. So I supply and demand boxes here. So I sold that one last night. I didn't ride it for the full engulf. So I don't always ride it through the full engulf because I'm not going to sit in this fucking thing for 4 hours. If I can get the market to come down 30 pips back into the fair value, I get out there, and then I probably put buy limits in. So I put buy limits in today, and I bought the lows from 3 days ago in the euro.
What's those color boxes there?
Well, those are 8-hour blocks. It's just 8 hours of time.
Huh.
Let's see if I can delete these objects. So it just blocks off 8 hours, so that instead of having an 8-hour bar chart, I can go to the 15 and have the 15 live inside of 8-hour boxes. But what I'm focused on is the trap here. So if I put my buy limits, in other words, I'm anti-breakout trader here. If it breaks Asia, I'm buying this and I'm selling the top of Asia, so I can bracket that. So you can see the full auction here on the 15-minute chart come down, and I can scalp right to the floor on that first. Nice thing about Forex is 24 hours, so I could get 8 boxes lined up here. So I'm just
when I think about it, you're more of you're basically a mean reversion type trader, and that works well in currencies because of how volatile they are. But in stocks, they're less choppy and more trending. So
yeah, plus they're not over the counter. They're controlled by specialists, and they don't really let the market get that crazy. I mean, this thing's fucking nuts. That's why people get killed in Forex, because they're like, wait a minute, I thought it was going up, and it just turns around and rips all the way back down, and it just does an auction within the auction. And next thing you know, you're like, dude, I was just up 50 pips, and now I'm like not up any pips. What the fuck? It's only been 4 hours, or it's only been 8 hours. And what the hell? I didn't even... So I have to scale in and out to make money.
Yeah, the last 2 years, there's hedge funds that all they focus on is mean reversion, but the ones in stocks, they've been pretty much flat for 2 years because the market just keeps ripping higher. They're not able to, they're not able to, all their shorts turn red.
Yeah, I think that's actually what causes the market to actually become a pivot. Tops become bottoms for a reason, because people that realize that that's about all the pullback they're going to get, they got to buy it back. They're like, that is not going to engulf. That's a real breakout. Better fucking get on the other side of it, Or you get your head ripped off,
And people overthink these things. I mean, there's really only two, when you think about it, there's really only two main strategies. There's you're either buy low, sell high, or you're
buy high,
buy
sell
now
higher.
and sell higher.
Yeah, buy
kind
high,
of
sell
guy.
higher. Yeah. Just you're either. I mean, you are really chasing. You're either chasing it or you're waiting to get picked up on a limit, or if you're going to do the. I like to anticipate the breakout, build a position during the congestion, and then say, I think it's going to break out up, and then just ride it. I just hate getting these. I don't mind putting a couple buy stops to add a couple tickets, but I just wouldn't want to. I'm still a big fan of like right now in Asia, I'll put 4-hour tickets in 20, 40 pips deep. Now, if it was the British pound, you got to put your tickets in like 80 pips deep for 8 hours because you probably get filled. I mean, that thing's moving 3 times the size of the euro. And if I go past that, I just can't do it. Like, I know people are trading like the Canadian dollar and the euro against the CAD, and I'm like, dude, I can't get my brain around that many things.
Did you buy a Bitcoin when it was worth a quarter and then, sell it at 20 grand?
Wow. I mean, I talked to a guy last year that was
like a 4 million%, something return.
I mean, MetaTrader can't even plot this thing. When I try to do like I can't even scrunch the chart down. Like I can only go one direction of Bitcoin. It won't even let me scrunch it down. Incredible. And I couldn't even when I loaded it the last time and it came up wrong. It came up 0.55 something instead of 6,000. Instead of 66,000, it was point something because MetaTrader it can't do it. It's like beyond. It's just beyond the math of MetaTrader.
Y2K, they got to reset the clocks or whatever.
I have to tell this computer. I remember I came home once and I had I tried to log on the internet and it said, "I'm sorry, but your certificate expired." And I'm like, "How dare you? What do you mean?" And apparently there's a certificate, and unless your BIOS clock is up to date on your computer, it's out of date. I'm like, what the fuck? You mean the BIOS? Like when you boot up, if you boot it up in 2008, right now, if you boot up your computer and make it think it's 2008, you can't get on the internet. It's weird. You ever do that? Because it goes, your certificate expired. No, a certificate that is letting you on the internet is looking at your BIOS to see what the fuck date is to make it a certified certificate. That's weird.
Bill Gates, though, I mean, he's meddled with the vaccine and
poor Bill.
He's going to depopulate the planet, He's
going to thin the herd. It's called Service Pack 4. No, did you ever, Windows NT? You ever run Windows NT?
Yeah, I think I have. It was
God, brutal.
That was pretty horrible.
The install process. But the coolest thing about, I think I still got the CD. It had a hologram on it. It was beautiful, And so there was a CD, and then there was a 3.5-inch floppy. And on a new system, you had to put the 3.5-inch floppy, and it would bring up this something wood IDE driver. Like, it's the only way that this thing could read the CD to even install it. And I got the whole thing installed, and I had a problem with it, and I tried to return it. I was so pissed off. Man, that was.
I think I remember
Oakwood,
a video
Oakwood drivers.
You were talking about 9.5-inch floppies, and I'm just laughing, thinking that this guy is such a boomer,
Oh God, I knew a guy that wrote a program on. I swear to God, this thing. It was like, imagine 3 feet by 2 feet by 4 feet, and it had 3 slots for big 8-inch floppies or something. And he would have to put in the master floppy, the program disk, and then he had to put in the other floppy. And this guy was a geek. This is cutting edge shit. And then he would do all the accounting on there. I was like, wow. And to think that, I mean, my God, I got a USB drive here. I could probably got some Dominion votes on it even. And I could probably get fucking a whole movie on there, Because downstairs I got a 20 megabyte Mac Store hard drive that's about 3 inches tall. and I keep it around. It's just so cute. I couldn't even get an image on it, one photo. And to hear that thing boot, my God, man. It was in my 386. It would just be like, and then when a hard drive would fail, you'd hear the arm smacking against the housing in there. I know these solid state drives. Can you believe it? I bought this.
That's what I have. They're pretty nice.
Oh, it's unbelievable. I mean, it doesn't make a sound. Although I heard it thinking I was doing a test of a robot, and it sounded like it was scribing. And I thought, well, how's it making that sound? It sounded like a hard drive writing. But
I mean, basically with the solid states, you don't have to worry about, like a mechanical failure, when you lose like a disk sector or, something like that, when a part in the disk fails or the arm can't, it can't read a part of the disk because it's not spinning right.
Yeah,
we don't have to worry about that with the solid states.
Yeah, you could always tell when the boot sector was going, because it would take a long time to boot. It would finally get going. But yeah, those days are over. Live in space, but it's such a space age world. But once again, we have the problem about, like, you can't keep the lights on, so you're gonna have a windmill and you're gonna have an electric car, and I'm like, that's just fantasy stuff. I mean, you need more hardware. You need more just good old fashioned gear. So the boomers would win there. That's kind of a boomer idea, that you have a good old fashioned like sledgehammer and a barefoot and pregnant wife. That kind of stuff. Keep her in the kitchen.
Well, like the whole thing with electric cars, that's, everybody's really obsessed with that, but people don't realize coal is used to make electricity in a power plant.
I thought elves.
People think it's cleaner. I mean,
I thought elves were making it. Leprechauns. I thought there was a pot of gold at the end of the rainbow.
They make the cookies.
Right. They live in a shoe. So yeah, you gotta hurry up and gobble up all the memorabilia while you can. Get your Dr. Seuss holograms and your bobbleheads and. Can you believe that? Is anybody really offended by that? That's the most. I didn't even know some of this stuff. I never thought about it really. Pepe Le Pew. I just thought,
Well, I mean, they're looking for things to those activists. They're looking, or journalists, whatever. I mean, they're looking for anything they can to make a couple headlines. I mean, yeah, that's the whole game.
What else could offend you? I think the market's offensive. These prices in Bitcoin are offensive. When's somebody going to fucking call that out? How's anybody supposed to buy a Bitcoin? How are poor people supposed to afford a Bitcoin? The government should, how they do that game with stocks. That's why I don't like stocks, because they'll do a 4-for-1 split. And I'm like, dude, you just fucked up my chart. What the fuck? I got to go fucking recalculate this now? Well, there's.
Or if you were hand drawing charts. That would be a
logarithmic charts. Logarithmic charts trick you too. You're like, yeah, it's barely moving. Look at that thing.
I don't get the appeal of that.
Well, you could use it on Bitcoin right now. If I could even set it on there. I don't know if there's a logarithmic setting on MetaTrader, but that Bitcoin could use it because it's destroying my chart. I don't think you can set this to logarithmic, can you?
No, you just got to buy another monitor to put on top. Then you can see the whole thing.
Yeah. So some guy said it was going to $100,000. What do you think of that? $100,000 of Bitcoin. So I punched it into my number here to see what it would look like.
Why 100 though? Why not? I don't know, 73.
Yeah. Well, I think I say like minimum wage. Why not a million zillion? No. I made it $150,000, I think, just to see what it would look like. See if that looked disturbing. But then I had to bring up the lows because otherwise it's just too much. Yeah, well, just consider anything below $30,000. It'll never go there again. So.
The other thing, like in stocks, which is what I mostly deal in, there's a lot of people trade at the half and whole numbers, and that's just kind of a
easy way to do math.
Yeah, Yeah, basically with round share numbers. I mean,
Yeah, that's what I
it
figured.
worked out.
I figured just easier to just do it, you know, because we soybeans traded in 12.5 cents and stuff, and you know, 2 bits is 25 cents. So this old school of just having a quarter, you know, quarter moves, 2 bits. That was the
And stocks
classic.
used to trade in eighths too, which I guess.
Yeah, the fraction they went to decimals a few years ago. That was a big fucking deal. That was like 20 years ago. Oh, we're gonna go decimals. I go, it's about time. I can't
Didn't
fucking.
really get the point of that, but yeah.
I used to own Chris Craft. So my dad's partner bought me Chris Craft at $5 a share. And he bought me 5 shares when I turned 18 or something, or 16. And so I looked at it in the paper every day. It was 5.25. I'm thinking, should I get out? No, I swear to God. And this is my first experience with trading. And then I'm looking at the thing, and I held this fucker for 7 years, dude. It went down to $1.25, and I go, how can it be $1.125? And then I saw it at like 5/8. I'm like, is this even possible? It came all the way back to $5, and I got out. Now it went to 100 after that, right? I got out I told my dad, I said, I think I want to get it. He goes, you sure? Dad comes home with $25. Here you go, you're out. I still looked at it in the paper now, of course, right? I'm like, fuck, it's at 8, Dad. Can I? No, you already got out. No, I would tell you, the newspaper was like that. I'd wait to see the newspaper, and every Sunday I would look through the stocks, you know. And they were all laid out, 52-week high. I thought that was so funny. What a gauge. Oh, 52-week highs, look at that. I'm like, what the fuck? That's just a year. Who cares? I mean, people, and then there was a thing about if stocks are above $10, Investors Business Daily would be like, it's above $10. I'm like, don't you want it before it gets above $10? Like,
I'll buy that too.
People are like, oh, if it's above 40, it's a good stock. I'm going to buy it then. I'm like, what? Now you're going to buy it? I couldn't understand that either.
Well, I mean, that's the thing. That it's most people's opinions they're arbitrary. I mean, you know, why not buy it at 2 or 3? Why does it have to be 10?
It's some kind of threshold people have, you know. And if it's making new 52-week highs, they're like, well, they're like turtle traders. Like, it's bullish. Look, it's in an uptrend. You don't even need a chart. See, in your mind's eye, you're just like, it's making new highs. Come on. It is easy to.
I was watching this video the other day. It was some video from the 80s, and they're trading Forex.
Oh, right.
And yeah, they don't have charts.
Right, the guy in Asia and the guy in Britain, and they're on the phone, and the guy says, "Hey, everybody," he's telling the guy in the room, "Listen, everybody, come in and buy a little bit. Everybody, buy a little bit. Don't shock the market." Yeah, he's coming up against that guy in Asia. And the guy in Asia, those people are just so. You ever see the Paul Tudor Jones one? So I had this beta machine, the Sony beta machine, and I had all the high end. I had about maybe. $900 worth of videotapes. I'm trading and shit. And I had this one, Paul Tudor Jones, and he's sitting there and he's got his lucky tennis shoes on. This is when he's a kid. He's like 25, 30 years old. His dad's a millionaire. And he's trading the yen. Like just the yen at Chicago Board of Trade. And he's that little quote monitor, you know, just no chart, just a quote. And he's like, I'm wearing my lucky tennis shoes. Come on, buy me some yen. And I'm like, this guy's a fucking gambler, like a retard gambler, you know? Yeah, I mean, it's amazing. I don't know if it's on YouTube, and I thought, wow.
Yeah, I haven't seen that one.
Is that what it takes to trade currency? It's just lucky tennis shoes? Fucking A, man. And then I saw him on TED Talks about 4 years ago. What a socialist fucking retarded moron pig evil dick. I was like, what the fuck? Who is this guy? He's like, yeah, everybody should just have everything for. I'm like, what the? He's the biggest liberal asshole in the world. He's a complete liberal asshole. He should have been at the Grammy Awards, which I didn't watch. It's not about music anymore.
Oh yeah, no. You know, when I saw Meryl Streep give that
she's
you know, every speech she gives is a ode to feminism.
Oh, God. Did she wear her vagina hat and everything? They storm the Capitol.
Yeah,
storm the, you know, you can storm the Capitol as long as you wear a vagina hat. You know how that is. Rules are rules, people. So the guy that kept me on the stream there.
You ever watch Bill Burr when he says there's no feminists in a house fire?
No, no, but I've heard Rush Limbaugh say there's a reason why all these feminists are just butt ugly. You know, they can't get a dude, so they're just turning to fucking.
Bill Burr. They're trying to cancel him again. Yeah, they keep trying to cancel him. He's too much.
Does he still have that cartoon show? Does he still have the cartoon show? What was on Netflix? Where he's
yeah, F is for Family. I never watched it, but I watched his stand-up comedy.
Yeah, Bill's a liberal, though. You know, he's pretty liberal. I mean, I'm surprised that they're beating up on these people that are really on their team. I mean, he's married to some black chick, I guess.
They're running out of people to beat up on. That's why they have to pick people on their team now. They chased out everybody else.
Circular firing squad. Oh, man. Jeez. Yeah,
there's that saying, the left eats itself. You ever heard that?
Yeah, no, it is. It is a real. What's amazing is even this Cortez, this bartender girl, is like saying, "Hey, Cuomo, put your dick back in your pants, buddy. Come on." Even she's getting like kind of moralistic. She's even finding a thread of ethics in her brain. Occasional cortex, they call it, right?
I see someone in the chat there. They ask, "Is your strategy to martingale until you blow up your account?"
No, dude. Till I blow up my life. No, till I blow up your account. Actually, that's how fucking. That's how underwater I am.
I mean, just think if you were trying to martingale that COVID crash. I'm sure there's people that have blown up trying to catch that knife.
Yeah, you know what the thing is that now here's a strategy when stops do work. So I had some buy stops I was running, you know, but I had them on hotkeys and they lasted 15 minutes. And when the market's dropping like a rape date or like a bad date, and it's coming down really hard, and I'm putting in buy stops that last 15 minutes, and that to me is the only way to kind of retrace the falling knife. In other words, you could still get trapped, right, if it starts to come back. But the beauty of that is that if you're following it down, and of course you'd follow it down here for 2 months there, the sell-off is 2 months long there. But, you know, when it starts to retrace, you know, you just get picked up in it. And I had a friend of mine, this tequila guy, talk about, and he did that one day. Now, he's trading with real money, mind you, at FXCM. This is the early days. This is like 2010.
They still exist. I thought they blow up?
Well,
I can't remember.
Well, this was back when it was like, I think the leverage was 500 to 1. This is in the heyday before the
back when
Frank
you could buy and sell in the same account, but you can't do that anymore.
I was there the day FXCM said that they were going to do this thing where all your stops would move at once. Okay, all your stops and take profits would move in unison, right? And it did for about 10 minutes, and then it crashed, and they never turned it back on. I talked to them. I was like, "Hey, what's going on? What are we gonna do here?" "Oh yeah, we're gonna do unified fucking stop movements on the platform," and then it just crashed. It was cool because you could see if you were in like 30 or 40K, all your stops would trail on each single K. But then it just fell apart. But he did that. He would call me up and go, "Dude, I'm up 500. I'm like, "Just get out, dude. Just get out. That's fucking ridiculous." "Oh, I'm down." He goes, "I'm going to fortify the account." So he put another 200 in there, and then he'd watch it like a hawk. I mean, he's a gambler and he's an alcoholic, so it was perfect.
A good combination.
Oh God, it's almost like somebody should write a book on how to, maybe how not to trade instead of how to trade, and just show a wreck loose. And I don't know. This guy today was all upset. He's like, "I'm getting clobbered trading the cryptos, And I'm like, God, I mean, he named some coin I'd never heard of that was trading at 98 cents. And I was like, wow, dude, I can't even imagine. Like, how thin is that market? Like, how long does it take you to get filled? I guess if you're on some platform, right, they're going to give you instant. I don't even know how fast that is.
Yeah, I mean, that all depends. I'll give you kind of an example. There's this ETF we were trying to unload, and let's say there's only maybe 300 shares traded every 10 minutes, and I was trying to unload like like 100,000 shares. And yeah, I mean, wow. It takes a long time.
So did it just go in chunks, like chunks of like hundreds, or just odd lots? You mean you can't even really?
I mean, I do it manually. Sometimes I'll use an algorithm, but most of the time I get better fills if I just go manually with limits, and I'll throw a bid or an offer in there, and I'll see if there's any takers. Wow. Then I'll maybe lower my size a little bit.
Really? Jeez, that is bizarre. I mean, to think how...
Yeah, there's some thin markets. There's some thin markets out there.
I mean, I used to pay for the feeds from the Chicago Board of Trade, and I had, I'll never forget, I had cocoa, chocolate. And those futures, I would look at those at the end of the day. I would get the data, and I thought, holy fuck, did they close the exchange? This is before it exploded. This is like this is like the year 2000. And gold was like $270 an ounce, and cocoa was 300, whatever, a bushel, whatever that shit is in, a cubic, whatever. And oh my God, they both took off. It was the most, I couldn't even believe it. Commodities were dead back then. They were just dead. Like if you looked at I'm sure they still trade oats maybe at Chicago Board of Trade, but that was the thinnest market in the world, was oats. Like you just get a dash, you just get closing prices. No wicks, no nothing. The corn. Right. I traded corn because corn, you only needed $600 of margin, and corn would barely move. It was like the Swiss franc, But then it would take off if there was bad news, But those have limits. It would limit up and limit down, where Forex has no limit. Apparently, this market has no limit, the S&P 500, because when back in the 80s, you're talking about those old videotapes. They would halt trading. They would actually have these trading curbs that came in. I don't remember these days, but they would say trading curbs in effect. There'd be a ticker at the bottom of the screen. This is like 30 years ago. And I'm like, holy shit. Oh, God, curbs are in effect, And they had all these breakers they would put in. What happened to that shit? When this corona hit, what the fuck? I wasn't even watched. I like to watch the newsreels from the corona drop, because Ben Lichtenstein would lose his voice on that. Like, have you ever heard him talk about just the normal sell-off?
Those put buyers finally got their day.
Oh God, yeah, that's just.
There's a fund. They're only available for institutional clients, but they're called Universa, and all they do is they go long volatility.
Oh boy.
And basically, they bleed until you get something like Corona, and then they're up like thousands of %.
Yeah, it sounds like real estate business where you sit on some house for 3 years and it finally sells, and you're living off your credit cards till you sell that one house.
And that's all they do. I mean, it's kind of amazing, but they're like, oh, now we're going to wait for another 10 years for a crash, or whatever.
I mean, what happens to we just go into? What do you think? At some point, doesn't the market and people just have to absorb the reality of that here we are, and then the aha moment happens where the market just drift. I mean, the markets just have to drift at some point, because if 80% of the market's not doing anything, you can expect most of that to be. I don't even know how the Democrats could fuck up the country worse than it is. So I think they just kind of they literally dropped, they took the oil out of the crankcase and just put wrenches in there, And now what's going to happen, right? Because the border's going to be this going into the summer, the border's going to be fucking ridiculous, right? And if these people come in with coronas, and then you got them, they're going to tax the fuck out of people, shut down business, shut down the pipeline. I mean, it's just like, it's just like a overwhelming situation. I don't know.
We'll basically see what happens. I mean, that's all we can.
I mean, what are people going to say? So the bond market, I didn't track the bond market. They're saying, the bond market's blowing up. Is this just interest rates are just going up from sheer, just safety? Is that the flight to safety idea there, you think?
No,
that's the bond market. No.
That's people going into equities for the most part. They're taking money out of bonds, and that's why the rates go up from that when bonds sell off.
I mean, this NASDAQ is kind of the first thing to kind of give up the ghost there a little bit. The first one to kind of start showing signs of, because I think it really benefited from the lockdowns. You know, everybody ordered shit online. So I think the first one to go would be or the first one to show signs of the leading edge would be the NASDAQ. Yeah, I don't know. So the guy down in Georgia here, the guy that I didn't mean to hang up on you when we were in the last stream there, but my power, I blew the breaker. Apparently there's a limit, you know.
Oh, it's too late.
And I turned on the toaster. I was going to make some toast, and I'm like, oh, it's on the same circuit as the fucking computer. That's crazy. It just went unceremoniously. You just ended it. I thought maybe you thought I was abducted by the YouTube polite police. Came and got me. Social credit score right through the floor there.
The authorities came after you for recommending all those overseas brokers, is what I thought.
Oh yeah, right. Yeah, they came and just truncated the whole thing. That was like, oh,
that's right.
Melt.
Shut you down.
You ever see that video of Biden where he's talking to this nurse or something, and he asks her if she's a freshman at the university. She's like a 9-year registered nurse, and he starts doing like this creepy old laugh.
Wow. Well, he's getting the vaccine, or just like random.
You guys should look that one up. I mean, he's like a pedophile. I mean,
so he went like full Cuomo. He held the head and goes, you know, like, hey, do you have a boyfriend? What are you doing later? No, Cuomo said something like, do you have a boyfriend, a steady boyfriend? Can I be your boyfriend? God,
I mean, it's, and she was like, you know, she was doing like that nervous laughing, you know, and he's like, ah, ha, ha, ha.
Oh, fuck.
You know how presidents, like, they always, like they finish like 4 years and they always look like they lose a lot of weight and they look like they age very heavily. He's going to look like the Crypt Keeper in 4 years because he already looks terrible.
Yeah, I mean, what's going to happen there? But he's getting a lot of naps in.
Yeah, you know,
he puts a lid on it, right? He puts a lid on it, like right after he wakes up. He puts a lid on it.
Like he looks like he got out of, you know, that, you know how Dracula gets out of his tomb, right, or you know, his casket, whatever, every morning or every night.
He looks like a Shriner that has just enough medication to stand up on stage and sell war bonds or something like that. And then they put him back in bed.
Poor guy.
They put him back in bed. Pelosi goes and tucks him in, and then she goes back to running the country, her and her counselor.
God, Pelosi, man. What the creepiest thing I've heard anybody say anywhere in my life is when she said that her grandkids now say open Biden instead of open sesame, and the way she laughed about it, I mean, that is, I'll tell you what, there's something, she's possessed. There's something wrong there. Man, that is some creepy. Just the whole cadence, you know, the whole idea that that's really cute. I guess if you got the Sub-Zero fridge, right? What else?
You mean old formaldehyde face?
Oh man, I mean, I just don't these people.
You ever see that movie They Live? Where,
right, right with the sunglasses, right?
What was it, Roddy Piper or something?
God, who was that? That was that Canadian director came out. The same that got a video drone guy. Can't remember his name.
Yeah, there's that part where he's got the sunglasses on and he sees like the alien.
Store,
and he pulls out a shotgun. He's like, you know, something like formaldehyde phase, and he just shoots him in the pub in the street or something.
Yeah, that is rugged. How about scanners? They're coming down the escalator, blowing people's heads up. I don't know. I can't really believe that. Of course, I don't think if you go back to 1960, when the Vietnam War was going on and people were protesting the Vietnam War, we had a lot of, it was called unrest. It wasn't called riots. It wasn't called peaceful protests. It was called unrest.
That's a euphemism right there, unrest.
Unrest. So we had like fucking crazy shit going on. I mean, there was people in towers shooting. The people were losing it back then. It was good old serial killers back then, you know. But the school shootings came back as soon as the schools opened up, and the first school shooting. I go, finally back to normal. Take off our masks and everything.
Yeah. I guess in this country, yeah, I guess it is normal.
Well, it's a quaint little pastime here is to shoot up your school, you know.
I know it's weird. I can remember like 10 years ago, a school shooting would happen, and that's all the news would talk about. And now it's just like, and it rained today as well. Who gives a shit?
Yeah, even that bleeding heart little liberal kid, he can't even make a pillow over it, you know. He's trying to make his own pillow company.
Yeah, really, no one cares anymore. That's just we've become desensitized to it.
Well, it's also, you know, that when they saw that reporter get his head cut off, you know, so I watched that on a dial-up. I watched that on a dial-up, right? So the image is coming in, the video of that, and it's refreshing one line at a time, and the whole thing comes in as America Online.
Did you go make some coffee while it was loading?
Wow, you know, actually, I had my fingers were white knuckled. I was gripping the desk, going, "Well, this is gonna be good," you know. And it comes in, and then I play it, and the audio was just mind blowing, you know, because you hear the guy screaming, you know, and then when he put his head on the back of his back, I thought, "Oof, that is so rugged of a video." And then they were cutting off people's heads. And then Americans just go, whatever. And nobody gave a fuck how many heads you cut off after that. It was really amazing.
I don't think a lot of people have actually watched that. I think you should. I think liberals should be forced to watch that before they like open their mouths.
The free speech.
That'll change your mind about a lot of. That'll make you go, okay, I got to keep my family safe. I'll do anything.
It was
to
amazing.
not have that near me.
There's that video of that reporter who shoots himself. You guys ever see that one? I think he shoots himself on live television.
Wow. No.
You're talking about the politician who blows his like he puts a big magnum.
Yeah.
That was a disgraced politician. I can't remember. He was a governor or something.
Oh, really?
And he was it was a big famous incident. It was like 1981 or something that happened.
Okay.
And he was about to go to jail for massive fraud.
Wow.
Stealing money, and he called a press conference before he was going to jail and blew his brains out live. Yeah, I know which one you're talking about.
Wow, did you ever see the one with the guy over in Chicago or Illinois somewhere? And he owns a farm, and he's got a contract with this guy, and the guy's trying to take his mortgage away. And he's like, "You're not going to take my fucking mortgage." So he takes a shotgun, and he connects it to this guy's head with a collar. And he's on the news. He goes, "I'm going to blow his fucking head off." And
that sounds like Jigsaw.
Oh, man, this is wild. This is like real. And it goes on for hours, man. It's like 1970. And he's like, "I'm going to blow his fucking head off." And they follow him. And he has this conference. And the whole time he's sweating buckets with a gun. It's bizarre. I got to find that. That's just, you can't even believe it.
Wow. I mean, that sounds like
I never heard
Jigsaw
of it.
movies.
Oh yeah, no, yeah. It's so real. I bet I could find it. God, I can't remember the name of the guy.
Simpleton, I'm about to set you off here because that same guy in the chat who asked, "Is your strategy martingale?" He then goes, "Bunch of losers demo trading."
Oh yeah, that's what we are. So I always like to ask those people, "So what trade are you in now? Like, and what's the next trade? What's the next trade?"
Yeah, like I don't get that.
There's always one. There's always one guy.
Yeah,
like,
I guess a troll. I guess
like one heckler that's like sitting behind home plate always.
So some guy came here for the order flow is bullshit video. You know how many
that's a great one.
Do you know how many I got so many views and so many hates, like so many thumbs down, and I think when I trigger people, I'm over the target with the thumbs down, you know? But I know a lot of people fall in love with this idea that they can see other people's tickets, but I always have to remind them, You're never going to see the market orders in somebody's head. You don't know what some guy's going to do in the next millisecond.
Yeah, and here's the other thing, like institutions, and they actually, the algorithms, they're not, if they're hitting the market, you're not going to see their orders until they actually execute. I mean,
yeah.
Until they hit the bids or offers.
Yeah, and then what, right?
It's pointless, that whole order flow thing. I mean, it's.
But the software, Noft software, is like, the software costs. It's like this guy that I talked to who's a multi-millionaire, and he's got like, oh my God, he's like, oh, I got Reuters feed, $100 a month. Then he had this thing called PitView. So PitView takes like 5 of the biggest banks, and you get to see their orders in a sense, like, they're buying. And so the market's selling off. And he's like, look at Citibank's buying and look at Bank of America's buying. I'm like, well, I'm buying too. I'm scaling in this fucking thing, I don't need to see PitView at $60 a month, for this inside information. But I guess
I mean all the they claim that they're trying to follow the institutions, right? But here's the thing, all those places, they're just executing at, if we're talking about stocks, they're just doing 100, 200 shares every couple minutes or so. So you're never going to see the whole, it's an iceberg order. You're never going to see the whole thing.
I think it comes from this desire, I think, from retail traders have this desire across all the markets to find, like, there's some level of sophistication in this somewhere, right. And it's almost like when you realize how not sophisticated this really is.
It's not.
It makes you feel dejected, almost like I want to tell people, go play poker. That's more sophisticated than this. This is, even at the highest level, this is not sophisticated. It's not. And it makes you mad almost that how unsophisticated it is.
Yeah, and most of the time, institutions are just liquidity players. They're just trying to do business, trying to get in and out of it. They don't even care about, the price necessarily. They're just hitting the market, let's say 100 shares every couple minutes.
Yeah, they just have more buttons. That's all. More buttons, more inventory. That's all they're doing.
But there's this kind of I think the desire is that somehow, if you could see the institutions, you have like a backstage pass to your favorite rock star, and if you go backstage and talk to him, somehow you're going to become somewhat famous or somewhat more musical because you hung out there, and you're like, I'm missing something. But when you meet your rock star. Which have you ever done it? You kind of go, huh? He's just another
Gene Simmons without the face paint. You're like, man, he's just an old Jew.
He's just another. God, he's more angry than me. I mean, how woke is this guy's completely out of his fucking mind? Always a disappointment.
And he talks normally, sounds like they sound like an English teacher or something. When they're not singing, they take all the face paint off. The illusion is shattered. I can't handle it.
Yeah. No,
this is my idol.
This guy Tom Basso, who's this multi-millionaire, I had lunch with him, and I was like, dude, you are like the most boring. I didn't want to say it to his face, like, dude, if you were any more boring, I just want to be polite, and I chose to eat with him, so I spent the rest of the lunch with him. But this guy was so fucking straight-laced. I was like, do you do anything other than fucking just manage this giant fund? I don't know.
It's funny, like you go on YouTube to find like the most popular videos of inspirational millionaire advice, blah, 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 blah. And they're usually bullshitters too, right? All the gurus out there that have that have the 5 million view hits. But the guys like you're talking about are actually like the real ones are just the most, oh my God, put me to sleep. I thought you had secrets. You don't have any secrets.
Yeah, if Becky Quick wasn't interviewing, what's his name? I'm not watching, right? Becky's so hot that she could just interview a rock, and I'd be like, oh man! But she's with the fucking. She was Berkshire Hathaway.
With you there. Guy, I mean, I remember watching that interview just so I could,
Hopefully, Becky's skirt would just get high. Her skirt would flip up. I used to watch her. Her and Martha Quinn, So I was like watching her, going, oh my God, like. man, I could watch her all day. And I thought, hey, does she know anything about markets? She talks like a kind of ditzy blonde, but I have nothing against women. I mean, there's some smart ones, but no, I'm sure she's smart. But she interviews that guy, and I'm like, oh my God, how's that guy just not having a stroke? Like Becky, you're so hot. Stop asking me some dumb questions. What's his name? And he's the Oracle, right? Oracle of Omaha.
Yeah,
I can't remember his fucking name. Warren Buffett. What a boring fucking moron. If you think you're going to make any money for listening to that fucker, some buy and hold fucking strategy, get the fuck out of here, you dumb shit. Your stock is $180,000, $140,000 a share. Like, what the fuck? I guess the B stock's $3,500 a share for the B stock.
It's funny because he's a stock picker, but he tells people to, buy the S&P. He tells people exactly the opposite of what he's doing.
Yeah. Isn't the supposedly that he wants he wants the pipeline dead because he owns trains. That's what they say.
I want to see guys like Buffett and a lot of these rich guys who made their money back in the day. I want them to be like, okay, you have to pretend to be a retail trader for a few months. You have $5,000. Make your money all over again.
On your markets.
Let's see you do that. I want to see you do that.
Yeah, because
it's like I get mad because it's like the same thing when I see like a lot of older people give advice, like career advice today, and I'm like, dude, you could not, like, especially interview advice. I'm like, dude, you could not fucking, if you had to re-interview for your job, you couldn't fucking do it. Don't tell young people.
They're a product of their environment. I mean, that's
right.
Yeah.
No, it is. There is so much momentum in the structures that exist. It'd almost be like saying, like somebody saying to somebody, hey, start your own Facebook. Dude, this Facebook guy is so fucking lucky that his timing. He was there at that time in that window. And when Facebook started, it was really clean and simple. And when it went full commercial, I was like, oh my God. And then they just kept fucking with shit. And the whole problem with Facebook, in my opinion, is that they kept fucking with my, they want to show me the stuff that was, I go, I just want the latest news from my friends. Oh no, we have highlights. And I kept resetting it to latest and it kept resetting to highlights. And I'm like, fuck you. Like, I can't have my own settings. It's just so stupid. It's the biggest piece of fucking manipulated shit.
It is garbage, and because it's like because there's some design team out there going, oh no,
they
don't know what they want. We know what they want.
Right. It's like when you go to the department store, there's no fucking clocks. You notice? I was at a store once, and I think I was married at the time, and I wanted to get home in time. Right? There's no clocks in this. And if you don't have a watch on your arm, we had watches before phones, and. You don't know what fucking time. They don't want they don't want you to know, just don't worry about that. That's a fee later on. We'll get or you go to the hotel, right? And you decide, hey, look there's some fucking alcohol here in the fridge, and not realizing it's like $10 a sip. You go to check out, they're like, sir, you took 5 sips, you owe us like a left nut.
You got to put your mask on though, in between sips and bites.
Or the SWAT team.
When I was on the airplane, that's what they told everyone to do on the plane.
Really?
Yeah. Not even. Yeah.
Dude, I have
we're already on the plane already.
I couldn't do it.
Cough right in this guy's face next to me. I can't do nothing.
Did you hear about the guy? You hear about the guy that fell asleep with his mask? I don't know if he was a attendant, but he fell asleep and his mask fell off, and they were like, dude, we're gonna send you to jail. Your mask fell off. What the fuck? No, it's brutal. I mean, like that chick they just dragged out of Bank of America.
Oh Lord.
The Oracle of Omaha. I know. Where do you get these fucking Oracle? Who's the other? Who's the previous Oracle?
Can you imagine trying to eat soup and then putting your mask on every time you put the spoon back in the bowl? How fucking stupid that would be.
Well, I thought it was a joke, but apparently these marching band kids are playing through the saxophone through a mask and shit. I've seen these photos.
I've seen photos. I've seen videos of what you're talking about. This couple, they had like little holes cut in their mask trying to eat spaghetti with it. And I saw the video because it was comparing it to this older video of like people we used to make fun of back when we invaded Iraq, which was ladies in burqas trying to eat spaghetti with their freaking trash bags on their heads.
Was that a joke back then?
So now we're doing that now. It's like, oh, okay, we're regressing in our culture. In fact, we're going back.
Yeah, we can no longer make fun of anybody else now. After this year, there's no way we can make fun of any other.
They suck the spaghetti through the little holes.
Oh no, yeah, they had like this little clip I saw. They had like the full ninja burqa on, the kind where you can't see it, the gloves, everything. Like you couldn't see their eyes, and they were like sort of lifting up their mask and like trying to like put the spaghetti in a slit and like sort of drop it. It's exactly as stupid as you think it is.
Oh yeah. This guy wants to trade here. I say buy the EU here. Of course, I'm already long from earlier today, but
this guy says, okay, let's do a trading challenge.
Okay, pick a market, buddy. Let's go. I'm buying the euro right here. Are you ready to go? It's going to break out. How big should I go in? The spread's kind of tight at the moment. It's tightening up as we go into 9 o'clock. How about so this is the kind of thing. This is what happens, I think, in trading. There's two kinds of trading. There's trying to trade to make 40 pips, and there's trying to predict where the market's going to go. Right. So it's a lot easier to make money trading than it is to predict where the market's going and make money because. Right. It looks really impressive when people say, yeah, I think crude oil is going to $80 a barrel, and it does, but not in a straight line, don't forget. So you're going to still see your equity swings, right? And how big are you in that trade, and all these kind of other things that would matter. How many markets are you trading? By the way, this guy that wants a challenge, let's see, how many markets is Rams Kata? How many markets do you trade? Can you trade? How much money are you trying to make? Or
I mean, there's so many parameters.
If you got $1 million, okay, if you got $1 million, you probably are going to risk 1% of your account per trade, maybe. But so if you have $1 million, why are you trading? Because you have a trophy wife and a Porsche that you got to change the oil on. I mean, I'm always wondering, what is the lifestyle necessary to be a serious trader?
And here's the other thing: if it's people, they see that whole lifestyle culture thing. That's bullshit. I'll tell. I'm sitting in front of a desk. I have at an office. And I'm managing portfolios. There's nothing. There's nothing. Magical or blitzy about it. I mean, it is what it is.
If I had $1 million account, I'd still be trading 1Ks.
It sounds very glamorous.
I'd have so many 1Ks though, but I wouldn't even care where I put them. I'd just be like,
here for instance. So this guy wants a challenge. Here's how I trade them. This is how I look at the market. So I got this 8-hour segmented thing. It's just blue. Doesn't mean anything. It's just blue, white, blue, or bluish white. And so all I'm doing is trap trading, I call it. I just put my orders in supply and demand zones. So right now I'm long the euro from earlier today because I bought this new low. I just bought the smash down here. Now you could have traded it on the 15 here, and you could have traded all those price pulses. You could have loaded up at the ICT order block. You could have gotten heavy at 40 standard lots like Hilton Forex. And you could have scalped out and be like, I'm up $4,000, I'm done for the day. Or you could be holding some big monster, or holding a smaller position over a big long time frame. I mean, there's everything in between that. And of course, when people say, hey, this is just people talking bullshit, I don't know what, pick a topic or come on the phone here. So people do this to you. They come on here and they say shit and they say, come on the audio, dude. We're not,
They want to see your tax, documents, your 1099s.
Oh, right. The Trump. You want to see Trump's taxes too here? Let me. I got Trump's taxes right here in the corner. No, I know that. And then, so this guy today was saying to me, the thing is that here's the whole problem with trading. It's about money. Now, if you're going to be a rock star, it's about pussy and money. So if you're going to get laid, so imagine you become a rock star and you marry the hottest girl in the world. Okay, well, that's really why you're playing guitar in the first place, because you can make money doing anything else, you know. But so there's the glamour profession, you know. You have apparently Forex, you can buy a high-end car. And then you get the girls, instead of being a rock star, the girls want to see your high-end car. Girls typically don't give a fuck about cars as far as I can see. Unless they're dykes. That kind of girl. But I don't know. No, I know people say that. But people like to puff. I mean, it is kind of fun because trading is a... You seem like you make a good mod here. What's it? What's your thoughts on what's W? Is that
WSB?
White Soul Brothers? I don't know what that. Wasabi? Oh, it's like a.
I don't know what he's talking about there.
Is that a stock? I don't know. Oh, Wall Street? No.
Oh,
Wall Street Bets.
Oh,
That's
Wall
what
Street
he's
Bets.
talking about.
Okay.
He's saying you'd make a good
Bets.
mod on the Reddit Wall Street Bets thing.
Oh, yeah. What, for destroying the whole thing? Yeah, I was just on Reddit there. You know, it's funny. I did like this versus
Discord.
That. No, there was a Discord that we had going at one time, and you know, that I couldn't even navigate it because it's so hard to see where you're supposed to be in there, and then the voice windows. I would say you need to take a course in Discord. Like, it should be like a primer course, orientation. It seems complicated to me. The Google Hangouts, I barely figured that out. Here, come on to the stream here. This guy, I don't know if this guy has a mic, this Ramzacata. It sounds like some kind of... Oh, I still can't find my... Where to punch the... Can't even type it into my own chat window. Yeah, the Wall Street Bets. Do you go on these, what do they call them, social trading sites? FX Street. We were on FX Street. We shut down FX Street. Me and this guy that looked like Charles Manson. That was his face. Just like black and white of Charles Manson.
I never pay attention to that. I mean, there's so much noise in there. You'll never put on a trade with all that noise.
It's funny because people would actually look at that and go, dude, you're wrong about that move. And I'm thinking to myself, how the guy could have been there for 5 milliseconds long. You don't even know. I mean, you don't even know where these guys got in, how long they've been in.
I mean, Captain Pike might have been in there for all we know.
Yeah, Pike is kicking around in there. Oh, have you seen...
What's that guy's name? Something McDonald?
Yeah, Wayne McDonald. Wayne McDonald.
That's right.
He'll come up as a suggestion now. The robots just picked that up. So I was watching. Have you seen Trader Warrior Girl, the horse-faced British girl?
Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, she's the pole dancer too, I guess. Or am I thinking of someone else?
Wow.
Humble Trader, right? Is that who you're talking about?
Well, no, she's the Humble Warrior. No, wait, she's the Warrior Trader. Maybe the Humble Warrior. No, there is.
I forgot.
Yeah, they need something. They need to go really kind of risque, you know. How about the slutty trader? Some chick that's just sitting there with a crack pipe scalping, going, I don't know, what is this? What's the leverage here?
They have one of those voice. What do you call them? Those the smoker's voice boxes or whatever.
Yeah,
I don't know what the.
So here's the thing about the
lady voice.
So the Warrior Trader girl, she does a video about how she was showing her trades, you know, and you could see she was in like she was in a 25K on one ticket scalping, and she lost, I don't know, $60 or something. And I'm looking at, she only did 4 trades, and I'm like, what in the fuck were you thinking? I don't mean to be mean, but I was like, what in the fuck were you thinking?
Is she trading Forex?
You got to see this video. Here, let me bring.
She's She thought she could predict where it was going to go based on some nonsense she saw in the past.
Dude,
That's all. It's the same
she
thing.
brought up the 4-hour charts, and then she was talking in the last video. These are the indicators I use. It's so cute because she's the ultimate retail trader in a sense, because she's literally, because she's a girl, she gets a lot of thumbs up, a lot of people watch, a lot of encouraging people. It's so cute because nobody wants to tell her, are you serious? You can't drive a rocket ship. I mean, not that, in other words, she has no business trading in a sense, but since she's doing it in this kind of casual, right? She's joined a prop firm. She's been funded. I mean, it's hope. There's hope for everybody. If she's been funded, there's hope for us.
You guys ever look into those before? I actually, before I started working this gig, I was part of a prop firm, and I got like 20-to-1 leverage in stocks, and it's a huge ripoff. They charge enormous platform fees. It's definitely kind of a dying business model.
The desk fees.
Yeah, they make their money from their fees.
Oh shit! Is that my computer? Is that you? Wow, is that the new sound? Wait, let me check this. Somebody has their own. Oh, I feel like somebody's tapped into her. Is that yours?
That's not me. That's not me.
That's from you. So I can hear it from you.
Oh shit! Oh my god! It's my friend. I can't wait. I gotta decline this. So it's a friend.
That was your phone, wasn't it?
Yeah, she's gonna be all pissed off now. I gotta tell her later, but unless I put her on the call, I put her on the call because she's from New Zealand. This girl, and oh man, poor thing. So I'm just gonna have to. I don't want to break her heart. She's a young girl. This is a girl I met, and she's just the problem is she speaks a high pitch, right? And she's from New Zealand, so she's got really high pitch, and I can't understand what she's saying. So I politely go, yeah. It's not nice to be to lie, I guess. Lie by acting like, oh yeah, of course, yeah. What did you just say? But anyways, what were we talking about? No.
The horse face girl you're talking about.
Oh yeah, the horse face girl. Right. I guess that's why I felt really guilty, because another girl was calling me, and I thought, oh fuck, they all know what I'm talking about. Fuck. No, I'm always careful. I keep telling people in the band, I go, I do this stream, but I never tell them my name because I talk about them. It would just break their heart. So I have to be careful. It's like I might say something bad. Plus, I told him I'm playing the music in the background. But so the Warrior Girl, Warrior Trading, I think it's called. And so
mindfully trading.
Oh, is that what it is? Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
One of her videos had like Warrior in it.
Oh, right. I guess I'm just thinking. I'm thinking kind of animalistic about her, but.
Yeah, it's called mindfully trading.
Yeah, mindfully.
She's kind of cute.
Yeah, and then she's got like dedication. She's got these 3 things, and she's a girl. What are you gonna do?
You guys notice how in the last 10 years, I mean, all these YouTube channels have just exploded. And like 10, 15 years ago, nobody gave a fuck about trading or even knew anything about the markets. And then suddenly, you have hundreds of YouTube channels, and
it's kind of like it's branched off. Like the new business it's not just the trading. Lifestyle gurus in general on YouTube have become like the
life coach. The life coach. I think Alex Jones is a life coach. So in a way, but
all these life coaches, and the funny thing is, like, a lot of them are really young. Like, what the fuck do they know about a life? That's what always gets me.
Well, Christianity has died out in this country as a culture, so we've replaced our preachers with lifestyle gurus and Instagram models. Everybody's
that's true.
That's the new shamans of this era now. So.
Yeah, it's and there was this girl. So I had this one girl that is one of these kind of like, if you believe it, it's true. you know What the Blink? You ever seen What the Blink? This stuff from 2000, but water has a mind.
We're losing viewers. You got to tell people to hit the like button. And, pump up those...
Yeah, I'm sorry. Fuck. No, Warrior Trader Girl. Yeah, let me go to Warrior Trader Girl. So mindfully trading. Sorry, I don't want to screw up her whole thing, but she's just got this. I zoomed into her trade, and I was curious to see. Oh, let me see what she's doing here. So there she is. She's the hostess with the mostest, I suppose, right? She's mindful. And we've got her array of... I lost my scroll bar. I changed the colors so many times, I lost my scroll bar. So she does a trade that... a rookie mistake. Honey, everything you do is a rookie mistake. So... let's see. She's on the books she read. It was a trade she just did.
You notice the thumbnails, how she, they're the big bold text, made to kind of jump out.
Mm-hmm. With her face on it. Don't forget her face. That's
right. She was adorable. I'm sorry, I'm in love, but it's just that here. So the Fivers, right? This Fivers funding, she got funded, and this is a goal for a lot of people, is to just join a prop firm. To me, this is just another job. Like,
it's actually better to trade your own, trade just your own money and avoid those prop firms. And
the pressure to perform. Yeah, so the pressure to perform there is just going to fuck you up. If you're an artist, like an artful trader,
and they're going to take like 20%, of your profits, and then they're going to charge fees. Platform fees on top of that, desk fee. It's a huge ripoff.
I haven't been paying attention to her curriculum here, but she's got the reprogramming. 3 hours subconscious reprogram. Is this where the subconscious
theta waves?
Subconscious chants like, I'm not an asshole, I'm not impatient, I'm really not an asshole. I don't know, over and over again. No, I really am a nice person sometimes. But no, the multiple monitors. Trading intuitively. So that's kind of like, there's this big gap between, do I have an algorithm or do I have a gut feeling, And I would have to say that the gut feeling, now this is when they say that emotions, you're going to have to fight the emotion, right? So when the market is dropping like a rock, trying to catch a falling knife, it's the tactics that you would use. So when it's really screaming down, you have to go to the larger time frame, the monthly, and you have to say, holy shit, there is a hole that is bigger than your mind, right? Like, you can't imagine how big it is because we haven't been there in a while, and it just is gaping. And then once that void fills, then it's like, a lot of people are like, I'll never buy again. I just got burned buying that. But the market doesn't care. The market doesn't care that Corona happened on the day you opened up your first. You imagine the guy that just opened his first stock trading account. He goes, well, I'm a trend trader. It's an uptrend. He comes in on Corona, pre-Corona. He's hog long. Right? This is his first time ever trading. There's a guy out there. I'm sure it happened.
Yeah.
And he's never, dude, he's going to have to be in fucking rehab. He'll be in, his brain has to be reconstructed.
My buddy, it was actually worse for him when the first time he did any trading, real live trading, because he got in Bitcoin early, not like 2011 early, but one of the other spikes, and he actually made like 250 grand, and that was actually worse for him because his first time trading was a massive success, and guess what happened? He couldn't get out of the trade. Ended up losing it all.
Hi, everybody.
Because really, couldn't get out. Wow.
Couldn't get out. Yeah. He thought it would just. That's like. That was like my first time in Vegas.
How come he couldn't get out? Did he not know how to scale out or?
Oh, dude, very few people know how to do it or what that means. Or it's just like
that's true.
I'm just rolling the dice. They think that, and I'm just. My signal, all the news and everybody saying it's going to go up, and it did, and I made a ton of money because I went hog long in it. But
it's not like you can just dump that position, at one price.
I mean, I think he could have. I don't know, but because he just thought, oh, it went up high, it'll keep doing that. I can't just stop here. What if I miss out? That's all it was.
Yeah, speaking of fear of missing out, so this chick nails these orders. You can see 805. She nails this 2K and a 4K. Yeah, it's a small account. And she gets in at the same fucking price. Like, I mean, so why not buy a 1K and put a limit order 1 pip lower? People are like, well, why would I do that? Well, first of all, that's more work. And then she's trading on the euro. She's in 3 7Ks. Boom, boom, boom. Well, of course, she did space those. One was like every 15 minutes. So at least she built the position at different prices here. But notice she has no stop on 2 of these. And the pound she's got naked. Like, I know it's a half K there, but I mean 5K. I'm sorry, 5K. But holy shit, man. Sitting naked in the pound, I mean, maybe not during Brexit, right? I mean, you can wipe a whole account out. You can wipe a whole account out. Yeah,
but a lot of people don't realize this, but, you have a portfolio of different securities, or if you're trading, let's say, one market, you have to have a portfolio of different entries or orders or limits, what have you.
I mean, I like the idea that I'm slightly in and I'm heavy in. Like everything from a 1K, because psychologically, if I'm in a 1K, I'm thinking about it. Dude, I'm thinking about it. Like, what the fuck's with this trade? And then I'm like, I'll just get out. I'll be like, dude, this is not even a setup yet. So when the market crushes in, we just took out the lows from 2 days ago in the euro. That's my entry, right? So if I see it taking out, I'm like, fuck, dude. I know a lot of people are shitting their pants, but that's the fucking retracement. That is the unfair value back to fair. It doesn't even have to come back into it doesn't have to go full auction in golf the next day, but it might. So the euro may take out the high of tomorrow. Tomorrow may take out today's high and Sunday's high. Right? We don't know. So,
I mean, it just looks like from that table there, it looks like she's just kind of doing one ticket at a time and just hoping that it goes her way.
Yeah, I mean,
That's what it looks like.
And then her entry's based on silly things like, well, the 4 hours in an uptrend, I'm going to go to the 15-minute, and she puts a buy stop 2 pips above a breakout area, confirmation entries like goober. I'm like, you poor thing. Just, what the fuck? You just stream some, and I told her in a comment, just stream some limits. Oh, yeah, that would work. I'm like, well, you nuts? Like, look at this fucking spreadsheet. You're an idiot. I mean, not an idiot, but I mean, she can't be serious, right? I don't know. Her targets and stops, the same fucking exit. What's the point? Just put it on one ticket. For God's sake, she pulled the trigger at the same fucking time. Just buy a 7K. Deal with it. I don't know.
I mean, the psychology there, you're buying when it's going down. People can't handle that.
She has something else going on here. I don't know.
No, because they want.
Oh no, she cashed out. Okay, so
they want to believe that there's some way to know what's to know, not think, but know. I want all risk gone from.
At least she's nailing it in that 5-minute window right at the top of the hour. So right at the top of the hour she's getting in, which is a big deal.
And you pay up for confirmation. You pay a premium for that.
Do. And the thing is that you may be right in the end. It may keep, like in a big move, anybody that's, tight or wide stop guys are going to ride that. But if the market's kicking around and then takes off, and it really rips because it just kicks everybody out, one last dip down 5 more pips or half a pip, and then rips up 50 pips, who's taking that trade?
I mean, confirmation, if you're going to do that, that's better if you can get it as close to structure or fair value, as you can. That's really the best way if you're going to be a breakout trader.
Well, I noticed it's kind of self-defeating, though, because it's like, okay, if you're the type of person that's got to have confirmation to get in, that means you've also got your psychology is built, so you've also got to have an equal amount of confirmation to get out, which you just end up breaking even half the time, right? because you wait so
Right.
long to get out.
Well, that's the joke I was making about no nonsense, because he did a video about his exit indicator, and I thought, what's the difference?
None.
Your exit should be your entrance. I mean, really, you want it. They say your exit is as important as your entrance. No shit, because if you're just going to take 10 pips out of the market, we know how to do that. Now the spread's your enemy. Once you get to a spread of 6 and you're trying to make 10 pips, you got to be fucking really good at trading, right? I mean, just you got to be so good, because you're risking so much, and everybody wants to go down the 1 minute chart and take all their techniques to 1 minute chart, but it ain't going to work, because, well, that kind of technique. But a 50 period moving average on a 1 minute chart, I'd trade that, but not a 50 period moving average on the daily, because when's your setup going to come?
I only trade on the 200 MA on the daily. You know, I wait like a whole year, you know, for a trade.
Right, and then you sit back and then you have like you like whittle wood on your porch, right? And you're like a low frequency trader. And you get out some moonshine and you talk about, remember them days we used to run around? That's the stop hunt right here. So buying the euro right here at the market at this time. This is 6 minutes after 9 o'clock. You got to buy right there. See, right now you got to buy the euro, right? Does everybody agree? That guy that's talking about he wants to trade, because we just stopped.
That's actually that's a good. That's a pretty tight range there. I mean, you know, so that's a good breakout setup.
I mean, to me, it's like we're going to stop hunt these bulls. I'm going to put buy limits below, and I just bought at the market, so I'm buying right at the round number. Asia, it's very quiet. We haven't really done anything yet, up or down. So there's pressure above. We got 2 vacuums that go back 8 hours right now.
And that's right in the middle of the previous structure, that range there.
Yeah, actually we're dead in the water. In market profile sense, we're at fair value compared to the last. It's like we're still in the middle of a doji. Because I block off the doji, so I take an 8 hour bar and this is the doji part, right? This obviously it started here, went down, came up, and it's, you know, this is the bulge or whatever. If we just stop hunted these guys, or this is the pullback to buy, because this is the biggest pullback we've had so far tonight, is that big pullback. This is like a half hour, right? 45-minute pullback. There's 3 15-minute bars there. And here is, so the top of the hour just finished. You can go to the half hour chart. You can see the same, you know, double bottom, so to speak. And now you're waiting to break the half hour bar, then take out the blue box, then go after the next blue box. It's pretty stupid, right? And there's supply above that, right? And I'm going to sell there. I'm going to get the fuck out of the trade. So I'm actually going to get out. When the breakout traders are getting in, I'm getting the fuck out. Just like I did here in this 10 pip window. It's 10 fucking pip window up here. This is the dumbest fucking trade of the day. I had that all marked off. I knew there was a supply up there. And I was willing to sell even deeper, but only filled half my bank. And then it comes back. It totally engulfs, but I had the buy limits below, so I was actually flat in the middle there. I wasn't in. I just like to do the high probability where it goes up, fakes everybody out, breaks out a 12-hour area, because there's the 2 blue boxes are 8 hours per blue box. And this is just dumb shit trap trading. This is a half hour on a 8 hour segment, right? And we have an 8 hour segment here. You can see the next segment coming. This is a free indicator. It's called I sessions. So if I look into the future, if you want to plan out the rest of your day, where could we possibly go in those columns? Sky's the limit, right? We could go up and down these columns. And you're just going to do that. This is all you have to do. Of course, this is really passive trading. I'm going to buy everything below here.
Don't you want to predict where it's going to go, you know, a year from now? From that
well, now I do actually. My ego wants to do that, but my wallet just says, dude, just do the dumb shit. Like if you're playing pool and you broke and the balls are into the pockets, would you move them away from the pockets? No, you go for the fucking the path of least resistance. The first trade is the dumbest, right? Asia's the guy. If you can't trade, well, I suppose if you can't place the orders in there. Now, if you fear missing out, you're going to put the orders too close, too many, too thick. And if you're too conservative, you'll never get filled. If you don't have a pull, so trading a 1K at the market is a great way to cure the fear of missing out because you just bought $1,000 of currency, right? And you just buy it with a 20 pip stop right now. And you just walk away and go, dude, and I got limits below. And then when I see the thing crash down because I was so stupid to buy at the market, even a 1K, I'm like, holy fuck. Just like today.
There's three holy grails: a market order, a limit order, and a stop order.
You could have a stop because if the warrior girl comes over, for her, I'll break out the stop ticket. I go, honey, I don't want you to feel uncomfortable tonight. Now, we'll be scalping with my favorite, my favorite music on, and I got a stop ticket waiting for you right here. Drag and drop. You can just scooch it right up 2 pips away because you don't want to put it 1 pip. That's too close. You might get trapped in a fake breakout. So put your buy stop a good 10 pips above. You'd be surprised, with a 300 pip stop, you might make money.
300
might.
Well, you make 50 pips. You make 50 pips risking 3. Did you ever see Ryan Brown where he had these baskets of orders and he's a contrarian like me, so he put
that's funny because
in martingale against the market. So being a contrarian, like you said, eventually they make so much fucking money. People go, I can't believe you're buying into that plunge, and then they make it all back.
I mean, risking 300 to make 50. That's I mean your efficiency is kind of low there. Your
it's like
return to risk,
shooting
your
apples.
Sharp ratio,
shooting apples off people's heads and trying not to hurt them. Yeah, so looks like we're gonna take a. Yeah.
If you're looking at different funds, or hedge funds, or whatever, a professional manager, you're looking at their statistics. If you see that, they have a low return, but their volatility is, let's say, maybe a third of that, or maybe even half, that's a good thing, because actually what you can do is you can buy that fund, but you can use leverage and get a higher return because he's more efficient than, let's say, another guy.
Yeah,
you know what I'm talking about?
Can you make options? Can you write options against mutual funds? Like if you're in this.
No. What you can do, though,
not like a covered option, because you in a sense have the derivative. You hold it, so they don't let you do that.
There's a company that a manager that we use, and they only do options. And one of the things they do is, if you have mutual funds in your portfolio, what they'll do is they'll kind of do like a regression and see how many S&P options, or they'll try to match it to an index basically, if you have mutual funds. Yeah, because you can't write options against mutual funds. That won't work.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe under the Biden regime we'll be able to do that. Maybe he'll just he'll surprise everybody, and he'll just go like, "Oh yeah." I mean, they got online gambling now, so I'm really worried about people because they're letting people stay home, locked down, getting money, and they've legalized gambling in a lot of states.
Also, the unemployment benefits are higher than some people's salaries, so they're just not even working.
Yeah, I mean, they can't get people to come in and do
right,
and it's just,
and we're going to have this big economic recovery, right? But no one's working. They're getting the unemployed. The benefit is higher than the salary.
I think it's going to be very strange because it's like, I guess it's a challenge for people to do nothing. It's not natural. It's their unnatural kind of talk about. People worried about the planet.
I've been working from home, and I got to go outside. It gets annoying as hell.
Yeah, I just don't. I mean, I don't know how people. I've been alone for years now, so for me, I've always been in lockdown. But I see a lot of people going, they're used to going to the restaurant.
You go and take a walk every now and then, right? You're not just.
Well, I guess so. I don't know. Hang from the ceiling like a bat. No, I go outside there and I'm like, when it's really cold. I don't know. I'm not a big fan, but it gets too cold out sometimes. But I guess I'm active in my mind. I do a lot of stuff indoors.
I mean, I'm the same way, but I have to, go out and take a walk every now and then, and
yeah, until I meet someone, but I'm like, oh, this is a terrible idea.
I don't know. I'm getting to the point where I'm almost thinking that I'm just going to end up like Pike with my head on a stick with monitors and just watch the world go by. Like the end of Soylent Green where he just watches the sunsets. And
you'll be like Pike in that wheelchair thing, where he beeps 1 for yes or 2 for
binary options. Yeah, binary option button. Binary options were the big rave about 10 years ago until they blew that up. And
yeah, I remember those. I never really looked
Talk
into
about
those.
being quick on the draw. If you think scalping's difficult, how about a decaying Forex option where you got your finger on the trigger?
You get 2 outcomes. You win or you lose.
I talked to a guy that made money doing that, but I think he was high strung to begin with. You got to be so like trigger happy and ready to go. You got to be on something to do it, I think.
I mean, I remember those, I think they were called Nadex options.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, Nadex, that's right.
Man, there was this thing called Curnex or something like that. Some guy wanted to promote some social trading thing where you copy people's trades. I'm like, dude, there's so much lag in that thing. And these people, everybody was jumping on that train. I
think that was a broker, Curnex. I've heard that name before.
Yeah.
I think that was either a broker or a platform.
Yeah, it was a platform, and it was a social, like, in other words, if some guy was really good at trading, you could copy his trades real time, and it's supposed to be just a few milliseconds after his execution. I always wondered, though.
Awesome. Just people you can bet against.
Yeah,
right.
Well, the thing I always wondered about, which is what you were talking about there, is just like, okay, so he's getting at the market. What makes you think your broker is going to be able to execute? If you're going to be like 5 seconds behind him, you might have slippage. You may not even have. If he's calling out the same stop, and you're going to get in, and you get in in a bad spread or whatever, you got to make that up. You got to make that up somehow. So, it's not easy. But hey, there's people that are just doing Forex for kicks, like weekly. There's a guy talking about, here's the weekly outlook, great. I mean, his opinion is as valid as anybody's, right?
There's so much noise. It's insane. I just ignore all of it.
I'm just amazed that the market's just, that was the one thing that Bill Williams said that was kind of astounding. If you come from the land of overbought, oversold, and stochastics and all that, he said that the market's never overbought or oversold. It's just the price it should be at that moment.
Right.
So accepting the way things are, not the way you want them to be, that's always a tough.
I got to wait for my MACD to, cross over and my 3 moving averages and then my
yeah. I think that it's a quaint thing to wait for that. Like that shows patience right there, I think. So, it's like the patience, it turns out to be just waiting for the fucking the goddamn candlestick to stop forming. I can even do that, honestly. That's why I just front run the market with limits, because I ain't got time for that shit. Like, I'm buying at the market every half hour drops with limits in front of it. And, well, you know what? Don't overfill it, I mean, if you're planning on trading 100K as your max, it's okay if they fill you on 70K. Like, you have to have some type of buffer. I don't know how, because otherwise, if you're in a race car track, right, with the haystacks on the corners, you don't have, like, the perfect amount of haystacks in that corner. I put extra in, because what the fuck, right? And if they blow out a few tickets, I'm like, okay, dude, that's just how it is, I'm actually, so preparing for the spike, and if you know that you're used to trading a half-hour spike, or you see the market crashing through the floor, it just took out the low of the previous day, and you're like, holy shit, and here comes Asia, and they're stop hunting people right now, so I'm buying that plunge on limits right now, and at the end of half hour, I'm just going to pull the trigger, and I'm actually going against my feeling. Every time I buy here, I feel like Dude, it's in a downtrend. I mean, and this is the argument from
You're basically
most
buying
normal
from
people.
the breakout traders who are shorting it.
Yeah, I mean, the people that are saying, oh, it's breaking down in Asia. It's going to keep tanking. It was down today. It's bearish. Sell. I'm buying right here on limits, and I'm going to pull the trigger at the end of, at 9:30. I'm just going to buy. And then, so I'm allowing about 20% of my account to go to market orders. And if I get kind of pissed off, like say this thing rips down right now, and I'm like, you fuckers, I will buy more. So I have a little bit of anger capital too, because I don't think you can ever, those are some of the best trades when you're like, really? Like today when that went down again, another leg, I was like, oh, really? So we're going below the round number. We went 20 pips below here, almost a clean 20, you know? I fucking pulled the trigger like a motherfucker right here, dude, because we come back to the floor. I'm like, fuck that shit. So I made these other 10 pips. And like tonight, I'm like, I'm holding from earlier today. And I just
and you're using 1Ks, so yeah, you have enough liquidity to span the whole chart.
Like, I'm not trying to make $1 million. I'm in 150K. I'm not trying to make $1 million, but I could peel off the 30K off the floor there, right? I could peel the 30K, and if I want to add right here, I've got enough. Like, so I'm trading around the market. Now, if you were still holding short from earlier today, the spike where they trapped everybody on that break out of that 12-hour rooftop there, all you had to do is pull the trigger every half hour it is above there. There's 2 trades to get in on the half hour. Sell while you're locked above that, or you're short on limits in a 10-pip window. Now, when that thing comes raping back through the floor and engulfs the whole day, engulfs Asia, order blocks, whatever, and you held that for another fucking, that's like fucking 80, that's like 60 pips, dude, in like 4 hours, right? If I go to the 4-hour chart, you're like, wow, that's so wick to wick. You know, if you go to the 4-hour chart, what kind of shocks your brain a little bit? Let me zoom in. So look at the 4-hour chart. You're like, that's the trade? Yeah, that's the trade on the 4 hours. So all you did was put your fucking stuff to capture the wick on the 4-hour. It comes back and golfs. That's the trade. I know it's hard to believe. It's so stupid. Look at this fucking hammer. So I'm trading the tail of that wick on the 4-hour hammer. And if you hold that trade, actually, after that hammer's done, you got to ask yourself, is that thing going to break out into that yellow box again? That's the only thing you need to answer. And I'm thinking it could. So I get out there, right? I go flat there because I don't know what the fuck's going to happen. And I'm not a breakout trader. So then I put all my buy limits in the yellow block boxes below. The market goes smashing down, retraces, dead cat bounce into the floor. Everybody gets out right on that wick tip. And so that's just, the 4-hour makes sense because tops become bottoms on wicks, but they don't, so the narrative or the story on the half hour is a different story. I'm trying to move this box. It's just not going to work, is it? So I'm too zoomed in. I got to go to the time frame I drew the box on, apparently. Just trying to get rid of all this. But anyways, that's the 1-hour chart. So we're breaking down here at the end of the hour or half hour. I just pull the trigger there, or they're coming into my limits. So you only have that one hanging man there on the hourly. If you go to the 1-hour chart, so you get that trap up there, 2 trigger pulls on the hour, and then 1 hour shear down, another hour down. And I'm like, holy shit. And it actually comes back, closes into the floor, and then rips down one more price pull. So now down again now.
Have you memorized all of the 100 candle patterns? Or
no, but I say the ones that stand out to me are like a totally shaved candle where it's just one way, or a doji. To me, there's only 2 candles: a doji or it's screaming. It either just went nuts,
right,
or it's dead. I'm not gonna judge like whether it's an abandoned baby or it's gonna be a tweezer bottom,
a shooting star, or
yeah.
I think the first day I tried Forex and I was on that stupid baby pips school garbage everyone advises you to do, which is really terrible. They have all those patterns. And I was like, oh, there's got to be something. This is stupid as hell. I'm not doing this astrology bullshit. This can't be a real thing.
Oh God, the astrology stuff. That's when we lost the connection last time. We were talking about the guys that trade like moon
Dipper.
patterns. Well, I only trade. I have different girls come over with different signs. They have different astrology, and they help me scalp. And they're like, "Yeah,
Pisces,
we're here to help you because we know that how you need to have like the institutional trading." So some guy did a video. I remember talking about guys predicting. He says, "Oh, the path is clear for the euro to go to some ungodly number up here." Well, the path's not clear at all. I mean, it was very bullish here. There was this section here where the market was just ready to just go nuts. And it just fizzled. It always seems so promising when all your trend lines, all your indicators all line up and catch up. You're like, man, this is going to be a great trade, and then it just fizzles. Like that didn't work out.
Another thing that people think the institutions have the crystal ball, and they just have opinions just like everyone else. I mean, I've been unpacking this portfolio here, and this person has like 60 to 70 positions, and they're just a bunch of mutual funds, and it's pretty random.
A little this,
but he came from an investment bank.
Yeah, he wears a suit. He works at a building that's several stories tall. He's got to know something. Right?
And this portfolio, it's basically just the S&P. There's like 60 positions in here, and they're all ETFs and mutual funds. I mean, it's see what's happening. What they're doing in here, and what they do here is they have the investment bank has deals with all these fund managers, and they're paying to basically put these in people in clients' portfolios. They get their little pound of flesh from that, and so you end up with these portfolios with like 60 different funds in them, and the return is just nothing. It's way over diversified.
Oh, so it's just a wash. I mean, you're not really making or losing money. You're just kind of in stuff that's
there's so much
like
crap in here.
bucking against the other instruments, so it's really not.
Right.
Any headway.
They're just canceling each. I mean, it's over diversified when you have a portfolio like this.
And then with it, you just kind of I guess you're kind of churning the account in a sense. You're just going to get spreads killing you.
But the investment bank gets their management fee, and then all these fund companies get a percentage of that fee. So, but the person who loses in the end is the client.
Yeah, it's tough, but it's fancy. The brochures are amazing.
Oh yeah,
sure.
it's
as long as a brochure, and it's got to have you got a hot receptionist, right? Because that's another key.
It's fancy. It looks, they have PowerPoints.
You're totally revealing the big secrets here. You're gonna get the stream.
Yeah, I know. But I mean, you got to have another
you are
thing.
Pulling back the curtain right here.
Another thing you kind of want to have, and this is kind of a trick that we use, is scented candles. Like this kind of really nice high-end kind of what was that store that they used to have in the mall? It was something and something.
Indicator?
Something and something.
A Yankee candle store.
Yeah. Or it was like not Lloyd's of London, but it was some kind of name like that, and it was just always flowery, high-end British toiletry stuff. But they send you the catalog. It's like Omaha Steaks, the Oracle of Omaha. You have those steaks, right? They send you a dry ice. They send you this premium cow.
I had a for lunch yesterday. I had a triple steak burger.
Oh God!
From Steak and Shake. Those are actually pretty good.
Did you think about me and my dad when I was driving the boat up in the Great Lakes and my Cuban sandwich too? No.
I know what you're talking about.
I mean,
I forgot that guy's name. It was like something.
Yeah, he was the.
I forgot.
He went in a naked option against natural gas, and it spiked up. He was hit by a rogue wave. He was a casualty of a rogue wave.
Yeah, the rogue wave. That's right.
That's rough. That's that. I mean, it's it's funny, but it's not. But he really should have gave up his Rolex and some type of at least a
and that guy was a professional.
Signal.
That guy was a hedge fund manager.
He wrote a book.
What I remember, and he wasn't even managing risk correctly. I mean, that's insane.
Yeah, but the cutest part of it was when he said that he would have a glass of wine and he would keep his eye on the market, and he was watching for rogue waves as if he could stop it. I mean, that's harebrained on its face, isn't it? It'd be like this warrior trader girl or this mindful warrior. She's got like no stops on the British pound. It's only 5K, but she's just.
I mean,
no rogue waves coming.
That whole rogue wave thing. I mean, those clients, they ended up, if I remember correctly, they ended up owing money in their accounts because of the leverage.
Right, because of there was actually a discrepancy. Real margin call.
I mean, can you
like a fake
that?
margin call on one of these demos or one of these real money Forex.
You lose all your clients' money, and then you go back and tell them, oh, you actually owe another, 20, 50 grand. Can you believe that? I mean, that's just insane.
Well, then you got to have better sauce on your Cuban sandwich because you're going to lose clients. If you don't have like that high end, barbecued, glazed, caramelized, Kentucky bourbon sauce.
I mean, I wonder if he has his I don't know if he has a 7, his FINRA registration or not, but I would think like he wouldn't be able to manage money professionally after that. I mean, that's like absolutely
it's like
insane.
a drunk driving ticket, I think, if you're like a chauffeur. If you're a chauffeur, he's like, hey, listen, at least you got here. I know your arm's broke. Well, shut the fuck up. What, I look like a real chauffeur? So I drink a little. At least I'm relaxed when I hit the tree. Look, I'm okay. Look at you, Cuban sandwich. I'll think of you every time I'm at the ballpark. I'll think about you.
Naked options on natural gas. That's unhedged. I mean, he wasn't hedged in any way.
I'm surprised he didn't say every time I hit the shore with my dad's boat, I'll think of you. I was gonna always steer the ship straight. He's like, why not just become a recluse now? Why not just go for it? And then he did open another fund. He reopened it, and the thing I
can't believe he. Oh, really? I didn't.
Yeah, because he said somebody said he actually kind of like there was that one guy, and I felt bad for that guy because I was that guy once. That he says, oh, that one guy, we had a nickname for you and everything. Like you are our biggest sucker. Invested the most.
Yeah, I mean
we had a nickname for you.
Who would invest with him after that? I mean, oh God, that's just. Yeah, I mean that guy went to the high stakes and then was unhedged. Yeah, I wouldn't touch him with a 50-foot pole.
Yeah, no. The Bloomberg terminal? Yeah, I don't know. I'm not trading.
I've used a Bloomberg terminal before, not to trade, but it's definitely overhyped. People think like it's mostly for research, is what it is.
You can go to the Chicago Board of Trade and do some bizarre research. You ever seen the SKU index? I was always fascinated by the SKU index. Yeah. And I was looking at that thing going, look at this shit. So I used to do all these kind of like, try to correlate the market to things. And man, I looked at that thing and go, that is really interesting how that is. Because the market is distorted. It's very distorted. People try to make such sense out of it, They work so hard at trying to make sense out of it.
Well, and that SKU, what that is that's actually what makes it possible for you to make money writing options, because people overpay when they buy options.
Oh.
So the skew is positive.
The delta, you're seeing the decay window.
But when you have something like the COVID crash, that's if you're not managing your risk properly, selling options, that's when you get wiped out from something like that.
Yeah, that's not that one. It's almost like an act of God, kind of once in a lifetime. It's like when insurance companies go bankrupt. They're like, oh, can't handle that one. It's gonna take us down.
Right. It's a
too
similar
rich for our blood.
concept.
It's too heavy duty of a move.
I mean, there are a few hedge funds that blew up after that were writing options.
Wow. Yeah, it's like the mad cow thing and all that. Those crazy stuff. Soybeans.
It's kind of like you're picking up. There's a phrase. It's picking up pennies in front of a steamroller.
Yeah.
When you're selling options.
Wow. No, that's tough. That is a tough move. I mean, that market is just, that was the wildest market is bond market options. I had some, and I mean, they rarely traded, and when they did, they just go in chunks. Like the next tick is like $1,000 more. There's no fine increments. It's not a fifth decimal like Forex. It's like boom. The next quote is like ridiculous. You're like, wow. And I was like, I'm just going to get out. I got out a little early because I was astounded how much money I made, so I just got out too early. Of course, we always think we got out too early, right? If we didn't hold the whole trade,
I mean, I think everybody thinks they get out too early and then.
Or get in too late, or I get in too early. I'd say I get in too early, so I know I get in too early, right? So I kind of train myself with these fail safes, a little bit of fail safe, So the limit entry to me, I'm so eager. I can see the move coming. I'm like, yeah, this is bullshit sell off, So I can't trade at the market that much. It's kind of rare. I guess I treat myself to the fact that if I think we're in the auction window right here on this euro, right? If I didn't get filled on my limits here, I'd buy at the market, just on the fact that you're coming into Wednesday and it's almost it's just after 9:30. And so we're starting Asia, and if we're gonna take out Asia's high now on the way to London, then I'll be cashing out up into this above this double yellow line. But that's my trade. I just don't want to I want a high probability trade and kind of a natural kind of move of the market. Like it's the end of the day, it's Asia, we're chopping around here.
You got to be COVID ready. You got to be COVID ready.
Yeah, I think so. And of course, if you are running stops and everything with targets and everything, you'll actually make money. So I've made money like when my targets were shallow and I go, fuck, I'm glad I'm out of that fucking trade. Dude, when you have these 10, 20, 30 pip targets, which don't sound like they're not greedy, right? You'd be surprised how you want to get out of that trade and just be done, because you could just get into another trade again. So I want to be a trade. I don't want to be an investor, but I think the long view people take, look at the weeklies. Look at this thing. Is it an uptrend? I think we should look for a buy and a pullback. I'm like, well, okay. How is this going to be 8 hours? We waiting for the pullback or 8 days? Like that's really I think this is where people miss the whole point is like,
well, here's
how long
question.
do you want to be in this trade?
Here's a question. If, if you want to be, technically, shouldn't you just be in the market at all times and just,
yeah,
when it goes up, just scale out and then, when it comes back down, but why even be flat at all?
Being a hedge, you could actually put on a hedge in Asia and just take off the winning leg. And when it retraces, of course, now you have to say, well, fuck, how am I going to unload the other leg? Or you do the old dumb shit, bracket it with buy stops, sell stops, wait for it to trigger some strategy you have.
I mean, it's just kind of it's just kind of a philosophical, question. It's like, let's see.
Well, I mean,
it's like theoretically, shouldn't you want to be, in the market at all times? I guess is
well, yeah, it would certainly the fear of missing out's gone. I think the size you're in is the only issue there. So if you get into, like, say you just put a 5K on and you're dumb enough to get all 5K at the same price, right? But imagine every hour the market dropped, every time it dropped 40 pips an hour. So if the euro drops 40 pips in an hour, which is pretty astounding, it's probably some heavy duty news. Well, buy with a 40 pip stop. If it drops 20, buy with a 20 pip stop. I mean, just as a crude trade plan. And if it doesn't drop more than 10 pips, just don't fucking buy it. Now, at the end of the day, you'll probably be long on some fucking swing trade in some regard, right? In the crudest sense. And then at that point, you could determine, well, looks like it retraced enough for as far as I'm concerned. Get the fuck out. Now, that's the crudest kind of starting place to think about trading at the market, which is you kind of have to be waiting for some criteria to happen, whether it's your moving average or whatever. And then the other approach is to say, well, I'm not here. If a tree falls and the forest doesn't make a sound, do I have to be here to fucking see it? No, I'll put a limit order in. And if I wake up and find myself in a position, now what do I do? Do I cash out? Now, if you're up on the trade, you could cash out and go, I'm half asleep. I don't know what the fuck's going on, but I just made money. Go back to sleep. What is wrong with that trade? Well, that trade's considered to be like a you're just throwing shit on the wall and hope it sticks. So, and there's a problem with that? Like, who the fuck's not doing that in business? You think people are designing the most ultimate, this song's going to be a hit song. You don't fucking know. You don't know if it's
better to use a shotgun than a rifle.
Yeah, I mean, you could just airdrop a USB of the song, of porn you just made and go, dude, you got to check this shit out. I just airdrop the fucking shit. I mean, if you can have your votes on there, I can have porn on there. And just do airdrop, and this is the new movie I'm working on called.
You got some Dominion votes on your flash drive?
Debbie Does Dominion. It's called. How about Dominion porn? I mean, they get to break out because they're going to get sued by the pillow guys, so they're going to be up a creek.
You're sued by what's the name of that one?
The Patriot girl.
I forget.
God, I'll tell you, dude, I got goosebumps. The day she stuck, her and Giuliani walk out, and she, in this quivering voice, this Patriot girl, I can't remember her name, Sydney something, and she's just like, this is the same shit that Hugo Chavez used. I'm like, this is gold. I was like, man, look at it. And Giuliani's sweating like a pig. I'm like, this is real shit. That's as real as that guy with the shotgun was talking about to the head. Like, this is as real as it gets. This isn't any fucking. I mean, is real.
There's a video. I forgot which one, but you were talking about, like, a woman will scratch you to death, and a guy will just blow your head off with a shotgun.
Oh yeah, I suppose right. Or just nag you to death. He's dead. They can take the garbage out. I had this one. You asked me one more time, bitch. I'm going to put the garbage down your throat, okay? No, take the garbage out. I'm working on it, okay?
Oh, it doesn't start with, are you going to take the garbage out? It starts with, are you doing anything right now?
Oh, really?
Yeah, right.
Oh, yeah.
That's right. That's like the trigger.
No, what are you thinking? Or
are you doing anything right now? Well, then
so I don't know.
Take the garbage out.
But this must be just a classic thing where, of course, I spent a lot of hours with the girl with her arms folded, and I say, "What's the matter?" She goes, she won't divulge what was the matter. If you don't know, you don't know. I'm like, no, you'd have to tell me. I'm dumb. I'm a guy. You got to tell me. Well, if you don't know, I'm not going to tell you.
You ever watch Patrice O'Neal?
Yes, I have quite often.
There's that one where he's talking about where he makes his girlfriend tell him the end of the story first. Yeah.
Yes, I like that. But I need to know the end of this story before I invest any more time into this shit, into this, because you can't tell stories worth a damn. So tell me first, and he goes, someone got shot at work today. And he goes, all right, tell me the story.
Yeah, get the punchline up front, huh? That's like can't wait for it.
Yeah, he makes.
Well,
her give him the
otherwise you're
punchline
waiting
first.
around for an hour.
Yeah.
You know, nothing
No, that's
happens.
brutal.
It's a great bit.
No, it's tough. I don't know how people
Yeah,
do it.
that guy was a genius. I mean,
He was. He really was.
Brilliant.
Like, so really, I'm a real YouTube watcher, you know, and so I pay attention to their algorithm. They keep fucking with it, right? And I noticed right after this whole thing simmered down, you know, and we accepted the fact that we've got this completely brain dead administration, and everybody accepted it. Comedy came back onto my YouTube algorithm. Hey, you want to see some comedy? All of a sudden, comedy's okay. Dr. Seuss isn't, but comedy's okay now. I couldn't believe it. I'm seeing all these things come up. I'm like, oh my God, look at this.
I guess nobody wants that green eggs and ham.
God, I don't know. And I thought that's why they were banning it, because of the salmonella. The issues with the green eggs and ham, I mean, there's something wrong there, right? And the kids are trying to emulate it.
It's like they've never heard of the Streisand effect. I bet Dr. Seuss books were flying off the shelves the moment they tried to ban it.
How about Fritz the cat? Are they going to ban Fritz the cat next? The guy that was fucking the people on the couch and stuff?
Ban Garfield, ban Calvin and Hobbes.
Well, how about the Freak Brothers? You know, that guy, Fabulous Freak Brothers? The Keep on Trucking guy artist with the glasses. Can't remember his name. No, the people like Hunter Thompson, all those people. That guy, if he was alive right now, they'd ban him probably. I don't know. They kind of embrace, like, if it's really naughty, they embrace it. But then, of course, if it's old school, that's bad. I don't know. Caligula is a kind of a rough movie. I don't think they banned that yet. You ever seen that?
What, Caligula?
Yeah. Isn't that kind of nasty?
Yeah, I mean...
In the day it was.
We haven't quite moved into the banning movie stage just yet.
Gosh,
right.
What's next? Well, Gone with the Wind, I think they put a damper on that. Or at least they had a parental warning or something, or like a heads up.
You guys ever see those those propaganda cartoons from Walt Disney? They're hilarious.
Yeah. Well, how about the famous one with the silent movie guy who was doing Hitler?
Oh yeah, Charlie Chaplin.
Yeah, gosh, and it's the most. Dude, this is filmed in high grain. I mean, it was state of the art, like high def. You ever seen that black and white? It's like Panaflex. It's like this, like 50 ASA film. No, techno black and white, like as good as Hitchcock or all those really high res films back then. I know the film stuff is amazing. Dr. Suss. Yeah, Dr. Seuss gets under your skin. Yeah, green eggs and Forex.
That's the name of my new YouTube channel. I think
you can't even say green eggs anymore. That trips the robot right there.
I'm gonna make that my YouTube channel, Green Eggs and Forex.
How dare you? All women are queens. Who's H.A.? H.A. looks like he looks like Alfred E. Newman or something. What is it? I can't really. My monitor needs to be bigger. How do you get to look? I guess I would go. I haven't done this lately. Go to somebody's channel to see what they're.
Well, here's the secret to winning in the markets. All you have to do is when you start going red, you just turn your monitor upside down.
Yeah, and if you want to make $1 million, start with 2 million. Right?
That's the secret, and then you're not going down anymore.
Yeah, you look at it as a hobby. How do I get to his? I know there's a thing where you can go to somebody's.
I think you just click on the username, or open it in another tab or something.
Yeah, I probably have my screen too.
You used to be able to. All of a sudden, I can't now. But they changed it again overnight.
Oh, you mean where you could just hit on I am nobody.
Oh, I guess you gotta type it in now. You gotta do some
Cornwallis.
Yeah, of course you do.
HA is toxic as hell. Yeah, so toxicity, isn't that what people are after though? That's the alcohol is like that.
I mean, I'm drinking Jaeger right now. It's pretty good. You ever have Jägermeister?
Oh God, yeah. No, I've heard stories about it. It's sweet, isn't it? Is it like a syrupy?
A little bit. It's not
German?
too sweet, but it's like an after dinner drink. It's
Does
really
it
good.
does it make you listen to death metal? Doesn't it have like a
No, it's not strong like that, but it's just something to sip on.
Jägermeister? Sounds German. Once
It
Jägermeister.
is. You mix a little bit of that with coffee. It's pretty good.
Sauerkraut on that. Cornwallis. Is that your name, Cornwallis? John Barley Corn. Jaeger is gray for vocalist. Really? Oh, does it help you sing like IU singer? Is that what your Eurodollars? You were a singer before you were a trader?
No.
Does it make you yodel or something? Or what Jaeger will make you just kind of like break out and yodeling?
That reminds me that first stream I was on, you thought I sound like Norm Macdonald.
Yeah, right. Yeah, you were doing your hey, yeah. Well, here.
But you sound like Norm Macdonald.
Man, that guy is so funny. I'm telling you, he's so real. Did you ever hear the story? But he said that he's a gambler, and he made a bunch of money, and he had this relationship with money, which when you win and lose a bunch of money, you kind of get numb. And he went out to the ocean. He just threw the money out in the fucking ocean. He was so frustrated. He goes, yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, he goes, yeah. He confessed that in some interview with, I think, the guy from California who's the builder, comedian, the biggest podcast in the world.
Oh, Rogan?
No, tall, curly-haired guy. God, he was with Dr. Drew. Dr. Drew and him had a show. Adam Carolla.
Oh,
yeah, he kind of opened up to Adam Carolla.
You're talking about the Man Show, right?
Yeah. Yeah, because I used to listen to night. Was it Dateline and stuff? And so people called Dr. Drew up, and it was the relationship problems, And
I think you're talking about Loveline.
Yeah, Loveline.
That's what you're talking about.
And you could hear this beep in the background, and then Carolla go, "Wait for it," and he go, "Your battery's dying on your smoke alarm," And the girl didn't hear it. The girl could not hear it. He had two smoke alarms chirping in the background. And he goes, "Wait for it. It's coming right there."
God, that. I mean, you just get too lazy to change the battery, and you just kind of put up with it. You just deal with forever.
It. It just keeps chirping, and there's just enough battery juice to chirp too. It's amazing.
Well, I mean, the thing is, it probably has. I bet the regulation is that maybe the battery dips to like 2/3 or a half,
right?
And then
it goes into survival mode for 3 months like that.
Yeah, it's got enough to chirp for a year, probably.
Yeah, it's like a signal service. How about if you had your Forex hooked to the smoke detector to let you know a trade was coming up? There's this guy from Britain. We used to joke around that because we're talking about having indicators that would have shock-like treatment, right? So you'd have like sensors on you. If you miss a trade, it would zap you or zap you awake.
Put like electrodes on.
Yeah, maybe a little, something in a body cavity or something, for instance. Really get your attention. Oh, gotta take this trade. So yeah, I gotta jump on that. I gotta jump in the market. No, it's pretty tough. But yeah, so it's a real weird landscape now. With everything that's going on, I just really do wonder when people are going to get burned in Bitcoin and just get totally trashed and be like, the horror stories will be on TV. I bought it like 70,000. They said it was good, and they'll be suing the brokerage firms. And of course, it seems like everybody's.
Do you think Kamala Harris wants to, peg Grandpa Joe?
Oh God, you mean she wants to be the next president?
And I'm just referencing the comment from AJ. It's a funny
you mean
one.
like you mean like
I think he meant literally peg him.
wow.
Strap
Oh wow. Really?
on.
Wow. Well, that's one way to go, right? Because he could hemorrhage, and then she could be the president. Yeah, she could.
I mean, that's what the party wants
door.
anyway.
Take
That's
take him to
that's
a
what
whole
they
new
want.
level. Well, it could.
No, I don't think they want her. I think they like having Joe.
Gosh,
I
tell
think
you,
what
man.
the party wants is to have a puppet like Joe every time, and then the party just kind of runs shit and tells, the puppet president to do whatever.
It's perfect. It's like having Grandpa.
Yeah,
Did you ever
yeah.
see Petticoat Junction? It's like Grandpa at the Petticoat Junction. He just kind of just takes it all in. And the fact that that what it is that here's how Americans think. They think kind of like most people, right? They want to have a relic. They want to have something from the past, and he was the vice president. They just love the idea of like, okay, it's not a Les Paul, but it's an Epiphone. Okay, it's like a Les Paul. It's like a Gibson, but it's an Epiphone. Okay, Epiphone was around when Gibson. It's a guitar. Okay, they like that kind of feeling of safety. Hey, listen, it's not the like no matter how fucked up an actor is, if he comes back to the screen, right? They're behind him. I mean, look at Marion Barry. Talk about a guy that's fucked his career up. Marion Barry was re-elected after getting caught doing cocaine.
I was thinking Biden was more like, that movie Reanimator.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's what he is. He like, he's the guy, he like takes his head off, he's that old guy.
Yeah. No, he's definitely got the most it's so strange. It's just it reminds me of a Twilight Zone episode, more like a Night Gallery episode. Like anything could happen. But look,
I mean, it's definitely a Twilight Zone. Yeah, it's definitely
the most awkward thing I've seen so far is have you seen that one where he's opening a hardware store, and all of a sudden the reporters start hitting him with questions and he's befuddled and he's just looking to the right, to the left. He doesn't know what to do. And they're saying, hey, they're telling the news reporters, hey, it's over. You're done. You can't talk to him. Just trying to protect him from people. I mean, Trump would be standing right. Trump would get off the plane and put his hand right up and go, you're fake. Fuck you. You. Fuck you.
You go, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck
fake
you.
news. You're fake news.
My favorite Trump moment was when he was on stage, and that reporter from CNN started to give him a hard time, and he wouldn't sit the fuck down, and and Trump's pacing like he's gonna beat his ass. That was like the best fucking. I was like, this is hilarious. He's like, you want a piece of me? Oh, you want? It's gonna be like that, huh? Oh, so funny. He's like, no, you sit down. No, you shut up now.
You're fake news. I'll talk to this guy.
Zip it, fucker. You're so fake. You're making me sick. Next.
That's where the meme came from.
So they said that his phone call to Russia was like he was a gangster. I wish he would have gone full retard gangster and go, hey, you over there. You fuck off. You over here. And you come over here. He should have just gone full gangster, and people like, oh, fuck, look at him. He's not even dog whistling no more. He's going full gangster.
I want him to be like those, like the guys in the prisoners in the old Scared Straight stuff. I don't know if you've ever seen this.
Yeah.
I want him to like go up to a reporter and be like, bitch, come here. Put your hand in my pocket and stay there.
Yeah, we're gonna get super real right now, you and me.
You're gonna walk with me while on the stage.
Oh,
You're just gonna stand there.
Yeah, I tell you, and I don't know, man. I mean, we grew up with the brothers with the elevator shoes and the bell bottoms and the fucking polyester suits. Yeah. We love that shit. I even bought that kind of clothing. I was in this band and I went down to this place called Louis the Hatter. And the brothers, were there. I go in, dude, pinstripe vest. These are like $70 for the whole suit. It's got a vest, it's got a top, it's got this and that. The only thing that was missing was tails, and it's just so extravagant, And that's where you went, There's no because the white guy stores are just like the most fucking, plaid. I mean, just stuff, just no
like
pinstripes.
John Deere.
Yeah, just kind of like like Carhartt, like you're wedding, getting married in Carhartt. Yeah, and I'm gonna wear my overalls in my waders. I go fishing in. We're gonna get married. See,
that's where I would have been shopping at.
But see, that's the thing. There's that Trump had all these fucking get her done guys going. Yeah, fuck them goddamn taxes. Fuck that shit. And now we just went back to fucking sophisticated stupidity. We're back to like. Institutional imbeciles. They want to infantilize us, you gotta make sure. See if you can pull out. Can I go outside and play? Well, I don't know. I have to check with Mr. Biden. The
insidious thing is,
you have your 20 masks on.
People want to be infantilized.
And a butt
That's
plug.
The sad thing.
Yeah, no, there's that shelter in place, Well, I mean, this Corona couldn't be a better fit for shelter in place. Stop, drop, and roll.
And the funny thing is, like, I mean, people love it. The whole, like, those leftists. I mean, they love the Corona thing. I mean, they're just giddy about it. Wearing the mask.
They love being victims, and it's like it's the ultimate victimization. We have a victim culture now, and this is something that we will never go away. So you can be a victim forever. You always have something to be afraid of. They love being afraid of something.
Well, it's funny because they had to have the touchstone as 9/11. There's more people died than 9/11. Then now more people have died than every war on the planet. Like, what's next? I mean, you're just counting, dude. This is the same amount of dead people. Only 6% of the people died from Corona.
Bubonic plague.
There's no flu. There's no cancer. Oh wait, there's something wrong with the math. I mean, how seriously? If anybody dives into that, of course, now if you talk to my parents, you know what they're gonna say? Wait a minute. Who told you that? I mean, they never heard this shit. I mean, this is the sad thing. My parents watch CNN religiously. I mean, for them, That's the news.
I have
That's
some
the
relatives
news,
that they have it on, in the background, just running all day and all night.
And the ticker tape's got bullshit in it. I mean, the latest bullshit is that he was telling these guys, "Hey, you want to be a humanitarian? You want to win the Nobel Peace Prize? Find me fraud over in Georgia." He never said that. But that's
I know. I saw that story that came out. All of a sudden, they're like, "Oh, by the way, we got to do a retraction." That happened. And next story, we're not going to talk about that part where we lied completely.
He was peeing on. He was peeing on Dr. Seuss books. That'll be the next story. How about just combine all the bad stories together in one big fucking ridiculous story? Of course,
and there was the thing with the royal, Prince Harry and
I never got that, but apparently this girl's apparently black, and I looked at her and I go, I guess I could see that, but I just thought she was hot. I just thought, well, honestly, I thought I'd have sex with her eyebrows. Her eyebrows are cute. I thought, well, she looks really good, and then I go, yeah, I guess anybody's black if you really stretch it. Like if you really, okay, well, but
she's dark enough that she can cry racist whenever she wants. But,
right. I thought maybe she was
for that white people like her.
I thought she was French Italian, but if you're Italian, you're black to me. I mean, you're already, as soon as you got a tan, dude. If you're Mexican, you're black. I'm sorry. If you got a tan,
she was just an actress on some show, right?
Look, unless you're Johnny Winter or Edgar Winter, unless you're an albino, you're fucking, you're dark.
Canada. I got Sicilian in me.
Oh, really?
I guess I mean, I'm not that dark, but
do you still
when
have
I
your
go out
hair?
in the sun, I get a nice.
See,
tan.
if you got your hair when you're 50, you got hair privilege right there. See, all the bald guys should get reparations from you. And that just it's just.
I found out like a couple weeks ago. I'm like, I got like 6% Native American in me. I'm about to go up to that Cherokee casino in North Carolina.
Oh, really?
And be like, where's my cut?
Yeah, son? No shit, man. Hey, you could do like a 500% loan too while you're at it.
I mean, that's what Elizabeth Warren, her whole thing was. She was like saying she was .something% Native American or something like. She's like white. She's like white as paper.
Yeah, she had her test came in and it was like .001.
I know. She looks like a Wisconsin hockey mom, and she's up there with a goddamn headdress on like a goofball.
And then she just eats cheese, and
But isn't it funny? The sanitization's been going on for 2 years now. It started off with you can't have like the Tommy Hawk. You can't have any sports teams that have a hint of ethnicity or any kind of history. And then they just kept that. And then they tore the statues down. Then they burned the cities. I'm like, okay, you've almost got it. Well, I'm glad they got the Dr. Seuss because I thought, dude, you're leaving a lot of shit untouched here, like Dr. Seuss.
What about Disney? What about about Disney?
Yeah, Disney, and I mean, think about the Little Mermaid. I mean, that's like child abuse right there. The Little Mermaid. I mean, maybe an adult mermaid.
Aladdin. Aladdin. That's racist.
Yeah. Oh my God! I mean, how about Beauty and the Beast? Wasn't there a Beauty and the Beast? I mean, what do ugly chicks think of that?
Or what was that one? The glass slippers one.
Oh yeah,
Cinderella.
Yeah, Cinderella. I mean, it's a racist towards the ugly sisters.
Oh, I thought it was a cut against really fat women that couldn't fit in tight shoes. Like I thought. They
were overweight. They couldn't fit in the.
Yeah. I thought it was a real slight to, because if they just lost some weight, they could have said, "I fit in those. Let's go fuck."
But they were also bitches though too. So I mean,
they're kind of
wasn't just weight.
Raunchy.
Well, the next thing is they'll ban the endless reruns of Married with Children because every episode is. Oh, they've been replaying for 50 years now because every episode is him making fun of fat women.
We had a shoe store.
We had a lady down the street that this blonde-haired lady, this rich lady down the street here that actually sued the TV show over that. That's just so chauvinistic and I'm like, wow, they're probably gonna have fucking make more money than you've ever seen now because a lot of people didn't even know about how naughty, and they tuned in just to see Al put his hand in his pants and.
Mm-hmm.
I like there's that phrase that he used in the show that's become kind of a meme. It's like something like, "Don't try to understand women. Women do, and they hate each other." You ever see that one?
No. I mean, he definitely had a time with those shoes with some bruiser lady'd come in there, and he's like, "Oh, I gotta try her shoes on." Oh.
I always thought, like, I wonder what the casting call for this, like, because they'd have like, was the casting like when they would do the casting for that, like, all right, we need a 400-pound heifer for this scene.
Yeah, that must have been rugged out from the, what do they call that?
I guess they got paid enough. I mean, otherwise, yeah. I mean,
I don't know. I'm sure I can believe it now in this era. There's going to be like some fat actress from the 80s or 90s that's like going to come back like now and try to sue like an old show she was on because they hired her because she was fat, and therefore that was like somehow it traumatized her somehow that they casted her as a fat girl.
Yeah, she's living on Twinkies.
Reparations.
She needs fat reparations for the job she has because she was fat. Then she'll make up a story and be like, and then the directors told me to oink for them.
Now look at what's this chart here. See, there's a nice quiet market down there, and then you get that nice breakout.
Yeah, I mean, I cannot believe now. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 months straight up in Bitcoin. This is unsustainable. I'm so sorry. I mean, I don't see how people are buying here. I really don't. I just can't believe it. I just think you gotta be dreaming.
I believe that's called a cup and handle.
Oh, right. I always wondered.
Cup and handle.
Yeah, and I thought the cup and handle. I want to buy the saucer. When I want that pattern, I want to get on the saucer, please.
Yeah, the cup is the quiet. When the market's quiet, that's the cup part.
I call that the morning wood pattern.
Wow. Yeah. This is what is it? That Schumer guy said. The erection. Trump's erection. Yeah, see, I just crashed the platform there. God, that didn't take
You know, Microsoft released this update not too long ago that when you try to print, there's like certain brands of printers, the computer just goes to blue screen and crashes.
Oh God! So it's
people
all the
been undoing
now?
this uninstalling this latest update.
Yeah, I just did an update on here, and I'm now I'm missing my scroll colors. So
they always fuck something up. It's really gone downhill with.
Well, that's why you got to pirate the LTSC version of Windows.
What's that?
That's like it's like an enterprise version of Windows 10 that's like only on ATMs and stuff. They don't want
RT one.
It's missing all the garbage features that you hate, and it's only got like it's very bare bones. But
is that the RT one?
No, it's called Windows 10 LTSC. Look it up, and it's like they don't sell it to normal people. They only sell it in bulk to like corporations and stuff like that.
Wow!
But that's not professional. That's not professional.
But I steal it anyways. I don't give a shit. I'm totally gonna get your stream shut down now.
Is it $200? So it's $200 if you want to buy it.
I have Windows Professional, but I guess that's a totally different thing, right?
Yeah, it's Windows 10, but without all the garbage on it. Is what it is. Like there's no Cortana, there's no Xbox store.
Wow. And I always try to uninstall Cortana. Yeah, that's kind of off.
It only gets updates like once every 6 months. Also, it only gets the version of Windows that everybody that regular customers use. You guys are actually just the beta testers for all the garbage they're going to put on there. This version of Windows, it's like the vendor version, the stuff they don't sell to normal people. The only thing that gets through here is stuff that actually works. So it very rarely gets updated, but you can't actually buy it as a normal consumer. You either have to be like a big company where you're buying like 10,000 of them, like it's only on ATMs, or you steal it like I did off the internet.
Yeah,
which is way easier.
What do you go to that? What do they call it? What are the kids using that?
Pirate Bay, all kind of stuff. There's plenty of stuff.
Oh, yeah. I thought now we're really going to get shut down. Oh Lord! It's not that BitTorrent thing. That's different, right?
Yeah, that's the same thing.
The torrent thing. I thought, well, I'm already angry. I don't really want to get torrent. I mean, I couldn't actually figure it out. I was like, wow, how does this work? Because I would download. They would give you, hey, do you want to download from BitTorrent? And I would do it, and then I got the file, and it's like having a zip file you can't unzip. I was like, oh, this ain't gonna work.
We'll get you set up, Simpleton. You got to get with
I don't, because people are. I had this buddy that would download movies, on BitTorrent. He'd pick up segments. It was kind of like Napster. We just kind of like come back when the segments are
right.
And peer to peer, I suppose, whatever. And so he at work he worked at the pawn shop, and he would just download movies all day long on their bandwidth. And I was like, wow. He downloaded this whole thing of like Lost. I was like, you watch that Lost shit? You're gonna lose your mind watching that Lost shit.
You basically have to like steal everything you want just to get a better product than what you could have bought. Just to get something that actually works, you have to steal it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I definitely need the Cortana. It
could just really, get Linux.
Helps my day go.
God, the Cortana. I mean, I'm telling you, there's so much.
There's all these settings you got to turn off too. I mean, they got all this garbage on here.
Well, I mean, the problem with Windows is, here's the problem: is that it used to make sense. You'd have directories and stuff, and then somebody said, "No, it's not a directory; it's a folder." And I go, "We're gonna have a problem here, buddy, because you're fucking changing the." And that was the beginning of the end. And then they were like, "Oh well, did you ever look inside of the structure of Windows? It's a fucking mess now. You got roaming. So if you ever look at your so if you look at MT4, you go to this thing called users and roaming, and you just see an address. You don't see the name of the fucking broker. It's just sitting at this real long address. So I was moving MT4 to move MT4 around is a whole fucking drama.
Is that the app data folder? In Windows, you're talking?
Yeah, this roaming app data shit where you just see these big long addresses, and that's actually the core of the program.
Right.
But
Yeah,
you're looking at the
programs that are
official
only
address.
in that folder.
Yeah.
It's
very bizarre.
Yeah.
And the way,
well, if you look,
the way they came with the 86, you remember when the 86, see, if it's 64-bit programs, and you have your old 86 programs, just to find everything. It used to be that you could just go, change directory / remember those days? So now it's just so complicated. It's just ridiculous. You're like, dude, where are we at in this fucking thing?
Yeah, I mean, it's it's to the point where you're on Adobe Reader and you go to print something and you get a blue screen.
Oof.
That's what it is now.
Windows 98, or is this Windows ME? Windows ME revisited.
You look up Windows LTSC, you'll want it because it stands for Long-Term Servicing Channel. And if you look it up, you'll find all the articles and journals on it you can find. And with gurus telling you, oh no, you don't want this. You want the crap. Yeah, basically, whenever you all the tech websites, they'll all tell you you don't want that. That's not for you. That means you do want it. They really try to discourage you seriously from finding it, knowing about it, and getting it because it is.
Can you change the colors though? What I'm worried about is can you change the colors because
you can do all that stuff.
See
there's none of the junk.
Windows here with this Windows 10 shit.
Can I change my desktop? Instead of a green screen, can I make it a magenta? Do I have that feature?
I think so. I really don't know.
You can't do nothing with this. I don't understand what they did. I don't. I used to have Windows XP, and you could change the size of the border of a window. You could change the font of every fucking thing. I usually went for high plum color, and you could customize it if you want.
That was my favorite OS, XP.
Yeah, XP was clean. It was very. You could do anything you wanted, and then here comes this shit, and you can't change. You got to go to a thing called high contrast settings, dude. I just want to change the colors. You can call them high contrast. You can call them whatever you fucking want, and then you go in there. And the problem is that MT4. The problem is that if you change the colors, once you get to a threshold, the colors switch, and now. MT4 is going, well, we're going to interpret that as this. And it's a mystery every time you edit the colors of how you're going to end up. Are you going to see any fucking, are you going to be able to even see your balance in the account? And it's just so hard. It's so hard. Because MT4 doesn't I think Linux would probably be better. I've never tried Wine and Linux but with MT4, but maybe it's better. If I had an old XP here, but the problem is the new MT4 does not run on an XP. I try to do it. I try to boot it up here on an old version.
Yeah, it's by now it's too old of an OS.
I mean, I do have a piece of software from Germany that costs $1,000. It only runs on XP. I was like, oh fuck. Well, what are you gonna do?
Well, now with Windows 10, if you want to make it look like old XP, you have to download skins.
Yeah.
Third-party skin. You have to set that.
And that kind of slows down the computer, they were saying, because of a little overhead.
Yeah.
Trying to replicate.
It doesn't completely change it either. There's parts of Windows 10 you cannot fucking change how it looks, no matter what you do.
I had Windows 8, and I liked Windows 8. When Windows 10 came out, and people were telling me it's going to auto-update, I'm like, I don't think I like that idea in the middle of trading. That's why if these tickets have an expiration of 2 hours, that's another thing. They turned off my internet last night. It's maintenance. I'm like, well, do it some other time. It's London's about to open up, right? So they turned it off for 3 hours last night when London opened, and I was like, oh, holy fuck! So I had to get out of trades on my phone, which I hate to do. And I'm
they
like,
got to clean the bathrooms, at that time.
Oh fucking
maintenance.
I'm thinking, what are they doing? Like, well, we got to buff the dish, to pick up the signal. Joe's going to come out and wax it tonight. Aren't you, Joe? You ever seen that guy, Brian Regan, that comedian? He does this.
A long time.
I walked on the moon, where he says, he calls a phone company. He goes, can you turn on my phone? And they go, yeah, it's just a switch. They go, well, can you see the switch from where you're at? Can you just hit the switch? That's so funny. He's picturing some guy.
He's got the best cross-eyed look I've ever seen.
Yeah, no, for a guy that doesn't swear, that's a feat to be funny without swearing.
I mean, isn't Jerry Seinfeld one of those comedians that, I
Yeah.
don't think he's ever sweared, right?
Yeah. I mean, that's a real, there's a few people like that. Some of them are dead. But yeah, I think Lenny Bruce was the unversion of that.
Yeah, right, right.
I think that was the cutting edge.
Swearing is a lot more funny.
Well, that was the old.
Yeah, like, George Carlin was pretty good, And,
yeah,
he had that whole skit on where he has the long list of words you can't say.
Yeah, I think it was like 7 words. I had the album. I had that on vinyl, believe it or not. The 7 words, and you would listen to it, and you'd think, God, that's funny, because you could hear the live audience in the album. So it kind of. I used to have like.
He got arrested for that. Actually, I don't know if you knew that.
Yeah, no, that was tough. And there's a lot more words added to the list now.
Well, yeah, he came back. I forgot how many the years after that, but he did another one where the list was like 200 words, and he had like a fake scroll that he it was blank because he had it all in his head. But yeah, it was pretty funny.
Yeah, that was cutting edge back there. I mean, that was before the internet. Now the internet's here, and it's kind of spooky because everything's so instantaneous, and things that are critical in 20 hours they will not be critical. So the window is so tight.
I can order groceries on the internet. How cool is that?
Yeah.
I still can't do that. I live in the middle of fucking nowhere.
Really? You don't have internet up there? Oh, they don't.
I got internet.
Uber,
it's just don't do that shit down here.
No Uber Eats or whatever they have?
No way. No fucking way.
We have to call Aunt Betty and see if she can put some diesel in the truck and bring you up maybe like a leftover pig or something.
Actually, it's funny. Like we got 2 delivery like delivery food here. Domino's, obviously. I mean, unless you're in the middle of the desert, there's a Domino's, right?
Oh gosh, yeah, right. That's like
and
the staff of
Chick-fil-A,
life. Oh, of course.
They are running around the fucking clock.
I forgot that you Bible thumping Nazis love Chick-fil-A.
We love us some chicken, man, especially old people. We had like a fucking Bojangles open up.
Oh no! Oh my God, that sounds kind of like a little bit like that.
I've never been to one of those. What are those like?
It was a total dump. But you have anytime a chicken place opens up in the South, you will see a line around the corner for weeks. People love to fill their gullet with fast food chicken down here.
Really? Do you have hush puppies? Because when I was down in Mississippi, these hush puppies. We drove all the way to Mississippi for them, which isn't very far from Tennessee.
Hush puppies aren't really too much of a staple up here in the mountains. That's more like a seaside type of area. Barbecue big down here.
Now,
obviously.
Do they have any mugwumps or bow evils? Because I had a buddy who lived in Kentucky.
I don't know what the hell that is.
He says there's a lot of mugwumps and bow evils, and I said, man, that sounds dangerous. Like
that sounds like a racist term I'd hear from a
okay. Well, I gotta be careful. I don't know what a mugwump is, but I thought maybe it was because they have like muskrats. It's not like muskrat love, maybe, but it's like close.
Well, wops
the nutria rats. That's what you're talking about. The nutria. They're in the more swampy areas. There's nutria rats. Those are good eating too.
Yeah. Really?
They're really tasty. Yeah.
Look at that catfish is a big thing. They get whiskers.
Catfishing. Yeah. They noodle for catfish down here. All over the South.
Yeah, I mean
catfish
that's a big deal. But you're up in the mountains, right? So does it get cold up there and windy? Snowing?
Oh yeah, up here in the mountains it does get we've had a winter. I mean, it's not like your winter.
Are you the oracle of the mountains? You consider yourself the oracle of the mountains?
I'm the tour guide. I'm the translator for people that come up down south. That's my job.
Does Bigfoot
translate what rednecks are saying?
You got some Bigfoot living there? Any Sasquatch or Bigfoot down there? No.
No, but there are people that legit. There are still a few people that legit believe in that crap.
Really?
So
like a chupacabra.
Yeah, there's a show. There's like a couple shows, reality shows on that.
like I live like 20 minutes from where Deliverance was filmed. So.
Oh, really? Wow.
Oh, damn.
Can you still hear the banjos at night? Like if you listen real close?
You can. I remember, because the town I live in at now, I actually formerly lived here for a time when I was a kid. And it's called Blairsville, Georgia. People might know of it listening, but they used to have a fort. There was like an old Civil War fort here that was like a little tourist attraction called Fort Sorghum, and they had like bluegrass bands play down here. Wow. So you'll hear banjo for sure. Sometimes you go to the right places.
So they have that thing where you take a tub and you take a wash tub, turn it upside down, and put a stick on it, and then put a rope on it, use it as an upright base, and washboards for your percussion.
What the hell is that called?
I don't know. We've moved in the 21st century. I think they got electric banjos now. I don't fucking know nothing.
Yeah.
I don't know shit about music.
They probably put a wah-wah pedal. Put a wah-wah pedal like a Hendrix wah on your banjo and just cut loose. probably even do like a Hendrix with a banjo and light it on fire,
But down south, like food wise, people buffets. That's the big thing down here.
Like Golden Corral.
Oh, we got Golden Corrals
for
miles.
Wow.
People love.
Is that when they had that crab with a K that looks all like synthetic crab?
You're talking about the Crab Shack?
No, like they have this like imitation crab with a K.
Oh yeah, they'll have like imitation. They have imitation everything up at the Golden Corral.
Imitation sushi, right? Imitation sushi. Sushi, just a photo of sushi on rice.
Dude, I've seen people take their prom dates to the Golden Corral down here. That's how crazy it is.
Is that how you know you're going to get married? Like, this has got to be the one. You took her to the corral. She must be the one.
Need to fill her up before I take her back home. We care about quantity, not quality down here.
So the caveman rules, right? I mean, drag her back to the cave and then
take her down to the track. That's where I take her.
Oh, really? You tired of the tracks like that guy in that old Dudley Do-Right and what's his name?
I used to live by a racetrack.
A dog race or a horse race?
Car race.
Oh, car race. Okay.
Racetrack.
Okay. Well, where the people are missing teeth and shit. Like NASCAR?
Dude, those are fucking awesome. They're crazy, but they're awesome. Yeah. When I lived in South Carolina, man, we lived right by one, and there was a big local racetrack that was right behind
local
Walmart.
Yokels.
And you could hear that thing like every Saturday night.
They drag race it too.
Morning, man.
They drag race it.
Yeah.
Shirley Muldowney.
Yeah, it's the shit.
The funny cars. No, the funny cars. We used to get these magazines, and the funny cars, like they would lose their engine. It was crazy. Like the engine would go out into the crowd. I was like, man, this is dangerous. You're going like 100. Fuel injecting 200 miles an hour.
The South is awesome. I don't know why anyone would want to live anywhere else. It's just so much better than the rest of the country.
I was thinking about moving. I was thinking about moving to South Carolina. Is that a good?
Yeah, I lived in South Carolina most of my life. So
really, so you're not far from South Carolina right now. It's just
I live like North Georgia right now, but most of my life I've lived in South Carolina. South Carolina's great.
So North Carolina's not so great, or
North Carolina. I like mostly all of the South. North Carolina, I call North Carolina like the starter South because it's a lot more Yankee. It really is. Like they got a lot more. A lot of people from up north have like moved to North Carolina. Like Asheville, North Carolina, is like if California moved to the South. It really so.
Huh.
That's a high contrast.
So it's like the liberal South, really. Most of North Carolina is still nice though.
Yeah, I mean so you're safe you don't get no hurricanes where you're at. You're too far north.
Where I'm at, yeah, I'm way too. I mean, we'll still get like when hurricanes come in, we'll still get like a day of heavy rain and winds and stuff, but nothing that could like, oh, I got to evacuate type. It will never come that far inland for me.
Now, South Carolina, that's more tropical, similar to Florida, right?
Parts of it. South Carolina's got all kind of weather. most of my life I lived upstate, and upstate South Carolina is kind of where the start of the Appalachian Mountains kind of begins. But I have a lot of family that live closer to like Myrtle Beach and stuff, right? So it's just basically, you know, the further south and east you get, the more tropical it gets. It also gets blacker, so you better be one of certain racial tastes, because it gets very, very black.
Oh, so really deep black.
Really deep black, and most of it, actually, most of South Carolina is that now.
Oh, so that's changed over the time.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
So people just merge north. I mean, people just kind of always merging north from certain areas. Kinda. So are
they
people
like
going down there though?
More tropical part of it, I'm guessing.
I guess. I mean, it's not like tropical, like pretty tropical. It's like South Carolina is like, it's like there's a beach here, but there's also pine trees. That's weird. That's how South Carolina is.
Oh yeah,
it's like there's sand fleas and regular fleas and deer, and it's kind of weird.
Huh?
Oh, you got deer? You mean like Bambi's?
Yeah, like deer.
Wow. So there's deer hunters, huh? So
deer all over
like bow hunters and stuff.
Oh yeah, there's lots of hunters. Hunters everywhere.
Wow.
I mean, I guess deer's pretty much everywhere. Anywhere there's like trees, I mean, you'll probably find.
Yeah, I got deer in my yard.
I guess.
Really?
Deer and coyotes.
You get black squirrels down there? Those are the cutest little things.
I don't know.
They're little tiny black squirrels. I mean, they're like pitch black. They're like.
No, I think we just get regular squirrels.
Oh.
I get black bears.
Oh, that must be dangerous, though, right? They're eating the dumpster, and they're. If you leave food out, do they come grab your garbage and stuff? You gotta be careful.
No, there's not very many of them. They tend to stay away from people.
Yeah, so they're not going to be.
I've turned this channel. I've now turned the stream into the Southern Guide of.
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm ready, I'm ready to get a black powder gun and just start putting a bullet down there. You know, get
a musket.
Yeah, get a musket, and I kind of want to just. Can we reenact some stuff? Did you ever do the reenactments of Civil War shit?
One thing that's awesome about it is you can live so cheap down here. You really can.
Oh no, I was amazed. I was amazed that down in Tennessee how cheap. I mean, the property taxes are non-existent. You basically just. Oh my God! I mean, plus you don't have to buy really much winter clothes, right? I mean, does it really get that cold?
Up in the mountains, it'll get like we have winter up here. Like we'll have a few. It doesn't get snowy. Like we'll have a couple days of snow out of the year.
It's not going to go 10 below, is it? Not going to go 10 below on you, is it?
No, it very like even at its coldest, it rarely gets like below 20. But you have to remember, it's so green up here, and the reason it's so green because it never fucking stops raining.
Oh,
so like our winters are very, very, very wet here up in the mountains, anyways. Obviously, like the more south, closer to the beach you get, it also rains a lot just because tropical, right?
So is that why tobacco's a big deal down there? I mean, is that tobacco just love that?
I think tobacco is just a big deal down here because people like to smoke it, chew it, and dip it. Same as anywhere else, really.
Talk about a government subsidized situation. That's kind of bizarre because, you know, in the old days, doctors recommended smoking. You know, hey, this is a good cigarette for you, buddy. It's funny how things switch, you know. Now we're worried about climate change.
Smoking was healthy.
Yeah, it can open up your lungs. Makes you breathe deeper.
And a lot of, you know, it's cheap down here, but a lot of major businesses and industries are moving down here, all kind of different states in the South here, just because it's so cheap. Because, you know, they're leaving their former California and Washington State and New York and all that stuff.
I heard about that. Yeah, there's like an influx, right?
I just got a job. Well, I haven't gotten an official offer yet, but I just got a job at a Bitcoin farm.
Wow.
That's up here, and it's literally in the middle of nowhere.
What are you shoveling Bitcoin manure? Like
yes, yeah, like a coal, but it's like Bitcoins.
Wow.
Right? It's apparently like the biggest Bitcoin farm in the country.
Not like a pharmacy farm, not that kind of farm.
No, but
not
like
pharmaceutically.
Like computer racks is like for my they've been setting up for the last 2 years out of an old textile mill.
Wow. Huh.
So.
Oh wow. So they're wow, that's bizarre. Because they probably got the power supplies, or you got 440 volts coming into your video cards.
Yeah, dude, they've got like 50,000+ video cards. So
now, I
know that.
When do you think this thing's going to hit a wall, though? I mean, so here's the thing. This guy told me about this coin. He goes, this coin called Scatter or something, or I don't know what it was, 98 cents, right? I go to the website, and it says blockchain so and so, and I'm like, God, am I inside of should I even be seeing this? This is really technical, and this has to hit a wall where people just go, so what? Who gives a fuck about the price of Bitcoin? I mean, it's just a goddamn password. It's a real long fucking password. Who gives a fuck?
The other thing is, it's not even a currency. I mean,
it's a ledger. It's a fucking ledger. That's all it is. It's a goddamn ledger. How in the fuck can they be worth anything?
I mean, if you can't buy lunch with it, I don't really see it as a currency.
Well, I could, but I got to convert. I could send you Bitcoins right now in a nanosecond, but you know what? You got to convert it back to bucks to go spend it, unless you're going to go to the Bitcoin donut shop. I mean,
yeah.
Unless you're going to.
And you want to do it now, because I don't even like the idea of I hate that I have to a lot of Forex brokers now. They're all doing nothing but slowly you're seeing it is just Bitcoin wallets as deposit. They're not going to take anything else pretty soon.
Right, and the fact that you have to hold, so if I do,
I'm gonna make money and fucking get that money back in dollars before Bitcoin falls down.
Well, the thing is that I mean, I'm usually not in that big a position cashing out. I'm just going to take out what I need, but I'm always a little nervous when I see it spike up, and I'm like, God, should I treat this like a trade? I mean, my mind goes into trading mode because I'm holding $300.
Yeah, and that's just it. With actual currencies. You have there's a reason they're traded in pips, because that's only a 1 to 2% deviation. And if you imagine if currencies had the volatility of Bitcoin, I mean, businesses would be going bankrupt because of the instability.
Oh God. If you just sold me something you just bought a piece of art from me for $100,000, you send me Bitcoins, and overnight it fluctuates $10,000. I mean, before I cash out, I'm like, holy fuck! I guess I should have cashed out the moment you sent me.
It's not stable enough to be, to be a legitimate currency.
Yeah, you can't park money there, because you'd probably be more stable holding an open position in crude oil. I mean, that's the less fluctuation.
And that's why Forex is traded in pips and not even basis points, because currencies have to be stable, because the world would go bankrupt from the volatility.
Yeah, you have such an order imbalance that what happens, the faith, they say the full faith and credit, whatever. In other words, the belief system that something is stable is the biggest criteria. So people believe that Bitcoin, the only thing Bitcoin has going for it, that it's liquid. Now, I do think it's going to calm down at some point, and it's either going to tread water at a certain price forever, just like gold did. I did do a prediction on gold. When gold went to 2,000, I said it's going to go sideways for 3 years and 5 years, and it's going to piss people off. It just went sideways.
Like Peter Schiff.
And then these people come out and go, oh, well, they're manipulating the market down. You don't think they're manipulating it up? I mean, it's called manipulation because man is moving it. I mean, these are stupid terms. Manipulation of the market. I mean, it's just the market's moving. Whether there's a hidden hand doesn't matter. I mean, if you can jump on that train, if you know how to jump on a train that's moving, I guess that's the trick, the talent.
And you can't manipulate a market that's highly liquid either. I mean, you can an illiquid market, because I've done it in illiquid markets, where I'm trying to get a better price and I'm trying to unload, inventory of an ETF or something like that. Then I mean, I can kind of pull the market in my direction, but Otherwise, in a liquid market, yeah, no one can manipulate it. It's the whole notion is stupid.
Well, because if you're really big whale, if you're a big heavy hitter, you're going to chase your own trade. You're going to bid up your own
Right,
trade. I mean, you're going to
right.
fuck yourself. What's the point? And that even that Oracle of Omaha has to reveal if he's going to do a 5% sell because he has to, uh, supposedly his thing's going to move the market. But yeah, there's a lot of people want the inside scoop. Um, but
Well, they like to believe that narrative, the evil, the big boys.
Yeah, they're always out to get me. Every time especially they stop hunt me too. I noticed, it's not that I'm running a 2.5 pip stop. I think they're stop hunting me even if I ran a 3 pip stop.
And that's not even stop hunting. What that is, like people think they call it stop hunting, but really what it is, that's the market adding liquidity and getting in at a lower price. Let's say if you got a sell stop, that's what that is. It's not even stop hunting.
Oh no, I mean the market doesn't know you exist, but I mean the sense is for people is that, well, I got to give the market more room. That's the cutest phrase. I got to give the market more room. Well, maybe you're in too early because if you got to give it room, then there was a better price apparently that was a tighter room.
Right, exactly.
And admitting that, oh, I'm going to give this room, or that's what I met this fundamental trader who ran 500 pip stops, and he would tell me how he was right about every trade, and I go, well, once he divulged his 500 pip stop, I go, well, of course, you got plenty of time to be right. I mean, the market could go against you for 2 months, and you could claim, well, fundamentally, the market woke up to the fundamentals, and it went the way it was supposed to go, and see, I'm right. And I made, 500 pips with a 500 pip stop, and it's great. But I don't know if that's newsletter material stuff, or are you able to scalp the market? I guess that's.
And the other people don't really know how liquidity and markets work. I mean, when you're adding liquidity, you're throwing bids. Let's say you're buying, you're throwing bids in there, and your bid basically is someone else's stop that's already in.
Yeah, the old zero-sum game theory, which is for every buyer there's a seller, and I guess everybody wants to put their weight on what's going on. And it is kind of a trick when the market makes a big move up. People get all excited and they go, "Wait a minute, that's just like a kind of a knee-jerk move. It's not a long-lasting move, and it's just a flash in the pan." I mean, you see that all the time, especially on this euro dollar. How many times have it made these glorious runs just to give it all back, just to retrace? It's a cruel hoax.
Right.
It's a cruel hoax for the guy that says, "Oh no, man! Like this Fibonacci entry here, dude. This is the setup, okay?" The idea of a setup is kind of a cruel hoax too. Oh, this is a good setup right here. Yeah, until it's not, right? Otherwise, you just tell a robot, take only the good setups and just make me money. I'll sleep. It's impossible. That's what that guy was saying. The guy from Turkey, British Turkey guy. When you look at the stats, but then of course, I think you have to have some kind of a simple view of like, well, looks like this is possible, that's possible. Don't be too certain about any day, any movement. But the Bitcoin's fascinating because I think that I don't think trees grow to the sky. I don't think it's going to 150,000, and if it does, there's going to be a point where people go, "What the fuck's going? What the fuck is this?" Like, I don't know. I'm fascinated because I want to see how the story ends. I want to live at least.
Those predictions are pointless to begin with. I mean, you take the market as it goes.
Yeah, and in fact, that making that prediction presupposes you're buying right here and you're going to hold it for a $50,000 move.
Yeah, right. So it's pointless. It's just people trying to sell newsletters.
Yeah, the whole newsletter thing and the Twitter thing. And I was on Twitter. So I bailed on Twitter and, had people there was this one guy, he always wanted me to promote him, some Forex Live guy. And I said, I don't, he goes, why won't you promote me? I go, I don't even, dude, it doesn't, I really can't get behind these kind of newsletter things. They're just silly. You know, the signal service idea is just silliness. I mean, it's preposterous unless you're going to put out, well, okay, get in here with a stop here and your target's here. And like, what is that? One trade? It's weird, isn't it? It'd be like recommending, well, this month we're recommending that potato salad would be good and maybe some red wine. Oh, I got this newsletter on telling me what to eat once a month. Like, what?
Here's a trick that is kind of, when people sell, not signals, but when they sell a system, and they claim to be quants.
With the indicators, right?
Right, and actually, no good quant is going to sell their system, because if they did that, then and they're using their own system, well, the market's just going to basically end up fading their strategy. So they would never want to sell their system. I mean, well,
theoretically, but if you run it on a different time frame, then it's not going to be a problem. I mean, if you do it top become bottom on the half hour as opposed to top become bottom on the 2-hour chart. I mean, those things.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying that.
That is the idea.
No professional quant is going to sell their system. Yeah. I mean, if it makes money, they're not going to sell it.
Well, even if they could,
quants make money. I'm curious about that. Really,
they do. It's hedge funds. No, and there's plenty that don't, of course.
Yeah,
but those are people making 10 and 20%. People that are making 100%, I think, are people that are looking at the structures and saying, "Oh no, this would be." There's a supply down here, and like if you just look at the euro dollar. Now, it's presupposing you could wait like 3 months to get paid, but you're looking at the weekly and the dailies. You're like, oh no, there's going to be look at the dollar yen. So this guy used to tease me about the dollar yen, right? He's like, how's that dollar yen trade working out? And I just looked at the dollar yen here. Look at this dollar yen on the daily. Are you fucking kidding me? This is the first of the year. Look at that bitch rip. Those black handles are 100 pips. That's 600 pips, and it took out 1 year. So the dollar or yen used to do this during the week sometimes. It'd go down all the way to Thursday and rip up, all the way down to Thursday and rip up. This went on for weeks. I was like, is this a pattern? But I mean, look at this thing. Come on, man. Look at that thing come ripping back, and it's over. I mean, who's buying here? Like that move's done. It's like. It's almost a perfect Elliott wave. 1, 2, well, 3 is the biggest wave. Big giant wave there. I think that's gonna have to relax there. If you're long the dollar yen, you might want to take something off the table on the weekly. But yeah, once it takes out that trend line, it took out all that supply, all those wicks, it just sheared them off, and that's a huge short squeeze in the dollar yen. That's a vicious currency pair. Look at that wick from 2019.
If you wanted to be a top tick Tommy, you could just buy it right there at the top.
Yeah, let's go hog long here. I'll drop down in the time frame how you put my fibs on. Actually, you could buy it there. So in the daily, you go to the daily and it looks like it makes kind of total sense, but still, here you could trade it like waiting for a quiet day to get in. And when it makes a big run, you can just sit back and ride it. But who's putting a buy stop on top of a daily bar that's 100 pips? You'd actually make money on this if you had a 100 pip stop, because you could afford to endure any kind of pullback, even though you're trapped long with a confirmation order at the top of the day.
Yeah, I mean, you could risk 300 pips to make 10 and have a really volatile strategy.
Yeah, you could be like, you can read right 90% of the time. 90% of my trades win, but when I lose, I just, I kind of blow up the account. It's crazy.
Start all over. Lost all the money I made.
It's really hard. You drop down these other time frames, and it looks like a clusterfuck. See, look at those. Look at all these cute little tops become a bottom on the 4 hour though. Perfect stair step and then rips. But I typically.
I mean, I say that. I mean, it's funny because there are hedge funds that have, like you look at their returns and like, oh, that's really nice. But then you see the volatility and you're like, oh, you know what? Maybe it's not so nice because their volatility is double, what they're averaging for return.
Yeah, the risk of ruin, I suppose, goes up.
Yeah, and then there's really good ones and there's really bad ones, just like in any, just like, it's just the nature of the market.
Yeah, these are treacherous markets, especially the spookiest thing to me in the world is when the market's making historical new highs. It is so scary because I'm like, what the fuck? Like right now, that Dow Jones is just going up with the S&P. It's just going through the roof. It just doesn't make any sense to me.
Yeah, I mean that's why all those mean reversion funds are not doing so hot.
And it's like a creeper gear drift there. Just keeps drifting up. It looks like a pullback here on the dollar yen here. This looks due for a sell-off. So I guess I'm using the dollar yen here, which you probably shouldn't do. Dollar yen down, euro up. Kind of correlated in a way. I mean, when the dollar starts to melt, and coming into Wednesday now, this will be the big deal. The swaps come in, and I guess Dow Jones is going to keep going up. It's kind of weird. People have to.
Yeah,
keep,
I mean,
people have to keep buying out. It's a short squeeze for fucking ever.
I mean, for now, we had that sell-off a week ago, but yeah, I mean that's perfect buying opportunity. There's no reason the market should crash. That if you kind of look over the horizon, of course, if there's a black swan, you can't see that. But yeah, I mean this market's just going to keep ripping.
It's business as usual, right? I mean,
yeah,
back to the Chinese gear and everything, cheap gear.
Unless a black swan event comes around the corner and it turns out that all the there's not enough resources in the economy and we're really only half the GDP and then and everyone shits themselves as they can't pay their mortgages.
Yeah, that's the thing, that they keep putting pressure on these politicians to get rid of that one politician who's a real genius. Some chick was like, what we got to do is get rid of the mortgages and the rents. What?
Yeah. She really said that?
Yeah, she for real said that. Ocasio, whatever goddamn name.
Oh, yeah, occasional cortex. Right?
Ocasio, yeah.
Occasionally cortex.
Yeah, I knew she was stupid, but I didn't think she would.
I don't think she really means that. I think she's just, which is why she's going on Twitter and saying it.
Yeah.
No, not even a puppet. I think she's just trying to
provoke.
She's just a career politician, and she knows her audience is like a bunch of, young 20-year-old, people who like fantasize about communism coming to the U.S. Really bourgeois liberal.
Well, they romanticize the fact that this Che Guevara, all these people.
So she says stuff like that because that's what they want to hear, because she knows it'll get her reelected. She knows she doesn't have to actually follow through on that crap. She's just like,
it's all rhetoric.
Yeah. And that's how Donald, you'd say this, Trump changed the game when he took to Twitter. Now they all do it like Matt. That's the new campaign trail right there. All the 24/7 is just shouting on Twitter.
Yeah, it's amazing. And then people, did you see that deep fake of Tom Cruise?
Mm-mm.
Really?
No.
Oh my God.
Is that a meme?
No, this computer equipment is so good now that there's a Tom Cruise film. See if I can grab it here. Tom Cruise.
Oh, like a look-alike?
Yeah, well, a look-alike, act-alike, and then computer enhanced. I mean, it's seamless.
Yeah, they digitally put like a computer generated image of his face over the top of someone else, and it like that. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, and so the guy has enough of mannerisms that are pretty damn accurate, and he's able to really portray him. It's amazing. I never saw computer stuff this good. So here's a deep fake.
I was watching scenes from War of the Worlds the other night.
Oh, the original or the one?
No, the one with Tom
series?
Cruise.
Oh, okay.
The 2005 version.
Yeah.
Let's see if I got this here. Yeah, so this is the deep fake. I'll turn on the audio here. This is bizarre. He just gets this. He does 3 little skits.
Oh, it's it's a little embarrassing. It reminds me. I was once in Russia. I ran into Gorbachev. He said, Mr. Movie Star, are you nervous? I said, no, Mr. Gorbachev, I'm not nervous. I don't. He goes, well, remember how much a polar bear weighs. I said, polar bear? He said, enough to break the ice. It's the last time I've ever seen Macau.
So that's not him, right?
No. It's not him.
Oh.
But the computer's so fast that he makes those fast moves. The computer's able to paint over him.
Damn.
It like takes like because there's so many pictures of him,
experience.
So they can
like 60 frames a second. I guess every frame is just
as
totally
much as the momentum.
Like stop.
Yeah.
Stop.
Hey, listen
animation.
up, sports and TikTok fans. If you like what you're seeing, just wait till what's coming next.
TikTok.
I'll show you some magic.
He's just so creepy to begin with.
The real thing.
Yeah.
That laugh is just so creepy.
Yeah.
It's all the real thing.
I wanna see him turn off the computer and see the real guy.
Well, you can slightly see occasionally like little bits where the whole face kind of shifts, like there's a bit of lag. Yeah. Also, you notice his eyes don't move correctly.
Right, there's definitely. What was amazing though, his hair, it bobs around. It's just like so seamless. I was just amazed.
Well, I think that's the guy's actual hair. I think it's just a face.
All right, so
it's just the computer is just doing the face and nothing else.
Yeah, so there's a little bit of a more stillness to the face. It's not quite as animated as. But if you're not watching for it, it's a younger Tom Cruise too. It looks like to me. But if you're not watching for it, you're just totally fucking going, what the fuck?
Yeah, this will totally trick grandma. You bring out some dead actor and she'd be like, and don't tell her that, hey, this is fake. She'd be like, oh my God, they resurrected him.
Well, the big scare, I guess, for people is that the president should, Pike, right? Because comes out and...
Pike.
Yeah, the Pike effect. Because he was dead as could be, right? It was...
Beep 1 for yes,
what was his
and
name?
2
It was
for no.
Pike. It was Colonel Pike, I think. He was from an old... So we're finally engulfing here on the Euro. It takes a lot of time for these trades. It's 11 o'clock at night. So I bought that drop right below the floor. Now we need to take out the high of Asia and continue up into Europe. So that's the swing trade right now. Portion of the tour. Yeah, I don't know what happened to our trader there. The guy that was going to challenge us to a showdown. Shoot out the OK Corral trading. Who's Rustin Wallace? Are you Rustin? Do you get tetanus easy, buddy?
No, it was a different guy. That RNDLDVL. That's what his name was. It was
higher resolution will show more. Oh! So if you zoom in on that Tom Cruise, you can kind of pick the pixelations up. You can see you can see the aliasing and the dithering, all that shit. Yeah, that's But I mean, for the person that's just casual observer, they would just think,
Yeah,
oh, it's
they're
just
not
Tom
gonna
Cruise just
notice.
dicking around. They would never know. I mean, I would think. When I saw it, I laughed my ass off just because of the way he acts. He overacts.
Yeah.
It's just like when a guy does a Christopher Walken imitation. I think it's hilarious. I don't care who it is.
You've seen the what was it, like little hidden tape of him like on set at some movie freaking the fuck out at some guy who didn't have his mask on?
Well, Cruise or
Yeah, Tom Cruise. This is like last year maybe.
Did you ever see that movie where he's wearing a mask and he's saying, I need tech support? Where he's wearing that mask?
I don't know which one.
Oh, yeah, he was wearing this. He was like, it was really weird. He wore this mask, and I can't remember the name of the movie. God, he's
yeah. I mean, I'm better
guy.
because I have 10 masks, versus the person that has one mask.
Oh yeah, well I think that you're kind of a mask hoarder, or you actually.
I mean, I'm more of a moral person. The more masks you have, the
right.
higher your moral value.
Yeah, it's like that. Isn't it like that guy that nailed the 99 Thesis to the wall or something? Yeah, something like that. There's some kind of like you're like a martyr you're a mask martyr is what the fuck you are. You're like a icon in the. Do you have like a?
I got a scuba suit too. I mean, hell,
Can you nail yourself to a cross with 10 masks on, or just nail the mask to the cross? We're supposed to have like a cross, like a mask sacrifice movie.
I'm just gonna walk into Walmart wearing a scuba suit.
Yeah, I'm waiting for them to tell me that that I can't go in the bank with a mask on. That's kind of funny. You go in the bank with a mask on now. Who thought that would ever be a thing? Making you wear a mask in Bank of America, or they're going to take you down.
So someone asked if we got a COVID shot. Well, I actually got COVID.
I got a COVID enema. COVID enema is what I did.
So
you actually got COVID?
Oh my god!
Fucking A, man. You're a survivor?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh my God, you cough up blood? Did you talk in tongues, speak in tongues?
No, I mean, I lost my sense of taste for a while, but.
Really?
Yeah, my cousin, she said that happened to her too. She went through it. Yeah.
Sense of smell probably gone too.
Yeah, it was, for me, it was kind of like just having a flu. I mean, I had a couple fevers here and there, kind of lack of energy, but.
Did you get the fever for the flavor of a Pringle? Did it make you kind of crave Pringles?
It wasn't that bad. But for other people, though, it's like horrible. I mean,
well, some people are claiming they have lasting effects, like their lungs are fucked up. But how about the Holyfield taking the? I mean, what's worse, the Cure or the? You don't recommend it? It's like it took you a week to get over it? 2 weeks?
Yeah, it took me about 2 weeks, but I'm pretty healthy. Other people, I guess I've heard it can last for months.
God, this guy, Amos A. I looked over his comment. It says, "Fuck, my buddy spit blood for real." And when I first read it, I thought it said my fuck buddy. And because I just saw those words, I put them together.
His name's Arnis.
Oh man, Arnis. Ernest and Andy.
I've been wanting to say it for a while. You have a bit of a reading disability.
No, I definitely. I'm dyslexic and I'm autistic. Let's see.
I can tell whenever you're trying to read something, I'm like, oh my god, he's not going to make it through this paragraph.
Spent a few nights in a hospital. What's LMAO? Lamo?
Laugh my ass off.
Oh, no, I'm just kidding.
I gotta say, he's kind of a boomer too.
Because it says 440p.
Yeah. I'm a millennial.
You're a millennial and proud of it. So you were born in like the 2000s?
No. Earlier than that. Millennials like 19. I think it counts as. I think it's like 1985 to. I don't know, 2000
really?
something.
1985, okay.
I forgot how the.
It's like 81 to 2000, I think.
Is it really?
Yeah, I think that's what it is.
Wow. Yeah. Okay. So you're like 30 years old. You're saying? So,
No, not me. I'm just saying that's the
that's the
range.
So Generation Z, like you're born like last week.
That's after 2000, I think.
Oh, okay. Well, we're going to go back
that's
to
the new one.
Where are we going to end up? Are we going to go numbers, or are we going to go back to A?
I don't know. Yeah,
Generation B for Bitcoin, the Bitcoin kids.
Or we just start with numbers like, B1 or A12.
Right, you could be Generation 598Z4 and be like, what the fuck? Don't be racist against my fucking. I got Z12. Yeah, how about your fucking your Bitcoin address would be your the new Social Security number is your Bitcoin wallet. I'll just deposit.
It'll be generation, but it'll be naming like names like hurricanes. I'm Generation Michael.
Right.
Generation Inus or whatever.
Right. Yes.
Man.
Oh, this guy makes a good point. The Biden bucks come in tonight.
For all those Robin Hooders.
Biden bucks, yeah. Gosh, that it is so fun. I just can't believe we're here where they're just going to have like the Yang checks coming out every month. The crisis of the week check, right?
I almost forgot about that guy. That Yang guy.
I mean, he was ahead of the curve. If he just would have wore a mask. I mean, he has $1,000 a month. I mean, he was
been the right ethnicity.
Right. He's too busy taking pictures. Thing is that he was cheating too. I think all those Asian guys are cheating because they know math. Like they just genetically have better math skills, apparently. I mean, look at that. I mean, they can just do code in their head. They're just born hackers.
He hacked in the Dominion machine,
Yeah, it's not fair that they have that Dominion machines. I can't wait to see this shootout between the pillow guy and Dominion. That's just gonna be hilarious. I hope the pillow guy brings some feather pillows and has a pillow fight in court and goes, "I just beat you, fucker." Check that out.
Did you guys see the Robin Hood hearing? That was all Zoom. It was a Zoom call. The whole court hearing.
Oh God, there was a court hearing. You mean the Robin Hood?
Yeah. Yeah, it was hilarious.
Oh,
every congressman was phoning in.
Is that the one
Zoom.
where the congressman ended with a cat head or something, or is that different?
That was something different. But yeah, this one, yeah, there was one of the guys had a green screen in the background.
Oh God!
But with nothing on it, and people in the comments were like, "Hey, you should be on a roller coaster."
Oh yeah, that'd be good. Did you see that one that somebody posted? It was out of Britain or something, or out of Scotland, and these people were doing a Skype call, and they were so fucking lost. Everybody's like, "What? I don't know." It was like fucking 20 minutes of just nonsense. I'm like, man, technology is just
that brutal. Cat one that you first mentioned. Yeah, I saw that. That was too much.
That was funny.
I mean,
the guy couldn't get rid of it. Huh? He just couldn't figure out how to get rid of the.
Yeah, the filter, yeah.
I did that to a girl once, and she was over in Europe, and she Skypes me. This is years ago when that technology first came out, and she laughed her ass off. And I was laughing because it was just so ridiculously inappropriate, and it didn't even sync up back then. All the faces were not even queued up properly, which actually makes it funnier. The worse it is, it's like a bad movie. If it's a really bad movie,
like a Lifetime movie.
Oh yeah.
Those are awful, by the way.
Oh God, they're just so wonderfully awful. And the thing about them is that they're such a preposterous kind of setup, and you're just thinking, in what world would this girl not be able to fucking wake up to the dysfunction of this relationship and just get the fuck out of there? But no, she hangs out to get sliced up,
and they have the most generic titles, because they come up with the whole movie within like a weekend or something. It's like
The wrong,
Psycho in the kitchen.
the wrong bride.
Yeah.
A bad wedding. The bad wedding planner. I saw one called the wedding planner. Turns out she was like, she wanted to just be everybody's. Everybody, spread yourself real thin. No, that stuff is just amazing. I'm watching these horror flicks now. There's one I watched.
I'll be flipping through the guide, and I'll see those, and I'll just click on them every once in a while. Yeah, it's too much.
There's one where these kids, okay, this guy's a musician. He's got his bandmates, and he's like, okay, we're gonna go in the woods and we're gonna write songs, everybody. And on the way there, one of the kids breaks out this bag of weed, and the guy goes, "Give me that." And he throws it out the window. He goes, "Did you just throw that?" You know, yeah. He goes, "This is going to be sober. We're going to write songs." And then they get out in the woods, and he goes, some guy's cell phone goes off. He goes, "Give me your cell phones." And they take the cell phones and they destroy them because you got to focus on the music. And then these kids end up singing, and it becomes like a Glee horror flick where they're singing. And they're being chased by this big black guy with a sledgehammer that's just fucking people up. It is just the most... I couldn't stop watching it, dude. At the end, the kid who brought the bandmates into the fucking thing, and the girls show up. He goes, "The girls shouldn't be here. This is all business." And he says to his girlfriend, "Turn on the DAT machine, digital audio tape." Because he's got a great idea for a song. Meanwhile... here comes this dude with the sledgehammer behind him, but no, wait. There's never a bad time to write a song, and I don't know. I just couldn't stop watching.
Does he kill them off one by one, or?
Well, it ends up at the very end. He leaves his girlfriend with her back ripped open from the guy with the sledgehammer, and just walks away from her because she's just being such a bitch. And I thought, good for you. And he leaves the thing, and at the very end of it. He goes into his the big music producer's office upstairs, and he says, "You wrote all these songs, did you? And you say that you lost your bandmates in the woods?" And he's like, "Yeah, it's crazy, but we make sacrifices." And but he'd written all these hit songs with the band, and they're all dead. But I guess it's a comedy, but I was kind of watching it because. The tension, and it's so bloody. I've been watching bloody movies where they cut people's heads off.
You like those mob movies, like Casino, Goodfellas?
Oh, I hate those.
Really? Oh.
Yes,
it depends.
Like, I hated watching Sopranos because it's just like 7 seasons of miserable assholes who can't.
Yeah, I never understood Sopranos. I like that music they play in the beginning, but I never understood.
Yeah. Oh, I wasn't talking about that show. I was talking about the Scorsese
even
movies.
the mob movies.
The other one, the one that I thought was really cool because I didn't know what it was about, was Ocean's 11. Now there was an original one of that with Frank Sinatra.
That's more like of a happy adventure movie.
Yeah, that's different.
Because there's that one with my favorite over actor is Nicolas Cage. He's in that one with the dice in that gambling movie. He's on the craps table, I think, or something. Nicolas Cage just cracks me up.
Yeah, he's
so
pretty entertaining.
Where he talks like this, where he's stealing those cars and shit. Remember, we could see the future a little bit. You could see like 2 minutes into the future. He's like, "Oh, wait a minute, just wait a minute." Yeah, it's coming.
I remember that demo. He can see like 2 minutes in the future, and instead of trading Forex with it, he's like a magician or some shit.
Well, the cops are coming. I think was he stealing cars, and he could see the cops are about to bust him or something?
Like later on when he was trying to escape from him, but like in the beginning of the movie, his day job, he was a magician.
Oh, okay.
And I'm like, dude, you can see 2 minutes in the future, and you're not trading with that. You son of a bitch.
Did you see the one called? It was called Felony or something. Anyways, he's got to get this gold to this guy whose daughter's going to die in the trunk of a car. So he has to go re-rob the bank, and he gets the genius idea of taking a torch like this fucking 3-gas torch, this arc welder thing, and he puts it into the vault of the safe and comes up underneath the gold and melts it. And it pours down, and he gets all the gold, and he takes it to the guy who has his daughter in the trunk of the car. It's just ridiculous. He's got 12 hours to save his daughter. But it's one of the, you can't stop watching it. It's like, it's nonstop action. But then I came
about
across
those John Wick films. You like those?
I did watch it, John. I watched the first one, and I was kind of watching the second. They want to make me pay for the second one. You motherfuckers got me all hooked up on the first one.
You're not missing much. The first one's good. The second one is, and the third one, it just goes off the fucking rails.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
You're not missing it. Just pretend that only the first one exists.
Have you seen The Equalizer? So I saw the
those
first one of those, and I go,
good.
"Oh, this is fucking killer."
Yeah,
and then I saw the second one. I go,
good too.
"I could watch this all day." Where he's fucking looking at his Rolex, trying to get the good time. He's trying to scalp the room. He's like, "I can think of do this in about 2 minutes here." Oh, I'm kind of slow. I gotta do better next time. I like how he maps out the whole fucking move. That's pretty unique to me. That move, that series, I guess that was a big deal. But yeah, raunchy old movies. Just really bad stuff too is good. Where it's not even widescreen, it's like made for TV. It's a square image. That stuff is crazy.
Made for TV movies.
Well, yeah, I mean, people that have, because the made for TV stuff was pretty good actually. Because compared to some of the movies even now, you know, people will say, "Oh, this is a great movie," in the comments, but the comments are funny. People say, you know, it's 2 hours and never get back and all that kind of stuff.
I mean, I never get. I see that kind of comment. I never get that. Why not just, be a good trader and cut your losses then? But they sat out the whole 2 hours, and then they're like, wasted the whole time.
Yeah. Did you see that movie where this guy, he can't remember anything, so he ends up getting these high-end tattoos of words all over his body? I mean, his tattoos are immaculate, you know, so unrealistic. And he would look at his tattoos and go, "Oh, this is like a phone number here or something. I should know this." And you seen that movie? I couldn't stop watching that either. I mean, I was like, where's this going? Like, I think they're making you watch it, like, because it's so kind of stupid. I don't know. It's not like a normal movie, like the old kind of movies where people wore suits and everything made sense.
Remember, I was watching this movie called Island of the Dead, and it has Malcolm McDowell in it. I mean, it was so bad. I watched like 5 minutes of it, and then I fast forwarded through it went nowhere, and I think
Is
I
that
ended
the
up
guy
throwing it away.
from Clockwork Orange?
Yeah.
The guy with his eyes stuck open with the toothpicks?
Yeah, Malcolm McDowell. Yeah.
Yeah, he's intense. I'd watch him in anything because he's just so wiggy. That hair. I think I know what you're talking about.
I mean, he's in plenty of
character.
He's in plenty of bad movies too.
I bet. What's that the guy that did the Hitcher guy? He's in. I always like that Hitcher movie where he's just like, he's just gonna kill somebody, but he just, doesn't really show that part of himself till. But there's not much. I was just watching a Brittany Murphy movie. Wow. She's just so gorgeous. The last movie she made. What a beautiful. She's like 35 years old and then dead. Boom. I guess that's what happens though. You didn't watch those Grammys, did you? God.
No, I didn't.
Actually, it sounded like a cringe fest.
Is it just leftist propaganda?
Like just songs written about. I mean, you win a Grammy because you wrote a song about somebody having a riot or something. Just bizarre, like hot topic. I mean, Van Morrison. So I was on this Van Morrison, the musician guy, Brown Eyed Girl, and so I'm on his Facebook, I'm one of his fans, and this is about 6 months ago, and I'm on there and I'm all pissed off, about the mask thing. So Van Morrison takes it upon himself to write this song about don't wear a fucking mask. Well, all of these uppity musicians are like, oh, shut up and play your fucking harmonica. Shut up, Van Morrison. Don't be political. And I'm like, dude, he's my fucking hero now because he's standing up and saying, fuck this mask shit. And he wrote an album about it. I was like, dude, that is fucking... It's really un-Van Morrison, I mean, because he's all about, like, romance and spiritual stuff. And I was like, wow, this guy...
Can you imagine eating barbecue ribs with a mask in between bites?
Well, how about that health director in Canada that's a dude? Dude looks like a lady telling people you got to mask up when you're fucking and stuff and pegging. Remember that? And she looks like she looks like Tiny Tim, this bitch. That is, but Tiny Tim was a kind of a feminine dude that sang with a ukulele. He sang tiptoe through the tulips. I don't know if you're familiar with that. He's probably copyrighted. I couldn't play him. Tiny Tim, not like Top Tick Tommy, not to be confused with Top Tick Tommy. Tiny Tim's a whole nother. I don't know if he was hung, but it was called Tiny Tim. He had a girlfriend. He got married on the Tonight Show. That was back in the day, but yeah. So we have to look forward to this summer. Are you going to have a barbecue? Are you going to break the law and have a barbecue with more than 3 people?
I mean, I guess I'm going to have to.
Fireworks.
And
you put masks on your fireworks, right? You got to put 2 masks on each firework. They saying that's what they're saying.
Yeah, I mean, it might get COVID.
Well, so you have immunity. Are you thinking about selling your blood? Do you think you're worse than that? Immune wise? You're like you're head of the herd. You're the first cow in the herd to get the immunity.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure I could probably get it. I mean, as far as the other strains, but yeah.
Oh, really? You think you want to work on a COVID-22? Is that what you're working on now? Or?
I mean, I'm not going to get I don't know if I'll get the vaccine or not.
God, really? You're actually wondering? I just assumed nobody would dare do that.
You'd be surprised. There's a lot of people that it's going fast.
Yeah, I guess people are gobbling it up. There's the room temp one, right? The Johnson & Johnson's room temp. So that one's good to go. I want where you can just can't you just make a smoothie out of it? Do you have to put a needle? Because I hate needles. Can I just eat it? Like, how about if I smoke it? Put it in a crack pipe? Is that going to fuck up the rDNA part? That'll probably blow the code out. Probably end up with some, like, monster, right? What if it mutates?
Well, that's how you get strains. I mean, but yeah, well, whatever. It's
man. What if you got 2 vaccines together? What if you did this thing where you kind of like
a cocktail? Yeah.
Yeah, like game the system. Go, oh, I haven't had my vaccine yet, and you just get all 5 of them, and you just get all vaccined up, and just be like, let's see what the fuck happens, man.
Save you some time. I mean,
like load yourself up and see what kind of like fireworks happen. Maybe you'll grow a third eye. You get it like a third eye, like a COVID eye. You'll be able to sense COVID at 40 yards. You'll be like those cats that know you're going to die when you're in the hospital. They hop on your bed just before you die. COVID. COVID certified. You should get like a I survived COVID, like, that t-shirt thing.
Hashtag COVID ready, that's a
yeah, what is the
t-shirt?
I survived COVID. I'm with COVID, right? Instead I'm with stupid.
You got the arrow pointing to the guy next to you.
Yeah. Mask. The mask thing. I mean, have you seen the new masks that look like a fucking air filter? How about if I just put an air filter, like one of those racing filters on my face?
I mean, I got glasses, and I found only one mask that works with them.
It doesn't fog your glasses?
Yeah. I mean, it's
snorkel. Snorkel equipment.
Annoying as hell. That's why I hate them.
I try to do the mask thing, and my glasses fogged up, and I go in the store. I make it through the front door, and then I take it off and breathe through my nose. I think I'm going to die if I don't breathe. So people are so dutifully buttoned up, though. It just shows you how compliant Americans are. They're such good fucking, they're good, such good citizens, man. I mean, you should feel safe knowing that, you know, if people are told to stop, drop, and roll, that they will.
I mean, that's what they did in the when they had the 50s, when they, what was it, where you had to hide under your desk or something if a nuke went off, or, you know, part of the Cold War, like that would do anything.
Yeah.
Oh, you mean the bomb shelters and stuff? Those triangles?
No, like in public schools and stuff. They
oh yeah, we would go the hallway.
As part of public education.
Oh yeah, we get under your desk, because your desk could protect you from a nuclear holocaust. Because, you know, the
they
desk
were doing that
of
stuff like even with tornadoes. And I'm like, what
yeah.
the fuck is
no,
he getting into my if a tornado?
No, we would go in the hallway and stuff.
Yeah.
And oh man, I mean,
or actually, when I was, you know, like if other guy here is roughly the same age as me, we were growing up in the era of, what do you do when there's an active shooter in school, right?
Right.
Is there really a protocol for that?
Yeah, there was protocols. There was starting to be, right? Especially after, you know, like the Columbine really kicked it off.
Go get your Kevlar out of the locker? Get your Kevlar ready? Or what was it?
No, it was dumber than that. It was basically the same thing, like, don't panic and get under your desk, roughly the same thing. And listen to the teacher. I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? If I hear like an active shooter rolling, I'm jumping through that window.
Well, here's the other thing they told you. Here's the other thing. They would, as part of the drill, they would make you like hide on the other wall.
Yeah.
You know, on the same side of the door. So if there was a shooter outside in the hallway, you know, just walking around, he wouldn't see it through the window, you know, in the door.
Yeah, it was basically a million versions of hide, but don't leave the classroom. I mean, I'm like, I will run away from this fucker as fast as I don't care if I have to throw a desk through the window. I am not staying in here while there's a crazy dude in a rifle.
So are you saying they're asking you to get up against the door and stay away from that little slot window with the little embedded chicken wire? Like, so in other words, if you're glued to the door, the guy can't see. Oh my God. Doesn't he know that these guys have heat-seeking equipment? No.
And when I was in middle school, we had it was actually here in the town I live in too. There was like a string of kids that, like, bomb threats. That was a big one, right? For a few years, kids kept calling in fake bomb threats on school.
Take the test.
And they had a they had a thing for that too, which was, all right, there's been a bomb threat. We're going to calmly walk out in a single I was like, oh my God, why are we walking if there's a bomb? Of course, I mean, we knew there was no bomb, but if someone calls in a fake bomb threat, they have to react. And I remember in middle school at this school here, we had like 3 weeks straight of going to school and some asshole calling in a bomb threat from his cell phone in the bathroom. And then we'd immediately march out, and fucking our parents have to come pick up. Like, we didn't have school for like 3 weeks straight because of this.
Oh, the guy just kept doing it over and over again. He just kept doing the same trick over and over again.
Same. I guess they eventually caught him, or he got bored. I don't know. I just know we knew who was doing it. Just no one could prove it. And they can't just go, okay, it's just a kid. No, they have to do something. They have to pretend like it's real every time, just in case it is. So. And I remember like 2 weeks, like about a weekend after that, my mom was getting mad at me because she kept having to pick me up just at school, just after she just dropped me off, like that was my fault or something. She was just getting annoyed because she kept having to come. Why aren't you going to school? I'm like, we had another bomb threat. What do you want me to do? Anyway.
I finally got. I'm tempted to take out the Asian high here. I'm looking for this thing to make a run into the London. Of course, the sellers are coming in right now. So it's a real creeper gear. Yeah, so we rejected the floor there in Asia. On the euro, though. I don't know about Bitcoin, man. Yeah, that's going to be some kind of crazy. I'm surprised that I haven't heard... well, it'll happen, I'm sure.
A simple. Do you have like drag and drop scripts, like the ones that you got, but like they let you do like a specific take profit and stop loss, but that lets you drag it onto a certain point.
Well, you can change them. You do a drag and drop, and then you can change the targets and the stops later, like just to get the order on there.
No, but that's hard.
Yeah, well, you can do. I would do it. I like the idea that it's that you don't change them because then you can keep the ratios proper. But you know, if you were gonna say you're in you're not in a very big position and you're like, yeah, know what, you're gonna move your targets because you know it's about size. But the predefined ones, they're just gonna make 8, 12, 14, 16 pips. It's good to have that. It's good to get out of the market, you know. I think if you're not in the market, you can think clearer because if you're in any kind of position, you're definitely rooting for your side, you know. And you just don't know. You don't always get your target. You don't always, you know. People put these insane ratios like 4 to 1, but sometimes you just can't make that many pips. The market just doesn't.
It's a messy world.
I have a hard time doing just 2 to 1. 4 to 1 is like, Jesus Christ, I can't handle that kind of stress.
Like right here. So this is the 15-minute euro dollar. If you put a buy limit, you'd be long right now. So if you pull the trigger at the end of 1 hour, when you're below that floor, you would have bought right here, right? So you would have bought there. You would have bought on limits into this trap, and you're holding long, hoping that they take out the high Asia. That's all. And of course, if you're not in the market, there's plenty of selling to be done. Once you go up about 10 pips from here, and go above that yellow line, there'll be sellers up there, and it's just this perverse buy-sell game. You know, it's just back and forth. It's just there's no final destination in a way. There's not really because if your destination is to make 40 pips, you know, after you make 40 pips, you just stand back and rinse and repeat the whole idea.
It's you know, it's about that time where everybody hit the subscribe button, you know, hit the like button, like me on Patreon, you know. Don't forget to hit that like button. Put a comment
hit
below.
That like button. And don't forget to comment, even if it's bad, because the algorithm loves a bad comment. And
you know, put an emoji in there too. You know, we like emojis.
What I need to do is I have to run that thing where you have a little bell, and it shows you what it would look like if you did click on that thing. You know, and it's like animated and stuff. Everything's just, it's weird how stuff is actually keyed for people that are like 5 years old. I don't know why they do that to people.
Like every thumbnail of every YouTube video now has like emojis, you know, this kind of bubbly text and then the woman's face.
Yeah, and the expressions are getting more and more ridiculous, and I just know. I guess, you know, that's the. Because I ended up with this thumbnail. So if you don't choose a custom thumbnail with YouTube, it just takes whatever clip it wants, whatever, just randomly, really. Either the beginning or the end of the stream. So at the very end of the stream, the last stream I did was about the planets align and you take a trade because the planets are in a certain pattern.
Yeah.
And that's the very last thing. The thumbnail is literally this quote from Gann, W.D. Gann, who's like the mystic, you know. And it's about him saying, well, the celestial bodies line up with the moon and I go along, corn or something. And I'm like, wow, this is so out there. And the guy that we're watching the video and the guy's talking about it, He's a true believer. So I think
Gotta
they
have
call
those
him.
Gahan lines on your chart.
Yeah, the Gone lines, and it's like WD Gone, have you know. But the GAN fans and the GAN fan is interesting because the angle degree, and I thought, well, if you scrunch the chart up, it kind of blows the GAN angle because now it's steep and it's not 62 degrees or 66 degrees.
I'm more of an Andrews pitchfork guy myself.
Yeah. Well, I like, a touch of, I like a side of GAN fan with my pitchfork, but, if I equidistant channels, I'll settle for one channel over a pitchfork, because pitchfork's got that median line and it's the return of the mean kind of thing. It makes it complicated.
How do you want that cooked? Medium rare?
Well, the hors d'oeuvre, you notice that the appetizers are more of like a pitchfork. So there's only 3 prongs on that. And then if you get like a nice salad fork kind of trade, there's 4 tines on that one. It's a little different.
All right, well, we've got ketchup, ranch, honey mustard. What do you want to dip that in?
Well, you know what? I kind of like to go long honey mustard and short the sour cream. Until we get to the dessert.
Have a nice
phase.
hedge there.
Yeah, because it's like a surf and turf or sweet and sour sauce that those Asian people are using.
They need to sell indicators in packages like they do cable subscriptions to idiots.
Yeah, you need like a descrambler. Or your subscription runs out on that indicator, just about to pull the trigger, and poof, it's gone like, oops, you see?
We will customize an indicator package for you.
Yeah, how about
that's
an indicator?
The thing with cable, you pay this outrageous subscription for 500 channels, and you're only going to watch 10 of them at most.
Yeah, I mean, when you get
Kind
to
of
that, your channel
business
4000, channel 4000 is just pure jazz music or something. They got the music channels and they got the. I actually went scrolling through that. I was at my parents' house and I went through all their channels on cable, and I was like, man, there's some just. It's like a bottomless pit. And then who's got the time to watch it? I was trying to get my dad to watch C-SPAN. I go, this is really kind of like the raw feed of real politics without any spin.
That's what you watch.
Not a lot of people watching
go to
C-SPAN.
sleep.
That's the only thing I used to watch on cable was I watched like book notes and C-SPAN, and I'm like, wow, look at this raw feed. This is crazy. And then, of course, it's all condensed and buttoned up really neatly for you by the news team with all the people all dressed up. And boy, they spend so much money on the sets on those news shows.
I like when they're having like a meeting with all the the talking heads, and they divide the screen up
like the Brady
within
Bunch.
like 9 cells.
Yeah.
It's like 9 different people talking all at once.
Oh. They were doing that during this, a lot of these hearings about the election, these guys are in these, oh my God. My favorite was watching the one in Pennsylvania, or no, one in Indiana, where they were just, man, they just get mean. Depends where you're from, Because down south, I was watching the Georgia thing, and I thought, man, these guys all got accents and shit. It's crazy. They sound dumb. No offense. But they're like, yeah, we're looking at the election machine. That's fucked up. Yeah, you think? Man, you sound fucked up. Like, are you sober? Like, I don't know. Something about country accent, man. I can't get over it.
Well, I mean that's why like people from the Northeast, kind of look down on the South.
Yeah, I just feel like I'm in danger. Like, are these guys gonna, like, that's the Foxworthy joke. Do you really want a guy that's gonna come in the room and go, I'm your brain surgeon. What we're gonna do is gonna cut your head open right here. See, take your brains out for a little bit. I want like a serious guy that says, very explicitly, no accent, what we're gonna do to your brain. It just doesn't seem safe. It's like you're making moonshine or something in a radiator with an antifreeze.
Or dynamite.
I want a moonshine
Yosemite
doctor.
Sam. Yeah, Yosemite Sam must be from down there.
Well, Yosemite Sam's like based off a Texan.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought that was that other guy that got rid of Speedy Gonzalez. I thought he was Texan.
Yeah, he's Texan too. He's also Texan.
And then you have
Tamale.
Slowpoke Rodriguez.
Right.
Yeah, Slowpoke.
Oh my God. How about
He's got the revolver, you know. He just shoots people because he can't run fast.
Right. Well, of course. He's handicapped. Gosh.
Yeah, I remember I saw this one video where, you know, Speedy's like running away from the cat, like this Mexican cat, and the cat catches Slowpoke, and he's like, "Aha, you know, I got you." And then Slowpoke just pulls out this big ass revolver and just shoots him in the face.
Yeah. I know what you mean. That's not a some
And Looney Tunes, you know.
God, Looney Tunes. I kind of like that. What was that rooster that would punch in and
Foghorn Leghorn.
yeah, Foghorn Leghorn. I mean, that was pretty epic. And I always watched the Hillbilly Bears, where it sounded like the guy was cussing up a storm. Yeah, that stuff was pretty good. You know, because when I watched that when I was a kid,
I love Tom and Jerry. That was
yeah.
They kept censoring it. Like every time they made like a remake of it. Yeah, they kept making it cleaner and cleaner. You know.
So because when I was a kid, my sister was 6 years older, and later on I said to her, you know, I don't think that stuff's that funny. She goes, well, you know, it's actually got adult jokes in there, and I go, didn't even notice. You know, I was too young. And I guess there was a bunch of even Rocky and Bullwinkle had a bunch of like political jokes in there because I didn't really know about much Russian. To me, I didn't understand, you know, the whole Russian thing. I just thought it was a cute name, Natasha, and he's Russian.
Yeah, like early Looney Tunes stuff was a lot of like World War II stuff going on there.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, really.
A lot of Hitler jokes, a lot of Japanese Tojo jokes, a lot of blackface going on.
Yeah, and I don't understand what the problem with the blackface is because I just don't get. I don't get why. I don't get what's offensive. Honestly, I don't understand why the Dukes of Hazzard car was a problem. I don't get it. I don't know what's going on there. I guess I don't understand.
Because it's something to complain about. It's not a problem. It's just something to complain about.
I mean, the General Lee, I mean, the whole Confederate thing, I mean, I thought that was some independent thing. I don't know. I don't get how people are spinning that. It's a slice in time. But I guess people look back on it and they kind of reimagine it. They have a different spin on it, it seems.
I mean, you know, you would think maybe they'll try banning Tom and Jerry because if you remember, in almost every Tom and Jerry episode, you had the like the house cleaner, or that, you know, it was a black lady.
Yeah, she's always a black lady.
Oh, right.
Or just a woman. It'd just be they'll just ban women in dresses at this point. How dare they have a woman cleaning on TV? That's just so sexist.
Oh, right. She's got to be like pregnant and flying a jet fighter, I think.
Yeah, she's gonna be pregnant, flying a jet fighter, and also have a dick somehow too.
Oh, right. Yeah, she's hung too. Not just any dick, like a big fucking monster dick, you know, like
well, you know,
there's
this funny meme. I think it's a meme, but it's if you don't like if you're not attracted to trans women as a straight guy, then you're super straight.
Yeah, that
really?
kicked off. That was a little quick thing going on the internet for about a week. It was basically a bunch of guys started trolling, and they're like, we're going to make our own little add-on to LGBT, but we're called super straight. It's where you're straight, but you only like actual women. They're like, and they started, you know, just like how like all the liberals like to make fucking dumbass slogans and stupid gay art. So they started making their own gay art and were like pretending to be real serious just to make lefties mad and stuff. It was quite funny. People were freaking out about it. Like
Super straight.
It's just super straight. And just to make it even more annoying, they put like SS, like the fucking old Nazi SS, and just be like, "What's the problem?" Just to make them matter. It was funny.
So no lady boys allowed.
No lady boys allowed, and that's
if you like lady boys, then you're just straight. You're not
right. That's
straight.
what they were saying. It was just right, they were just doing it because
you're still into chicks. You just didn't know. Yeah, you're still.
They were just doing it to annoy all the LGBT people.
So only certified virgin girls are the only. If you're triggered by that, then you are definitely certified super straight.
Yeah, well, I mean, because these people, they try to push this shit so hard, and they're like, you have to like trannies.
Yeah.
You have to. You don't have a choice.
Well, there was that, that was that titty pussy, that guy that had that, he was on a Skype call with all those people in a Zoom call. He was calling it titty pussy. He wanted to try to get that to be something. It was this character named Titty Pussy that was like 5 different genders, or I was some crazy composite gender. And he was on a call. Yeah, he was on a call with real politicians, and the politicians were just jaw dropped, and they were just. This is like a Cortez, kind of like a Guy Cortez.
Oh God!
Where he was like, he's the new kid on the block, and he's suggesting this titty pussy character.
You got like 3 different color hair, hair.
Yeah, he's green, trying to,
blue, purple.
Ultra woke kind of manifestations, and it's almost like you can't tell the jokes from reality, and it turns out that people are expecting it just to be off the rails. I can't believe how quickly this happened, because just about 2 years ago, it seemed like we were on Normal Street, like we were on our way to Normalville.
I mean, we really weren't. This has been kind of culminating for a couple decades, I think, if you really think about it.
It felt like we were starting to get the crazies corralled, We were keeping them corralled in California and shit, and then it kind of fell apart there.
Yeah, I think people underestimated Silicon Valley, like the Facebook power and Twitter power. I think they underestimated that, because they had such a hold on the goobers, the people that kind of just live on Facebook. They don't see outside of the meme world, and people take sides. I got a friend on there that's just totally lost in racism. It's mind-blowing. I mean, he's still talking about lynching. He's a black dude. He's my drummer from back the day, because black guys, like the beat. So he's like totally. I'm like, dude, nobody's lynching anybody. Let it go. Like, I can't even play music with him.
I know. We don't even lynch people down here no more.
I know it's getting. I mean, everywhere's the noose, right? And like, remember that guy that.
Oh, dude, that was a big thing.
Remember this bananas hanging from trees and all these triggers, and the one guy goes, "Dude, it's just a rope. Man. Let it go. It's just a rope."
That was a big thing.
For the NASCAR rope. The NASCAR.
Yeah, that was a big deal. And man, I'm telling you, they lost a lot of Southerners when they tried to push that garbage with the Bubba Wallace, who's the black racer. Right? And they really tried to ham up this fucking thing where the garage string was a noose. And it wasn't. It was literally just the garage string, how a garage string always looks.
Sometimes a dildo's just a dildo,
Yeah. And
cigar's just a cigar.
Totally back. They had an investigation and everything. Oh my God. It was they made such a big stink out of it.
Well, the FBI showed up for that. In a SWAT team or something.
And then it was literally...
FBI, you mean female body inspector?
Yeah. Oh my God.
Right.
And these guys are just like, it was nuts. No, because I'm not that cynical, but now I am. I mean, I guess everybody gets cynical once you figure out just how what's really going on behind the scenes.
And what they don't understand is the farther they take it, the more the more the opposite. The more they push the people to the other end too. I mean, it's like they don't understand that.
Well, they don't think past 5 minutes of throwing a fit about something. So,
But they're going to have a backlash here because even the liberals are waking up now. So you got Bill Maher and this Jewish comedian girl who's this is just too ridiculous.
Sarah Silverman.
Yeah. So people are starting to go, this is fucking retarded all day long. I mean, common sense kicks in eventually. I guess we're hoping, right? Logic. Reason.
Well, common sense is now extreme, so.
Because emotions are really the kind of like the that's the fuel for these people's harebrained notions, is just to get emotional and then want reparations for everything, and everybody's a victim. So.
I mean, I want reparations from all the tax money that was stolen from me. Can they give it all back to me?
Wow.
How about that for a reparation?
I want reparations for all the slaves my family members had to give up, in ancestors and stuff. Is that too much to ask for?
Right. Well, I mean, all
the drummer might not like me.
Yeah, no, I mean, the drummer guy. I mean, so he, there's no cure for it. In other words, it's like drinking salt water. There's no. It's just like these people. You could tear down every statue. You could burn every Dr. Seuss book, and that would only make them want more. Like salt water. They'd be like, what? That's not. We're just getting started. I'm like, oh my god. So it's not even ever going to be satisfied.
No, it's never enough for them. They just want more and more and more and more and more.
But I mean, you would think the end game. So here's what I thought is that since they amazingly orchestrated this fortification of the election, and I'm like, okay, so you did that. You should just kind of chill and go, nailed that. No, they just kept pushing. They're still pushing. I'm just amazed that they could still push. Like, dude, you won. Like, what else are you trying to?
Well, if you think that, that there was some funny business going on in the election, I mean, that just means you're a racist.
Yeah, I mean, it's amazing. I watched all the hearings, and did you see the guy over there? He was in Chicago, and he's one of the cool kids, millennials or whatever. Comes in with his hair all fucking whacked out. He's just a real hippie fuck. He's like, yeah, well, you know what? I saw this and I saw that, and I'm just a guy telling this story, Man, it was so amazing. The guy was so just like, you're like, if this guy's lying, we're all in trouble. The guy was so honest, He's like, fuck, I saw shit you wouldn't believe, And he had no reason to lie, He's like, I got no fucking, I'm not voting for anybody. I don't even vote. And a lot of these guys are libertarians, they're like, I don't even vote, dude, but this is fucked up,
I know I'm never voting again. I'm never going to waste my time.
God, again. I can't even believe it. I mean, I'm just blown away. I'm still blown away by it. I think I'm just going to show up with my USB drive with like 10 of my votes on it and just drop it off. Be like, hey, man, Dominion said it was okay. Got the fucking...
That'd be funny if you didn't even plug it into the machine. You just
swipe it over
top.
Like a gas card. Just swipe it over the machine and just bing. I see come up. Yeah, I got the special rebate. Get double Trump votes. Yeah, it's like scratch and win. Oh, it's got a double bonus. Yeah, you got
a 2 for 1.
Vote early and vote often was the joke when we were kids. Now it's the real thing, Yeah, it's.
And if you're dead, you get more.
Oh, I forgot about points. That. Yeah, the deads always go. They always vote blue. I don't know why that is. I guess it's just a thing. It's a tradition. I think once you're dead, they tell you when you get there, you're gonna vote for Democrat, right? Oh yeah. You don't want to go to hell, do you? Oh no. but the Democrat Party's just turned into a giant
programs in the afterlife.
They really should. People that work for the government should not be allowed to vote. I mean, obviously, because they're just voting themselves.
You get up to heaven, it's like the DMV, the bureaucracy, all the social programs.
Yeah, you go to the next window and it's the same guy, and he acts like he doesn't know you.
And he tells you you're on the wrong colored line. You got the red line.
Well, now you're in the wrong gender line now. I mean, you're fucked. You're really fucked.
It's that scene at the end of Beetlejuice. Now serving 9 quadrillion.
Did you see that? Do you remember that black lady that claimed she was black and stuff? She was a teacher out east, and she had curly hair and everything. And she wasn't black at all, but she was like claiming.
Yeah, she was like spray tanned, like she was.
Yeah, and then she would go on these rants that you just thought, not only she's mentally ill. I mean, it's crazy, the rants. People.
What's annoying is nobody on the news called her out. Nobody, not one person. They just let her do it.
Yeah. Well, you didn't want to intervene in such a kind of a free spirit, you know. I don't know. I guess when people appropriate like that, somehow it's like paying homage. But that's why I don't understand why the blackface is a problem, because aren't you just being, you know,
Trudeau is
keeping it alive? Yeah, I don't know. I just, you know, like if you want to dress up as a grand wizard, knock yourself out. What happened to free speech? I don't know. I mean, it's a Democratic invention anyways. The Democrats invented all that shit. I mean, they're the biggest proponents of racism. I mean, they love it. They love it.
Isn't everyone a grand wizard in the Middle East?
Right, and not to mention that, look at the Pope's wearing a fucking yarmulke, for God's sakes. I mean, what's going on here, you know? The Pope's Jewish, obviously. Fucker's wearing a beanie. There's so much fucked up shit.
I thought it was a Little Rascal hat or something.
Hey.
I like the Cardinals that are wearing that fucking Grand Wizard fucking cone shit, that cone head stuff they're wearing, whatever the hell that thing is called.
That cone shit.
Yeah, because Ike was talking about like the Giants and the Ike guy.
How do they walk properly with all that shit on? Yeah, you kind of wonder.
Well, supposedly for the Vatican complaining about, you know, everybody's broke, they got so much fucking gold and artwork in there that if they really cared about the poor, they would liquidate it, right? Isn't that the argument? They would just sell it all and have like a sloppy Joe dinners for a couple months.
Yeah.
Everybody come and show up at the Vatican and just party on, Wayne, because, dude, we're just going to open this
sloppy Joes and Coronas.
Yeah, because come on, man.
The Vatican.
I mean, Corona's here. Let's fucking go full. Even get that guy to bring his cruise ship around, that captain, and crash it on the beach there in Italy.
I'll bring a beer keg, you know, and a couple of extra tanks of CO2.
Some moonshine and a couple banjos, and we'll make it like a fucking clusterfuck ethnic meltdown rainbow coalition. We'll just bring everybody in. A couple burkas. You know, I say mix it up.
No, those aren't burkas. Those are COVID suits.
I wonder if there's such things like a burka titty bar, you know, where the chicks come out in a burka and they strip down from a burka down right down
to a burka that they have underneath.
Right, a painted on burka.
From a burka to a pink burka and just a little bit of ankle.
Yeah, it's just a burka after burka, like those dolls you can get down on those Chinese dolls.
I'm curious, do women who wear burkas still have to wear a mask outside of their burka?
Oof.
That's a good question.
Paradox.
Like a catch-22.
Yeah,
right?
what are you gonna do with that? Your brain will explode. You'll end up going into a circular logic loop and never recover.
It's like 4D chess, you know. I can't handle that level of computation.
You'll end up talking to yourself in a room the rest of your life.
I'm about ready to wear a burqa just to not have to wear a mask.
I know. I'm ready to go. I'm ready to go with the goggles and the whole, gas mask thing, which is really a very abrupt look. I mean, that's a rough look. And some people are wearing panties on their face and stuff.
No, you spend about 30 minutes in a gas mask. You'll be wanting a mask. Trust me.
Yeah, is that hard to breathe? Or just the rubber. The smell of the rubber is too much.
Yes,
I mean it's like sealed to your face.
And you can't breathe. Yeah, it is.
Oh, isn't that like so? It's almost like that carpet smell when people put carpet in your house. I can't believe people haven't died from that. Like in the old days, they'd put carpet in your house, and dude, you might as well just be at a petroleum factory. He was like, "What the fuck?"
It smells like an old 1980s Toyota car or something like that.
That new car smell.
That new old car smell kind of thing.
Like you smell that interior plastic.
Yeah.
Yeah. I miss the flavor of plastic bottles when they used to leach out in the sun. You leave them in the car, you take a sip, and you go, I think I just got cancer drinking this, but hey, you know what? I'm thirsty. What the fuck? I mean, they would have outlawed it if it was dangerous. I used to trust everybody.
Sure, you know, aerosol cans. I mean, I love those.
Oh, and I used to huff them, yeah. I mean, the gold and silver paint's the way to go because there's more propellant.
You ever whippets, you know, in those cans?
No, yeah. So my friend, did you ever do whippets? Because I know people that did them, and I was afraid to do them because I mean these people are like, I thought
no,
you're gonna get brain
damage. Was hilarious.
Now the nitrous thing, because the nitrous isn't there, right? Is that supposed to be like laughing gas nitrous that's in that whippet? The propellant.
Yeah.
I think it's
I'm not sure how it works exactly.
Yeah, that's.
I mean, there's also Jinka too. You know what that is?
Yes, I know. I was going to mention that. I forgot what that was called. I was going to say that earlier, and I thought, I was watching the whole thing about that, and I thought, man,
like you put a balloon over the jar, and then
wow.
You put it in the sun.
People will do whatever it takes.
You know
that I tell you.
That also, that takes it up to a whole new. That gets really ripe. It's like overripe bananas that are black. They're so ripe.
And then you put it in the sun, you know, to speed up the process.
People will do whatever it takes.
I saw
crazy.
I saw this horror flick that was based on that a little bit. Okay, so what it is these guys go to this abandoned building, and the guy goes, oh, he shows up there, and they get trapped in this abandoned building. He can't find their way out, and it turns out there's a guy in there, and he sees them, and he goes, oh, did you hear about this on the internet? He goes, yeah, coming down here. And he goes, why are you coming down here? Oh, because there used to be a chemical plant here, and all the chemistry has distilled down, and at the very bottom of this building, there's a trench of shit, of really toxic fumes. Have you seen this movie? So there's this liquid down there. They finally get down there to the secret thing. And the guy that's been killing people, he's got a gas mask that he fills up, the very bottom, he fills up with this super toxic shit. And he does hits of it, and he hallucinates, but he wants to kill people. But he's getting high at the same time. And I thought of that Jenga thing. And it's a crazy movie. And eventually, the guy that's killing people gets killed, and the guy he takes over the role, and he ends up wearing the mask at the end of the movie. But it's interesting that this toxicity... Oh,
shit, that sounds like Midnight on a Meat Train. You ever see that one?
Maybe that's it. I don't know.
He's basically... it's by Vinnie Jones, a British actor. But basically, he's at like 2 in the morning or 3 in the morning or something. He's on the subway, and basically he kills like a few people. And then in the end of the movie, you find out he's basically feeding him to these like devil creatures or something, or he's like he's like a hunter or something. It's kind of a fun movie. And the protagonist, he ends up killing Vinnie Jones, and he becomes the guy, or he becomes the new hunter in the end.
Yeah, he should take over that task.
Yeah, he's down. God, I'm trying to remember who played the protagonist. It was a pretty famous. What's his name? The guy in the movie Limitless, the actor. What the hell's his name? Oh, I think Bradley Cooper. Yeah, I think that's his name.
Yeah. Oh, the guy from Oh, yeah, the Stars Born. He just did that.
Yeah,
Lady
yeah, Bradley.
Gaga.
Yeah, he was the main character. That was a pretty early role for him, I think.
I watched that movie. I was pretty intrigued. I couldn't believe that was Lady Gaga.
I never saw that one.
It's pretty fucking good, and I'm not a Lady Gaga fan, but there's also Andrew Dice Clay's in that movie, and I was shocked that he was in there because I didn't recognize him. His head's all shaved.
Huh.
He's her dad. It's really weird. I was like, that's Andrew Dice Clay, and then he sings pretty fucking good in that movie. It's amazing. Like, Lady Gaga is just an amazing actress. I had no idea. I didn't know who she was. I didn't know that was her because she wears so much shit. I never knew what she really looked like. She's always got makeup on.
Yeah.
She looks like a clown, and then I thought, well, what the fuck? She looks nice. Yeah, so it's 5 after midnight. We're just finally creeping north here on my euro. My target is to have it rally into London here. I guess that's a chance for the dollar to fall apart one more leg here. But I don't know how much further. I mean, when are people just going to go, wait a minute, it's already March 17th. It's pretty amazing. It's amazing how deep we are into daylight savings time kicked in, right?
Yeah, I wish they would get rid of that.
It's so silly. I don't pay
savings
attention
time.
anymore because I don't know. I mean, I didn't even notice it this time.
They've been like an hour behind for like the past 3 days or.
I used to talk to a guy in Canada that was on, he lived in a place there was a half an hour. So he'd say, oh, it's the bottom of the hour. And I go, no, it's not. It's the top of the hour. He goes, not where I live. He was like just east of Montreal somewhere up in Canada. They have a half time zone up there. This is bizarre. So you got a big you gotta get ready for your 4th of July. You think it's safe to go buy some hot dogs, or are we still locked down?
Far away from 4th of July.
God, I can't believe somebody would say something like that. Would plan that far out in advance. Well, if you're lucky. What a crazy world we live in. I mean, the whole cancel culture thing is just so bizarre. You never know. You know, wake up and your favorite show's gone. Whatever.
Or they cancel,
Mr.
Ed.
Cancel Mr.
Pepe.
Ed.
The Looney Tunes, Pepe Le Pew.
God, yeah. Oh, that's so funny because people are describing that. I was listening to people in the talk show this morning describing how, Pepe Le Pew was so fucking horny that if a cat ended up with paint splattered on it, he would think it was another skunk. So fucking horny.
That was the running joke of the whole goddamn show.
And the fact that it really was an anti rape or anti-molestation figure because they made him look like a dick, I mean, you didn't want to be him, so nobody was trying to be him because it was rude. But it was.
I was just thinking you wouldn't want to be Sylvester in any of those cartoons because he'd always get killed basically in every episode with Tweety.
Yeah.
He'd fall off a building and, land head first into concrete sidewalk and
yeah, that was tough. Tweety Bird and the whole Roadrunner thing, it's very kind of funny though. I actually thought there was an Acme store that you could buy dynamite at. I guess I was misled there. Because I thought, I got to find this Acme store. This looks like a fucking deal. And
got to buy some anvils just in case.
And I got to get some black paint so I can paint giant like tunnels that don't exist on the side of the mountain in case somebody's chasing me. Because that'll stop them.
They'll never notice this paint.
Yeah, right. Well, I mean, you use that quick drying paint. The funniest thing I ever saw in that Roadrunner, which I actually thought, is that possible? Because there was a point at which he had this dehydrated water. And you just add Acme dehydrated water, just add one drop and it'd make like a lake. I thought, is there such a thing as dehydrated water? We just add one drop, and I think he set up like a way to stop the Roadrunner in a lake.
And I don't think he ever caught the Roadrunner. I never watched.
He came damn close.
The whole thing.
It was such a short. Did you ever see the cartoon? It was Clyde Crash Cup and Leonardo, and then they had this Vava Voom. They had Master Cylinder and Felix the Cat. I mean, that stuff was crazy. But I think some of that stuff's too old for them to come after, because they're coming after.
I don't know.
Somewhat modern stuff, of course.
They're looking for anything they can to dig up. I mean, these people are crazy.
It seems like they'll get these guys on some guy to mention it, and if he has any kind of letters after his name or some kind of degree, and what he says is valid. What he says is valid somehow because of his pedigree. Or I was like, what? This guy's just another goof that you got on TV. But I almost think it's clickbait in a way, because
oh, it is. Yeah.
I mean, they just want people. They want the headlines to be ridiculous, and like this thing with this Black Sabbath's, his wife, Black Sabbath guy, that she's saying something racist, and even the thing with this this Merkel thing with the King and Queen kids. Like, I don't know, people just so hypersensitive, and it becomes like I don't know. I think it's like if my car is white. I mean, I must be a racist. Yeah,
right?
I was gonna say, where do we like the
White
M&Ms? Are you eating the brown M&Ms too? I mean, where do you draw the line? I mean, it's a real tough one there.
Well, here's a question: Do you like Skittles or M&Ms better? That's always the question.
Well, I like the peanut M&Ms, but
yeah, those are good. I like Skittles too, though.
Oh, Skittles are a little more tart, right? They got a little bit
harder
shell.
I mean, it's kind of like it's almost the same shape. You know, the M&Ms have an M on them, and the Skittles have an S on them. Have you seen
the controversial Skittle commercials, though? Where this lady's giving birth to Skittles and shit. These are controversial commercials. They were like banned. You didn't see the Skittles where the lady's giving birth to Skittles. I mean, it's like, it's really gross, but it's like I don't think it's illegal. But yeah, that's, there's been some really edgy commercials.
There was one from Progressive or Geico, one of those insurance companies, and it was like really morbid. It was like the mom, or it was like someone, they like fell down the stairs and died or something, and they were like carrying the person away in a stretcher, and yeah, it was like I was actually pretty surprised by it, and then they took it off the air.
Yeah, there has been some that were just too intense. You know, it's really been a...
Yeah, because usually like those commercials are supposed to be like, you know, kind of happy, and you know, but then this one was just like morbid.
Yeah, there's you ever seen the Mayhem guy from the insurance commercial? I think that's hilarious. His name's Mayhem, you know, and he's always getting smashed in the car, and he's just getting beat up. He's a actor, and this funny one where he's looking for his cell phone. Let me see if I can find it. The Mayhem guy. It's just like, it's almost like Fire Marshal Bill kind of thing. Yeah, no, the commercials, that's kind of like the gateway, like comedy, you know.
A gateway drug, I guess.
To make stuff, you know, because comedy you can get away with saying really bad stuff in comedy, but if people think, "Oh, are you really
not anymore?"
serious? Yeah,
not anymore. You can't.
Yeah, no, it's really.
Look at Jerry Seinfeld. He can't. He won't even do stand up anymore.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, I mean, why bother, right? It's too. Or how about the Bud Light commercials? I think I played those one time. Yeah, here's the.
If you play it on the stream, you're guaranteed a
I don't know
copyright.
because the Bud Light commercials, it's a commercial, so I don't know if it's copyrighted because.
That's a good.
Yeah,
I don't
I'm
know.
not sure if I did that. I just do the audio. It's just so funny, man. And they stopped doing them.
It's funny. We were talking about the thumbnails, the YouTube thumbnails earlier. I was just thinking of your videos, and all of them are just titled Forex, and it's like the same thumbnail with a green background and.
Just about right. So it's like so nobody knows. Otherwise, people can steal my shit. See, they get
I can't go back and say, oh yeah, in this particular video, because I can't tell which one is which. They're all titled the exact same thing with the same thumbnail. So it's like
unless you see the date, you really can't. What was the name of the Bud Light? Oh, God. Real Men of Genius. Yeah, that's it.
Budweiser presents Real Men of Genius. Real Men of Genius. Today we salute you, Mr. Really Bad Toupee Wearer. Mr. Really Bad Toupee Wearer.
I remember those.
They would put the funniest topics, and the guy would sing with all the intensity of a real pop singer and just really go for it.
Nor exploding scoreboard ever could. Wrestling wardrobe designer. Real Man of Genius. Today we salute you, Mr. Pro Wrestling Wardrobe Designer. Mr. Pro Wrestling Wardrobe Designer.
I like how he tries to squeeze all the syllables into the song. Man, I can't seem to. I know that stuff was just a simpler time.
Yeah, that was like 5 years ago, I think.
Really? Is that when it died out? Real Men of Genius?
I don't know. I'm just guessing.
Real Men of Genius. There's a 1 hour. I played this one time. It's 1 hour of Real Men of Genius.
Bud Light presents Real Men of Genius. Today we salute you, Mr. Giant Foam Finger Maker. Mr. Giant Foam Finger Maker. Without you, our teams would be in 6th or 7th place and feel as if they were in 6th or 7th place. Can you feel it? Carefully, you craft uncanny representations of actual human hands so that we may wave them annoyingly in the faces of our rivals. They're enormous, yes, yet one size fits all. Brilliant.
Brilliant. Mr.
Yeah, it's
Real Man of Genius. I mean, I could listen to that for an hour. That guy, actually, there's like 2 hours of that shit. I didn't even know some of these. Oh, man. Well, I love it when there's just such a long title. There's not enough syllables, and the guy has to cram it into every chorus.
So crack open a nice cold Bud Light, Mr. Foam Finger Maker. And know we speak for sports fans everywhere when we say, no, you're number one. Bud Light Beer, Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
How do those guys even do this without laughing their ass off? I'd never get through the fucking take. I'd be like, we got to restart. It's too much.
I was reading this thing where participation trophies.
Oh yeah.
So the companies that actually make them, like they had a lobby, and they were in full support of the the everybody gets a trophy kind of mentality. They could sell more
they're
trophies.
on board with it, right? Because they want to be congruent.
Yeah, that was funny.
Their,
that to me that was pretty funny.
Yeah, well, yeah, because it's in where their bread's being buttered, so to speak. They're really going to be big fans of that.
I mean, it just goes to show that politics. It's all just special. It's all based on special interest.
I'm almost going to say special ed.
You could say that too.
Yeah, I guess it's going to be some kind of crazy world now because the kids didn't really go to school and everybody's home collecting money. It's going to be crazy. I guess fentanyl use is like people are just getting hammered and committing suicide. It's just going to be crazy.
And you take that stimulus check and you put it in GameStop.
Yeah. Gosh. Where's GameStop? Is it back to $60? It just kind of just dead in the water.
It came back up, yeah.
Came back to 300 or just back up to like.
It's been parabolic a few times.
Oh, it's 208 right now. It took a couple runs, did it? Yeah. GME, right?
Yeah. Yeah, unfortunately
it's back to $208. That's not bad. $208. I mean, it was kind of made a bounce at 350 there, but then it kind of pulled back. But yeah, holding 200. I mean, for a company that doesn't really do shit, right? I mean, they don't really make. They don't have good books.
They were dead. They might still be even regardless of their stock.
I mean, their earnings come out on the 23rd, so I'm sure that won't matter.
I don't know how they still exist as a company.
Is that in your portfolio? Yeah. GameStop. It's a phenomenon. But,
yeah, I mean that's the funny thing about the markets,
Yeah, the supposedly silver. Silver just sitting at 20. I haven't looked at silver in a while.
It's funny. A lot of people think like when they buy stocks that their money's going to work, but that's actually not the case. You're just buying baseball cards from someone else.
Yeah, I mean the idea that they're using that money to reinvest and build more widgets.
And that's after the shares go to the secondary market. After the IPO, then they're just baseball cards at that point.
Yeah, I mean, the old days, you would buy stock and put it in the drawer, and it would go up in value, and you retire and sell it. But that's kind of like a old version of stock, and now it's with derivatives, and there's so much.
And private equity, though, your money's actually going to work if you invest in private markets.
Oh right, if you get into like a real brick and mortar kind of investment,
I mean,
I suppose.
There's private real estate, debt and equity, and I mean basically, if you invest in those things, your money's literally going to work. But yeah, in public markets,
so
that's just baseball cards.
Yeah, build a. I used to do these real estate investment trusts, these REITs. That was a big deal 30 years ago. It's kind of consistent income. And that's just a real estate thing.
Well, now there's public and private REITs.
Oh, is there?
Yeah, the public ones are basically ETFs. They trade like ETFs, and those are pretty volatile. But private REITs are technically your money's going directly, into that real estate.
Yeah, you don't have
the volatility.
See the physical It's not like a Bernie Madoff scam.
Well, and yeah, those markets are more illiquid, so yeah, I mean, you have to do more due diligence, but yeah, I mean, if people that don't like volatility, I mean, if they have enough liquidity, then private markets are better option.
So you just cruising along with your portfolio stuff.
Yeah, I mean, we basically we do private market type stuff and stocks.
Yeah, you work for a fund or something?
An RIA.
What's an RIA?
That's a registered investment advisor.
Oh.
It's a legal structure. It's not a technically a fund structure, but we basically we manage money in whatever way we see fit. We can invest in other funds. We manage our own portfolios.
Oh, okay. Simpleton, what else do you do for a living besides trading? I've always been curious.
Got my whorehouse over here. No, I mean, I was doing, well, I've just been making dental, like crowns and bridges for years.
Oh.
So I owned my
I know that's
dental
laboratory. People fuck up their teeth all the time.
Yeah. Well, I just ended up building my own dental lab, just a one-man dental lab, because
my father is actually he's a dentist. He's about ready to retire, but yeah, I guess that industry is pretty good, huh?
Well, it's the robots took over, and so I kind of had to go to trading because I never bought a robot, didn't buy a scanner or nothing, and they started making them out of zirconia and milling them, and so it just got like my clients would just, we're just going to send our shit to the robot factory, and so I'm making them out of, so I basically built them out of porcelain and vacuum fired them. I put a bunch of color and stuff and a bunch of layers in there, but now they just take zirconia pucks and they mill them out, and then they stain those to look like teeth. But yeah, unless you got a robot, I got a guy that does some. I still got a client that sends me occasionally some work, so I just take it to my buddy and he mills them out, and then I just mark them up. I feel like one of those people that it's outsourcing, but there's no other way to do it because I can't. I'm just not going to invest in these. And the robots are getting cheaper and faster, so even if you buy that, you're just stuck in the past. It's like computers, You get burned.
So you take that money and you invest it into more accounts to blow up, right?
Yeah, pretty much. Well, the thing is that you do need some kind of seed money to, but, if you have 1,000-to-1 leverage, which is basically what's out there, I mean, you could take $1.30 and control $1,000 a euro for $1.30. That's pretty good. It's not like you need
what was
money.
that? What was that you were telling me, or not telling me, but on the last stream you were talking about a guy who went short the euro, like $500 million or something.
Yeah, this guy walks into this brokerage firm in Germany, and he's like, "Yeah, I want to go short the fucking euro." The euro's at 108, right? The chart looked back about 5 years, and me and this guy. The guy that worked there, this kid was like, he's like, "Can you believe this guy came in here, And I'm like, yeah, I mean, and it took him I think it took 3 weeks to put the trade on. Because he said after the guy left, he goes, it's going to take fucking so much approval on this that we won't get that trade on for about 2 weeks. And then the market, that was kind of like the double bottom on the monthly. and the guy got burned. But this is just a person that has no knowledge of markets, but he has a bunch of money, and he just walks into a brokerage firm and just puts that trade on, And that happens.
I mean, to me, that's pretty hilarious that he just decides he's gonna, short $500 million.
No, I mean it's just like, heavy hitter, and probably was kind of like, he was probably proud of his idea. He probably thought, wait till they get a load of this idea of a trade, and I'm sure people were giggling. Anybody that could see the monthly chart.
Oh my God.
Would be like a guy coming in and going hog long Bitcoin right here at this price. I mean, sure, it could go up, but the liability for Bitcoin to pull back at this level is kind of obvious.
I mean, I'm just thinking of like the team of traders they would have to to get into that position. I mean, and not, move the market completely against. I mean, that just sounds insane. I mean, that'd be a lot of work to put that trade on.
In segments, I suppose. Of course, I've seen moves in the market. That guy from Britain was talking about it, where you're sitting there and all of a sudden you see a spike out, and it's not the top of the hour, it's not the news, it's just, you're like, what the fuck was that? And I mean, I've seen it on more than one broker.
Sometimes what'll happen, at least, I don't know about Forex, but in the stock market, if the market is not liquid enough, you'll see what'll happen is there'll be liquidity providers, market makers, and so on, or even just investment banks, and they'll offer to buy or sell like a large, let's say a hedge fund or something's trying to unload a position. They'll offer to buy it all at once, at one price, and then you'll see that spike on the chart or in the volume on that day. Let's say if it's a thin enough market, and I've actually done that a few times, but I don't do that anymore because now I can work the trades myself. But before, what I would do is if I had to unload a big position in like an ETF, I would just call up the desk and say, all right, I got to unload this many shares, and then basically the broker will come back to me with they'll basically go out and find a buyer or seller for me at that, for that quantity, that exact quantity. And then they'll ask, is this price good or not? And say, okay. And then boom, you'll see that big spike.
Oh, as soon as it clears, huh?
Yeah, and I don't do that anymore because they always gave me a shit price, for obvious reasons, because it was a big order. And I can just work the trades myself now. So, but yeah, that's what I used to have to do.
Wow, so they kind of...
I didn't understand none of that. Where do I get in, goddammit?
Can I pull the trigger here? Is this a good price?
What are you saying to me?
I mean, it was funny. There's this... I think you can actually look it up. I'm trying to remember what the symbol was. It was this inverse utilities ETF. God damn, I'm trying to remember
what the swastika was. It kind of symbol.
ETF. Only 3 letters I need to know are U, S, and A.
God, well, if I find it, I can show you. I can actually show you my trade, I think, on there, on the volume. My God, I'm trying to think of what the symbol was. What was it? It was pretty funny, though. The market was so thin because nobody goes short utilities. Nobody's buying inverse ETFs on utilities except for, I don't know, 5 people.
I like my markets like I like my women thick.
Yeah, it's like trading eggs at the Chicago Board of Trade, the egg market.
Let's see. Let me see if I can find that fucking thing. Utility.
Can you talk like Boardroom Jimmy for a while? You know who I'm talking about, Simpleton? You watched Opie and Anthony, right?
No, I never heard that character.
You never heard Boardroom Jimmy? Oh my God. No. Jim Norton would he would just say nonsense. He just go, derivatives are for faggots. Buy corn at $4.50, sell at 80. You just go into a rant.
Just completely nonsensical.
Oh my God. You need to watch that. That is like right up your alley. He just do it in a voice the whole time. They would be talking about trading, and he just like bust in as Boardroom Jimmy. That's what they call
Boardroom Jimmy.
Okay, I found the symbol. Look up SDP, symbol SDP, and then go to October on the daily chart.
STP,
I don't know if,
you mean the oil? STP, the oil?
No, ETF. Can you do look up ETFs on? I don't know if you can look them up on MT4. Can you do that?
Huh.
Or does it?
What's the symbol?
SDP. Essence in Sam. D is in Dick, and then P is in.
There's a chat thing in the Google stuff.
I know.
Is this the $17.62 cent item? No.
Let me see.
SDP?
Price. No. Yeah. Yeah, you're right. It's $17.94 was the
Pro
close.
shares, ultra short, utilities.
Yeah. So if you look at the volume, I don't know if you can see the volume, but if you go to October, you'll see. Let me see here.
Wow.
You'll see like you'll see like 80,000 shares. That's me right there on that fucking chart.
Gotta get this history going here. Oh, 3 months. How far back?
Yeah, if you go to October 2020.
Oh, chart unavailable. I'm on the wrong. I probably have to go to chart.com or something. I mean, barchart.com to see it.
Yeah, it's pretty funny.
Let's see, what the fuck am I? Okay.
But we were trying something with inverse ETFs, and it didn't work out so well. So we don't do that anymore. But yeah, it was pretty funny trying to unload all that. And there's no market.
Yeah, he probably messed up somebody else's books. They probably had to.
They took it off my hands they took it off my hands, but it wasn't at the best price.
Yeah, I mean, those people that take that other side of the trade, because people always say bad stuff about brokers, but they are taking the other side of the trade in some sense.
Oh, this wasn't even a broker. It was a market maker, a liquidity provider that the broker found for me. Like sometimes they'll go out and find, if the market is too illiquid, they'll go out and find an institutional buyer or seller.
Some poor guy.
But yeah, that market is so illiquid. It's just funny.
Not even any candles, no wicks, just just closing prices only. That's the scary thing about the futures, that movie Trading Places with Eddie Murphy. They're trading the most dangerous shit in the world
here, someone said, who trades utility ETFs? And I said, yeah, exactly. That's why it's so illiquid.
Oh, here's this guy from... this guy was on my stream a while ago. This Arnoud guy. I think he's from... Oh, God, I want to say he's from... like the Netherlands or something, or Denmark or something like that. God, what country is he from? Italy? No. Yeah, that's our nude guy. I talked to him. God, probably about 3 years ago.
I think I recognize that name.
Yeah, he was from... God, what country was he from? Yeah, he was in... I want to say Holland, Netherlands... Denmark, something like that. There was one guy I talked to from Latvia, and he was so depressing. He's like, yeah, I'm stuck in Latvia. And I looked at it, I go, the chicks are hot. What's the problem? And he was like, well, you just can't do anything. You can't leave. You're just stuck here. I'm like, well, could be worse.
I mean, they're not the richest country. I mean,
well, you can't really leave the U.S. either, actually.
Yeah, at this point, make a run for the border, you know, while the walls, before they rebuild the wall, hurry up and escape. I don't know what's going to happen there.
You remember that? Remember, it was from I think it was from a few streams ago, maybe like 1 or 2, I think 2 years ago. There was that like socialist guy that came on the Discord, or not the Discord, the Google Hangouts. Remember that?
Yeah.
You were like losing your shit.
Oh, and that guy, what was his name?
I don't remember.
Oh yeah, there was a guy Ranko or something.
And you were like, you were losing. I was trying to explain the concepts to him, but you know, of course, he just like, he didn't come on the troll or anything. He was like trying to have a debate.
So it was like 2 years ago.
I think so. Yeah.
Well, I'm trying to remember because I've watched a lot of his videos. 2+ years ago, his nemesis was named Calvin for like 3 years.
Oh yeah, Calvin. Yeah, this guy Calvin. I met Calvin. Yeah, so
I don't know.
Just remember that name.
Well, I met Calvin in this. So we were sitting there, and it was. By the way, this guy says he's from West Africa. No, I didn't. Oh, I didn't mean he was from. No, the guy, this Arnud guy, is from I don't know, Europe or something. The West Africa. No, so that guy was on the stream, and so we had a chat there, and we were sharing screens on Skype, and this guy Calvin, he just started trading, you know, and he had the British pound and he had the euro up on his screen, and he had an Apple monitor. This Apple monitor is like 256 pixels by 1500, some crazy, you know, big giant Apple monitor. He takes MT4. He takes a Ranko chart. He's got both currencies because MetaTrader will not let you vertically tile from 1 minute chart to the monthly chart without you kind of like custom dragging it like a deck of cards and getting it to just show. He had every time frame from 1 minute to a month on both currencies all the way across the screen, all Ranko. And I said, well, that's cool, you know. Well, so what do you do for the trade here? He says, well, you wait for all the Rankos to queue up, you know, from the 1 minute to the monthly. And I'm like, sure, why not? And so
it's like that Hakanashi.
Yeah, it was a Hakanashi. That's right. That's actually what it was. It was just red and white, and it looked gorgeous and stuff. But then he said he hooked up with some trader, and he did this and that, and he knew these things, and then he would put up these Andrew's pitchfork things and say, well, the dollar yen is going to 102 according to his geometry. And I just told him that's fantasy. I mean, that's just, it may happen, but that's just completely
That's right.
insane.
He was the geometry guy.
And I was just like, so I did all these videos about Kelvin draws a triangle. I ripped him to shreds. I just ripped the guy to shreds.
This guy.
Yeah, I remember that too.
I would read his comments and rip him to shreds, and he got so angry, and he'd come back with even more stuff. And I actually would have to capture it because he would delete it. And it was so funny because he would just get so amped up. And now this guy was a artist who did layout pages for catalogs, so he's all about geometry and design, you know.
Oh yeah.
And you can see how it was kind of like this is what happens, right? So I'm a technician, right? I'm a dental technician. So for me, when I heard that there was this thing called technical analysis, I go, right up my alley, you know? And I think a lot of people are attracted because he was a layout designer and he had the things laid out. You know, he had the charts laid out, and you bring to the market everything that you know from your other gig. But I don't think he could see the forest for the trees and see that he was imposing his belief systems, you know, through how he was looking at the market and stuff. And I'm like, you may think that this Gartley pattern, you may think this Andrew's pitchfork makes sense, right? The market's following this channel, but the market doesn't even know that channel exists. I mean, this is something you just have to accept. And I don't think that it's not acceptable to people because they're like, Yeah, but it's got to make sense, and it should make sense, like the weather, right? Like the tide's happening because of the moon. There's got to be a cause and effect, but sometimes it just is, and you don't even have to know why the market's moving to make money from it.
Yeah,
I think people want to know. They want to know. Hey, wait a minute. If I buy so and so stock, I'm buying it because I think it's a good company. Otherwise, why would you buy it? If you think it's a bad company, you'd short it. So I guess that's the idea, that if you knew what was going on, you'd make a different decision. But would you? And what if you made money from, I guess, bad decisions? How do you replicate it? It's just really anyways, but no, he was my foil, because I was like, this guy is like your classic goober. I couldn't resist just making fun of him. He was like, he had these. There was another guy,
Robinacci, right?
There was a guy named, and this is a German kid too, I think. So there's this guy named. Does anybody remember that? I did a stream, and he came on there, and he predicted the euro at some ungodly price, right? And everybody was ripping him apart.
Yeah, I remember.
And he had that trend line, and he had a monthly chart, and he goes, well, the euro's going to here. And I go, that's really... And he came on the stream, he talked, he was probably he's like 22 years old. I said, listen, what makes you think this is going to happen? Well, he goes, I looked at it, and I've looked at it, I go, we've all looked at it. We're all fucking looking at it, but it's ridiculous, right? He was so convinced. He was intense. That guy was intense, and he talked very serious. He was a very serious guy. I think he was trading at Tickmill, was the broker. Tickmill, a German broker.
I think that may have been the same stream where you were watching like old movies. I think like one of them was The Birds and the Bees or something.
Or The Time Machine. I think I got immediately copyright infringement. I was watching the original H.G. Wells Time Machine, where he's put the cigar on the.
Yeah.
No, that was the good old days. And then we had a bunch of people on this stream back then. Of course, it's the heyday there, before Corona, but.
Life before Corona,
and it was also life before. Like if you just type Forex into YouTube and say, "Give me the latest thing," you'll see stuff in 5 languages now. There's so much, it's so deep now. There's so many people with their own view of it.
I wonder if that Robinacci guy is still.
Yeah, I wonder, man. Because he might be in a restaurant right now, knowing that they know that he knows that they know that he knows. And that's a tough spot to be in, because if you know that they know that you know that they know, and they also know that you know, then you're fucked. You're just cornered in. You're painted into a corner. There's no way out. You just jump out a window at that point, right? I mean, just got... You
got some rope and a ceiling fan. Well,
that's another movie. That's another movie. They're going to ban the rope there because it's kind of homophobic. The rope, Alfred Hitchcock. Did you ever see The Rope by Alfred Hitchcock? I mean, I know these guys are supposedly gay, but really, this is going to ban that movie too?
I don't get why they don't ban Clockwork Orange. I mean, that's clearly, that's.
Well, it ruins the song "Singing in the Rain." It's just kind of it makes that song violent.
I mean, that movie's, it's sexist,
Yeah, there's a lot of things that if you look at them long enough, I mean, what about the movie Alien? I mean, isn't that a slate to aliens?
Actually, that one they might like because the main character is a female, strong and empowered.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Yeah, but she's white, so it's not.
She does look good.
Yeah. Right. Yeah, I guess you got me there. Damn.
She did look good in her space panties. She looked good there, against the wall.
Yeah, Sigourney Weaver.
She needs to be a black Siamese twin in a wheelchair.
Wheelchair. Well, no, you need 2 wheelchairs,
She's
right?
She's got to be a Polynesian quadriplegic.
Well, you remember the first time the liberals blew up all the fun for everybody was back in New York City when they had the World Circus and all the freaks were there, and the liberals came in and said, "This is just terrible. People are making money from 5 breasts and 3 testicles. I mean, it's terrible." They shut it all down, and all the freaks went broke.
Yeah. And all the freaks were like, "That was my income, goddamn it!"
Yeah, right. No, they were like, "What? Shut the fuck up! I got 3 tits. I'm making money. Shut the fuck up."
They do that. The liberals go, "Shh."
Yeah, the bearded ladies like going, "Oh, you fucking just." I just filed bankruptcy because you fucking
shit.
do good.
You guys, how about Spaceballs? I mean, shit, that's one they should really go after.
Oh, yeah.
Remember that part of, where they're combing the desert and the black guys have the afro pick?
That's Mel Brooks, right?
Yeah. That's a great movie. That one, that's fun. That one's pretty funny.
Well, Blazing Saddles can't be there because the sheriff says everybody put their guns down and the nigger gets it, right? So he's got a gun to his own head, black sheriff.
Oh, now the stream's really getting banned.
I was gonna say.
Yeah, but these are facts of life. I'm just quoting facts.
I can't believe the last stream actually made it up. Oh.
Maybe I'll just, what I'll do is next time I have this urge to make something inappropriate, I'll just turn on the Real Men of Genius because, he'll bail me out.
Not only will you get banned, but you'll get a copyright strike. The icing on the cake.
I think I'll have to take.
I don't know. They're going to find your Facebook and shut down your dental technician.
I have to go to copyright. I have to go to copyright school again.
Light presents Real Men of Genius.
Real Men of Genius.
Real Men of Forex.
Today we salute you,
Trading
Mr.
Robinacci.
Carb Counter.
Yeah.
Over the top carb counter.
Brushing aside such follies as work and family, you wisely adopted carbo counting as your primary pastime.
Miss Fibonacci tool enabler. Yeah, no, it's. You could really have quite a field day with all these.
Oh yeah, that part of the Spaceballs movie. The only part where they drop the F-bomb is that part where they slide down the the railing, and then they're trying to find the cancellation button for the self-destruct.
God.
And he opens the thing, showing the button that says out of order, and he's like, fuck, even in the future, nothing works.
Naturally.
Yeah, that movie's great. That's a classic.
Yeah, the stuff it was cutting edge back then. I don't think people thought it was even risky.
No, I mean, that was the 80s.
Now you can lose your job over something like that. And with the Facebook thing, people, oh, look at this guy, put it on Facebook. Oh, that's kind of weird. You can be so careful now.
That's why I don't have one of those,
I've got one just to keep up with a bunch of family members and what they're doing, but I never post on it, ever.
Yeah, I was all pissed off about the elections, so I joined all these hater clubs on there. And gosh, man, people were it was so much fun because I would just say the most ridiculous shit. And people would just
get them all riled up.
Yeah, I just couldn't resist. I just say.
I mean, it's hilarious how these people. I mean, they just take the how they say don't feed the troll. I mean, they just take it, or they respond to it.
It's too easy. I mean.
Yeah, I mean yeah, I mean.
Of course, with all the memes people make, they have such clever memes. Some of the stuff is very funny stuff. But yeah, I suppose we're just gonna, the pendulum will swing the other way now. There'll be a huge backlash, huge. Especially
at least from the next generation, when they new generation always wants to rebel against their parents. whatever they're doing.
And being a conservative is like
that's the ultimate
the counterculture.
Right, yeah, that's the counterculture now. So
yeah, like, that's the new hippie. You're a new radical now. People with logic and reason are the new cutting.
I know there's going to be like a whole just chunk, just a generation of kids now that are like going to be like recovering from, oh, my single mother tried to make me into a girl. Like she's
right, yeah.
Like they're gonna be like the ex-Scientologists were, you know, as they come out like, oh, I was totally abused for 10 years. That's just me, like, oh, my mom totally made me wear a dress for 15 years.
It's going to be like those guys that want to put their foreskin back on, right? I mean, you're like, dude, it's gone. Let it go. Yeah, you know,
it's dried.
You know, look, you got no smegma now. You're good to go. What the fuck, right? Why fight it? I mean, what are people gonna get their ears unpierced?
Said every rapist ever, right? Why fight?
Hey, listen, man, I think you're onto something there. How about this? You've heard of the Me Too. How about the Me 3? Or how about just go along to get along? How about the go, you know, Me Too, right? Is it Me Too or Me 3?
And what about Me 10? Are we up to 10 yet?
Yeah. How about Me Orgy? How about instead of Me? How about Me Bukkake? Me Bukkake too? Like, oh wait, how about where's it end? What does it all mean? Where will it all end? Is it ever going to be safe to say what you're thinking, you know?
Like, it ends when all these college liberal people start getting into their 30s. That's when it ends.
Yeah, I think when they get to the point where they accidentally say something, go, oh, I didn't mean that. I mean, I guess it's happening already because people are seeing that the circular firing squad.
Well, I think, like, you get to a point in your life, like, it's easy to be, like, a super liberal pro-communist when you don't have any real responsibilities in your life, you know,
right?
Like as soon as people like, oh man, I'm starting to get middle aged, or oh god, I've got kids now. I can't be talking all about that pro-anarchy Antifa bullshit. I have to raise a kid who I want to keep safe. You know,
isn't that
I'm moving into this white neighborhood? Sorry,
but the spawning ground isn't the spawning ground the fact that you shut everything down. The kids never went to college. They were on the streets. So basically, what they would normally do in college, they're doing in the streets. And, you know, this energy and expression has to go somewhere. And they just took it to the streets. It's just amazing because they had the time to do it. Like, so these are just spoiled rich kids just kind of wandering the streets. It's just, it's tragic.
Yeah.
They're not truly victims of anything other than the fact they're bored out of their fucking mind. You know?
Right.
Now the ones in college debt, you know, when they finally get to that point where, you know, they're middle age and they're still paying off that
overpriced tuition.
Oh, I'm looking forward to either Biden or it's going to be some Democratic president. Watch, that's going to be the guy that goes, okay, everyone's got to pay their college debt off now. No more deferring it. Oh, the shit will hit the fan then.
Yeah, they say we're $1 trillion. I think.
Last time I checked. $1 trillion. Oh yeah, it's
$1 trillion just for college debt.
Just for college debt, more than $1 trillion. It's like $2 trillion now.
And it's a low interest loan, you know. So it's not like they're making. It's such a low interest loan.
I mean, it's a huge bubble. It's
But you know, it's.
But what an overrated fucking education. You know.
What did you say?
It's an overrated, expensive education. I mean, it's a kind of.
Oh yeah, that's
it's not
really
a. In other words, when you get out of college, you're still a fucking idiot. There's nothing you can do. You don't go to college.
Sure was. I can tell you, I was a fucking idiot.
Well, when I got so I went to trade school. I went to trade school for 9 months to be a dental technician, and all you learn is terminology, and you work on ideal cases. When you go to the real world, there's no fucking room. Everything's distorted. Everything's crooked. So it's just like. It's like a trading course, right? You go take a trading course and you got the moving average crossover, you wait for the engulfing pattern, then you pull the trigger. Okay, well, the real world's not like that. It's a clusterfuck of fuck, and you don't know what's coming to happen next. So all these idealistic shit they teach in school is just fucking retarded.
Yeah, I mean,
It's
before I got into this line of work, when I was just kind of looking at the markets, as kind of I just had demo accounts, and this was before I joined a prop firm. But I just thought trading was, you have the moving average crossover, you have this and that, and then I get to actually the professional side of it, and it's mostly doing business. I mean, you're not, unless you're running a specific hedge fund, it's the opposite of what people think it is. It's But I didn't know shit. I didn't know shit before that, though. I mean, yeah.
Okay, but what part of your day do you roll around in your Lamborghini?
I don't.
That's in the morning, right? I thought that was when you were walking your Afghan hound. When you Thurston, don't you just your butler takes you for a ride, right? Your butler does that.
Yeah, I mean, my butler, he takes me on a stretcher and just carries me around everywhere,
In a hammock, right? Or like that.
A hammock.
Yeah.
His two butlers carry him like a.
Yeah. Right. You're like what is that?
They combat carry him like P. Diddy, just like I don't feel like using my legs.
Yeah, you're just like and you have like a hat, right? Like one of those French hats.
Huh? Beret.
Yeah. Well, because it helps you think, makes better trading decisions, right? That's what you told me.
I got my lucky tennis shoes, Fuck.
Yeah. A bow tie. A bow tie makes you like a financial guy too. You ever thought about a bow tie?
With big, thick horn rimmed glasses too.
And how about suspenders? Because that's very sophisticated,
Yes.
I wouldn't mind suspenders because every time I fucking get up, I have to adjust my belt.
Yes,
it's kind of nice not to.
But it's like being
nice not to
constantly.
do
Great
that.
technology.
Isn't it like a constant goosing though? In a way, if you get too tight a suspender, you're constantly.
I don't know. I mean, I've never
molested.
worn them, but it just seems to me like if you had them, you wouldn't have to fucking worry about a fucking belt.
Especially
that's
if you
right.
get a big old gut.
Yeah, you get a cummerbund to go with it or something.
See, because if you got suspenders, you don't have to worry about your belt falling off. You can get as fat as you want. Your pants will.
You know what you could do after that? You could just go full. You talk about that farm, that Bitcoin farm. You just wear overalls.
Yep.
And then you could just be like Haystacks Calhoun or something. You could just be, and then you could drop your IQ and nobody's going to even fucking notice. You don't have to play smart. It's too much work to be sophisticated and say the word derivative or something. You could just say, yeah, we're trading here. We're traders. Sit yourself down. You want to join our prop firm? Okay, well, here's what you got to know
I'll
first
tell
before
you,
you
trying
join.
to explain options to clients is it's
You just got to
not
get
it's not the easiest thing because I mean people they don't really give a fuck about all those details. They just want to know if you can make them money or not. That's
That's all I want to know.
Well, how about if you thought about getting like Kate or something where you bring Cuban sandwiches into the board meeting?
Nah, I like Steak and Shake. Fuck that.
Hamburger helper without the hamburger?
People, a lot of this industry is, especially on the professional side, a lot of it is, selling bullshit. I mean, trying to make things look really fancy. You have all these technical terms, and you're trying to basically. A lot of these firms, they try to win people over by showing them they got all these fancy tools, but it's bullshit.
Yeah, I mean, what is terminology used? Like,
Well, you know, the
Geez,
fancy
geez,
derivative products, structured products, there's all these
yeah.
different things.
Now that sounds fancy, right? That sounds like I'll make a buck or two.
Is that going to be like
Take
something
all my
like
retirement.
Yeah, is that going to be the inverse proportion of the derivative ratio of the
We're doing a covered call right, you know, with a long put hedge and a
Did you say clit hedge?
What, are you speaking tongues over there?
Man, am I going to need a lexicon to decipher? Does it come with a decoder ring so I know what's going on?
we're running a long short portfolio, you know, with a long put hedge and a volatility position.
Can you tell me?
No hablo español.
What do you think that? I heard about this thing called tail risk. Is that like when a girl keeps coming and calling and knocking on your door? Is that tail risk? Is that what that is?
No, that's when you don't know how old she is.
Oh yeah. Well, yeah. Then there's gender risk
so you
too.
have to measure the ratio of whether or not this booty call is worth it based on how hot she is.
Wow, use a Fibonacci calibration there on the body parts. Make sure she's proportioned properly because you don't want to be breeding nothing crooked.
Right. You're like, now this booty call trade she might be 16, but goddamn.
Oh my God. Yeah, 16, man. Down south, that's actually that's kind of like elderly, right? Isn't that kind of like
no? That's illegal. That's legal in a lot of areas. I think. Actually, I've never looked that up. People say that it's legal, but I don't really know. I have no
Isn't
idea.
there like a little sector down there with 12 years old? It's like 12 years old is an adult, maybe no.
No.
No, not 12. 13, no. Isn't it 14 years old? You get married in some places down there, right? 14 years old.
No.
Really?
A lot of the stereotypes. People,
it's not true. Okay.
The South for they actually.
So they're not.
Shit that
Are you
happens up
saying
north.
that they're not?
Like all the pedophiles are up north.
They're not
down
inbred.
here.
Okay, so there's no inbreeding down there. All the pedophiles are up north. Yeah, of course. Well, they're all up at the parks, lurking around the park. No, that's so. Actually, that is typically where the most danger is when people feel the safest.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the coaches this kind of. I was watching this American Greed, and these people were amazingly able to. There was a guy who he was seen with the president. Oh my God, all these movie stars loved him. He's the biggest con artist in the world. But once you get into that league where you're taking pictures of the president, people go, well, he's got to be legit. For God's sakes, he's with the fucking president.
Right.
Give me a break, right? How could he not be the real thing? But the belief is just so strong, man. It's incredible. It's like the placebo effect is so strong that you could take what you think is a downer and it's an upper and you will go down. I mean, you're just going to go.
Here's something funny. There's I think there's 30,000 mutual funds, and they're all, and like half of them are chasing the same 10 stocks.
Oh, really? They can't wait to get on a pullback? They're just waiting for the pullback?
Well, I mean, there's so much redundancy, and it doesn't even, it hardly matters which mutual 5 funds you choose. Or
it's the same sector, so it's the same kind of.
Well, you just have
category.
All this money chasing the same. You have, and all these mutual funds are claiming that but we have the magic formula, or we're the best stock pickers, or we're the, and of course. And then they're charging a fee. And and then you have these investment banks that are putting people into all these different funds, like 60 positions, and then they're saying, oh, well, you're professionally managed. Look at all these different funds you got, and it's so much of the industry is bullshit.
65. So you feel safer. The more diversified, the more safer you feel. Of course, then you're just spinning your wheels. Yeah. I mean, you're really not going to. I mean, you're in a low risk position, which means you're in a low reward position.
But and that's not even it. I mean, they're diversified to the point where their accounts are hardly moving. That I mean, but you know, on the surface, it looks really professional. You know, here's this investment bank. You know, you got an account at UBS, and they're managing they're picking all these funds for you, and you know, of course, you're paying them like a 1% management fee or 2%, 1.5%, and yeah, you know, but you're not getting a good return at all.
Yeah, it's like they built a machine that doesn't do anything.
Right. Yeah, it just looks fancy.
But how often do they take you into a new sector? Is it like every 3 months? You might get a rotation, sector rotation of different.
It's all different. I mean, it's.
But there's nobody. There's nobody that's saying this week we're going to be long. You know, we're going long this, and next week we're going to go. It's not like a. I mean,
it's not. I'm not talking about hedge funds with specific strategies. I'm just talking about these people that they get an advisor at like an investment bank that just puts, you know, just makes things look fancy.
Do you think that guy has a college degree, or do you think that he's just a salesman that's just kind of has
basically most of them are just salesmen. Line. Most of them are just salesmen. They don't know shit about finance
because that's
or
what
markets.
That's what they say. The floor traders, the original floor traders were like football players that were really tall, and they could yell orders. They didn't know shit about the market. Yeah. They just didn't know shit about the market, but they were able to get the execution on the floor.
Well, I mean, those guys knew about markets intuitively, but advisors.
I mean, the traders did, but the people that are yelling, the people that they hired to go fill a ticket on the floor had to be tall and loud.
Yeah, I mean, they could move, they could get, you know, attention that way and kind of move the market a little bit. That was kind of the idea there. That's why they had the kind of those weird colored jackets, you know, that stand out in whatever way they could.
Yeah. So you just you try to keep your. I mean, the goal is to be more precise with your. Not to have a bunch of sectors. It have to be more precise. As far as
it's different for. It depends on what client. I mean, we have different types of clients, but we're trying to do things efficiently, whereas these other, you know, these investment banks and kind of these like plug and play firms, they just, you know, they just make things look fancy and they're not really doing much, you know, but they're pulling like a 1%. They're pulling a pretty hefty fee on people.
Are you getting referrals from stuff? I mean, people.
Oh yeah, because we do a good job, and we offer people all different kinds of access to different markets, private markets, and that's one thing.
So do you have aggressive funds and like safe funds kind of idea?
We have different strategies that we'll run.
Do you have a catch a falling knife strategy? Or how about a max the account with martingale till it almost blows up and then you make 10-1?
No.
You don't offer that to somebody. You could take them in a room and go, you know, we have this other instrument. We'd like to show you this brochure. Of course, we have to turn off the lights to show you the brochure. But in this kind of like a strategy we have, it's called white knuckle, catch a falling knife, and risk your whole account.
Definitely, and that's not how risk is managed. I mean, it definitely. That's definitely not. Yeah, that's some.
Do you think could I
shit.
compete with you guys by coming up with a brochure of like, you know, how about a shit your pants derivative? You know, like you're all in. You just hope the news is good. I mean, I almost think people would sign up for that just for the thrill. Yeah, put me in a little bit of that fun that he's got. That kind of like, just dartboard picking kind of fun.
I mean, a lot of mutual funds are actually like that. I mean, there's so many of them chasing the same, what I was saying earlier, yeah, chasing the same 10 stocks that it's basically equivalent to throwing darts. You know, if you chose one of those mutual funds.
God, the mutual fund idea. Now, is this because I remember I used to listen to this all the time on the radio. They go, well, don't get if there's a load and a no load fund, and there was all these kind of tricks and Morningstar.
Oh yeah. So that's pretty funny. So back when mutual funds were kind of a new thing, what they would do is they would charge you like 8% to put money into the fund. So they would get like an 8% commission right off the bat.
That's not bad. That's a chunk. That's a chunk.
Oh, I mean, the industry was pretty wealthy in the beginning because of that, and then became more competitive after that. But I mean, can you imagine you're going to put your money into this mutual fund, and right off the bat, 8% of your money goes into the pocket.
Wow.
That's called a load.
So with that, every move you make, or once you were in, you could transfer between funds,
every time you put money into it, you'd have to pay a load. And so so there's front load and back load funds. So if you were putting money in, you pay the front load, and if you took money out, you pay. If there was a back load, you pay a back load. Yeah, pretty. They rip you off heavily back then.
So if you made a profit on the way out, you're going to have to pay a load. That's basically that 8%. It's cutting into your profits on the way out.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Brutal.
So, yeah, you can imagine they were making, hefty fees back then. And there's still some load funds today, but it's not as common. You mostly pay just a management fee to, which is kind of ongoing.
I used to have it all memorized, all those like Morningstar, all these different stuff that people would say, oh, that's the way to go. That's safe. That's not going to rip you off. And
now for hedge funds, that's a different that's a different structure than a mutual fund. Now in a hedge fund, what they'll do is they'll charge you a management fee, and they'll also charge you a performance fee. So I'll give you an example. Like a lot of hedge funds are 2 and 20. So what that means is you pay a 2% management fee every year, and then if they do really well, they'll take 20% of that performance and pocket it. So that's their incentive fee. That's only if they do really well, though, that they get to charge the performance fee. That's called a 2 and 20 structure.
So that's a classic, huh?
Yeah, there's 1 and 10 and 2 and 20. Those are, I think, the probably most common ones.
Well, the old joke is, where's all the customers' yachts at the brokerage firm? Where's the clients' yachts?
I've heard that one. Yeah,
but I mean, it is. Everybody assumes. I guess we've all assumed that. Hey, you know what? There's no free lunch, and I guess if you really trust your stock picker guide, that he deserves 8%. I mean, if he knows what he's doing, I think it's.
Well, I mean, that's why, and if you go in hedge funds, you pick a hedge fund based on a specific strategy. It's and level of risk too. Like if I want 10% risk, volatility annualized. Okay, that guy does a pretty good job at that risk tolerance. I'll choose him, and his fee is comparable to another guy. Then but his returns are better.
Do you have a buy low, sell high strategy? There's that only for select clients.
Yeah.
That's just nuts. That's too simple.
Yeah, I don't know if
I mean, it's not. I mean,
I'm a trend guy.
Basically, yes.
But you probably have stuff that's a trend following system, right? Like, I mean, you're like,
Yeah,
this is a trend that people just are like. I'm sure the gold fund, right? The gold fund is constantly all the gold bugs are going to buy the gold fund, right?
I mean, in my opinion, you have to have both of those strategies, at least in stocks, because if you just try to do mean reversion in stocks, you're going to underperform because stocks tend to trend.
Yeah. And of course so are you looking for the up and coming runner stocks that are going to take off? And in other words, the technology is there. They're the first ones there. I guess you're looking for the next Apple stock kind of idea.
And some of them are high beta stocks. Some of them are, we see that more volume is rushing into those stocks, so they'll float to the top of our list.
So you kind of have to follow the crowd there. If people jump on a bad idea and it's going up, you kind of have to. Yeah. Even if you fundamentally don't agree, you're like, well.
Yeah.
It's going.
We're mostly technical, so the fundamentals don't matter that much. Yeah. And everybody has a different opinion. There's funds and RIAs that they swear by the fundamentals, and they could give less than a shit about the price.
This guy's appreciating.
It must be hurting us last year then. Shit.
Yeah, gosh, I don't even know how. I guess the volatility kind of. It's a matter of timing when a guy decides to sign up with some service that might be completely great, but I mean, if you start doing
back tests are never gonna. You're never going. That market already happened. That's the thing.
Yeah,
those prices already were traded. I mean, it's not the same market going forward.
So do you have to explain this to people, or do you just let them read the brochure? I mean, do you have to walk people through that are completely beginners and try to?
Oh no! I mean, they don't. I mean, all the details. Yeah. I mean, not these technical things. I mean, they don't. That would overwhelm them.
So you just talk it. You just talk in basic terms of percentage.
Yeah. We want people to understand, and most people don't understand. They don't understand the markets or the nuances, and
so the time horizon is like 2 to 5 years, right? For your typical kind of somebody expects to see 10% or whatever they're looking to make more money they could than just parking their money.
Oh yeah, I mean that's the objective, and you could say that about any fund that tries to let's say specialize in a group of stocks or a group of whatever. If they're not indexing, ideally you want them to outperform their benchmarks. Otherwise, why the fuck would you want to pay them a fee? I mean, it's
Are utilities still a safe haven, and they're just slightly creeping up in value?
Nah, they don't do much anymore. They had their day. They were killing it. Not last year, but 2019.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, really? Because of the just the flight to safety kind of idea that utilities aren't going anywhere, and everybody needs to have utilities.
The markets were doing well in 2019, so it wasn't that. They just happened to be trending that year. I mean.
So what about the transportation stocks? I mean, you do the sector transportations and all that kind of stuff. I mean,
yeah, we don't really care much about the sectors. It's more technical than.
Oh, really? So if something's really
moving, yeah, we'll try to get on it.
Oh, yeah. So you look for the stocks within that index that's moving, or are you going to just go for the index?
Yeah, there's some of that. There's volume. We look at volume.
Oh, so you got the but the Dow 30, out of those Dow 30, you just go for the whole Dow. You focus on one stock. I guess the banks,
it'll be a
sector.
group of stocks or some ETFs. It's enough. We don't have anything set in stone, but yeah, we don't index. I mean, if then there'd be no point to investing with us. I mean, it's basic, if you wanted to index, let's say you wanted the S&P, you just put it in a Vanguard fund and pay only 11 basis points.
So you're going to be more surgical.
Be more concentrated.
Create your own little boutique crop of custom index, I guess. Yeah, I wonder how stuff... I guess there's sympathy moves, right? If the airlines sell off, almost every airline sells off. Unless it's Boeing and they're blowing up their planes.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of stocks are correlated, and I mean, it's the correlations are random too. I mean, some stocks might be correlated, or some sectors might be, and then next year they might not be.
Yeah, I always wonder how much of the sympathy move that if somebody comes in and buys an index, if that's what's moving the basket of say airline stocks, as opposed to a really good performing airline, and then I guess it's a two-way street. People that are heavily into this one thing, say the fashion stocks or whatever those baskets could be.
Yeah, I mean,
because if you just
look
go
at price action, look at volume, but volume's not price action's first priority. I mean, that's really what matters, and then volume's kind of a differentiator between if we're trying to decide between certain stocks.
So would you look for, say there was, say the airlines are going up, but you find one airline that's kind of like hasn't really woke up to the, are you going to try to get in that one before it plays catch up to the index? I mean, is that going to be the preferred trade, is the one that hasn't joined the parade yet? We've done that a few times. There'll be some stocks that we expect that they'll be correlated eventually. Does that work out? Like finally they kick in and holy shit, everybody's on to it finally.
It does, not all the time though. That's been working less and less because the market catches on pretty quickly.
Oh, everybody's like, oh yeah,
because so that's the thing. Like if you have to adapt with that.
Yeah, I mean, isn't that the fear in the end? Is that the aha moments happen in such sync that when you get to the burning match theory, where you're the last guy holding the match, you're the last guy to get in that trade, that everybody goes, uh-oh, like everybody's in this fucking trade now, and then the reversal is more brutal. Because the aha moment is so quick now and so broad that if Bitcoin was to start to melt down, I don't know which point, and Bitcoin's melted down before, at which point did people go, holy shit? I mean, there was a point there at 20 grand, I think it went to 4 grand, and jumping ship just in time. Of course, if you're a true investor, you're still holding it. You didn't even notice that pullback.
Or you just hold it forever, and
right, isn't that the, is that a strategy, hold forever and then just hope for the best?
Not with us, but there's probably plenty of people that are doing that.
I think I can already picture how my office is going to look. Let's see how brochure's out. For the risk takers, we'll have like a kind of a high risk room where a lot of women, strange women, a lot of alcohol. And then for the conservative crowd, we have like bow ties and little putting greens. And we'll have different rooms for different how aggressive? Are you a risk taker? We'll play like, let's see. I'll put an apple on your head, see if I can shoot it off. Oh, you're a risk taker. We're gonna put you in this fund over here. Looks like you're ready for anything. Never a dull moment. Hedge fund.
I mean, there's people of all different kinds. So yeah, it's.
Do you have to argue with your clients when they say, "No, I really want to do this"? You go, "Oh, I don't think that's a good idea." Do you ever have is that tough?
Yeah, there's a couple people like that.
They got their vision. Did you say to them, "Well, you don't need me. You could just go trade this stuff yourself," right?
Well, here's the thing with that. So there's some people that when they have a lot of money, they have there's that ego thing, and so when they go and try to have someone else manage it, they kind of subconsciously try to insert themselves into the process, because they kind of want to impress us, basically.
Oh, so they got a couple of stocks they like, and they give you the background.
Yeah, there's kind of an ego thing there, and we kind of have to,
so they're kind of running it by you because you're the expert, and they're like, "Hey, I got this idea. What do you think of this?"
Right,
and you're like,
but they want us to manage it, so it's.
Oh,
it's
yeah,
not just,
so they actually want you to take over a portfolio that they built. Like, kind of hand you their portfolio and say, "Here."
Well, you can kind of, if you put yourself in their shoes, you could understand that. Like, here's this wealth I built up,
Yeah. So they some of the people you have coming to you, they're like, "Yeah, I'm tired of doing this. I want you to take over the steering wheel. Here's how I drive the car." I give you some practical tips and suggestions. Of course, you're going to figure that you got to convince them that you've got a more objective view than they have. I guess they could be very like if you like a certain company. Even though on paper they're not a good investment, people kind of have a love affair with some brand or something.
Yeah, there's a few of those. There's this one person they were holding Alcoa for like, I don't know, 30 or I don't know how many years, like over 10 years,
like
I think.
Tradition.
That stock has gone nowhere for the past 10 years. So basically they were just kind of churning their account for 10 years. Yeah.
So there's not even a dividend. The dividend's not worth it. That's not.
No. The stock has gone sideways for 10 years.
Wow. Gee, that's kind of. It's like a utility.
Yeah, there's this fallacy that people have where they think that all stocks are going to come back, or all stocks are going to go up, but that's not true. I mean, the S&P will most likely do that, but there's plenty of individual stocks that they just do nothing.
Yeah, so the rising tide lifts all ships
is not true.
Yeah, I can imagine, especially if you just happen to have a bad piece of news or bad earnings report, then you're just doesn't.
Or
matter.
if the company goes nowhere if you're holding it for 10 years and the stock just chops sideways, it's it doesn't always pay to be a long-term investor.
Yeah, I can't imagine. I don't know how people do it, but I guess that's a pace you get used to. And of course, those people, their time horizon is 5-10 years.
Yeah, I mean, there's people scalping, and then there's people holding shit for 10, 20 years. I mean, you got all different kinds of participants in this market, in these markets.
So what's the shortest term
money
trade
now.
that you've done? I mean, is it like 1 month you're out of the thing?
Yeah, we're like swing trading. Swing to intermediate is kind of what we focus on.
Yeah, it seems like there's a lot of cycling of just so much up and down. Before there's a big move, it's just like a circle.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's they're volatile. We don't do any Forex though. Yeah, it's
how would you even do that? It'd be like,
yeah, it's the management on it is not feasible. That's one thing, and the compliance isn't either.
so you don't do any commodities then, really.
No futures.
So if you
Forex.
want the grain market, you just buy Archer Daniels Midland or something.
Or an ETF. Yeah, ETFs.
Oh, that are
There's
tied to
plenty of those.
So cotton futures, you could get like a cotton ETF or something.
Or a basket of those stocks. I mean, ETFs, there's a lot of things that are replicated. They can be replicated in the ETF structure. That can be traded on an exchange. But yeah, I mean, people are coming up with all kinds of ideas. So, you know.
Oh, really? So people are kind of wacky little niche ETF.
Yeah, you could buy an ETF where they only do covered calls in there. Those are usually shit though.
Wow. Man, that's narrow.
Yeah, there's people try. There's a lot of funds, not a lot, but I guess a few that try to replicate option strategies in like a mutual fund or an ETF structure. Those never work out very well.
So like put on a butterfly trade on the
iron condors.
Iron condor. I thought that, I mean, I went to these option meetings and I thought, dude, I mean, this is going to be, and then that Black Scholes model. Why isn't it a White Scholes model? No. But it's so complicated, and not to mention
that's like a whole nother subsection of finance, just options alone.
Oh my God,
that's
it's
like
so complicated. Yeah, they love stock options, though. I tell you, it seems like the public likes it because the risk is limited. And
it really isn't though, because if you buy an out of the money option, your probability it goes down that it's going to be in the money. It's I mean, it's limited dollar wise, but if you keep buying those out of the money options, you're going to keep getting, your chances are, your probability is pretty low that you're going to make.
Oh yeah, you're going to need
money.
some kind of dramatic move in the last 2 weeks, right? I mean, basically, that thing starts to accelerate 2 weeks into the expiration. It gets pretty. A miracle has to happen.
We don't do options ourselves. We have another manager we work with that all they do is options. So we have a deal with them for that.
So is that something you do, or the client says, "Hi, I want to do stock options"?
We'll recommend it if we think it suits the client, or if the client wants it, we can provide it.
So they just go do a covered call on stock they own or something.
There's that, and we can have puts written on indices. There's all different kinds of options strategies that manager can do. They're pretty good at it, and we use them. Can't disclose anything, unfortunately, but.
Well, yeah, because I mean, what kind of? Yeah, because you got like those Cuban sandwiches with the secret sauce. And
the secret magical sauce, right?
It's like the Coke
Nothing
recipe,
magic
right?
about it, but
Yeah, recipe for Coke.
Yeah, it's just mayonnaise and hot sauce. That's all it is. Whole time.
Right. Isn't that the crux of everything right there?
Yeah.
That's the main.
Yeah, don't those Cuban sandwiches have was it ham, and it's like cooked ham and
and it has like
mayonnaise,
Jamaican some pineapple and some hot sauce. Yeah, I know the Cubans. I think it comes with a little Castro, side of Castro.
Yeah, and the thing with like with volume, that doesn't work in Forex using any kind of volume metric. I mean, well, first of all, there's no volume in Forex, and that but it's different in stocks. The volume, it can be useful in stocks. If you're seeing that a stock has been quiet for a while and it starts to break out a little bit and you see a lot of volume pour into it, but the price hasn't moved up a lot, that's kind of your early indicator, for a breakout trade.
Yeah, that's what...
Not the case in Forex. You can't do that in Forex, though.
Right.
The market doesn't work that way.
Yeah, Bill Williams was talking about that. He has these market facilitation index, and he calls that a squat, a lot of volume, narrow range. Because when a market's moving under volume, it's really... it's different. So he was actually quantifying it to a lot of volume and it's not moving. I thought, yeah, that's probably going to be quite an explosive move.
Right. I don't know, and I don't know about futures. I mean, I'm not sure how. I've never dealt with those, but yeah, I mean, I guess you have volume data. You have volume data with futures, and then you have the commitment of traders report. I don't know how useful that is, but I guess people use it.
That seems kind of laggy, though. I mean,
yeah, I mean, I don't know much about that, but
by the time you know about it, it's probably. I always feel like I'm chasing it, but there's that time of day factor. And time of week, the markets are closing and everybody's squaring their positions before the next session. So there's going to be some reconciling. It should be a crazy year, though. I guess we're going to find out here when it comes to April 15th just how much people pay in taxes. I always do think that there's people looking at that number, because we'll find out how much money is actually in circulation around April 15th. And, man. Huh.
Oh, shit. You just reminded me I got to do my taxes.
Yeah. I guess you're not getting a refund, or you would have just done it right away right now.
No, I'm getting a refund.
Oh,
I just totally forgot to do.
Shit.
I've gotten all the refunds.
They're supposedly mailing out $1,400 checks to people. That should be crazy. Boy, they've given away so much money. Of course, most of the money they give away is to pet projects and weird stuff. Study why frogs jump.
Have they reinstated Obamacare? Then I might not get a refund.
Oh, that's right. Gosh,
Is that back up again? I'm not sure.
I did not look at that. Yeah,
I paid out the last then because I don't have health insurance.
Me neither, so my health insurance is that I don't jump in front of a train and shit like that.
Yeah, mine too. If I have to, I'd love, like, I had a doc when I lived in South Carolina, like, there was one doctor's office I always went to because they had a website and they had a list of all the procedures they do with the cost next to it. The fucking end. No insurance. They didn't take insurance. I loved it.
Was it a discount because they didn't take insurance? It should be, right?
Yeah, it was like cheaper than normal, I think. Like an X-ray was like $75 or something.
Wow.
But the visit was already like, it was like $60 just to fucking walk in the door, basically. Right?
Jesus.
Just to have the doctor see you. But it was just straight up. I didn't have to, before I would always have to haggle with a hospital or something.
Really?
Although I've almost never gone to the hospital or doctors.
Some people probably don't even bother. They don't know they can.
They don't know that they can do that. You can haggle medical bills. I keep telling people this. Like, if you haggle medical bills, it's cheaper than insurance most of the time. You can haggle anything because they don't even know what the cost is. And sometimes you owe a bill and they'll call you up in collections. You can make up anything and just be like, look, I owe you $1,000. I can give you 50 right now. And they're like, yep. If it's like a certain time of the year where they gotta, they gotta pay people, right?
And will they keep asking you after that, or is that going to be just going to cut it and give it a limit right there?
No, I mean, I've heard people do that. I haven't done that. I have haggled a price straight up. I had to get my nose cauterized one time, and I just walked in there. They're like, "Do you have insurance?" I'm like, "No." I said, "How much does it cost out of pocket?" And they're like, "We have no fucking idea. Let's find out." And they're like, "It's 200." I'm like, "I'll give you 150." They're like, "Okay." That's exactly how it went. They pulled out their debit card machine, blew the dust off of it, and I paid it right then and there.
Jeez.
You can do it for anything. Yeah, so that's that doctor's office. I had to get a leg x-ray because I fell off a ladder. Make sure it wasn't broken. Yeah, and it was just they just had a list. It was like going to fast food. I loved it. I'll never have health insurance probably. So, but during Obamacare, I was like, oh my God, I had to pay, what was it, like $700?
Yeah, right.
In taxes every year.
Oh my God. No, I because they kept saying when Trump said he was going to get rid of it, and I go, it should be gone. And they go, oh no, it's going to be next year. It finally go away because such a delay on it. And I thought, oh my God, I got to wait again. Like, seriously?
Can't you just shut?
Yeah, can't you just give
Obamacare server down? Just do it now.
And the fact
I
that
got to wait next year.
It's so stupid because that Supreme Court justice, that asshole, is just like, oh yeah, well that's constitutional. No, it's not, dumb shit. The Constitution's just null and void. That's the big.
It's whatever they say it is at the time.
Yeah, it's just, and now it's going to be this Yellen is going to say, oh, this isn't. We're not going to raise taxes. We're going to do. They have another word for it. Fiscal something. I mean, it's just.
They'll start calling it they'll start mandatory donations. They're not taxes anymore. They're mandatory donations.
Right.
That's what they'll call it one day.
Oh God, it's just. Yeah, I guess if you just keep renaming it,
Right.
And that's going to be make it okay.
That's the old Army trick. Is you're not being. You can either be volunteer for a duty or you can be voluntold. One of the two.
Yeah, I guess right. You might as well. Step up to the plate and make it your idea.
Right.
Or give yourself the illusion that you're controlling it. Yeah, this is gonna be crazy. It's a crazy summer we got coming here. I don't know what's gonna happen. These people come across the border with Corona in hand, and again, outbreaks, and oh man, I don't know. Those people coming across the border, they wear those signs.
Be like, they're gonna come on. People be like, "Hey, we don't have any jobs either." I don't know what to tell y'all. Everybody's broke here too.
Right. I mean, broke. They must think that. They must have an idea that when they get here, it's magically, everything is just magic.
No, man. Even if you do get a job anywhere, you're spending it just to fucking, keep your house not being taken from you. All of that money. You might as well go back to Colombia and harvest cocaine. Seriously, you'd make more money.
Yeah, I guess the grass is always greener on the other side, twice as hard to mow. People just have that. Just like if you're trading Forex, you think, well, I trade stocks. There was this guy that was trading Forex, He took the course, with the 3 moving averages, crossover, wait for a candle pattern, And the guy he was just like, I just can't make any money. He spent like $1,500 on the course. He goes, can't make no money. So he just went and traded stocks. Well, I'm just going to go in the stock market. This is just too much work, He might have done actually pretty good. I guess he probably did good if he was in certain stocks during this whole thing. It was just like 3 years ago. Because that's quite a bull market we had from 2016 to even now. It's insane.
Why does he think stocks is less work? You got to actually...
Yeah.
How many stocks are there? I don't have to keep up with that.
Yeah.
That alone is like, I think
because the stocks, the thing with stocks is that... say there's, say you have this, a stock that's making masks, right? Well, masks are popular, and so you figure they're doing good. And it's a fundamental, easy view where when people look at the currency markets, they think, okay, well, the interest rate's X here and it's there, so why should I buy the euro? Because I think they're going to raise interest rates? I mean...
That's just making my redneck head shut down. Thinking about like, I think like most people, like they do, like you say, they do analysis to try to smooth out the market. But I was like, but I wanted to get into Forex so I could use the market to get rid of analysis. I just want to get in, man. I don't want to do all this research.
Hey, I think my internet went out there.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. Well, you got to pay the bill. Sorry. It's probably a derivative. Maybe it was hacked, because, maybe ICT came in and just kind of let you know he's here. He actually came into my stream once. I was streaming once, and ICT comes in there, and it's hilarious, and he's making comments and stuff, and there was guys going, it's really him. It was fun.
Wait, so he joined the stream? What did he say?
Yeah, he was in the chat. He was in the chat thing and stuff. He didn't say too much, I'm pretty sure it was him. But, I don't know.
ICT.
You got to give it to him. He's still rolling with shitty videos.
Is he still doing them? I mean,
he's still doing them.
The preamble and the whole thing about institutional order flow, it's just hysterical.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess he's making plenty of money from making shitty videos.
People love the whole mystique of it, I consider myself to be somewhat kind of, able to think, and I'm like, it's so cryptic the way he lays it out. It's almost like if you don't have the terminology, you can't, it reminds me of Scientology, you just need all these different,
you gotta have the
code words,
you gotta have the E-meter, the E-meter.
Yeah, you got to know what your engrams are and how you're going to just, how many thetas you have in your.
And you got to know when Xenu is, going to make his return.
Yeah, when Xenu's in the 7th house and.
You ever see Eric Andre where he does Black Scientologists?
No.
So there's this comedian where he's more of like a. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, you could call him a comedian, but he has
like
this
Black Top Green is really.
Yeah, and he has this thing where he goes out into public and does crazy shit. And one of them, he had like Hannibal Buress with him and a few other guys, and they're all black and they're all dressed up as like, I guess, Scientologists. They have like these outfits on, and they're protesting outside, like bring back Xenu or something like that.
Man. Disgruntled Scientologist looking for Xenu.
And they have a picture of L. Ron Hubbard, but it's like a black version.
No.
And
no.
You look it up on YouTube. It's just type in Black Scientologists. It's pretty funny.
So just Ron L's black or everybody?
They're all black, but the picture is like a black version of them, and they call them L. Ron, I think Hayan Bembe or something.
No way.
Yeah, go look it up. It's pretty funny. It's pretty good.
And of course they hold them up to be their supreme leader.
But and it's all just, and they're basically trolling everybody in that little area, I guess. Or
boy, I don't think that Scientologists they get really pissed easy. They probably put a death threat on them after that. Put a hit on them.
Yeah, it's too much.
Call up Tom Cruise to end your world.
Yeah, Tom Cruise. My God, man. I mean, he is a Scientologist all the way. But yeah, there's a lot of Scientologists.
Something creepy about that. I mean, that's.
Well, did you ever see Eyes Wide Shut? I mean, that's creepy right there.
Yeah, or
Tom Cruise was in that.
Minority Report, where you can see
take your eyeball out and scan into
Yeah, but he's just such a good actor. I'll let it go. Whatever he does, he can, fuck kids or whatever. Okay.
Well, he's certainly the most physical. I mean, that guy is physically able to just fucking. He's a stunt master.
I guess.
I want to know what kind of drugs he's taking. I want to know.
Oh, he's taking. I think he takes. He does a Xenu sandwich or something. It does a Xeno combo plate.
Oh, we got someone in the chat.
Somebody named Jay. Is his name Jay?
Oh my god, I'm coughing.
It's the turkey Brit.
Oh, you got COVID, right? You get hold of. Oh, you got a turkey, a wishbone down your neck. You choking on a turkey. It's tough over there. Hey, you're all set for Thanksgiving now. If you live in Turkey, you must every day's Thanksgiving, right?
Yeah, indeed. Mostly chicken, though.
Gobble gobble. A lot of turkey jokes in town there, like a lot of like turkey gravy and.
Oh, there's a Metro up the road, which is pretty good, I think, and they sell everything. It's just like a Walmart, but German.
Do you have to speak German when you go there?
No, I don't even talk most of the time to most people. It's like I said, I've done so much research. I've worked so hard on this crap. That literally every day I feel like I'm tripping up in that. It's just fucking. There's too much information in my head. That brings me back to the ICT shit. Bollocks. It's all bollocks.
Yeah, my order blocks. You see any order blocks when you're at the store? You start seeing.
You see the institutional buyers, with the inventory, selling it to the store.
Yeah, I see square people running around looking like Lego people. That's how fucking far gone it's got to.
Are they wearing the masks there? Are they still in lockdown?
Yeah, they still wear masks. Yeah, they're a lot more sensible here than they are in the UK. There was this rally a few days ago. They are freedoms are freedoms. What the fuck? It's a pandemic, and they're bringing their children like it's hey, we're going out for the day, kids. You know what I mean? Let's all get fucked up on some virus. You know what I mean? What the world's just gone mad. It honestly. Yeah, but we're wearing a mask here. We have to, otherwise you get fined.
Get fined?
Mm-hmm.
Like, don't you get a warning first, or they literally write you a ticket, like for $100?
If you're in a group of people and you haven't got a mask, then any police officer has the right to fine you. So.
Well, Turkey's an Islamic country, right?
No, it's like saying America is a Christian country. No, it isn't. So it's like Islamic light. No, it's not.
It's a secular government, isn't it?
Yeah, it's like the idea that some country is some generic religion. No.
No, okay. I mean, do the women wear burqas?
No. No, that was banned.
I was wondering if you could answer the question we had earlier. Do women in burqas have to also wear a mask on the outside? No, that's all.
I went. I looked at this paint thing. The ones for spraying cars, the full mask and the multiple bio-level breathing filters. And then the guy was offering me a hazmat suit, big yellow one. I said, "Do you really think I'm going to go downtown in that?"
Go to the grocery store with the hazmat suit.
Well, you wore white. Maybe they thought you were scared. Such an easy mark.
Look like a guy off Back to the Future when he gets out the car. Just like that. It's an alien scumbag. I know it's not that bad, German. I mean, Turkey's a pretty big place, and generally most people are sensible. So
most people are sensible.
Well, yeah, except a lot of UK people these days. What's wrong with them? They're marching and shit in a pandemic. Oh, yeah, that's a real brilliant idea.
I'm surprised people don't stay home. I always see some kind of controversy, like people are outside and then there's a scuffle. I'm wondering. I guess people are. They're going to get trouble if they come up against these cops with any kind of. It's like a big setup. I think they would just be better to stay home, but I guess people want to challenge authority because they can't even believe what's going on. It is amazing. It's amazing that all of a sudden the health department's taking over the world.
I don't know. Do you ever feel like you're somewhere between Westworld and the Truman Show?
Oh yeah, no, a lot of Westworld going on there, where the androids are taking over. I mean, it's just so weird. A little Fahrenheit 451 with a little bit of Brazil. It's just unbelievable.
Well, I've looked at an ICT video of order blocks, and I've gone through all the data. And what the fuck is he on about? Is he on drugs? There's no. He's either picking out a big candle or something with a big wick and a big candle. That's it. That's all I can think of. There's no measurable way to do what he does. There isn't.
I know.
How does he get order flow data from spot Forex? I mean, I don't get that at all.
Well, he looks for the institutional price levels. See, you just don't know where those are yet. He did a video once. I ripped him apart in this video he did once, where he had this. It was kind of like the highs from like maybe 3 weeks ago. There was this high price, you know. He was like, "Oh, this is where the institutions, they're going to take the price up there and then reverse it." And I'm like, they may do that. I mean, it's not they, but the market might do that. But what's the odds of that? I mean, it's just such a harebrained, outlandish kind of entry point. And to see that
makes sense. Obviously, his choices he makes too, right? It's a printed chart. It's already been done. I'm talking about in the live moment. How can you pick out an order block point anywhere on the chart with new data? Not past data. That's Phil Williams said that the past is the future, right? Which is correct. It's different every time, right? To a certain degree. But I asked a lot of these gurus, I want you to pick out that magical thing that's in your head on the chart in a live situation. A candle closes, is that one? Candle closes, is that one? Is it that one?
He's supposedly looking to the left, and he's saying that from, say, the Asian high, there's this certain price level that was touched and stuff, and supposedly that's where the order block lives, and that you're supposed to get in there the next time you see that window, that price coming to that window. But I'm wondering, is that going to be at 9:30 in the morning when stocks open, or is that going to be like just it could happen anytime?
Well, that's just like S&R then, right? That's just an S&R, right? So, like the only thing I've seen here is S&R, void, possible void metric, S&R. Possible, how are you going to get screwed at that point? Obviously telling the bot how it's going to get screwed. And you got the three choices: fake out, exact reversal, or breakout. That's it. They fuck all else there. And the only difference between that piece of data and the other one is either like you said, what's that candle? Take the cross. Yeah. It's either going to be a stall or it's going to be a pile up and then kaboom, fuck you, right, in an instant. But that's high frequency traders. That's the high frequency machines. They do that deliberately. And it's known for them to do that.
Yeah, they recognize a grindstone. I mean, they exploit a particular pattern.
Yeah.
But if you look left for your institutional order flow, that cannot be an exact thing every time either. It's going to be depending on, like Mark Douglas said, it's like, you know, if the whale, if the big boy doesn't show up that day, then You're not going to see that fucking pattern. Like if the guy that shows up every time at 3 o'clock in the morning and let it open, and he puts on the same fucking trade, and he's the institution you're looking at. What if he doesn't show up that day? You know, and these aren't tried and true. You know, he makes it sound like, well, all you got to do is look for this order block, and you just get in there. It's as simple as that. But there's no fucking order block after the pound goes up 350 pips in one fucking day. There ain't no order block, dude. They've wiped out all the order blocks. There is no fucking precision entry. There's no
order block. There is no order block. It's
gone.
Dissonance kind of moment. It's a thing that does not exist.
Yeah, I mean, it may exist when the market calms down. If you're talking about order blocks, you're talking about like some static past noise where you revisit prices a little bit. There's a supply and demand zone in there, kind of roughly. But when the market goes ripping in one direction, it just blows out that whole structure. I mean, there's not even. You can't even look. There is no look left because there ain't nothing there no more. I mean, the markets are too dynamic.
If they're so concerned about volume and order flow, why not just trade the futures? You know, Forex futures.
Because it's easier to trade the past because I know where the market's been. See, futures is too difficult. That's like, you know.
You know, everything that ICT at all, not just ICT, but there's other guys. They talk about vague perceptions, like, this sounds fancy. I'll wing it. Like, you know, it sounds fancy, doesn't it? But you know, generally, smart ideas are generally simplistic. That's their beauty, is the fact that they can answer a lot of things in simplicity, and that's what makes it efficient.
And repetition too.
Yes, the ability to repeat something. Obviously, to predict something, you need some sense of something that can detect repeatability. You can't predict it otherwise. It's like every night your toilet's in a different room. Yeah, now that would be a right pain in the ass, right? I'm going to take a piss. It's in the living room. Why the fuck's it in there? Then it changes the next night. Now it's in the kitchen. What? That's exactly what markets are like.
Well, it's called a roaming toilet. I got one here. It just goes like you fucking have the challenge is to turn off the lights and close your eyes and kind of smell where the toilet's at and try to figure out where it's going to be next. And those
anyway, all our
plumbing order blocks for that.
Yeah, but I've tried to measure it. I've looked through every candle he's picked out. I looked at all the data set. I've looked at it and gone, I can't. There's no way to classify this. It's just no way. You know, machine learning, you got classifications, right? And you can pick out certain things, make a model within a model within a model. You can pick out a certain class and say, oh, it's that thing, that's that thing, that's that. Now, crude. It's not perfect. It's not some precise thing. But even with this stuff, it's random. Every one of them is random. The only common ground is that it's an SNR. Well, why do you just say that? Or what's a spring? Doesn't he mean a wick? I'll get confused. It's just like, I'm not confused. It's just looking at it and going, he's talking shit.
Yeah, I mean, if a 15-minute in golf pattern is a half-hour hammer. So,
yeah, that's another that catches a lot of these pros out of it while they're talking. It does seem to realize that if it's a time series chart and you've got multiple candles on a 1 hour, that makes a 4 hour, then the 4 hour is going to define it differently, isn't it?
Yeah, so you're really going to end up with, I wouldn't say conflicting patterns, but the idea that you're going to trade candlestick patterns as an isolated incident, like, oh, every time I see a hammer, I'm going to go long. Unless it's an inverted hammer and go short, right? I mean, these are kind of blockhead ideas. And actually, I think contextually, those wouldn't be a bad strategy, but there is no way. I think it's more like snowflakes. There's no way these markets are going to repeat exactly. It's always going to be slightly different. And
but the past equals the future, though.
Yeah, well, it's a real. It's elastic, and the longer it goes sideways, I think the more violent the move's going to be.
Well, yeah, because it's anything that goes sideways is accumulating, isn't it? A bunch of goobers, high frequency trading bots are being trapped. There's losses. on both sides. That's the reason why it stays choked, and eventually it will come out. But I was experimenting with this with one bot. We can do range trading, choke trading, expansion, and all that shit, right? But there's catches in every bot. There's a catch. Breakouts have a catch. Reversals. Better get your fucking models right on that one. That's not an easy one to do. High probability prices. That's a pretty hard one to do too. And the next one then is the choke. Well, you get the what's the typical one I see on the internet? Squeeze, is it? A Bollinger Band squeeze?
Yeah.
The downside that people don't seem to realize is the length. You know, how long is a piece of string kind of thing, or how long before it, he's done his thing, right? It could be, 10 candles, 20 candles? I've seen one year, right, it was like 40-odd candles long, and when it fucking exploded, it went nuts. Nuts.
Well, yeah, look at the dollar yen here on the daily dollar yen. It just keeps walking down for fucking 9 months and rips up in 2 months.
Yeah, and it's the downside to that strategy is kind of like you want the more moderate explosion, whereas because everybody is looking at it, especially high frequency trading machines, because they're looking for those things, easy money. The downside is it's like news. Everybody wants to get in there because they think that's where the money is. But it isn't.
Yeah, it's a very fast
people forget
move.
that there's competition in the markets, and it's not like it's free money.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why these
some
moves.
guy with a cluster like of thousands of machines, and he can spit off 10 million orders. There's these guys. I got my RSI strategy. Bang! He's done one order, and these companies are spitting up millions of orders. Yeah, you got to survive. You're not going to survive it. You got to get stopped out. The order won't go through. It does go through, then you can't get out, but it goes back at you because most of the time they're correction candles. In other words, it's like a big explosion. It's got oversold in one sense. It's come right back, and that's called a whipsaw. And
Yeah,
these indicators,
the correction can take out the low by 1 pip from where you just got in. And then actually it leaves people a little bit confused because they're like, well, what the fuck? Is it going to go up or down? Like, it keeps whipsawing me. So what is the real truth of the market? Are they just trying to trick me?
Volatility, right? You don't want it low out. There's this one guy, he just back talking to him. He likes to trade at night. He doesn't like trading in the day. He likes it slow and calm. He's that kind of guy, right? But then you get the other type then that loves the action. They love the speed. Woof, I'm done for the day. It's all about finding that thing. Most of the time the market is reasonably moderate, and then you get those quiet moments and then stupid extremes. So it's just finding that balance in this, right?
Well,
You'll find it a lot
there's a
easier.
little bit of predictability here in Asia, and it's not going to be a lot of pips either. So, like tonight, we got just at the euro here. They took out the low Asia, kind of trapped people thinking it's going to take, and then we just bobbing here. Now we're making a run here into the London Open on the 30-minute euro. Just kind of is starting to engulf. And if we take out the high of Asia here, which we haven't done yet, we got some fresh space above to take a rally on the euro here. So, and as soon as they get above the high of Asia, I'm already thinking about getting out because I'm like, it's just another trap. I mean, it's just the most sad, perverted thing in the world, but it's just trap to trap. There's no conclusion. There's no target. It just seems like it goes from one hole to the next.
Well, I suppose if it didn't, then we couldn't. No one could make money from it.
Right. I think there's that part of your brain that has that big giant target in mind, but gosh, it just rarely gets hit, man.
There's a saying, I forgot who said it, but it was like the most normal market is the one that doesn't exist.
Yeah, it's almost like the thing is just hell bent on being chaotic and just noisy and choppy and just fucking confusing.
There's a crypto coin, right? I'm trying to remember its name now. And it's got the biggest bars in the history of, based on the data anyway, the biggest bars in history. It's the most bizarrest crypto coin in the world.
What do you mean, the biggest range per bar?
Yeah, it goes from nothing, literally zero flat, nothing at all. And then all of a sudden, then it's like a massive bar. It whipsaws back. Wow. It goes on and off, sporadically. Goes from medium range to massive.
A super thin
range.
market? It's just a rare coin. It's not a popular coin, so it's thin.
I got a funny feeling it's not a very popular coin. What I think it is, there's people actually doing research on the coin, doing hashes. They're doing a hash. They do the coins and they come in surges.
Oh, all of a sudden there's a bunch of volume coming.
Miners, basically miners who are making a load of flipping coins.
Oh, so they're dumping them like they're dumping them like Dominion voting in the middle of the night. They just kind of bring in a basket in a van. Boom! You just won. Well, look at that! You're up a fucking million votes. Nice. That didn't take one little refresh. Look at that.
Is this mic sounding better or what? I bought a new headset. Does it sound better?
Yeah, it does sound smoother. It sounds warmer. You sound warmer, civilized. Less harsh, I guess the kids call it. Well, gosh, I mean, so your carbon footprint's going up. Every time you test an algorithm, you think you're taking down like an oil freighter or something, or taking down a coal plant?
But every time we turn on our computers.
Yeah, I can hear the ozone opening. I can hear actually the climate change when I turn on my computer. I don't know about you.
Yeah, there's probably a lot of heat coming from this room.
See, I already that coin I said in the last the chat thing. That guy said I make these coins to save the environment. Right. Well, burning 100 gigawatt of electricity.
Yeah, green currency, right?
So I'd give a suggestion, a simple one. Why don't you just build a solar farm? Would that be better?
Yeah, right. I mean, gosh, I just can't even believe that people think there's something called, it's global warming and all this stuff. And don't you want it to be warm out? I mean, isn't this a good thing? Aren't we aiming at like a little warmer climate?
I've done research on this. It's hilarious, right? In 1970, what animal feeds, right? The modern animal feed actually causes cattle and animals to fart more. And in turn, it's like too much fiber. They fart more, and not enough protein. And the right protein for cows is, they get most of the nutrients from grass and all that. But in 1970, that hemp feeds were normal, and the idea of a hemp feed, as tested recently, like I said, the guy measuring the farts, that's one cause of global warming, and it does affect. You can do an experiment in chemistry if you want about how methane affects both health, for the environment, for people, and everything else. And it does contribute to that. The other factor is the fact that they're cutting down trees faster than they're growing them, which is retarded.
That can't be right, because, I mean, if they cut down more trees than what they're planting, those companies will go out of business, right?
Yeah, but it's to do with logistics. See, it's not just planting trees; it's the cost of cutting it down, transporting it, and it's kind of like to actually dig out the root system of a tree, especially the bigger trees. Do you know how much that costs per tree?
$5. More than that.
How much dynamite you need?
It's going to cost you like $2,000 or something. It's a good chunk.
Yeah, stupid. That's the reason why they don't bother. So they leave it there, and then it'll take 50 years before that disappears. And they go find some other land with no trees on. And that's the only way they can keep it running. But with a hemp plant, you can get the shiv from that, fibers, cellulose. You can get the leaf biomass, animal feeds. You can make plastics. You can make skincare oils, medicinal stuff.
Well, you can make like underwear out of it, right? It's like bamboo.
Yeah, you can make clothes,
underwear.
Every fucking thing. You can make housing blocks. You can make house wood as strong as steel.
Because,
there was an experiment.
yeah, the rope
I
is
have to
strong.
get you the video. Jesus Christ, talk about the strongest woods in the world. It's nuts. There's a steel ripping iron girder, and they tried to bend it in the center, you know, the usual test. And then they took the hemp equivalent, stuck it in the middle, and it's as strong as the ripping steel. The difference is the thing sprung back, whereas the steel girder stayed crimped.
Oh yeah, right. Well, that's
yeah.
The resilience in the spring factor.
You build some wooden skyscrapers, I guess.
The strange thing is people underestimate wood, the strength of it, layered like that. It was used in tanks as well. You could literally cross hash it like that, right? Go take a flipping AK-47, even guns with the dum-dums if you want, and you can blather the shit out of it, even with a 50 cal. Look how long it takes for those bullets to get through. They take forever. The difference is it's how light it is. It's incredibly light. Steel is heavy. It's clunky. If you built a tank with multi-levels and air pockets in between with this and a new kind of epoxy as well, which really is super strong, that would be quite an invincible tank. Pretty flipping strong. The difference is it's light. Woof. It flipping just rips.
Huh.
Good for RVs and shit like that. It's good for car bodies as well. Use it for that. It's better than carbon. But it's really light. But anyway, the point is that if somebody, we worked it out, there's this, not Argentina, another fucking country talking shit, another one in charge. And he says, my people are suffering because they're killing all the forests. Well, fucking grow hemp. No. It's marijuana. It's evil. What?
Yeah, but that's not even. But that actually the hemp is not marijuana. It's hemp. That's different. I mean, it's not a THC based thing.
Yeah, that's right. And I said, well, you've got land there that the farmers have killed off now, burnt it all, fucked up an entire ecosystem. The only way you're going to save that land from drying out, and they're all drying out. You take the satellites; they're all drying out bit by bit, and there's nothing on there. They said the farmers were going to use it for grazing for cattle. But you can't use it for grazing for cattle because a rainforest is a forest that captures rain. Of course, you get rid of the forest, the rain doesn't capture anymore. And guess what happens? Because of the heat, up and down, cold heat, it dries out all the land. Fuck land. So I say, why don't you start with growing hemp instead to offset the deforestation? You never go back to me. You know these politicians do. They're all fucking sick. It's like, ugh.
Yeah, but maybe
it's easy to do.
Man-made. Of course, the purists would say you're intervening on Mother Nature by planting things that aren't organically growing. You know.
Yes, but in that
That's
sense, yeah. But it's like if the great thing about hemp, you can pretty much grow it anywhere. It doesn't need super rich soils. It's one of those plants that's resilient. It's a weed at the end of the day. And you know weeds in your own garden, I can grow like crazy.
You can grow anywhere.
Yeah, exactly. So from a wood perspective, from a fiber, clothing, jobs as well. I mean, one of my designs I've come up with is that. That's one of my hobbies actually, is design. And I've come up with a centralized warehouse that does it all. I mean woods, fibers, textiles, fine textiles, from clothing to medicinal oil care, soaps, toothpastes, all from hemp oil, like fuels, you name it. And it's all in a centralized place, and then you've got these massive circular farms with pivots, that go around in circles to water it. And you've got 16 of these, and they're massive. I mean, they're about 2 miles in length. Each one's about 2 miles. And there's roads in the center, like a cross, and the warehouse and production factories in the center, multiple models there, car park, lorry base, and you can and there's land then in this. I think it was Brazil. I said, Jesus Christ! They said, we can't grow food. What? Huh? It's like hundreds of thousands of kilometers of flat land, and water can be captured and conserved with some thinking shit out. And they're saying that we can't create enough food. Jesus Christ. Farmers 100 years ago could. But what's the excuse now? You see what I mean? It's just
they got that vertical farming where you just have these drapes and you just have a carousel of pockets. You see the vertical farms.
There's another example of this. This shows you, we're in the age of information. You can learn pretty much anything these days.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it's like, these people got the internet as well. And it's like, go learn something. You want to fix something, you go learn something to fix the problem, don't you?
Yeah, people are too lazy for that. Yeah.
Well, there you go, Ed. And then fuck them. They're not going to learn something. How are you supposed to progress in anything? But there's no excuse for it. I mean, we worked it out on one part in Iran. It's so flat. It's a beautiful place. It's got the water as well with a bit of management and some conversion of water further south. You could literally have 12 million tons of hemp a year can be processed on this model of design. That's a lot.
Jeez.
You know how many houses I can build out of that?
Yeah, it's gosh, it's just, of course, you're probably going to put a lot of people out of business. I think a lot of that has to do with the competition, and people just don't want to rock the boat. If you have a solution for something, you're kind of ruining the tragedy of the helplessness that they're counting on to rescue people in the old school way that they would normally do it.
But America was ahead of this, and hemp was used in the early 19th century, 20s. But China was the first ones to use it for all sorts of things. They still are. Then it was more Anatolian, which is a Turkish folk here as well. Their ancestors really pushed the envelope and understanding that plant. But then they stopped because of religion or some other bullshit, or poor kings or sultans, idiots mostly.
Well, that's not religion's enough to do it.
Yeah, they took away the one commodity that was helping the peasant clothe himself, house himself, and use for feeds for their animals to produce food. They were self-sustainable. And then the Sultan comes along, we don't want that anymore. What? It's like, I'm amazed those people at the time didn't go to war and say, fuck you.
Well, you can't take care of people. If they're self-sustaining, you can't take care of them. So how are you going to get them to vote for you? It's one of these things where... Yeah, so it's almost 2:30, and we're about to take out the Asian high here on the euro. I hope by the bottom of the hour. That's my big breakout moment. And then we just start making a run here into Europe. U.S.
Wait,
markets.
on Euro USD. Yeah.
Yeah, we're just about to take out that Asian high, and by the bottom of the hour, if we just pop above it, and then we just kind of make a nice run into the European Open. And then, God, after that, I don't know, but that's my target, is just to fucking go up here about 10 pips. Maybe get a nice run where there's a big short squeeze here. So you think the Bitcoin's gonna? What do you think Bitcoin's gonna do there? I just can't even believe what I'm seeing.
It's going to 1 million.
Oh, that's right, 1 million. I forgot that was a target.
Maybe 2 if we're lucky.
Our crude oil guy was here earlier. The what do you call it? The oil shock strategy.
There's some very bizarre, forbid micro patterns turning up in fucking oil, mate. You could tell how much this is manipulated by machines. I mean,
we made it all the way back up to that supply zone there on the crude oil. It's getting all choppy and wiggy up there. The ride may be over.
Chop on the oil is terrible. Have you seen how much chop is on oil? I'm on M30 on oil.
Oh, no, it's really... it's a distribution phase in some sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what's going to happen, but I would say that it is scary up here. I mean, these prices are just nuts. S&P, stocks are all-time highs. It's just... Something's got to give. There's got to be an exhaustion point. So we're just...
I got crazy on one crypto a year, right? Just crazy pips. It was fucking brutal. I was on the sell side. I'm doing what you're doing anyway, the inversion. Not to follow the sheep off the cliff. The opposite. always the opposite.
Total reversal.
Get the better price.
The contrarian view.
Contrarian. That's right. Yeah, because
this guy here saying Bitcoin's heading to 250K by the end of the year.
What?
I just don't know. Is this even possible that we're going to even make it any past what we've already been to here? It's unbelievable prices.
Be funny if it just crashes back to zero and then never hear anything about it again.
That would be a mind blower. Boy, there'd be some lawsuits, I suppose.
No, it'll never happen because the distribution of BTC is hundreds of millions of people with it now, so it'll never hit zero. It'll probably just duck up and down and just pump and dumps maybe here and there, but it's starting to smooth out better now. I've noticed that. So,
well, if you look at the monthly, you're talking almost 6 months straight up. It's just ungodly. The euro's making a run for it here. So a lot of people just sold the euro right there at the bottom of the hour because they just trapped everybody on the highest version.
That's flattened out the touch, isn't it?
It's gone full circle.
Oh.
Gosh, I
I've
don't
been
know.
trying this RSI thing. It's doing my head in. It don't work. What do I try? This doesn't work.
What's that?
Not really. RSI. It's RSI.
Well, you got to use it on a line chart. It only works on a line chart.
It's too. Those kind of indicators are too noisy. I mean, those oscillators.
Yeah. Oh my God, that was some nice looking trades there. It loads like,
Yeah, the RSI really is closing prices only. It's tough because the wick is always going to be beyond that price. Unless you do RSI and highs and lows, and then it's like ridiculous at that point.
You're a dollar trader. What kind of trader are you? Are you a algo trader? What kind
of? Discretionary swing trading, intermediate time frame. I'm also I'm a professional trader, meaning that I work for an RIA, which is basically like a wealth management company. And we'll invest in different funds. We'll do some of our own portfolio management.
So you do long-term kind of investments? Is that what you're saying?
I'd say intermediate term. If they continue to trend, they can turn into long-term investments. But it's more intermediate term.
Okay, all right. My specialty is debunking gurus and fuckfaces in general, right? Bullshitters, scumbags, con men through mathematics, and actually helping people. I got a piece of software coming out now in about 2 months. It's quantitative analysis, start to finish for goobers, basically, as the term is now getting prolific throughout the internet. Due to simple that. Right, the goober.
It's goober
technology.
Goober certified.
Yeah.
Now do you do more? Do you do like a lot of mean reversion, or what kind of quantitative?
All sorts. It really depends on the instrument. It's like saying, well, some instruments are better for this. Some instruments you're better off doing that. Some instruments you're better off doing this. It's not like some generic thing here. Start to finish, everything is custom made for the actual instrument. Start to finish. That way it works and makes money. As opposed if you don't do it that way. Yeah. Because they're all different. Every one of them is different. It's not like you can just... Well, most people, when I asked every one of them, especially these guys who sell these crappy EAs, I say, how do you know what inputs to use before you use it? Well, we suggest... Yeah, but why do you suggest? Or they don't know. So let me get this straight. You want me to have this EA that's got a zillion settings, and you expect me to figure out what to use correctly? Manually? Are you insane? I'll be here for 300 years before we figure it out. No, I had enough of a lot of this crap. And to be honest with you, there's one simple. I got like two variables on this one instrument and time frame. That's it. And another one is 3, and another one is 4, and another one is 7, and depending what it is. And some things I won't touch at all. No, it's not worth it. It's not worth the hassle. There's no money to be made in it. It's like proper. It's a proper way of doing things. But it's for goobers. It's designed to help beginners get into the kind of quant field without their brains turning to mush. Right? It's like a Billy Gates, basically. It's a Billy Gates app. You know.
Billy Gates.
A Billy Gates app.
Billy. Poor Bill.
What kind of markets are you focused in? Is it just kind of any instrument, or do you have a specialization?
Well, it's 29,487 instruments, I think, so far, somewhere around there. Right? From stocks, commodities, anything. Whatever, as long as it's Forex data or it's, standard data coming down the line, that's all I need. Then I got 21 time frames to research. They do make a difference. People don't seem to realize that as well. You know, a lot of them out there. And then I collect a shitload of data and then start going to work in it bit by bit, stage by stage, and looking at different things. And I got check boxes, tick boxes. This methodology really said, yeah. Oh, nope, I'm not interested. Next, and so forth and so forth. And then you find out the right instrument, and I go, that's the one, go for. It was like, let me give an example. I did one year, what instrument was it? It was a crypto coin. It's beautiful at the moment, for the moment. What was it yesterday? 10,000 pips, I think it was. Or what of them? 11,000 pips? Last week. 11,000 pips it was, anyway. About $10 a pip, I think it was. I think, yeah, it's $100,000. So it's exactly how it should be, though, start to finish. You don't need VP's fucking 100 zillion flipping charts open. You don't. You just need the right ones. And you only need 2 or 3. That's it. I don't need millions of them. There's another one here. Oil, I generally don't touch because it's kind of like when oil really kicks off fundamentally, it's great. It's a lovely ride. But when it gets into this political battle all the time for oil, as it is now,
too many anomalies, right?
Yeah, it just becomes a mess. It's like it becomes this. What the fuck? And from a mathematical sensor point of view, or at least how indicators, these kind of indicators, they're not the ones you're thinking of. They tend to pick out these things and go, "This is just a mess, just a mess."
I guess no good patterns can be gotten from that, or
yeah, in that sense, there's something that's like it's like you're looking for something it's noisy. Yeah, they're all noisy, but in a way that it's smooth enough for you to say you can make money out of it. You know, it's a kind of balancing act. That's pretty much it. If it's too choppy, you're going to get slaughtered. If it's massively trending and you know it's reasonably clean, yeah, it's okay. You know, but it's not so much the trending points you got to watch. It's all this chop. That's what kills people's accounts, and that's what that VP guy doesn't seem to get. It's common sense, and that's the reason why he has to use daily. Is because to me, daily using the daily time frame is the most nerve-wracking thing going, because anything can happen. 24 hours.
Oh yeah, right.
And its biases then in the actual indicators to the point of extreme. I tested a lot of it. Well, I haven't tested his stuff. He's never actually said anything that's useful. Nothing at all. So yeah, there's a common sense approach to algo trading, mate. It just is, Lee. And to say that they can't work is silly. They can. It's just there was a hedge fund manager guy. He gave me lots of tips, and I asked him what kind of equipment he uses. He gives me a list. Oh, that's great. Why the fuck are you using all that? I did a bit of research. Aha, I get it. Right, brilliant. And he only does 1,600 instruments across multiple time frames. That's it, he said. The rest we don't care for. They don't make money, or they're no good, or whatever model you try to apply in it, it just will not help you. So that was a clue without even giving away any details. So I started doing it myself, looking at certain things, and I thought, and I've done this myself over and over and over. I thought, why am I making money in this one, but the other one I totally fucked up? What am I missing here? What is so obvious? And that's it. Some instruments I won't touch. Just don't. There's too much conflict.
I mean, if you think about it, I mean, these markets are pretty unique. I mean, in terms of
yes,
none of them have even all the stocks and the S&P. Yeah, they're correlated, but that correlation changes all the time.
Adapt to that's another thing. To adapt to a situation is to identify why it's changed, or at least changed good enough to say what we've done here for now. Like every month, I'll have an update. I will update all sorts of settings, and they will change. That's just the nature of markets. Now, the issue with these indicators, they're generic in the sense they're following the same formula over and over and over, right? But they don't take into account all the other variables. They're all blind. Every one of these indicators does not know what the other's doing in any shape or form, other than a yes or no. So, yeah, look, they do work indicators, but unfortunately, the ones that work are not the ones you buy from the marketplace. A lot of them are shit. There's no.
Yeah, and I guess they're based on fixed formulas, and you're basically when you use them, you're putting a fixed formula on the market, which is totally the opposite of that.
Yeah, well, machine learning, the idea is that it has perspectives, many, and the idea is that they all work together, and like a neural network. The idea of that is that it can adapt or change and overcome, and point out its flaws as well as its strengths, and that's a beautiful thing. How many times have you, for example, tried to buy and instantly becomes a sell? What the fuck? It's a conspiracy, that shit now. There must be people. He's got to buy. Right, we're selling. You know, it's a conspiracy theory, that job flipping conclusion, right? They're all out to get you. It's not. It's just one of those coincidental outcomes. And that's happened thousands of times. I pressed to buy this instant sell. I'm thinking, what the fuck's going on here?
And there's no, I guess, fixed formulas in machine learning, right? It's always adapting. It's an evolving algorithm.
Yeah, it's kind of changing to many things. You know, it's like a lot of it is common ground, and some of it then is more speciality, and other stuff then it's more bias. I'll give you an example. There's 8 different models we scrape, right? And these are long-term investor models for the future, based on economics and other things. This pound model is awful. Oh my God, talk about shit. Wrong. Now, to predict the next tick is one thing, but to predict 6 months from now, wow. That takes some doing, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. I mean, the short term is you're probably more able to predict that than a month down the line. I mean, that makes sense.
It's a very crude modeling system. The idea is buy and hold mentality. That's what it's for. It's like I bought pounds or dollars at 121 against the pound, and I'll just sit in it 2 years or 3 years. Any cash out. There's a different mentality. It's not trading. It's not scalping.
Yeah. I noticed a lot of models, like factor-based models that are based on like economic, like CPI or GDP. That stuff is always so noisy because the markets don't really line up with the data from those economic metrics.
Yeah, how do you know if it's priced into the market though? You know, it can be absorbed totally in the price.
It's more to do with the direction over a long term. It's more like saying if this keeps doing this based on certain that, and they keep doing that, you can predict that obviously it's gonna end up a stronger currency or a weaker currency. It's daily data. It's not like it's to the minute. The data's to the minute if you fetch it, but it's like every day it updates slightly increments, and it's giving you a kind of very long term point direction. It's basically like a blind man on an island telling you where the next island is. It's just like it's somewhere around there, maybe over there, maybe around there, and each day it slightly changes, but it's very long term. It's not like you use like one guy. He's a brilliant trader. He said use technicals for timing, valuations of the price, and then use the models then to predict what direction you want to go in. Buy it, but not in a trade sense. Go to a bank and swap out, and just sit in it. And just do that all long term, right? But he also mentioned going for those economies that when they do get a pounding can come back from the dead. Don't pick on economies. He said, especially exotics. He said they generally a buy. That's it.
Those are liquids. Those are pretty illiquid too, right? Those exotics.
Yeah. I guess like the lira, that's a bizarre one. Jesus. Goes from one extreme to the next.
Gentlemen, I'm going to bed.
All right.
Yeah. We'll see you.
See you, mate.
Yeah.
Good night. So I don't know. It's all down to your style of trading, really. All right, night, mate.
Gonna ride the
spreads like? What's the spreads like in those exotics?
Psychotic.
Brutal.
Like probably like 10 pips or something.
Yeah, there's I did some test trading just on the demo, right? And the lira, pound lira was one. That's the reason why I don't touch exotics. One lot size, charging somewhere between 40 to 60 quid a ticket. Right?
Wow.
Yikes.
And then I went to the Euro USD and it was something like 8 quid. I thought, well, that's not so bad. Could live with that. So yeah, there's another aspect of all of this is the ratio of spreads to range. Simple formula, right?
Yeah, that sounds like that sounds sensical.
Because if you think about it, like running a business, you got overhead, and each ticket is overhead. It's a cost, isn't it? It's a burden to your business.
Right, and that spread too, yeah.
And then you've got the range, which is the potential overall, every choice you make, to make X amount of money. Well, if your spreads are massive and the ranges are choked all the damn time, not gonna make any money. Fact. The brokers make the money. One is the worst one. It's the Syria one. What? I was like, it cost me 50 quid to make 55 quid. What's the point?
You don't want to see the spread. You don't want to see the spread because it's just going to just dishearten you. You just
those markets aren't liquid enough.
Taking money out of one pocket and put it in the other.
Yeah.
Plus pay the spread.
I don't know, simple things like that. That's all. It's common sense, a lot of it. It really is. So, it's the same with all the other. There's other factors, though, you have to take into consideration. But once you get through it all, it's designed for beginners anyway. But beginners with a really semi-pro kind of look on things and professional as well. They can just get through it quickly and in a sensible manner. It's just like any business. if you're going to invest in a business, you're going to look at many factors, right?
Right.
It's no different than an instrument, any instrument. You've got to look at certain things and go, can I make money out of this to begin with? What's the catch is? What's the catch 22?
Yeah, the shipping and handling is more than the item. That's tough.
Yeah, things like that.
Especially you got to order them one at a time. You can't even.
It's like you're shipping a piano across the ocean.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's going to be shipping and handling. Brutal.
It's the same with things like, no, it depends. Now, it's a cheapy piano, like the teacher's piano you get in your school or college or whatever, and it's only a $2,000 piano. It's not worth doing it, is it? You make it locally. But if it was a Fazioli or something, which is $250,000 piano,
wow,
justified, as long as someone's willing to buy it, of course. And they are. Again, it's the same. It's not the same. Like the worlds apart. Those pianos.
You take it apart and ship it one string at a time.
Well, that's basically that's an iceberg order. Yeah, when you take it apart and ship each string, that's like an iceberg order.
Yeah.
In a few months' time, what I'm after is a couple of people that want to do algorithmic, fully automated, semi-automated, or even manual, just like Simpleton does it in some ways. But if Simpleton had a really good model behind what he does and how he looks at things, plus there's other things, I think he'd make far more money. I have, anyway. I found it a lot easier to make better choices.
You mean with the algorithms?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, in the sense that what that is. Oh, I can deal with this now. I know how to manage this and so forth. I know, not talking about some single-minded kind of algo either. Not like, oh, this just does this. One-trick pony algos are rubbish. They're absolute crap. I'm talking reversals. I'm talking breakouts. I'm talking ranging. You can do all sorts of types of breakouts. There's multiple types. A model in behind to help you get your timing right. Yeah. Analyze your situations. There's money to be made here. There's no money to be made here. That kind of thing. And risks and other factors and bad habits. Wow. So many pro traders, even when they live. So many bad habits. Terrible habits. The idea that I wanted to give a beginner, a friend's totally new to this. I said, I want you to go to one of these gurus, the posing fucks they are. They'll talk blah, 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 they'll go on and on, as they do. And you can actually start seeing how full of shit they are. He said, that sounds good. So he said, I don't have to listen to them anymore. I said, yeah, no, they're not all bad. I'm just saying they're deluded. They're setting you up to fail straight off the bat by their own bullshit.
Yeah, and they're making their money from selling, their YouTube channel or whatever the content they're selling.
Yeah, they're making things up too as they go along. I mean, I don't like people that are not on camera, when it comes to live trading, because I want to see their body language. I want to see their eyes. I want to see how they. People. Funny enough, 70% of people lose in this game. Do you know that another coincidence? 70% of people are liars. Natural born liars. They bullshit themselves all the time.
Right.
Well, isn't it like, like they would say 90% of traders lose, but 90% of small businesses go under because most people don't know how to do things like that. I mean, failure is not just, they make it sound like, well, trading, you're just guaranteed to lose. No, you're probably guaranteed to get a shitty wife. I mean, there's so many things you're guaranteed to fuck up. I mean, that's why you get a starter wife, a couple starter wives. Just to get the hang of it. Well, you gotta have a stunt wife to begin with, like a demo wife. And you move up to a real wife eventually, hopefully. Maybe make some babies or something. Kind of clone your stupidity later on. Make a baby.
It's like ICT talks about this order block thing. Unless you can measure something in some sense, you can't use it.
Yeah, the vague concept. I have a new trading course called Mastering Vague Concepts.
Yeah, exactly.
And you know, the first course is going to be learning all the terminology. The second course is going to be working on your vagueness skills, tricking people with kind of abstract nomenclature. You know, all sorts of.
And that's the same in the professional side. You know, a lot of asset managers and investment banks, they basically, you know, they have all these fancy terms, and they, you know, all these funds you can go in. They do the same exact thing.
Gotta get a word salad menu.
Do you want another weird thing when it comes to transcripts? There's the scraping bot that I use is generally was for news and any other data I wanted, right? But there's another library we used for actually converting transcripts of video. You know, converting voiceovers basically. It's not perfect, but it's enough to give you a gist of the idea what people talk about on a video without having to watch the videos. And wow. They're like a bunch of fucking parrots. You got a guy who started out here in April and he did his thing. That's the original guy doing his work. And then you find that all these wannabes that are copying his shit and they're all saying the exact same sentences. Is anybody fucking original anymore? What's wrong with them?
Yeah, the one phrase that blows my mind is price action. Well, dude, if it's fucking moved, all prices got some action to it. I mean, these are just ridiculous terms. I'm a price action trader. You mean you're trading price fluctuations? Well, same thing. I mean, of course, how are you going to make money unless it's got some action, unless it's moving? It's silly. I mean, it's just...
I asked that many a time ago, what do you mean by price action? Define it. Classify it. How do you do that? Well, it's a buy or a sell.
Goes up and down.
Well, we fucking know that anyway.
Up and down would be
It's
like this. That's sex action, up and down, I think. Price action's a different metric.
That's also piston action, you know.
Oh, that's right. Well, it depends on the angle. You know, it depends how you frame it. Time frame matters too, because if it's a quickie, you know, come on. That's a scalp.
What kind of guy are you? Like, do you like just go in and out? You done buy, see you later, sweetheart? Or are you the long-term kind of relationship guy?
No, in only. In and then I go flaccid, and then I go in only. So in hard, out soft, and then just in only. You know, just repeatedly. Actually, what I like to do is go in and then grow hard inside and then pull out. So that's a trick. That's a yoga trick. They never see that one coming. They're like, "Where are you going?" I'll be right back. It's the
I don't know.
It's a fake out. I call it the fake out insertion.
Fake out insertion. Yeah, she's faking it. Damn it.
But I'm faking it too because
my breakout.
Yeah, I'm using my stunt dick for the breakouts, so I don't want to get hurt.
Right. My favorite video of yours, Mr. Simpleton, is the Sport and Resistance by this VP guy. Now we've got advanced S&R, right? Advanced S&R on this, and it does many things, right? And it's like, oh, I just done 1 year, right? That was like 50 pips. There's another 1 year, 30 pips. There's another one, 50 pips. There's another 1 year, holy shit, 110 pips. Wow, they don't exist. So how the fuck am I making money out of it?
It's tough.
If And he's talking about fake outs. Yeah, I could do them too. But to say that it doesn't exist when you can see it on a chart, the hard part, I think, for most people with SNR is that they get this bipolar disorder just as it's hitting a boundary. They're like saying, is it going to be a fake out, reversal, or a breakout?
Yeah, like their mind goes into overload. When it gets
because for like a quadruple bottom, I guess people are assuming, well, that's really support because it's been there many a time. But there's no, it's like the idea that trend lines are made to be broken. So people can say, oh, look, this trend line, it's holding the trend line. Yeah, eventually that's going to break too. So at what point does it become, when does it flip?
Well, there was 1 year on the Jeep. If you go to the pound Japanese yen, like
the guppy.
Let's have a look here.
The dreaded guppy. That's a brutal mover.
JPY, right? There was one there that was 5, 6, 7 touches. It was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, 7.
On a 1 hour
7
chart.
touches there. But it's not just that. It's like, say, what is that candle? What exactly? How do we say it? Was it a reject? I don't know. Maybe.
Well, people say price is rejected. That's happening fractally on so many time frames. I mean, it's just there's such.
So check this out. Yeah. So look at this now, right? There's 7 touches, and then you wait. It's broken out. There's a nice gentle. She was okay. She was all right. She accepted it, right? And then she goes back down. There she is doing her thing. And there's a head and shoulder that doesn't exist, but it does though. And there we go. There was that reject on the inversion. It rejected again. Why? Why is that price so? It's so like the max you're gonna get for that day. That's it, or the lowest price for the day, and that's what it is. And there you go.
Yeah, when the day comes to an end and there is this threshold of like the party's over and that's as far as you can push it within that window, because once they close the U.S. markets and you go to the next session, you're kind of like, it's almost like a whole new beginning, and it doesn't almost matter where you were before, because that next session is going to be the most critical thing.
The weird thing about people is that they can't make a decision. They struggle on, should I buy or sell? But it's not just buy or sell. It's A, where I'm going to get screwed. Where can I go where I know I can make money? Because it's a good place to be based on the market's view. And what evidence is there to go along with it? What evidence is there that I can say, yeah, I'm holding, I'm staying in. No. And unfortunately, a lot of these people, when they show these static charts, there's no details. None. It's just a static chart. And anybody can point out shit on a chart, can't they?
Well, the big problem is that the higher the time frame you go, the smoother the day looks, the less noise. But then the problem is you got such wide stops and targets that you gotta be risking so much more, even though you have a less noisy chart. Where the higher the noise, you got to be more perceptive to find the nooks and crannies in there. So it depends if because if you step back wide view, you go, oh, it's obvious right here, but then you're running 200 pip stops.
Yeah, I mean that's
to accommodate the structures.
Yes. Your size has to be commensurate with whatever time frame you're on.
Yeah. What's that VP guy out? I pointed out to him. I said, dude, you're on a daily on one of the worst fucking instruments there are, right? I would touch that. And I said, look, it looks really nice on the chart. Ooh, it's really nice. But let's look right down to the data, and you'll see, Jesus Christ, that's a 50 pip drop plus your stop loss. and the spreads, you know.
Not to mention all the extreme wicks before you get to the final destination. Most of these indicators are built on closing prices, so they're already pretty smooth anyways. I mean, a 3-period moving average is on close. It's not a 3-period moving average on highs and lows. So you're already looking at a fantasy world. I mean, the moving average is the ultimate smoothing of data to make it look like it makes sense and it's tradable. In essence, the thing's constantly fucking moving. You know, you're just tricking yourself with the smoothing of the data. I mean, I think it's a
psychological soft spot. And it's for psychological reasons.
You do want to feel better. I can't tell you how many traders I've talked to that said, oh, you know, I put a 20 EMA up there because I use it as a guide. And I'm
I heard that too.
Yeah, a guide for what your bias to bias you. I mean, I think it just blinds you to reality that the market's a big noisy mess, and you got to find a strategy. I mean, you know, scaling in and scaling out's the only answer I have to the random behavior. That if I can capture a couple spikes, and I'm getting in just because it's low. This is a stupid concept. Just because it's low, that if I can net, in a perfect world, I got a script laying out there that lasts 2 hours. The market spikes down in 1 hour, retraces, and I'm cashed out because I had just the right time expiration to capture that wick. Because if the tickets would have expired in half an hour, I wouldn't have captured it. And I guess it's a Goldilocks kind of just get the right temperature there. So they trap these breakout traders. They trap the Asian breakout traders here. They're pulling it back on the euro now.
The pound Japanese is at a tipping point. Yeah, this is at a hell of a rally, right? 151, 900, and it's starting to pull back. Now, a person's going to go. That's why. What made me laugh? One of the things I picked up in your videos, the guys talk about all this complex shit. You mean a wick? Yeah, a wick. It's a wick.
God, those wicks can just be brutal. I mean, you don't even see it. You know, if you look at closing prices and you turn off all the wicks, it looks like, oh, this is easy as fuck. I can see double bottoms and all that shit. But in the moment you turn the wicks on, you're like, that's going to be tough.
There's a wick here now. I don't know which way this is going to go. Right? Forget all that shit. All of us are the same. We don't know which way it's going to go. I have a certain idea, to a certain percentage, and I say to myself, look, a certain thing, and I go, ding. No, I'm waiting. I'm waiting for the reject on this now, and it'll probably take off again. There's weak fundamentals for the housing market in Japan, by the way, so that's the reason why they're weakening their currency, housing. You see what I mean? It's not all technicals. Technical just means a price right now in the moment, but it doesn't predict anything that's going to happen to it.
Right.
Something else is involved, and if it's policies or politics or something else, all that shit don't matter.
I mean, then you'll see that reflected in the price at some point as the market. You know, that's the.
They'll change things, and there is manipulation. Don't tell me the central banks don't manipulate things. They do, but not in this. They're out to get you and stop you out bullshit. What the fuck?
No, yeah, they don't do it that way. No, they go for interest rates and credit.
I mean, what's a government's point of view when it comes to finance? It's to do importers and exporters, right?
Yeah, I don't think they're not making a trade based on a chart pattern. They just have to get the goddamn trade on because they need to buy a bunch of widgets from country X.
Yeah. It's like importers love a strong currency, but exporters prefer a weak currency, so they're competitive. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, I mean that. And like if you look at politics, most like banana republics and all that, they tend to favor their exporters or their export industries, and they'll try to devalue their currencies.
Yeah, that's why they're going to be bragging about how our exports are doing good. When the dollar gets weak, they'll be like, "Oh, look, it's great."
Like
we're selling more
see
overseas, you know.
You never see a country trying to increase the value of their or strengthen their currency. I mean,
Right.
you hardly ever see that.
Yeah, I mean, it's a race to the bottom lately, the past 10 years at least.
I mean, technicals
Who
can
can
help you
devalue?
in many ways. Unfortunately, a lot of the technical stuff out there is not enough for someone to read charts like a pro. And I've done it a certain way. All my stuff is through this, my own unique work. It's got fuck all to do with anybody else's shit, for the most part. Is to help somebody become, they can proofread a chart at the back of their hand. They go, I know what that is, I know what that is, I know, oh yeah. And then to come up with a system themselves from the same data, a unique system for themselves. It's still common ground for everybody though, but it's like you can learn from mistakes too. Do you know how many fucking times, like on my own, before I started doing this, I used the traditional way, all the bullshitters and the gurus. Do you know how many mistakes I made? Oh my god! Talk about a goober. And I now analyze the data on top of all my bullshit as well, and their bullshit and everybody's bullshit, just to get a diamond from time to time. And then you start learning by your mistakes. You say, "Jesus Christ, was I that naive?"
Before I got into this industry, yeah, I thought I knew trading. I didn't know fuck all.
Yeah. But that's a good thing to admit to, isn't it? A lot of these gurus don't.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you really, I mean, look at the spread here. Well, it's not the greatest broker in the world, but the spread on this guppy gets to be about almost 4 sometimes here. And I think the spread thing, because I mean, I was kind of, until I understood what the spread was, I would look at these charts like this guppy here, which is pretty vicious moving chart. That's 100 pips between those black lines. And I'm like, damn, look at the pattern. It's so great. What a great pattern. Not realizing the pattern is a product of the spread because it's such a dramatic move that it gives great signals. I mean, great chart patterns, but my God, man, they're really based upon the volatility. And I mean, that spread coming into the close, into the beginning of Asia. On the guppy here, I bet, I don't watch it here, but I bet it goes to 10 pips on this broker.
There's so much to learn about this stuff, and it's like patterns do work, but models are used. You don't just have a pattern. You've got to have another model behind it to define or say this pattern right now is the same as the other ones, but this has meaning, this has value, there's money here, whereas the other ones are the same, but they don't have money there.
See, I still think that this is
the statistical significance, right?
Yeah, it's like, well, you're not going to make money here. But if A, B, and C isn't there, I'm not talking about that fucking godly shit, all right? The bat tripping thing and the butterfly.
I think, well, you know what?
Geometry.
Yeah, butterfly with a nice ikamushu. Now that's what you really want to see. Because ikamushu, yeah, if you just say ikamushu, it's kind of like a Ouija board. If you just chant ikamushu, you typically make more money.
Well, right, but then that's it, though, isn't it? Like, I studied some stuff on statistics of card players, poker, blackjack, understanding, reading cards, memorizing cards, and playing it in a way that you're statistically better off. It's kind of very similar to that.
Oh yeah, it's a probability issue. Now, this you know, this I'm a big fan of the high and low of the day. So on the guppy here, you took out yesterday's low, and it's just like the euro dollar, even though this is a big area to go long in. But if you put buy limits below yesterday's low in the guppy, you just naturally get picked up. And this is the 1 hour guppy. So here's the auction to the closing floor. I'd say this is, if you take out the close, I'm going to eliminate the wicks here, but look how you come right back to the floor. Okay, that's the scalper's exit. And then it engulfs finally, right? It finally takes out, well, not the high today, but takes out this Asian price from the previous day. To me, that's the trade. That's the reversal. That's the high probability pattern, so to speak, here. So you come back to the floor. A lot of people scalp out here, and I don't blame them. The new sellers are supposed to come in here and take it down, but they fail. And it eventually takes out the... and there's sellers up here now. So the question is, how far... if you're selling into this window, like, now what? Well, you don't know. You never know how far it's going to go up, but this is the obvious trap window.
In this case, looking at this chart here, if you were to get long now, let's say you missed that bottom there, that breakout, you could wait for some structure to build right in that top box there, and then that's where you can gauge if it's going to go any higher.
Well, you could actually just at this point,
that's right.
Buy limits
up previous height. Yes.
Pretty deep, actually. I mean, by tomorrow, you could be taking out Asia's low, which is right here at this dotted line, and to buy below that would be kind of a logical. Of course, the extent of the move is the unknown. Like, if it's going to drop 20 pips or 40 pips, and if you're going to be so precise you can't accommodate a 60 pip drop, then you're really not a robust, you don't have a robust strategy, because it's too dependent on precision and, it can only move here, and it can only be 3 bars back and half of the bar from the previous bar on a Tuesday with with the moon in phase 9, and it's just, you can't have that many filters, because then you're just going to be standing on the sidelines. I don't think you'd be able to get a trade off.
If it's not a waxing gibbous moon, I mean, I can't pull the trigger.
Well, it has to be a blood moon too, I think, and daylight savings time cannot be invoked yet. In fact, you got to move your clock back. Because the spirits, the gods, the timing gods will know that you're fucking cheating with daylight savings time. You don't want to piss off the trading gods. Okay, that's just, I don't know if anybody's told you that.
Yeah.
It's nothing more dangerous than a pissed off...
people are just sort of blissfully ignorant so much to trading and how all these things operate in the background, especially how
there's all these nuances. Like, just looking at this chart here, that people just can't see. I know they just they can't see that level of nuance.
Well, hopefully this solves that, because you do need to see subtleties. Because there you go, I back this up. I'm out.
Well, some of these patterns are
if you see
patterns.
This structure right here, on that bottom there where you drew that line there. Simpleton, you get that little structure just off of that line, as it goes up, and then it breaks out further from there. So that's your area fair value. Then it goes up, builds some more structure, and you got another area fair value, and then it breaks up even higher into that box. And that's what it is. That's the nuance.
I mean, it's kind of technically unfair value right now, because it's outside of. Well, it took the high of yesterday's Asian session. It's tipping into that window, so there's kind of a high probability scalp back into a lower. But of course, did you trade big enough on that one high probability to pay the rent, or do you have another strategy? And is it okay for you to hold a small segment of a swing trade and also scalp? But I think the well-rounded trader could scalp, he could swing, he could trend trade, and he could see all the trades. It's whether you choose to participate in any one kind of strategy. But if you have more than one strategy, that's the best, right? Because then when the conditions go sideways, you could be a range trader.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
it's a lot of people are looking for that one trick pony setup. They're looking for that break and run, but that only happens about 20% of the time. So you're gonna be starving to death waiting for that one, I suppose. Or not starving to death, but you're gonna be definitely on the sidelines.
I got an NFFX trading algo. 96% gain of what? $10, $100, $100,000. I love these guys with percentages. Didn't these fuckers study basic math in school?
No, I don't. The percentage thing's hilarious.
96% gain of what?
Well, that's like if you said I was out in my car and was going 200.
Yeah, what's the size?
You're going 200 what? Kilometers and miles an hour. Well, I'm going 200, man. What are you talking about? I mean, what's the reference?
Look, there's an analogy for this, right? I can wear a soldier's uniform. I can oil up my gun. I can take photos and look really fucking all that, right? But I don't make a soldier. Traders are the same. I can look like a trader, even get my fucking pit suit and stick it in the back. Yeah, go.
You got a bow tie and a moving average.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, if they can't show it live and demonstrate and use and in a sensible approach and manner, as far as I can say, most of those people are just clickbait, kickback, fucking affiliate assholes.
So see the sellers came in on that euro. See them pull it back off that top. They trap people in the Asian breakout. Look at them rip that thing back.
Yeah.
In one, like in a half hour here or so, the half hour chart, look how harsh this pullback is. So people are like, what the fuck? I just got filled on my confirmation breakout and I'm now getting fucked? What the fuck? And they won't buy now because they're like, oh, it's going down. Okay, well, it is tough. Because it's just so, like, it just turns on a dime. It's betraying people every 4 hours. It's betraying people. Yeah, because when it got to that top window, you're like, well, that's a seller's window, and that was your chance to kind of cash out. But this pullback is too fast to be long lasting. Look at the 15-minute euro right now. Look at that. That's extremely. It's coming back into unfair value again. It just keeps going back. It's like the auction within the auction here, getting ready for U.S. market open.
Oh yeah, I see what you mean.
And it's just like this all the time. And these are fast moves. And if you didn't get out there and take profits right now, you're like, fuck, I'm just like back to where I was. But this kind of pattern here is if you're awake at this time of day, you could make more money because the markets are active. And look how we just took out that. We just basically gave up all that price and just like a half hour there. It's gone. It's like boom.
That comes down to habits of people as well, isn't it?
Yeah, I think there's that cycling of like, and there's a squaring of positions. I figure people are going to go flat before the opens or before the news, and you'll see people, the market will drift into the news. And yeah, I guess most people are on the same page in a sense. I mean, human nature is kind of hard, unless you got pure robots trading this stuff, which I still think the robots are, people take their belief systems and they program into the robot. I mean, it's almost impossible to write algorithms that aren't based on things that people would normally do. Because you're trying to automatize your good trading, which unless the robot's picking the trade plans.
We got a library of like 220 indicators, but when I'm fussy when it comes to this, they're all modified. They ain't off the shelf. They're changed, better, easier, quick to understand, in a way that it's useful, not useful. Maybe that's the point now. There's one year, this MACD, it's fucking shit.
Well, the standard settings are so hysterical. They're based on cycles. Like somebody said that, well, 26 is the half cycle of 52 weeks, you know. I mean, it's based on daily charts. I'm like, well, these are just crazy numbers you come. I mean, I like how the signal signs. It's 12/26/9. Why is it 9? Like I thought it was the laggiest thing I ever saw, and the fact that it's twice removed. It's not only moving average, it's moving average convergence divergence. So you have two moving averages with a signal line. It's just so complex at that point.
Yeah, and the problem with that, like that kind of thing, is you have that indicator. It's got the fixed formula, and then you have all these different parameters, and then how do you know what they should be? And it's kind of arbitrary.
Yeah, certainly the levels certainly are. I mean, it's like MACD's at 9.8. It doesn't really mean too much. You're just looking at the slope of that, I suppose. You're kind of looking at the momentum, and really what you're doing there is the market moves, and you're going to see, well, my MACD is going to take. It's going to take like at least 10 bars to get that thing to move. It's going to take 10 dramatic bars on the chart. So basically, it's hiding all the wicks, and it's hiding. It's another one of these rose-colored glass indicators that makes things look so pretty.
There's a strange thing, right? There's this platform called MetaStock. Is it MetaStock?
Oh yeah, MetaStock. That's another charting program.
My issue with it is the guy's there. I know he's a programmer. And the programmers are not traders, and traders are not programmers, right? I said all he's done there is on close prices, a back test, right? All these different things that you've got, but that's all coincidence. I said, psychologically speaking, when you try to use that on something else, it fails miserably. So he's got a list of one thing with a zillion flipping algos. Great, fine. And he says, I'll pick the top 10. Okay, you pick the top 10. And then when it starts failing, psychologically speaking, what is that person going to be feeling like? Oh, $500, $480. $420.
You have to find a new.
What fucking price?
You got to hire a new fortune teller. One with reads palms better. That's
so
what
I said. I
do.
got another sample set of people here, right? Two groups. That one group is failing, the miserable lot, right? With the same thing. Another group, then, but they've come in like 2 months later. Now they're all making money. It's fucking awesome, the strategy, man. And it's like, yeah. Did you check the other 2 months prior to that? Did you have a look at the other 2 months? No? They all failed. 90% of them lost money. Oh.
Yeah, that's why they say you shouldn't system hop. You should stick with your bad system and let the market finally prove you right every now and then.
Yeah, but that's exactly what they're seeing, and that's what these marketers do as well. They show you a small data set, small amount, and they buy into it. But the idea of that is just not the truth, is it? It's not going to make you money. Not really.
Yeah, well, not on any kind of consistent and frequent basis. I mean, this kind of
no.
The moves that the magnitude of the move has nothing to do with whether or not that whether double bottom is valid. I mean, it really depends on how deep that move is, because if it's really a shallow double bottom, then you got to really trade it heavy with a tight stop to make the same amount of money from that pattern, because the pattern's saying, oh, I'm that pattern, but I'm very tight, and you can trade me heavy, and you don't need a lot of movement to make a lot of money. But a big giant double bottom, that is going to be like, wow. I mean, people looking at that, the daily chart, are going to be like, wow, you could just make money from the wick on the daily. You could literally make money just from the daily wick. You don't have to trade the double bottom and hold it for 2 months. You know, you don't have to get it at the double bottom on the daily and hold it for 2 months. You can just trade the wick on that one of those bars.
That's happened loads of times, right? But the issue here is, right, you get you've got double tops, double bottoms. You've got a narrow double top that just goes mental. Yeah, volatility goes nuts, right? And you get another type band that's really, really, really long. This is the market, your auction theory, right? And it's kind of like sometimes then you get that long one and it comes back, whipsaws back, and then breaks out through like nuts. What the fuck happened there? You would think it would just come back, go halfway. This is where the fib theory comes in, right? The 50% mark. A reduction in the market net of range. If it's 100% here, it's 50% there. And the next one, that's 100%, and there's 50%, and there's 100%. It goes down and down and down and down till it's hardly nothing, and all of a sudden, boof, explodes in one direction. Yeah?
Yeah.
But when it comes to machines trying to handle this shit, it's all down to timing. Getting the timing right.
Yeah, well, because a machine, I don't know if it could take in the whole context of all of the. So I'm looking at this half-hour euro dollar. It's such a fast sell-off right at 3 o'clock in the morning. So I'm like, yeah, that's what happens when we're going to start to get some up and down movements that are big because of what time of day it is. And I guess if you put too much weight on some of these moves, which a computer may, whereas a human looks at it and goes, yeah, but in the landscape of all the price that's happened in the past 2 days, that is not a big move. But if the computer is tuned to a certain importance on that, I can see the computer distorting it and taking a bad trade.
That's the problem in it, right? Any indicator works for X amount of time, but a good modified one will work for the whole year. It's the difference. It's the same indicator and formula, but a few variants, a few slight touches to it. In other words, the hardest thing I think for any indicator is not to paint you an illusion. Yeah, you're saying this is, or a better way of looking at it, indicators have their uses, but only in certain contexts. How about that?
Well, yeah,
and
because
the question is, what context is that?
Yeah, what is the context? How do you measure that and say, look, context A means this indicator, B is better off. But if it's context B in the market, then no, it's useless, and so forth. Machine learning is like that. It joins things in ways that people can't perceive because it's going right down to tick data. It's going down to all the subtleties, and when you get the right things all in there, it's not that bad. It's pretty good.
Aren't you looking for the anomaly to take the trade? Because the typical moves are going to be noise. It's the bizarre, the big wild move that if you could capture that, and that's the exception that proves the rule kind of thing. You got this big giant move, and these markets are certainly capable of just taking off on a rant and just going nuts.
There's many illusions with these indicators, and what I've done is taken the traditional, what these people promote. I've also made a negative side of the formula in the sense that it tells you this shit ain't working, bro. Right? It's not going to help you. And it's better to be aware of that, isn't it, than be blissfully ignorant. Do you think?
Yeah, if you were to have I think it'd be more fragile to have some type of like, oh, this is a certain thing. Every time this happens, that happens. That's almost impossible.
Well, it's like RSI, like an RSI on this one pair. I'm thinking to myself, okay, that's leading you astray already. Because as much as it's telling you, oh, this oversold, underbought, or whatever the fucking bullshit they talk about, you can't measure that in real finance. There's no way to. You can't say that.
Right. I've even tried with linear regression, and even that doesn't work.
Well, linear regression, logarithmic. I've seen all these guys do that, and it's like, well, machine learning is not. Like I said, it's none of this. If stuff out there doesn't work, a lot of it though, what's the point using it?
Right, exactly.
They'll stop promoting it though.
I guess psychological comfort, like some kind of like I guess liquid courage, like when you're drinking beer.
Hey, that sounds like a good idea.
Yeah, I mean that way. Do you trade better after a good couple slugs of Jaeger? Are you on your
that's
top
what I
of
was
the game?
drinking.
Dude, that
gets
Pike
you-
guy
that's your
looks
edge.
like he's always off his chops on something. Adderall mixed with cocaine, cannabis, and a load of
Who's
BS.
that? Who's that?
Pike. Yes.
Oh, Pike.
Pike.
Pike, yeah,
always,
Pike. Yeah, he's got a mystery brew. I think he goes from like caffeinated to like full out fentanyl.
Drunk.
Yeah, he's a swing trader. He swings from fentanyl to crack.
Right. He reminds me of. Have you ever heard of a series called Blue Peter, BBC? Have you seen that? Like a kids program.
naughty.
No.
It's not like The Prisoner.
Like Blue Peter.
Number 6.
No. Blue Peter was not a cartoon, a real show to help children learn about colors and art and items and objects and stuff like that, right? But the guy was caught then years later, and I was a kid at the time, and I remember the scene. He's doing this thing with this fluffy Muppet thing show and teaching all these different things. That actual show, he was coked out of his balls. He was on coke.
Did he look
was
wired?
caught.
Was he like no irises? Was he like?
He was a bit. I went back to the same video because I recall it and God, I can't believe that. This was years later, like 10, 15 years after. And they said they caught him some like 6 or 8 times on cocaine, totally shit-faced while doing it live. And just to be one with the children and all
What a
this stuff.
trooper.
Yeah, and he was an absolute coke fiend. He'd snort lines.
Yeah, maybe
lines
you
just
put him on a
off.
very infantile level. All the drugs, it kind of brought him down to like everything always
Yeah,
knew, man.
addict.
Yeah, addict. Hey, listen, those fighting words, man. I mean, some of the best addicts are really good traders,
Now, Pike guy
Let's not
reminds me of the
forget.
same thing. Like in normal life, he's probably okay, but the minute he's doing trading, he's already tripping down whiskeys and pills and everything.
Well, where's the mastering fucked up trading where you're just like you got like okay, listen, mastering trading on whiskey. Well, you're gonna need a fifth of Jack Daniels. Okay, this is what you're gonna need for the next course. Don't forget to come to the war room and bring your fucking real gun too, because we're gonna take shots at the fucking charts.
This course today, we're going to learn how to ingest magic mushrooms, LSD, tabs, optional for pink lines of coke, and I will discover what an engulfing candle is.
I'm going to meditate on the engulfing candle while I'm sitting on a fucking candle engulfing my ass. Yeah, that's what I have to do. I have to get more, I need more wicks in the room. I say that, can you imagine if you had candlesticks, bring out the hammer candle. We're going to do a get the real candle out here with the wax. And
this is where he's talking. It's like I've been drunk quite a few times in my life and fucking off my box, right? In the 90s rave scene. But holy shit. Within 3 minutes, and here we are with the candle and the MA. And we're going. Holy shit.
Count back 3 candles after the engulfing pattern. And then stand to the east with your finger up your ass. Now get out the market order.
I remember the exact same thing, just drunk and stoned on my tin box in the 90s rave scene, like the same gibbering wreck on the floor, like talking absolute cod shite. And it's exactly what this guy is talking about. And then he goes on and fucking on. And he's probably a tiny guy, but he doesn't look like he's on fucking hashish. He's on something.
It's the lighting. He's got this weird lighting in there that it looks like he's about to be beamed up or something. You can see the
Galaxy
it's
Quest.
the ambient lighting in the room. I don't know if it's come off his monitors, but it just looks like
yellow is one of the worst colors you could ever have traded.
Yeah, he's got jaundice from trading.
Yeah, it'll just fuck you up, like you will. Like,
Hey,
do you realize most of his trades? The one person on there, one of his minions, was saying he's awesome and all this. Every time he's done this with all his explanations about the story of candles and the emo moment, he got it wrong. Got it wrong.
Candles.
Every fucking and I was sat there going, "What? Am I blind? He's talking shit."
Well, he's
changing money
got a lot of
what money's going to
indicators.
do. How can you know any of that? How can you possibly use that?
Yeah, I mean, that's just made up bullshit.
He's the chief currency strategist, though. I mean, where do you get these titles?
Jesus.
The chief. He's the only one there. The chief. He
got that CAD USD wrong anyway. He totally fucked that up.
No, I don't know. I mean, he's making money because, he works for the brokerage firm. But he does have a lot of people in the room that are just like, they've never traded before. One guy said to me in the last stream, he's like, I don't know why you're making fun of him. I mean, he's really got some good stuff. And I think it was the guy that was long crude oil that was like, no, he knows what he's doing. I go, yeah, I know that. I know that these people do. They do trades that work out. They do the checklist of money management. But like you said, this stuff is pretty much rehashed trading systems that everybody's repeating the same old, box of practical tips.
Same
and
old rhymes,
suggestions.
same old tunes. Round and round we go. Like,
And of course, with that kind of approach, hey, it's like, anything goes, I suppose. Anything's valid at that point.
the beauty about what I'm trying to achieve is to protect people from bullshit, subjective rubbish, garbage on the internet. I'm not saying that you can't use indicators. You just got to use them in the right context. And once you understand these simple principles, how to measure it, how to get the timing right, how to develop the same thing over and over, but visualize it in the sense, you can't say that the machine is wrong. All you can say is it's one of those random events that you have no control over. It's one of those moments, statistically speaking, it's just one of those things. But there's a habit of people, I've just seen this too. A guy starts with a $500 account. Okay, he's done trading there for a while, and then he does live. And he'll go in and then he'll lose $20 and lose all heart. Complete fucking heart of everything. Oh, it's the end of the world. Oh, what am I going to do, right? You, as a trader, you can't be emotional anytime, ever. To breed that into somebody or to change their behavior and attitude towards some things you just can't control.
You really have to be, and that's the problem. I think you have to be a complete person. You can't be depending on the market to bring you happiness. It's just, or even money. You just have to consider that it's just out of your hands constantly. I mean, no matter how much you studied it. So this guy sent me this thing today. He was freaking out. He was trying to trade crypto. And he's like, I'm getting killed and stuff. And I didn't know what to say to him because if you're trying to make money, you're in trouble. And that's like a paradox because you are trying to make money.
Yeah.
It's a real twisted thing.
But they can't learn by the mistakes. The reason why I was frustrated by it is not so much when I make some money, wow, I'm fucking all that, right? But when things go wrong, can you use that to lessen the hurt? Because most of the time it's by your own stupidity.
Yeah, I suppose. Well, if you do it incrementally, you can, But if these are big mistakes and you're all in, man, that's tough.
Yeah. Yeah, well, again, that's a learning lesson. That a good analogy of markets or growing an account is just giant oaks don't grow overnight. They just don't.
Yeah.
People don't want that. They want They want, yeah.
And then there's seasons when there's growing spurts. Like if you look at the rings of a tree, there's times when they're like, look at the ring on this tree. I mean,
wow.
there are times when the rings are, wow, that's a different season there. Yeah. And it's just like Mother Nature. I mean, this is not a linear market by any means. It goes in
lunges. Right, where I made,
there
are times where I made 800,000 euros in one flipping in Swift, but it wasn't what they're teaching. But there's other times where I've done that. Oh my God. It just came back at me and said, fuck you. Fuck you, mate. I piled in, I had all the orders there, and it was making money. Went up to like $10,000, and it just chipped away. Now there's another learning lesson here. Do I stay or do I go?
Well, yeah, it's because if you're hanging around for the retracement of the swing, the time's not your friend.
Yeah, so I got the timing right. I nailed it like a pro swing trader. I've done it countless times, right? Is it going to go further than you think? How can you know, is this a good or bad thing as you go along? There's another thing there. Someone getting at it's like I'm going along this tightrope, but some prick right at the end has got about to cut it. Now, do I go back to cancel everything? Might be a wiser choice. I'm seeing a guy there; he's got to cut it.
Yeah, it's like it's like going to the glory hole. You know, you just don't know what you're going to get.
But there's so many psychological factors of a person when it comes to trading that these people don't seem to want to fix that first. That's what.
No, that's a tough situation, because that's that would mean that you would have to kind of face your fears, and it's just. I mean, the truth is that nobody wants to lose. You know.
That it is again. There's a guy on here. I thought the way he explained it, that it's a natural biological ability to win, especially men.
Yeah,
ego thing, isn't it? Women are more like protective. They're more like I want life to live. Where the man just wants to go and beat things to death. There's there's a completely different psychology to it. Now, there's a woman on here. She's called it ICT to a trading competition with real money live. And he's a pussy. He hasn't accepted it.
I don't think he doesn't trade. I doubt he's just
when did that
selling.
happen? Is that recent? Somebody.
Yeah, there's she's an African lady. She made 153,000 in 2 months. I thought, Jesus, that's pretty good, right? It's options though. I've always thought options were scammy as fuck, to be honest. Something about it I don't like.
I think the binary options, maybe. I mean, the ones that are just like they're run by trading houses that are basically giving you ridiculous odds. I mean, the expiration is just insane. It's like in 60 seconds, this thing's got to make money.
But what she does have, I've noticed, is less talk in the way when she's trading. She's quiet as a mouse at most point. She's got a way of doing things. She's, again, timing, discipline, patience, waiting, then acting, right? But it's not complex. It's not like there's a zillion fucking things. I know what she's using, but yeah, that can go wrong too. It does go wrong. But she challenged ICT and he declined. And now, come on. If you're a real trader and you really are true to your nature and who you are, what you do, would you challenge it anyway? Oh, why not? Okay.
Yeah, I mean, so that's recently somebody just because he doesn't take any comments. Where did anybody even get a chance to? Because ICT has comments turned off on his channel.
How convenient.
There's nothing worse than I got nothing against people teaching, but when it comes to unknown random systems, Jesus, that's anybody could teach what's in front of them, the past. I mean, that's not teaching anybody really. It's just saying that's that. This is about how do you apply that to new data they've never seen before.
Yeah, I think that's a challenge. Well, that's why I say if you have a strategy tester running And just test yourself on the weekends, run a 1 hour chart and ask yourself, what would I do? What would I do every hour? And you can train yourself and do compressed learning, and you kind of rehearsing what you would do. And when you see the market, you don't hesitate as much because it's beyond demo. Because if you run the strategy tester at high speed, you're like, okay, think fast. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? And you just get used to it, and then you accept that that trade would have went bad, but it's not the same kind of back testing as using a 2% risk and looking for Gartley patterns. That the people that back test Gartley patterns need to be institutionalized right there, right? They need help in a like a professional intervention, Somebody's got to take them aside and go, you're out of your fucking mind, buddy.
I'm not just against CT. I just, the minute I heard his voice, to me, it was just, he's just another
no, it's really,
asshole.
The thing is he has this, where he's holding back critical stuff, and he'll actually say, well, I really can't tell you about that because that's part of my inner circle. And if I told you that, I'd have to kill you, so let me move on to the next topic.
He's just in the business of selling courses
the
and
mystery
YouTube
of it all,
videos.
It's like is Gilligan ever going to get off the island? No.
Island, yeah. Oh, it's like the 27 endings of Lord of the Rings, for fuck's sake.
Yeah, that's another thing. I don't know. I just can't watch Star Wars. Can't watch Lord of the Rings. I understand it's really beautifully filmed, but I mean rings and cock rings and stuff. I don't know. I'm just not into it. I mean, it's just a fairy tale, for God's sakes, people. This is not a real place, And I thought J.R.R. Tolkien. I thought J.R.R. Tolkien was a pothead. He's Tolkien. I thought he just named himself Tolkien because he's like.
Tolkien. Yeah.
I'm just getting hammered right these fucking fantasy things. I'm just obviously blitzed out of my mind.
Hey guys, I'll see you later. It's been a
I hope you didn't ruin your. I hope you're not going to crash your hedge fund after you stayed up all night.
Oh no!
You wake up and pull the trigger on the wrong instrument, go the wrong direction.
I stay up late pretty often, so nothing new for me.
It's a lifestyle. It's an adventure. Yeah.
It's a journey.
I'll see you guys.
All right, man.
All right.
Take care. So it's another round of psychosis for the whole world, huh?
Sexually innuendos, taking the piss out of people that haven't got a clue what they're on about. Yeah.
Right. No, I mean there's a lot of double entendres, I guess they call them. Yeah, it's too much fun.
What exactly do you do otherwise than just do this? Because
I kind of just. I guess not too much. Play my guitar. I don't know. I'm just kind of. This is it. I think. I mean, I don't know. Life's short. I'm old. You're not that old, are you?
You don't sound old. You sound to me about 40 years old.
4? 4 years old.
40.
I've been told. I've been sure. No, I'm 62 actually, but I guess I have an optimistic view of life, so I kind of sound maybe like I'm not too bitter yet.
Old people. No offense to you, you're not old, but what I'm saying is, the older you get, the more you don't give a shit. That is a true case. Like, you know what I mean? My granddad was the same thing. He said, the older you get, the more you realize how much bullshit's around you, and you don't give up anymore.
Yeah, well, I think that as far as what other people think, I used to be concerned, like, what will people say? And I thought, well, I guess I don't care because I can't stop what they think. That's another acceptance. But trading actually makes life easier if you can trade the markets you can live a life a lot easier than a non-trader because you're used to chaos and fuck-ups and disappointments where
conditioning.
Yeah, I mean, you're kind of like, you're callous to so-called failure if you consider getting stopped out of one trade out of, say, 100,000 trades, you're stopped out of one trade. That's another thing. When you trade these multiple small positions, any kind of loss has less weight because it's just nothing but a fraction of a total trade. Whereas this whole all-in, all or nothing mentality is probably, and that's a guy thing also, I think, the all or nothing mentality. No guts, no glory.
That's another thing. The all or nothing. It's a mad black and white. It's very robotic, drone-like, Borg-like thinking. Isn't anything all or nothing?
Yeah, and I mean it's really this kind of. It makes the need to be right even more important, which is dangerous because if you're going to make multiple decisions a day, you can't put that much weight on each one, or you're going to lose your mind. It has to be kind of a casual, carefree. Okay, I'm making this decision. That might work out, may not. And I think every time you increase the size, it's more important that one trade works out because now you're like, uh-oh. I think everybody knows the feeling. You get to that threshold, you're like, oof, I just think I'm in too big for this pattern. It's not going to, there's no room to breathe, and I'm not really, I'm not accommodating the other traders. I know that not everybody's a buyer like me, so I got to leave room for the sellers to pull it back. And then once you accept the fact that, you know what, I should buy here, because even though I'm already in the position, if I'm not in the size I want to be, I mean, here's a chance to buy some more. And it's hard to believe because in life this typically doesn't happen, where you get 3 chances to remarry the same girl, so to speak, where in these markets, if you have a triple bottom, you're basically starting the whole thing again. And it seems like it shouldn't be like that. Like you should make one decision, the market moves, you get out, right? There's a stop, a target, you're out. But it seems like you're getting a second chance to even buy more because it's a quadruple bottom. But you get fatigued. You're like, I thought that was the last bottom. When are we going to go fucking up? And that's the hardest part, I think, because you're getting a second chance and you're not even accepting it. It's
another one. There's, like I said, a guy loses $20. He's disheartened for the day. Pussy, right? Okay, you lost $20. So what? Have you ever done boxing in your life? Well,
I did martial arts, kind of close, but I mean, not as. Boxing's kind of like Wild West, but yeah.
Boxing is the same thing. Would you go into a boxing ring with only one move?
Oh no. That'd be kind of tough.
Well, training's the same thing. Why do people think that they can only do one thing?
Well, plus trading's the same thing in the sense that when you do go boxing, you want to focus on your weak side. So you want to lead with your weak side to get that shored up, because it's easy to hit with your dominant side.
Yes, exactly.
So if you're a person that buys and you find it hard to sell, you should sell if you find it difficult.
Confronting your inner demons, as it were, like in a sense, to beat the living shit out of them, whatever that might be. I mean, some people are nervous just by clicking the buy, but I mean, literally. Anton Creel did a documentary with traders with the Van Damme guy. And he gave these 10 people, I think it was, $50,000 each. Are you fucking what? Why would you? They're all beginners.
Yeah.
Would you give $50,000 to someone who's never done trading before?
Oof. Well, I mean, if I could give them a couple pointers, maybe, but I don't know. Maybe about $50, but not that much.
Well, all of them. Why study their body language? This is the beautiful thing about people on webcams, is that when they are trading live, how the physicality will give you a lot of pointers of their emotional disturbance when they lose. There's one guy here, right? I felt sorry for him because his brother died or something. My only advice was, mate, if anything like that or something in your life that's really bad, don't trade ever. It'll just fuck your mind up.
No, I had that happen to me. So this girl that I was with, she committed suicide, and I was in about 3 brokers. I was long the euro without stops, and I was up pretty good. I was up like 10 grand, 15 grand. And after she died, I just watched the whole position melt away. I didn't even try to save it. I just blew up all 3 accounts. In fact, I was kind of like embracing it because I just wanted to just punish myself. You know, so depressed. I thought, well, I hope this fucking account blows up while we're at it, and it did. So yeah, you really have to pull yourself away from the stove if you're cooking while pissed off. You know, because you could burn yourself.
People don't seem to realize this is an emotional game.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to stand in front of your emotions, and really, that is the hardest thing. But if you're using your emotions as kind of a gauge of how you should be going the other way, I think that's the hardest thing. Is like if I was to take 1-inch plexiglass and put it in front of your face and then throw snow at you, you'd probably blink for a while till you figured out intellectually that you can't get hurt, you know? It takes a lot to resist blinking.
Yeah. There's a way of classifying candles. Like, I got one there. That's a bipolar candle. The other one is ADHD. The other one is suffering with Tourette's.
Yeah.
That's exactly what some of these candles represent. They're there to screw your head. Now, is it a candle really screwing with your head, or are you screwing with your own head? In your way of dealing with things. And most people will not be able to handle it. They won't.
Well, it's easy to panic. Like right here, say I was the euro dollar, and I'm like, oh shit, you know what? It looks like it's going to go take out the fucking... It's going to keep tanking. I could get out right now. Or I could add to my long position, or I could just sit and go, I don't want to add because I'm in just the size I want to be, and let's just see what happens. It's so hard because... You know, you can see so many windows where, 2 hours ago I could have got out and just reloaded the gun here, and I'm sitting in a swing trade, and is that okay? Do I have the tolerance for a swing trade? And I think that you're always going to get better as a trader if you have this inner dialogue saying, well, it's okay, let it go. And then, of course, as soon as you start seeing it go up, you go, whew, missed another bullet. But why weren't you saying... I should be buying that as it's dropping? I mean, it's so hard. You're really going against human nature. I mean, everybody's wired to not lose money. And to stand in front of the train and go, oh, hit me, bitch. Come and get me. I think that's when I started to put the limits in and say, come on, bitch, let's see how far you're going to drop here. And kind of tempting the market. I felt like, well, at least I'm not... I'm actually embracing the fact that I hope the sellers do come in so I can get a better price. So you're actually cheering for the other team, which is also what you're kind of like never trained to do. Like, who goes in a sports event going, yeah, I hope they kick the ball down here so we can be heroes and run it back? No, you're hoping you win. That's the whole problem with trading. Nobody's fucking hoping that they're going to get killed. So that's the constant battle I see. And it doesn't help that everybody wants to sell you some kind of a indicator fix to get rid of that torture that you're going to go through. To just have a binary decision, you don't have to worry anymore. Yeah, you know what? I mean, it's still going to haunt you, on some level. Because once you figure out, oh, shit, I could have bought without the indicator, then you're like, oh, yeah, I guess it's a crutch. My indicator's a kind of a crutch.
Yeah, but there's a big difference between probabilities and an indicator. What is an indicator? It's just something that measures them. But what does it mean?
Put it's a filter.
Really?
It's just a filter, really.
It's not. It's worse than a filter. It's the illusion of a choice that has no bearing on anything that you can predict, and it's worse. It's giving you this. It's the difference between the sweet lie and the bitter truth. And most people will take the sweet lie, not the bitter truth. They don't want to deal with that.
Hear the truth.
But the mathematical truth is one, in the sense that it doesn't matter what you do. You could have whatever you want, convince yourself of whatever. You could have lines of coke, do whatever you were going to do. But in the end, it's a numbers game. It's just a numbers game. There's nothing else there. And all these guys come up with all these stupid fucking buzzwords. Do my head in. It's just, what do you want about? Fucking idiot. It doesn't exist other than your deranged head. It's like the equivalent of giving 1,000 people the same religious scripture. They all got a different point of view. What good is that? Can't verify it. I can't use it in practice. I can't do anything with it useful. So you conclude that they're all talking shit. It's a crutch, not a dealing with reality.
Yeah, if you could use it to eventually bridge the gap as a stepping stone, then you could probably build your way out of it. But the paradox is the more you study. So when I was when I started trading early on, I was actually pretty good, and then I started to study too much, and I thought, okay, now you're trying to optimize it, and you just. I was like, this is getting worse, because I'm like, what about this? What about that? When I was kind of naive and simple, I think it was a cleaner trade.
I think the idea of learning has its use, and not in reinventing the wheel, right? But like I said, there are people like not special needs. What are those kids called with that issue? But they're exceptionally good at one thing, but terrible at everything else.
The autistic or the like the Rain Man kind of, like they can tell you how many toothpicks dropped on the ground, but they don't know their own name.
Yeah, that kind of Asperger's. Is that Asperger's? No.
Oh yeah, right. Asperger's? No.
It might be.
We kind of don't know where. Yeah, like if you rearrange the furniture, they flip out.
Yeah, exactly. It's like they're perpetually seeing things that just are not there. They're tripping off it. The brains tell them there's something there, but there isn't. Like, you know what I mean? Now, this is that thing with trading. These guys, mostly it's blokes that come up with this shit. Yeah, it's not women. It's blokes.
Yeah.
And there's the psychology again. They come up with all these silly words that have no meaning at all. They're numbers. You want to defeat AI, mate. You defeat it with another AI.
Yeah, that's why if you want to win the lottery,
talk shit.
If you want to win the lottery, you let the computer pick the numbers because it's going to pick them anyways.
You have to understand, yeah. It's well, lottery is 1 in 40 million chance, mate, depending on which country. In America, I think it's 1 in 108 million chance.
Oh, yeah, it's fucking ridiculous. Insane odds. Brutal odds.
Like, what's the point?
I know.
There's no point. It's just one of those things. There are ways to trick people and to entrap them and to explore their failings. There is ways to do that, but I am not building this for this purpose. I'm building it to show people how full of shit both themselves and the people around them are. They don't mean to be full of shit. It's just in their nature to blag it up, to go into flipping Disneyland and think it's reality. You know what I mean?
Well, it does look pretty promising when you people look at these things and they say, well, look at that. And it just seems like when you turn your computer on, you're like, well, are we there now? Like, I know what it looked like there. Are we there yet? And it's just, are we in the middle of a double bottom and I don't know it? I mean,
some people are like that, yes. But then again, from a mathematical sense, a a double bottom is just that the X and Y, right? Okay, fine. But is it really a double bottom? You know, is it just a coincidence, or is it just one of those things that just a random occurrence, basically? Yeah.
Right, you just approximate the same price, and I mean, in a sense, a precise double bottom would be pretty tough. So it's going to be off by a few. It's going to be tilted in some manner. Like the Head and Shoulders idea is that you got a triple bottom there, and the head, the centerpiece is deeper, inverted Head and Shoulders, upside down, and of course. I've even seen it where I could say that's a Head and Shoulders, but one shoulder's higher than the other. I'm just saying it's a triple bottom that's not even across the bottom, and the center is deeper. But these are all subjective things, and how often does that pattern show up, and do you pull the trigger religiously every time you see it, or is it contextual? If it happens on the 5 minute, it doesn't have the weight of a daily, but then of course the daily. If the market's screaming down, I'm not really too big of a fan of double bottoms because I'm like, well, this could just be continuation, pretty tough.
Whereas 1 year now on crypto coin, there's a triple bottom year that come out quite nice. Probabilities there about 68% for this one thing, 78% for another, and it's like 84% for this other thing, and that's how it works. And then I look at it and go, I'll take a chance here, which is exactly what it is. It's not like I can exactly know where it's going to end either. But I use another kind of thing, then it tells me, well, this is getting fuckery is going on here. And a wick, yeah, I think I'm out. I'm done. That's it. It doesn't have to be super complex. It's just that psychology, it's kind of like... the idea of this, anyway, is to tell a story as you go along in the mathematical sense without your brains turning to shit, right? And it's all configured in a way that allows you then to use these complex models that says this is a really bad flipping idea trading right. This is not a bad idea trading right now. This is, wow, there it is. Go do it. What's the risk? What's this? You see what I'm getting at? It's a story... Like that Indian bloke, he tells a story, but that's bollocks because that's just emotional shit. I'm talking about mathematics as a story, and then you're going through it, going, right, I'm out, I'm done. There's 1 year now, just that was a quadruple tap.
Well, plus a lot of the narratives that these people call out are based upon the way they perceive the market, and they're projecting their emotions on there. When actuality. The market's just moving up and down. You're putting on the spin that, they're trying to get the retail traders to join the short side here because they're driving it down hard. No, it's just going down fast. If you decide that you think that, oh shit, it's tanking, I should sell, that's when you get it whipsawed, because now you're gonna every time it makes a dramatic move, you're gonna think that's the real move. And then you're a guy that's chasing the market, which I think is the typical beginner mode, is that it's going up by, right? So I'm going to wait till it goes up, and the market proves it's going up. Then I have confidence it's going up. But then it's kind of too late because it already went up. So it's really just brutal.
Well, that's the one thing that the VP guy doesn't seem to realize, that a lot of these indicators, that the time they give you some kind of signal, it's too late or too risky.
Well, that's why you got to let the indicators catch up. So what he does is he kind of gets back on the next time that the indicators are starting to come back to normal, so to speak. And of course, luckily for most people, the indicators do not include the high and low. It's just closing prices. So it kind of softens the wick, and it makes your confidence go up. I think people that are afraid of trading do need confidence, but a false sense of security is not really
false sense of security. The
kind of confidence you want to build on.
houses are built on a quality foundation, you get quality above, don't you? But if you start off with a weak foundation, what happens?
Yeah, I mean, especially if you have a floating foundation where you keep changing your, it's tough.
Cheese. It's made out of cheese.
Yeah, right? The Wallace and Gromit trading system. But yeah, that's that. I think that's what makes it so fascinating is that it's the ink blot test. You look at the chart, you see what you want to see, and you can have 5 guys look at a chart on the same time frame, and they all see something different. It's incredible. You can't even believe you're looking at the same chart. I've talked with people while the chart's in front of us, and I'm like, "Are we looking at the same chart?" But see, people just have what they see and what they've learned so far to date, and I've met people that trade these flag patterns, and I didn't know what they're talking about at first. I go, "What do you mean a flag? Like how flag? How? Like where's the flagpole? No, the flagpole's right here that runs up and goes sideways." And I'm like, "Wow, I gotta see." Wow, I didn't know. I had no idea that was a flag pattern, and I thought because some people, it's a pennant or it's a. I mean, it's endless. The kind of ascending triangles and descending triangles. Do I have to learn all those?
It does exist, but it's not a question of just the pattern. It's the representation, the context. It's like saying, well, I've got like patterns on one wall, but my fireplace is in the way, and on the other wall, it's pure patterns. It's all just there. It's wonderful. Clean, easy to understand. There's fireplace, there's pictures in the way, there's other things in the way, there's pots in the way, my plant's in the way, the sofa is against the wall. Now the picture's changed, everything has changed. It's not the same pattern anymore. You try to apply that pattern rule there to this pattern rule there, they're different.
Well, isn't the flag pattern really is either accumulation or distribution for a
distribution, yeah, move. Reduction down to fuck all, basically, yeah.
So you might be calling it a flag because you're seeing the pattern, but if you realize that that's accumulation, maybe you should accumulate. In other words, maybe you should take advantage of the little dips in that flag. You should build a position during the flag, not put a buy stop at the top of the flag and say, "Yeah, I back tested flag breakouts. This should work." I think it's better to say, "I think we're going up, and every little micro dip in this flag, I'm going to buy something." And build a long position, and then just sit back and let it go. And that's more of a, I guess what you call a active trader as opposed to a passive trader. Passive trader puts a buy stop in, confirmation breakout, let it go. Whereas the active trader is like, no, let's fucking let's be the market. Let's act like the market here. We're going to buy this and. Or even planning out.
I made a shit ton of money on flipping crypto coin on one of them. The amount of trades was fucking nuts.
Oh, but it's all based these markets
on
are
the likelihood of a probability. It's not based on some dude says so. It is based on the mathematical probability. A very high one. That was a fucking corker.
This guy.
And look, wow.
This guy sent me this email. And he's like, "Dude, I just made like $5,000. I just lost $8,000. I just made $5,000. I just lost $8,000." I'm like, "Well, you're having a lot of fun. I mean, these are extreme moves." And he was shitting his pants because he wanted to make it back. And I said to him, don't forget, Bitcoin is making history right now. So is the Dow Jones. So all bets are off as far as like, well, it typically does. There ain't no typical going on now. This is all uncharted water. And you're just looking, when the market calms down and the market goes sideways, it's going to be easier to trade if you're not into these extreme historical levels where you don't know how far. I mean, look at Bitcoin moving $10,000 up, $10,000 down in 2 days. I mean, it's fucking nuts. You can't come in with a trade plan that has a $1,000 stop. I mean, you're never going to make any money.
Yeah. Well, what I see of it, most Bitcoin people are just, they buy at a certain time and just hold it. There's no trading per se. They just bought some coins and just sit there for years and then go, I'll cash out now.
Yeah, I've heard about people still long from like 10 grand.
Mm-hmm.
You know, but the trader to me just can't even. I can't imagine that. I'd lose my mind. I'd be like, I can't look at this thing. Just get me.
So it's the same with, you talk about guppies and all that, but a guppy, I tested this shit, by the way. I made a guppy system about 2.5 years ago. But there were very common faults and problems with that. It's a learning lesson. I've implemented it in the system anyway. It's designed to show you how full of shit. What do you perceive, and what the data says are two different things. Like I said, I've got the indicators, traditional ones, modified, all sorts of stuff. But the idea is to show people, stop wasting your fucking lives.
Step away from the chart. Step away from the women in chart, people.
Yeah, they can work, but you need other variables to help you along the way. And without that, you're fucked. You can't do it. You can't pull it off. You won't pull it off. And without that, you're fucked. VP is just a copycat to me. He sounds very similar to another guy I was working with 6 months prior to him coming on the thing. And we were discussing how all these formulas have got fuck all to do with anyone. 6 blind cunts in a room, right, drunk as fuck, telling me which way's out. That's exactly what that system is.
Oh, everybody's got a conflicting signal based on their starting point. And of course, how tight is their...
Well,
how snug
is their... Have you been in a room with 6 drunks?
Yeah, well, there's a good start, right? That's a good way to... Yes, how about... 6 drunks, 6 drunk Forex.
Yeah, 6 drunk traders, all saying that's a buy, sell, it's random. Pure randomness.
Well, the random walk theory, that was the original book, or the Brownian motion. And the Brownian motion does look like the market, though. Like it or not. That's very analogous. You can run that. If you go to Wolfram, you can run simulations of market that look just like real markets.
I give an example of one setup here, right? It's a way of doing things, right? I lost 18 trades in a row. 18. Now, most people will give up. They say, fuck this. But what I didn't do was I want my Porsche and my house next week, my optional hookers, and whatever else they got in the deranged mind, right? You take that away. You accept the losses. That's the way it is. It just happened. But then on the flip side, I've done this thing, and it's the same thing with a few changes in variables, and it made 10 times more money than the loss is. So, you know what I mean? Every EA anybody tests, the guy like on this review channel, he said he lost all $3,000. Did you understand what it did? No. Do you understand what it actually looks for? No. Well, the guy said it does breakout. Right. Breakouts only work under certain criteria, though. That thing is retarded. That bot is a moron.
Yeah.
So let me get this straight. You're letting a moron tell you how to think. Do you do that in life?
Well, some people are doing that because they'd rather be a consistent moron, because there's this emphasis on consistency, you know. I mean, people take a lot of these words and they put so much weight on it. They go, I'm a consistent, disciplined trader. Yeah, but you're losing. Oh, I'm consistently losing and I'm disciplinedly losing. Yeah, those buzzwords don't mean too much. I'm consistently sued for malpractice. I've lost so many patients on the operating table. But you're consistent, aren't you? Yeah, of course. I'm disciplined too. I mean, you think?
Well, discipline is a strange. What do you mean discipline?
I thought it meant like a girl with a whip coming over to beat me, but apparently not. Yeah, I mean the discipline of what? You know, I mean, what is your window? What's your gauge? I know those buzzwords are incredible. I like discipline. I prefer disciplined, consistent price action trading myself, but with a touch of Bollinger Band, because it just makes me feel like paying attention to volatility a little bit.
Well, all these different indicators, there's loads of them, right? And like all 234 major.
Does that include the Dirty Dozen?
And everybody else.
You got the Dirty Dozen?
Yeah, everybody. Yeah, they are my top 100 favorites. What the fuck?
I thought that was a Nazi film with Steve McQueen, The Dirty Dozen, but apparently that's apparently it has to do with indicators. I posted
a VP say just to be a twat, right? I said, so you got a top 100, right? 94% of them are period based, and then about 40% of them are level based. Yeah, and they go from 0 to 100 too, right? So we're looking at, we got 100 indicators, 94, right? 30% of them, right? So let's say 64 times 365 periods, depending on the instrument. There's a start, wonderful. And then we got the other 30 then, which is level-based and period, times 365 plus 100. Well, that's just how many things. And then we got to combine them in some magical way. Do I use 10, 20, 50, 1, 2, 3? Or just pick out certain things? 6 then, right? So when you do the math, so what he's saying is I got to back test 4 billion trillion times to find something out.
Yeah, and then you're going to build your final master algorithm, and then you're good to go. You can actually go on a sailboat and you can trade from the middle of the ocean if you want at that point. I mean, the sky's the limit. In fact, if you could you just manifest money, you know.
So the worst thing is, I said that once I've got all that, I've curve fitted it. I'm fucking. That's just.
Well, that's how you make more money. Don't be stupid. I mean, you back tested the curve fit, and obviously it kicked ass on the fucking demo. So you're good to go. I'm going to say you're so good to go that you're ready to go off in the wild blue yonder, and you can almost predict the future at this point. I mean, come on, forget about it. In fact, you are the future. In fact, you're making the future. That's how good your algo is. It makes the future. It's so good it causes other traders to just shit their pants and go with your trade. That's how powerful the algo is. Other traders drop their algo and go, this motherfucker's a goddamn genius. I'm just going to stop what I'm doing.
Just on the most basic premise, right, that every indicator has got variables, right? So let's say 100 period for each.
Yeah.
600. That's 600. And you got levels times 100, right? More variables there. And then we'll go into the exits. Oh dear.
That's a whole other. That's another chapter. See, that's going to be. I think that's in course number 2. So course number 1, what I do is I set you up for failure. It's $1,000 for course 2. That's how to get in the market. How to get out is $2,000, and that's just only 1 hour course.
Number crunching, the most basic crude number crunching. What he's offering, you've got 3.6 billion possibilities.
Oh, that's all? Well, you know what? I like to keep my possibilities open. You sure you can't have some more? I feel a deficit in possibilities.
This guy's got his flipping VP guy. He said, "I've only got a flipping old 586. What do I do?" Well, you fucked the new, like, right? But it's like times it takes this guy like 6 days. So let's call it 150 hours, right? So 150 hours per test. It's gonna take 540 holy fuck trillion hours.
So do I have to wear like diapers while I shut my pants on some of these trades? Am I gonna need Depends or something, or like some type of that's what they should do.
Divide by 365. It'll take him 61,643,835 years to get his curve fitted model to get a fucking idiot.
And then when the next Corona comes, he's gonna have to rebuild the whole, re-optimize it. based on the sell-off.
Yeah, totally screwed. And I know it's like, oh god.
Oh, we got to put the funniest thing was the neuronets, and they've even got an ad right now on the radio. You can predict the future with the headlines. We've got this new software, and I'm like, come on, are you kidding me? People do fall for that shit.
Even with a machine learning cluster, right, with the most powerful Xenobyte capable CPUs, right, it'll cost you about a couple $100 million to put together. It would still take 1 million odd years. It would take forever. No.
Yeah, in fact, if you count on the fact that, so somebody said that I just throw tickets on there and hope something sticks. Well, see, that's the trick, because, in other words, we don't know the magnitude. We don't know the exact magnitude of any move. So if we assume that it is going to move, that's all you need to assume, and then you can just put your orders in. Now, the trick is going to be, after time and time and time again, and engaging the volatility and what's kind of in the landscape of recent prices, past prices, you can see that, you know what, this market could move around 50 to 100 pips. Every day it's possible. That's a possibility. And the British pound is easily going to move 200 pips for every 100 pips the euro moves. It's kind of rough estimate. Actually, it's probably more on the pound at certain times. And if you have those kind of ballpark things, I think that's more powerful than some curve fitted shit, of course, because now you're looking at, well, you know what? This is the nominal. This is what we're seeing right now, move wise. And now that Corona's over, you know, stocks may be going up, but they're not ripping up and ripping down. I mean, I think the volatility is what is the double-edged sword. People make fast money, they lose fast money. And like the guy you're saying that likes to trade the Asian session because it's kind of quiet and predictable, he's not going to want to get in these fucking things when the news comes out. I mean, that's a personality issue, and some people could trade the news and make money. Some people are scared shitless of the news. In fact,
it's not about the news itself that's the problem, is it? It's the execution of the order and getting the fuck out.
Yeah, and of course, I guess the slippage and the spreads getting too wide to even get out of your winning trade, maybe. Like I've been in trades where the news came out, and I'm like, I got to get out right now because this is going to turn. I can see it. That is a bullshit move. It already hit the supply zone, so all that's left now is the demand zone, which is being under us or above us, and it's just going to be a fucking mess. And that's when I think that's when, if you have experience, you realize, oh, dude, you just got to get out right here, because in 10 minutes or 40 minutes, there's going to be another trade that's going to be just as great as this one, and you can just. I think people are they want to set it and forget it thing, but if you're an active trader, you got to get out, because you can get right back in at a better price if you realize that the market's moving up and down. But if you have the long view, you think, oh, well, just a couple more weeks here and I'll have money. Yeah, right, after it fucking blows out the lows from last week and then it finally goes up. I mean, it's just... It's a brutal game. It's a brutal game because this kind of thinking that, this should be easy is such a bad idea. This should be easy. Oh,
this algorithmic trading is not easy. It's really hard because you're dealing with a special needs robot. All right? It's special needs. It always will be.
Yeah.
It's blind. It's blind. And it's not to take the piss out of people who are special needs. I'm just saying... You got to treat it like that because that's what it is.
Oh, yeah. No, I think that, like, if I had a robot, which I have one I could turn on that would do a particular task, you know, and I know exactly what it would do. Like you were saying, these people test robots and they don't even know what strategy it's running. But I love to watch a robot trade because I can see exactly what it's thinking and doing. And I go, yeah, that thing's a fucking idiot. Like, so I could... If I turn on a buy bot, like I know I want to buy in dips, I could turn on my buy dip bot grid, but I know that I got to babysit that thing. I can't let it go fucking all day, and I can't let it go into the night because when conditions change, I'd have to get out a different bot. Like these would be all. You need like 20 bots that you would launch, and it's just a trading assistant. It's not really a fucking You know, like a closed system that a black box is just going to churn out money. You're literally saying, listen, I don't want to launch these orders every 15 minutes that only last for 15 minutes because I'm going to get carpal tunnel. Let the fucking robot do it. And it's going to go trolling for the specific kind of spike. And that's it. And I think you're just asking too much. It's like the self-driving car. You're going to let that thing drive you to the fucking hospital? I mean, what if you die? Because it gets the GPS wrong. I mean, it's ridiculous.
It's straight off a cliff. Well, what the fuck? They just didn't finish that road. Sorry. Yeah, there's a madness to all of this, mate. In a sense that I rack my brains over and over, but I realized there's a couple of things. A, why the fuck am I getting these swing points like a pro? Why am I over risking like a stupid motherfucker? Why am I not got clarity? Isn't the idea of technology to help, to assist in things that the human mind would have hard time unless you're a genius, of course, or natural in number crunching? But even then, naturals in number crunching, it doesn't mean they can measure what's on the chart, right? Can they?
I wrote a template that all it has is high and low bars. So here's on Pike's platform here. I have this. I wrote a template here, and all this is high and low bars, dude. This is a breakout traders. This is the daily Euro-dollar breakout trading scheme. This blows away anything that No Nonsense has ever come up with. Here, you look for a bar that's you look for a daily bar that's under 40 pips or under 20 pips, and that's a 20 pip grid with the big black lines being the 100 pips. And just put a buy stop and a sell stop and bracket a small daily bar, and you're going to make money. It's going to make more money than any fucking indicator on the planet, but you got to keep stepping up to the plate and putting in the same stupid trade, right? And there's not a lot of trades here where you have a narrow bar. If I go to the 4-hour chart, you're going to see more trades. And since I have only the high and low, I don't have open and close, there's really no other spin that I can put on these things, and it just makes it easier to trade because less is more. I don't have so many decisions to make. Where people talk about, is it engulfing? Well, I can't see the engulf here. All I see is range, pure range. Here, let me put the 4-hour. So the 4-hour chart, you can see clearly in Asia, a sunny night, the market's in a quiet thing. You know what? There's a vacuum below. Just put a sell stop and a buy stop, and whichever way the wind blows, look, you made money. Wait for how about 8 hours of nothing? So that would be 2 bars in a 20 pip range here. Bracket it. Look at all the fucking money you're making. It's too simple for people. They're like, I want to know the open close, and can you give me an indicator? No, this is raw data here to me. High and low. No open, no close. I don't even know what the current fucking tick is here.
Well, here's a problem, right? There's another one with algo trading, right? What is simple? And it's in my sales page, actually. Beneficial simplicity, or simplicity for the sake of simplicity. What's the difference? Obviously, beneficial is just another word. The idea of beneficial is that it makes you money as opposed to simplicity. It's simple, but it don't make you money, though.
Well, it depends what you do with it. So here's the This is a 1-hour chart of the euro dollar. I can see all the trade plans in here. Look at this beautiful flag pattern here. It's come screaming out of Asia. It slams down, goes sideways. Now you could just such a dumb shit trade. This isn't like a 7-pip window and then bam down. I can see the auctions here where I put my orders in at the new lows, and this kind of simplicity chart here. If I was going to learn somebody how to trade, I'd be like, here, just look at this chart and try to come up with a trade plan for this price action, so to speak. And I could show them the trades that I would place here, but they might not see it right away because they might just think, oh, it just looks like a mess, and I don't get it, and what the fuck's going on here? If you explain it to them, every black session
There's
is
a really nice one there. That was a nice one there, right? But look, 1, 2, 3, 4. Think it rebounded, rejected off the same line. That's a predictable down moment. It's simple.
Yeah, these are very simple, and actually, as soon as you put a moving average on there, now you got all sorts of complexity you just don't need.
You don't need, no. It's just, if you go to the far left here, where the first high point is, and you look across, look where the reject points are. There was a failure here. It went the other way. Another one, it didn't quite reach. That's ignored. And then look in the middle of the chart. Look at that. Look, ding, 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 right? It failed.
Yeah, actually, I'm looking at the low of the day. So when they come down and take out the low of the day, I want to be getting in there for that auction. They never took out the high of the day, but they did make it back to this flag, and this is the doji. So you kind of revisit. This would be ICT's order block, by the way, right here. Comes back to the order block. See, that's what he's calling an order block, by the way.
Yes,
I'm kind of gleaming that from his bullshit rant, but it doesn't matter, because do I sell here? Do I sell here? Do I sell here? Do I sell here? Do I have a sell limit here that never gets filled? Do I put a sell stop here and get picked up along the way? I mean, fill in the blank, but it's a challenge to trade with less data like this, I think. Because the candlestick thing, I'm a little nauseated by the candlestick thing, because I think people will miss.
No. In traditional teaching, yes, you're correct. It's fucking bullshit. But there was another frustrating question. Okay, I got a hammer 1, hammer 2, hammer 3, hammer 4, hammer 5. The only different commonalities is the context of where it's at in the market. But then within that data, wait a second. One is a hammer, the end result, but that's a hammer too.
Yeah.
But fuckery was going on. Fuckery. Do you understand what fuckery is? Fuckery is the ultimate technology. To understand fuckery is the ultimate model. Now, high-frequency trading systems are geared to actually look at subtleties on a level that your mind can't comprehend. When you look at one of these shitty charts, they don't show you fuck all. But the issue is, you've got so much noise, so much complexity within that. It's just picking it out and saying it's fuckery. There's fuckery, there isn't fuckery. You see what I'm getting at? Fuckery versus fuckery. It's still binary. That's a crude model. It's no different than anything. You're saying, if that shit happens, fuck it, I can't be honest. Oh, it's not happening. But the context says, yeah, I'll go for that. There's so much shit going on in the candle that most people don't even realize. Why would they?
Yeah, I mean, with the open to close issue, so the size of the body, which is just a, that's a dual moving average in a sense, because you have open, you're tracking the open and the close, and that's the whole session, right? When a candlestick. Whereas if you have to wait for a line chart to get to the next bar to get like another.
Regardless of how you describe any of this, it's based on is it really there? Or are you just going all hippie?
Well, another problem with the candlestick is that on typically a 1 hour chart like this, there's 5 seconds between candles. So you could have the candle close and actually open up higher 5 seconds later, and in a classic candlestick where you have 3 candles makes a pattern, you may have technically an engulf, because it opened up a little higher 5 seconds after the last candle, and now it can, if it does sell off, it'll be a beautiful engulf, So a lot of people are waiting for premium candles too. Don't forget the people that are looking for, that's just not a good hammer. It's just not a, because there was a guy I was talking to, and he said, well, is that a hammer or a doji? I said, it's the same thing. It's a small body. I say the body is what matters. That means the market didn't go anywhere within 1 hour. If a small body means it opened and closed, basically unchanged. It doesn't even matter if the wick is like 40 pips. The market
but the
really
issue with
didn't
all
go
that
anywhere.
ain't the pattern itself. It's the valuation of whether that price can be manipulated lower or higher, which you can't measure. You can't. Like, for example, it's going along, he gives you this pattern, great, right? But then some fucknut comes along, and he is a twat, wherever he is, and says, I'm buying $1 billion of this shit. Bum. It's just a moment.
As long as he doesn't do it, as long as he waits till my candle updates, it's fine. I don't care what he does. Just don't fuck my candle up.
What I'm saying is,
if he fucks my candle pattern, I got a lawsuit. I'm telling you right there. I'm gonna fucking write my congressman. I'm gonna write my fucking representative and go, I got some fucking big fat finger fucking up all my candles on this 1 minute chart, and I can't fuck. It's got to stop.
Try 6 second chart.
Yeah, well, that's the problem. I'm getting I got 3 dojis on my 6 second chart, and then some ass fuck comes in and buys like 1 million ribs. And he destroyed my whole fucking. I was about to get a Porsche. I was about to fucking buy a new car on that last fucking 6 second chart, and this motherfucker came and wiped it out. I was in like they call it like 10 yards or something. That's like a real big position. You gotta try and work out
how deranged are we as a species first, right? And be honest with yourself. Yeah, we're off our fucking nuts, mate. Right? I look at things and say, am I just making this shit up or what?
Well, when you start picking fly shit out of pepper, then you got to say, well, maybe I got a problem, you know? I mean...
I need mental health or something.
Well, you're going to end up like one of those autistic retards talking to yourself with a drill cup and, just clicking on a mouse that's not connected to a computer or trying to put on a trade, you know? They're going to pull you pull you down to bedlam and put you in the funny farm.
I swear fucking blind, mate. Every time I listen to these gurus, they're all just programmed as fuck. There's no human left. There's no human being actually in there. It is. What? But you just contradicted yourself 3 sentences away.
The gurus.
And then you say this thing that has no means to demonstrate it. It was true, but it's not, though. Yeah, but it worked there, but it didn't work over there. Why did it work there, but not over there? Don't want to know.
I mean,
don't want to tell you because they don't know.
Well, because the oceans and the tides affect the market. Don't be silly. I mean, look at Gann. Just go ask Gann. He'll tell you.
People are worried about legalization of fucking weed. Holy shit. These people are more on fucking drugs that have never taken drugs and are more fucked up than the people on drugs.
I mean, they should have an age limit for looking at the charts, honestly. I mean, apparently people's brains are being scrambled by the charts, not the drugs. Yeah, they see a Gartley pattern with an Ikamusha cloud. Next thing you know, they're fucking in the insane asylum and they're getting shock therapy and
shock therapy.
Yeah, they're trying not to swallow their tongue while they zap them in the temples, and then you get a lobotomy later on, and you trade great after that. I mean, that's not therapy.
The beauty of all things that people have to accept that if you follow a system or you do this thing or whatever you measure it, that it will fucking fail. That's it.
I guess that's the one thing you can count on. So I've been trying to bet on the fact that they are going to fuck me. And then I thought, well, I'll just canvass the whole area in case they try to, just cover my bases.
I mean, you said it, right? I've gone through 2,500 videos, right? Literally 2,700 and something odd videos, right? All these fucking idiots, right? And there's only like 6 people, I think, out of all those assholes. You're one. The second one is a German algorithmic developer. There's a sensible man. Bullshit. No fanciness. There's a third guy. He's Russian. There's like, I think he's totally detached from human emotions, though. That's why he's good at what he does.
Isn't that what those Russians are good at?
Dude. The quiet intellectual type. Doesn't say anything. Full Sigma. Fuck alphas. Pussies. All of them. Right? And then we got the fifth guy. Then is the Italian guy, and he just points at the obvious, just like yourself. Just oh, mamma mia! He just like, you fucking a moron, right? The sixth geezer, he's more to do with formulations, and he's quite a smart cookie. But unfortunately, there's issues with that too, in the sense that you're trying to predict something you can't predict.
But you left out the guy with 48 and a half monitors and 48 and a half remote controls, and He's pointing at the screen and he's pulling off trades when he sees that pattern.
What the fuck does he mean by a pattern? Again, it's all this fucking posing shit. Explain to me, what the fuck do you mean by a pattern? I see patterns all the time, especially in the influence of alcohol and drugs. But it doesn't mean they're there. It's just in your head.
Well, I mean, I'm using like instead of a double top, I'm using like a 2-hump camel. I decided to go with kind of a circus theme, like a zoo theme, like a rhino entry. I just get in at the tip of the horn and I ride it to the tail, and then if I do a giraffe trade, that's a real long wick, you know.
What about that one there? That to me is a martial trial midget session.
Oh yeah, or there's the Chinese fire drill where I kind of get stopped out of those a lot, but where all my
really are like it's just like, what are we on about anymore?
I think there should be a book of patterns, and you should write it.
Yeah,
okay, I think that's crap in a toilet. Yeah, I know that pattern. Oh, yeah, this is a spider on my dick. Yeah, I know that pattern too. Yeah, I went long. I went long my dick on that one. I kind of the spider got stopped out, and
look, that's the STD clinic pattern.
Right? Yeah, this is the emergency. That's the gonorrhea pattern. I think that's. In fact, I feel an itch. I think I actually do have it. This is not just. It's not a false alarm. This is not a fake out. This is a real breakout. Yeah, I got gonorrhea. I got a real breakout. I got gonorrhea. Yeah, that's it.
Everybody is perpetually a schizophrenic on YouTube. What I say about it. They say shit that isn't there. Like,
yeah, why can't people just go with the? Why are people trying to be so serious and so adult? Just accept that you're out of your fucking mind and start trading.
Yeah, well, that's. You know, you said something a few hours ago. There's a truism to this, in every sense of the word. You know, some of the trades I did that really made a fuckload of money, I just did my thing, I let it go, and walked the fuck away.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I mean, I met a guy that was self-taught, and he was trading. And I was like, so did you read it? He goes, nope. Nope. He goes, some guy showed me how to trade one day, and I've just been trading ever since. Now, that's somebody that is kind of lucky, because the people that search for the Holy Grail just get more and more confused the deeper they go. The people that pick a simple idea, they're kind of free from that endless search of, if I could just optimize this.
Optimize it, yeah. That's it.
If only I could tweak it a little bit further, I bet I could squeeze a few more pips out of this thing, and then boom.
Yeah, it's like trying to say, like, if I just push the pedal on this car, this max is only 100 kilometers an hour, but if I do it in a certain way, I'll get 102 out of it. No, you fucking won't.
Yeah, it's kind of like when you go bowling, you know, and after you let go of the ball, you lean into it, hoping that you could put some air English on it. Like if you just... Maybe if I just lean a little bit, it'll hit the pins. Oh no. It does make you feel good though.
Feel good, exactly. The dopamine rush.
How about mastering feel good Forex trading?
That's the worst thing for this. That don't give a fuck how you feel. But Marcus, don't give a shit. Up, down, left, right, whatever. And people go into this with these like the one thing that got me into this game was either being fucked over by the markets, which is one thing, in one sense of the word. But the other thing was how obvious a lot of it is, but people don't want to accept it could be quite easy to do.
Yeah, I was kind of disappointed how cliche the market was. Is that by Friday at 5 o'clock, the fucker would retrace the whole fucking week and end up where it started. And I thought, really, it's gonna be this. It's gonna be this fucking stupid. Yeah, it's gonna be like that. It's gonna be another week of a completely obvious move.
Here's another one, right? This is a stupid test, right? It was a simple one. It's fucking Monday late at night. It opens. I've hedged it, right? I've done a stop loss 10 to 500 pips. 10 to 500 pips. And I just let it go. See if it gets through the battle. Some weeks, both lose. And another week, then we get 500 pips. Or whatever the pip I put it on.
So nice chunk.
How simple is that?
No, I think it's always like, once you get in the groove where you're like, this is going pretty good. I mean, you kind of have to accept that it's okay. No need to tweak it.
It's a dumb fucking strategy. It's got nothing to do with models or anything complex. It's just try it, see what happens.
Yeah, no, I think, and actually, I've been in positions before where I'm looking at the 5-minute chart, and I kind of like in other words, I'm in a swing trade, but I look at the 5-minute chart to say, yeah, I would stay in this trade. Yeah, I would stay in this trade because look at all these cute little buys in the 5-minute. It's but when it comes to the end of the day and the whole move's over, I'm like, you know what? Here comes Asia. Let's just go flat because it's all going to change coming into Europe. So why don't you just get the fuck out? And that's when, if it was easy to get in, you're more likely to get out and come back in instead of holding. Because if it was such a hard decision to make to get in, you're not going to let go, and you're gonna let your profits run, which they may not. It's pretty tough because you have so much invested in that one decision. You probably aren't going to get out until it hits your target, which is probably never going to get hit. It's pretty cruel. It is the toughest way to make an easy buck. If you want to make $1 million, start with $2 million.
The strange thing about strategies of any kind, it's like you got this mispreconceived idea that some knob end on a bunch of videos somehow knows something. They don't.
Well, a lot of people, they go through the usual kind of checklist of mentioning all the parameters and all the jargon, and then they have a like or subscribe, and then they have like, oh, you want me to mentor you, or you want to which I don't know. Do you have a mentor for driving your car? Do you have a mentor for your sex life? I mean, I guess we need mentors in every category of our life. I need a meal mentor. How to get some good food.
I think anybody. There's three types of people in this world. There's sheep, shepherds, and wolves.
Oh yeah, is that the sheep shepherd? Yeah. So yeah,
sheep, shepherd, wolf.
I guess I want to be a wolf.
Yeah, but those gurus are wolves. Most of them are. But they're like.
Oh, you mean wolves that are hunting down the prey as the public, or the wolf of Wall Street, where it's the guy that's the wolf of the market.
Yeah, maybe they're not wolves. The sheep.
Wolf of the goober.
Yeah, I'd classify them as sheep. Yeah.
Well, the sheep are certainly. Safety in the so when people follow the no nonsense guy, so you get a crowd of people following him, and they find safety in each other following. They like the belongingness. It's such a lonely gig trading that I think that's the right. Danger is the wanting to belong and wanting to agree with people and wanting to. So it's such a solo gig, I think, if you trade your own money, unless you're a prop firm or whatever. So it's a real loner's gig, lone wolf kind of thing. And I don't, right. I mean, if you and I were to open a trading firm and I'm like, yeah, what do you think of this setup? And you'd be like, dude, I back tested. That's a piece of shit. That pattern. I'd be like, okay. So it would be very difficult. Right? It'd be very difficult.
Go back to childhood. Go back to childhood yourself, right? In school, right? You get a couple in the class, the whole flipping class, right? All of them. And you get the one or two actually will not cheat. They won't copy anybody else. They're not interested. They want to pass the thing on their own terms, their own understanding.
Yeah, they want authentic win.
An authentic win. They don't want They don't feel embarrassed about losing either or failing. It's a learning lesson. It's not the end of the fucking world, right? That's pride. Fucking with you, right? And a lot of these, even when I was growing up, I was like, well, I'm the only cunt that answered it, right? There was a science paper. It's fucking hilarious. There's 300-odd people in the same year. Do you know I was the only one that answered it?
What, everyone's afraid to answer it? Or they want to get it wrong?
No, it's even more dumber than that.
They didn't have a pencil?
No, right? The science woman go to the lady at the time, right? She goes to me, so, why did you answer that question? I said, I turned the page. What? Yeah, I don't really know the answer. I just turned the last page. All the exams, they've got questions on one side, questions on the other. Yeah? But for some bizarre reason, it got to the last page in the list. Nobody turned it over. They assumed that was the end. I was like, everybody on...
Were those the answers at the end? I mean, was this designed for somebody to use that was...
No, it was just the fact that I turned the last page, I just flipped it over. Oh, there's one more question. That's it.
Oh, one more question, right.
Nobody else did. They said, that's it. They assumed, assumption of mother all fuck-ups, right? And they didn't answer it. And when this woman came out, then she goes, she said, Mr. Blah, blah, blah. I was like, oh, what have I done now? I'm so in fucking trouble here. Just that paranoia kicking in.
Just another,
I'm sitting like,
another classic,
something really bad. What have I done? Have I experimented with chemicals I shouldn't have been doing? What? She goes, you're the only one in the whole year that answered that last question. I got it right. But she goes, unbelievable. There's that fucking mentality, mate. That sheep drone program, preset, prescripted. I don't want to succeed or fail. I'm just pre-programmed to do certain things a certain way. I've always flipped the paper over to the end. It's like, well, just in case, check, innit? There's nothing there, nothing there. Something there, something there. But it's this thing, even as a kid, I realized that only about 3 or 4 people in the whole fucking year was actually intelligent. Or adventurous, I should say. The curiosity.
Yeah, the curiosity thing. I think that's, well, the thing is, so when
trading's no different.
Yeah, Bill Williams was doing these seminars, these trading seminars, and he would say to the audience, he'd say, listen, a lot of very intelligent people come to trading, because they're like attracted to it. And he goes, most traders can't make money trading, but they're smart people. So what's the story, And he just explains how people just it's being smart is it's a psychological skill, really, to trade with an open mind, because being smart can just be such a hindrance where you think there's got to be a secret. If I could just know the secret, but there is no secret. The secret is that there is no secret. I mean, it's just tough. It's tough. That's
well,
paradox,
intellect is one thing, ignorance is another, but curiosity that's the real thing, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, to me, I'm looking at that thing, and I mean, I'm saying to myself, wait, I got micro accounts, so I can trade 1Ks. Like, how can I take advantage of the fact that I have a very tiny position? If I add them up, I can canvas an area, kind of like somebody does when they call 300 people and only 2 people buy something. So what's the effort? What's the effort of me peppering the market with limit orders? It's not much effort, right? I can drop a rack of tickets very easily. And I thought, well, that's the whole point of trading, isn't it? That you're making money with your mind, not fucking lifting a goddamn 300-pound girder. I mean, the whole point of trading to me was supposed to be, how can I use my brain to make money instead of using my muscles, Not that it's a little bit of muscle, drop a tick in there, but then I thought, well, it's going to be about the patience. I find it harder to ride it's almost harder to ride a winning trade than a losing trade, right? Because if you're underwater in the trade, you're like, yeah, I've been here before. But when you're really up in the trade and you're like, gosh, this thing is going in my favor, and if I haven't automatically peeled some of that position off, I just really have a hard time that last 2 hours. I'm like, I'm just getting out. Fuck it. I mean, I'm not going to sit here for 5 more pips. Fuck that. So, but that's okay because I realize that I don't want to hang out in that fucking trade. Because then you're like, oh fuck, I gotta wait for the next retrace cycle to get out. Oh shit.
I tell you another thing, right? If you really want to do algorithmic trading, at least the type that I'm thinking about, not this bollocks that's out there. Oh, if it's just rubbish.
Just the word algorithmic doesn't make it algorithmic, but
no, it's not algorithmic in the real sense of the word, because the idea of an algorithm is to actually collapse it down to the thing that does matter, as opposed to the things that don't fucking matter. It's the point. Otherwise, there's no point doing it, is it? It doesn't assist you, help you make better decisions. It's not a good idea. But if it's not based on a model that you can say,
I mean, I always think an algorithm as being like a way to say a formula or a.
Well, algorithm is just a condensed version of multiple formulas down to an idea of a choice. That's how this matters. It's just condensing a lot of noise down to the things you need.
Multiple layers of if-then statements. If it's a complicated.
Yeah. I've got rid of all that. All that's gone. Fuck the code then. The idea of this is just that you can go ding, 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 ding. I get it.
Well, certainly. I mean,
waffle.
I mean, to me, the classic kind of things that you can say about the market is that don't try to trade a breakout on a really volatile market, because that's not a breakout trade. You kind of have to get in before the drama. So that's obviously a breakout trade. The market's in a narrow range and it explodes. And then there's the market that's already moving. Well, if that's the case and you want to get on there, you got to drop down to a smaller time frame and find a place to get aboard, because in a fast-moving market, you're going to have to fucking go to a 5-minute chart if you want to actually get a to buy a pullback, so to speak, right?
Right. I had a friend, right? He's such a prick. He really is a fucking prick. He really is sometimes, like, especially when it comes to people.
A professional prick.
No, he's just
an amateur prick.
Okay. But yeah. He goes on holiday here to Turkey, right? And he goes into a marketplace. It's exactly like trading. And there's like 20 stalls selling all the same fruits and vegetables. All the same. They're like carbon copies of each other. He starts up stall number 1, and the guy goes, "This is fucking 5 lira for a kilo." And he goes, No, it ain't. You just ripped me off because I'm a foreigner. No, it's 5 lira. Then the guy across the sea said, "Come over here. It's 4.80 a flipping kilo." Oh, go over there. So he goes over there. And he goes, "I don't know about this, mate. I think you two are in coots. You're conning us." No, it's 480 a kilo. And the other guy then just going, "Dude, it's 450 a kilo," right? Like, well, the principle or the actual understanding of it is the market is trying to give you some illusion of this is the best price when it isn't.
Yeah, I'm always amazed with that. That's like a mental game. So the market's down, and I buy. And that's when I decided it was going to be limits for me, because I'd buy one at the market, and the market would keep tanking. I'm going, well, that's fucked. And so I just thought, why am I even trading at the market? And so when Sunday night comes, when I start off trading Sunday night, I always come up with limits that are like 2 hours, and they're like 20 pips deep or whatever. And I'm like, here we go. This is the drudgery of trading. This is what trading looks like, is that I'm putting tickets out. They may fill, they may not fill. And this is just going to be we just don't know. And not knowing has to be okay. And as long as you're okay with not knowing, I guess most people aren't, but none of us really are. None of us are, but we just accept that it's kind of like driving your car in the fog. You're like, I'm hoping I don't hit anybody, but nobody wants to do that. And that's what trading is. It's like driving in the fog.
What I'm saying is he went into a market not knowing what the true price was.
Oh, so he didn't even really know what the baseline or the
no, he didn't have
fair...
a fucking clue what the price would be a kilo. He just winged it. He just said, yeah, whatever, I don't pay it. Fuck you. I'll go into the next and the next and the next. He did down to 380 anyway, which was actually around the price at the time.
Oh, he actually approached the...
Yeah, he said that I'm up like 28% now. I get 28% more tomatoes for my lira.
Wow.
That's the point of trading, though, isn't it? The minute you open your chart, you start look at it and going, "Is this really a good price?" I don't know. How do I know it is? Before I even begin.
No, I've you know, after getting beat up in the markets, I look at the chart and I'll go, "This just like." There's times when you look at the chart and you go, you know, I don't see a fucking trade in here. And it's because your mindset is not keyed. Like you just see noise and crap and you're just like, this is just too much fucking work, dude. And then you could come back an hour later, look at it and go, well, it's obvious what's going on here. Who the fuck was you? It's just so crazy how your brain can shift. It's just, I'm amazed, but it looks like the Euro's going for another run, man. See how they stop hunted these fuckers and took out that Asian low? Look at the Euro now, screaming north. It looks like stocks are going up. It looks like they're gonna rally this Euro into the opening of the Dow Jones now. And I think they're gonna take this Euro up. Yeah. They're taking that Euro up until 2 o'clock when Yellen's gonna speak here. She's gonna come out and say some bullshit.
Bullshit, yeah, which is just a knee-jerk reaction. It's just nonsensical. It's just a bullshit.
I'll just get out. I'm going to get out before she speaks because last time she spoke, she ruined my cattle patterns. Yeah, no, it got all crazy. You know, last week when, was it 2 weeks ago when Yellen came out and she said something. Oh, no, she was going to speak at 10 o'clock in the morning at some hearing, right, in front of the government. And, of course, she didn't say anything until about 20 minutes in, and then the markets went berserk. I don't know what she said.
It's bizarre trading, mate. It's like most people who get into it got the fantasy of making millions, which you can, but holy shit, you better have really years of fucking experience of dealing with not just a choice, but you got to go with it. You know what I mean? Algorithmic trading, the idea of it is to make it easier in terms of choice, but models are designed to make it easier to make a choice.
Well, they make it sound like, well, it's going to be consistent and scientific if you have an algorithm because you're going to stick to a rigid frame. But you know, the constant like you said, the curve fitting issue, I think everybody dreams of like, man, if this thing was just like, but it couldn't be because it wouldn't be robust then. It just would not be. Hey, look at this Euro just scream. The Euro screaming into the high of. So this is what fucks people up is that the Euro took out new lows, new highs. Like, where's this thing going? And it's just it really screws people up.
Let me give an example. Like I got my own models, ideas, and how I get through things. I got VP's ideas, but they're not his ideas. He just copied them from the internet. And it's vague. It's all bullshit as far as I'm concerned. But there's nothing practical. There's nothing like, ooh, I can demonstrate this live. If he was a live trader, he was doing his thing, and he was making live money out of it, that's different. I'm not going to be such a prick about it, right? But this guy doesn't do that. He just gives you this, on and on. How does that educate anybody again in anything?
Yeah, he almost leaves. The problem with that guy is that what he'll do is he'll lay it out in front of you. Go, okay, I've laid it all out in front of you. Now put together your own algorithm. Like, oh, okay, thanks. Why he made me more tortured than before. Especially when you told me about the Dirty Dozen. I'm like, wait a minute, the Dirty Dozen. I mean,
wait a second. There's a zillion steps before we get there.
I mean, he's also making these. He's actually taking. He's like a guy that takes a car that's not very high performance and drives it like shit and goes, see how shitty the car is? Like, dude, you're not even driving it properly. Come on, shut the fuck. It's not the car, dumb shit. You're driving like an idiot.
Driver, indeed. Yeah. No. I just think that this whole industry is just covered in bottom feeding fucks.
Oh, God, there's so much at this point. Because you have guys that are mentors, educators, weekly reviews. They build indicators. They just regurgitate all the cliches, you know.
Build indicators. There ain't not one. Not one. All the videos seen actually build an indicator from scratch, mathematically speaking. Not one.
Yeah, well, I mean, my God, there's, according to No Nonsense, there's like 300 indicators or something at least.
I've got I got a database here of 2,500 fucking indicators, mate. They're all free, open source.
And then there was a time. So this is kind of like deep into the No Nonsense course. He says, well, here's what you can do. Also, hey kids, you can have an indicator, and then you can put an indicator on your indicator, like put a moving average on RSI or whatever it is. And I'm like, that's what MACD is an indicator on top of an indicator. I thought, well, fuck, if you really want to get, how about 4 indicators on top of an indicator? Yeah, the signals are even better. Dude, are you fucking kidding me? Like, come on.
You crack?
I mean, it's unbelievable. Come on.
But like this is not, to me, it's like there's no thinking behind it, mate. There's none whatsoever. There's no... If I went to a university now, right, based on algorithmic flipping understanding, mathematical formulas, and all this different stuff, and there are many topics in it. If I said that to one of the university professors, she's just looking at me like, are you fucking retarded or something? What?
But the thing is, if you walk into the retail trading thing, you know, a lot of people, they're like, dude, I paid $5,000 for this course. How could this guy not know what he's talking about, you know?
Yeah.
There's so much trust in the teacher.
Yeah. The more I pay for something, the better off I am for it. No. It just means you just got conned.
Yeah. It's going to be some kind of crazy...
You can do a complex arithmetic, you can do complex formulations, you can do indicator development, time series or otherwise. You can go into all this stuff for an Oxford education for about $20,000. You'll learn more from that than you would all these twats put together.
Yeah, I mean, it's a real self-discovery thing because the amount of freak out that people go through, it's just amazing. And it's so funny because the fear and pain you feel is almost like you're under physical attack. Because if money's involved, you know, it's real primal.
Yeah, it's really like somebody's touching my nuts. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, unauthorized touching. You know, like it's one thing to ask to be grabbed by the pussy or whatever you're after, but it's another thing to have somebody just randomly grab you by the genitalia there. It's
that's implied.
I didn't see that coming.
What are you doing?
You got a tight grip, buddy. I didn't even. That was. What's some guy named Kaleidoscopes here? Yeah. Kaleidoscope
Elgo is the 6'8" fucking bird down in a town near me. Like, she goes, "How you doing, sweetheart?" I'm like, "Look, you might be female, but you look a lot like a man. Actually, you're more manly than all of them." Right?
Adam's apple in a beaker, just.
Yeah, she was a bodybuilder, right? It's a fucking crazy shit. I go, no way would I bang you. No way.
Well,
No way. Not now. Not ever.
Right. I mean, well, you don't want to get hurt.
No, it's exactly. You see a man carrying a woman up after a wedding up the stairs to give her a good seeing to. But in her case, it'd be the other way around. I'm sorry, it just doesn't work. Don't work unless you're, like a bit of both.
Is this the girl at the coffee shop?
No, it's one of the clubs, and she always looked at me like I'm gonna ravage him after that kind of rapist look, but from a woman's point of view.
Wow.
But all the blokes were there, and they wouldn't fuck with her either. She's a fucking animal, mate. Fucking 6'7", I've been 224 pounds or something of pure fucking meat.
Wow.
And fucking muscle. That's a woman. And you could see she was like, what's that Star Trek film? You remember the Star Trek one? Which one was it? When you see that female, she's a bodybuilder, that type. Like, she is a woman, but it's more man than woman.
You mean you couldn't invite her back to your place for some gentle scalping?
No, like Ellie would. It was like, you're scaring me. Just fucking laugh. It just scared me.
I mean, you're kind of adorable the way... Maybe you could sit down in your lap and talk about the first scalp that comes up.
Yeah. Anyway, the point of that scenario is it's kind of like, I don't know, training's much the same thing, that you think you're straight and you're doing your thing.
Yeah.
And you think that the other person is going to be a pure straight, and you can relate. But then in trading, it's like, oh, God, it's gone gay. Gone full gay.
Yeah.
What is that?
Full gay retard. And then, when you start taking, those breakout trades, you know that you're on the road to probably like therapy or something. Yeah, I thought he was straight. He turned out to be a breakout trader. I didn't even see it coming. I thought he was a trend trader, and now he's a breakout trader. I don't even know what to do.
It's the like, people are very deceiving to themselves, and markets are very deceptive as well. It's the same thing. Like, what you perceive, you think you've gone in your head, doesn't necessarily make it so. Finding that truth, I think, is the hardest thing. It's that, it's a buy. It's not though.
Yeah, you're like, it's another lady boy. Tricked again, huh? Just blew up the account.
Yeah.
Well, I got stopped out of that one.
Right. I had a few people who were friends, but they were friends of friends. But they went out to Thailand, and he goes, "You gotta be careful out there, boy." Why's that? Well, the women are men. Some of them are.
Don't fall in love too fast.
I was like, really? Wow. Like the certain muscle configuration and the Adam's apple wasn't a clue. Okay.
Can you bring is there some type of facial recognition stuff that's picking that shit up now, where people just, that's wrong, sucks there again?
There is again, though. There's that completely blissful ignorance of not looking at the situation right and going, "Hi, my name's Jerry." Holy shit, you got text.
Geraldine.
Yeah,
that should cut down on your swing trading.
It's like, holy
I'm
shit.
going to take smaller positions in my swing trading. I'm starting to lose focus.
One of them goes, "Look, the best way you can test out is to give it a bit of a feel before you go anywhere." And then the other idiot then behind him, he's funny as fuck. He goes to me, he said, "I tried that. She had it removed."
Well, that makes all the difference, right? Right. Now it's just a really, there's just a nub there. I don't even know what to do about it now.
Oh no, it's the full McCoy, like, it's a completely thing. I said, so let me get this straight. You banged this it.
Hey, listen, somebody's got to bang it. What a nice guy. What a charitable bang. That's a charity.
He said at the end of it, I needed at least fucking a year's therapy, like, you know what I mean? because it was
have
an
to go into
inside-out dick
therapy?
I was fucking. Like, and he was like, I will never go back to that place. I said, no, I will never go back there. Like, and
He's
it's like,
scarred
"Oh,
for
bastard."
life. Mental
He
scarring.
shagged a bloke with an inside-out dick, mate.
I mean, that's it. He's got a scar on his frontal lobe.
Oh my God! It was like,
scar.
that's just, I feel ill just thinking about it. It's like, oh.
Look at that euro. Look at that euro. The euro's hitting my targets, man. I'm cashing out. Look at that. Finally, see? I told you if I waited. So we're engulfing right now. I'm getting out of this fucking trade here. Coming into the U.S. Open.
That's another thing, isn't it? Cross sessions. Yeah, cross sessions you can watch for it. Yeah.
Wow. What a fucking.
But Thailand, I was actually going to move to. And then when all these pricks started telling me their stories, I'm like, Jesus Christ, what am I in for? The women are men and the men are women. What kind of confusing shit is this?
Yeah, it's like somebody fucking with your moving averages. Is that a 5 period, 8 period? Oh, fuck. I missed the trade. That's why I neutered them down to 1 period moving averages. It's all neutered. The box. I'm ready to get out of this fucking trade. They're about to they're hitting my targets almost. They're starting to hit my first target now. But like I said, this is where I have a hard time because I just want out. I just want to get out and go back to sleep. But this will probably go up another 5 pips here at least. It's kind of a big short squeeze here apparently. I don't know if there's news coming out at 5:30, but I don't look at.
See this part here. I'm on 1 hour, right? This is so-called ICT's order blocks that are laugh, right? I got my own kind of order block, but that's not how you describe it, right? And it's kind of like, yeah, but that's not really an order block. That's just silly. In that instance, all that is there is a halfway point of rejection. That's all. You got a major move. It's a halfway point around there.
Right.
It's rejected violently.
Well, I'm in the sell window right here. Getting out.
Yeah,
I'm selling here because we're up in the trap, and this is just going to be. We still got like fucking 4 hours before stocks open. It's going to be all over the map. See, I used to hold on here and wait till Dow opens. This could come ripping back here, like 20 pips. So I just get out here. And then I come in with limits and start the whole thing over again. So now I'm free to come in with limits now.
See that massive down move there?
Oh, from 2 hours ago? On the euro?
Yeah, USD 6 o'clock yesterday.
Oh
3
yeah,
o'clock yesterday.
Oh yeah, right. When they blew out the bottom. Cool. Yeah. Right. I've been long. Well, so I scalped that wick, and I've been long on the swing trade until just now. I got out of the whole fucking thing. Now I just put limits in, and I'm going to start the whole thing all over again. So that's what I learned is that just get the fuck out. Take your money and run. There's another fucking. If it pulls back here, I'll just rebuy it on limits all over again.
Yeah.
Because I like to go flat, go back to sleep, wait till the Dow opens. We could be making new lows. We could take out tomorrow's low by the time the Dow opens. So, expect the worst, really. And of course, it's never good to tell people, expect to lose, Oh, I don't want to do that. Well, I'm just trying to help.
That big candle there has an order block, as he calls it, is basically a fib within a fib within a fib, which it is. All candles are. They're all structure within structure within structure, right down to ticks, right? But the issue here is when for a machine to do it, it's an absolute, forget about it, right? That's a 25% fib reject. Happens a lot.
Yeah, I mean, actually, this here, we're right into the floor of that bottom on the left side of the chart on that 1 hour. This is a 15-minute chart right here. So, I mean, this is an obvious place to cash out, but I'm not going to sell here to ride it down for 10 or 20 pips because I'm like, yeah, we'll get this pullback here, but we could pop up. And like, I really don't want to be in the market, honestly. I want to be in for that price pulse, and then I want to get out. So I really want to scalp it most of the time, although I did kind of swing trade this because I held this thing for fucking, 10 hours.
That's another thing, right? The correlation between volatility and an actual trend. Or is it just another whipsaw trap?
Yeah, because you can have quite a spicy spike in the middle of a boring trend. And and to me, that's the trade.
Yeah, moment. Yeah,
that big drama moment's the trade, I think. But well,
that's why all these guys on there on these videos saying this. You have to identify where the trend is going.
That's kind of silly, isn't it? Because if you're good at buying dips, does it really matter if it's a rally or a sell-off dip? I mean, if you know how to capture, if you know how to make 20 pips, who the fuck cares? You know what the trend is, because
I said,
you can counter trend trade it and make the same amount of pips.
Where's the so-called point where you say it's a trend? That breakout?
Oh my God! I mean, if you look at the whole, chart in, I suppose you're going to actually force the trend by zooming out till you can see. Oh, look at it's in the upper left-hand corner. It's up. Lower right corner is down. It's downtrend. If you pick the time frame to say, like most people are going to say, the euro's in a downtrend right now. Look at the euro dollar downtrend. Okay, but I just made money going long. What does that mean? Am I a counter trend trader? Yeah. I mean, it's stupid. I think the trend's an illusion. It's a total fucking illusion. It's how you frame it.
Well, I'm on a 4 hour right now, right? But it says here that's all downtrended. All of it. It just says most of that is downtrended. But on another upside, based on the algo, it's now saying it's uptrend on the short term. Yeah?
Oh, yeah, certainly.
It's not like it's long term, medium term, intraday, day trading, scalping. It's all the disciplines and all the styles, all in. It's not like, well, I could be right on this, I could be wrong on this, but I got my buy-in. It's going to go in. It's just had a quickie. It's just gone into the prostitute escort lounge. He's gone in. Pop. He's done. Made a bit of money.
I'm just going to need the whole. I only need the hotel room for him.
Yeah, exactly. You don't need the full package, like. Eh?
I only need the hotel room for a couple hours, please.
Now we got a couple now on the downside. Yeah, I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 8 on the sell side, but that was hours ago. That was actually late last night. Yeah, there's 8 there now. So I got 8 going on a sell side. And now, even if it does dip up, I've got other ones now coming in for quickies. So it's a very different, full package, quickie in and out, so the police don't see us, right? And then in and out. It's not a single idea, you know what I mean?
Yeah, because if you don't mind that kind of look at all this chop here on this 30-minute chart. On the left side here, if you know how to trade that, you could trade that. I mean, those are like 15 pip moves. It's a lot of work.
I tried singular ideas. They're rubbish. They're absolute rubbish. You can never earn money consistently with a single amount. You just can't. They can't be done.
Yeah, I think this euro is going to go up, but like I said, I'm out, and I'm just going to wait till stocks open.
There's one guy here, right? Trying to remember his name now, another trader. He's only a trend trader, so he chases the market. So he's already set himself up for a lot of disappointment. You've got to master ranging, reversals, breakouts, and trend trading. All of them.
Oh, I think so.
Why not?
And really, to be able to size up when to implement that is going to be what makes the guy that knows when to implement those things and what time of day it is. And because see, Dow Jones is going to open here, cash market's going to open 4 hours. We're going to be all over the map until then. Now, in your mind, you think, well, we're going to sit here and we're going to keep going up until that doesn't have to you can't predict it. So I know there's going to be, and then at 2:00, so basically in about 8 hours, there's going to be testimony about the Federal Reserve, and it's going to probably move the market because it's a new administration, and what are they going to do with all this fucking money they printed? I mean, they got something on the table to talk about, whereas before the Fed meetings, there was no reaction to Fed meetings because everybody knew they weren't going to touch the interest rates for years. But now they're dicking with shit. So people are probably listening to it and they'll read into it, and there'll be big traders making knee-jerk reactions and moving the market. But I think we could pull back here. We could actually take out the low of yesterday. I mean, I just wouldn't put any type of restrictions on the market. It's over the counter. The thing could go up 80 pips right now in the blink of an eye, and it wouldn't be illegal. That's just how it is.
I think a lot of people don't like the idea you got to lose first to win.
Yeah, you certainly got to be down the spread at least until you overcome that in the commissions. So you're basically going into a loss right out of the gate. And it's just a matter of degree at that point. That's why people say never add to a loser. I go, that's all I do all day is add to losers, because my first trade is obviously a fucking loser.
Yeah.
It has to be.
Well, I've sold you and it lost. Should I be buying now instead? Compensate.
Yeah, it's a challenging way to make money, that's for sure. I mean, it's not boring, unless you consider the kind of the guy that was on the line earlier, where he's just moving, because he doesn't. Maybe he's in and out of the market every month or 2 weeks. I mean, I guess
on the 4-hour USD, I made 4,000 odd pips on that alone. Like
4-hour euro.
Yeah, 4,000 pips. Yeah. It was pretty good.
Oh, that last week, the sell-off there?
Yeah, and I lost, I think I lost about 2,500 pips in that week, but I gained 9,500 overall. So I'm complaining.
Yeah, I mean, I got crushed out of that sell-off earlier today. And I made enough on the scalp, and then I reloaded, and this is the hard part, because you're like, yeah, that thing didn't retrace. Is it going to retrace? And, of course, you don't know. So I threw more limits in there, so I actually got picked up on more because it retested deeper. I'm assuming they're going to take it down lower. I guess I just don't have this single entry price idea. It just seems like a single entry price idea to a very precise Fibonacci handle seems like the most feeble attempt at making money. But of course, some people like that.
Fibonacci can work. And when that VP was talking about it, I was just like, dude, you haven't done fuck all any research on how you could use it at all. There's no original ideas from any of these people. None.
I think if you bought every fib handle in between the fib, in other words, if you use it as a risk tool, you're looking to make 4 times your money. I think it's great. But if you think that you swing high to swing low, and some people would say, well, it's self-fulfilling prophecy because it works because everybody's a lot of people are getting in at that handle. That's complete bullshit. It's impossible. It also means that everybody's on the same time frame. That's not true either.
No, it isn't.
It's just
actually the majority of people in orders. If you take all the orders in the world for any given instrument, you'll find most of it's automated. It's not people.
Yeah, because if you notice the top and bottom of the hour, 5 minutes, that 5-minute window, there's shit that happens there that's just like it happens every fucking time.
It's just chaos. It's just pure chaos. And it's like, well, the idea of these slower time frames is to try and alleviate people's minds, isn't it?
Well, give more opportunity because you can get a triple bottom on a 1-minute chart and you only get a single bottom on a 5.
Yeah.
So you
see
more
it's easier
patterns.
to do a triple bottom on 4 hours than it is on a 1-minute chart, isn't it?
Yeah, it's hard to get a triple bottom on a monthly because you're probably going to be dead by the time you'll see it.
Yeah.
like, wait, what are you doing? I'm waiting for that double bottom on the monthly. Now just get away from my computer. It's coming. It's coming next month. Looks like the euro's going to make a little run here, but I just hate this last little bit of drift shit. To me, we're in the seller's window, so I'm out. I'll wait for the next drama move.
A lot of it, what a lot of these people are trying to do is show you fuck all by claiming it's awesome. And I'm sorry. That is completely unfair, I think, to people. It's just to make a few dollars here and there. Now, if you went through a quantitative approach and you got to look at what's involved, start to finish, there's a lot to learn in that. But there's also a lot of things to not do. As long as you get rid of what you shouldn't be doing, as opposed to what you should be focusing on, you generally get through it really quick. And that's it, isn't it?
Most of those guys think that if
random shit.
You could almost wait until stocks open. Wait till 8:30 in the morning. I've seen moves. So here's a pattern: 8:30 in the morning, news comes out. 9:30 in the morning, stocks open. The market can literally go in 1 hour, take out the high, take out the low, just from between the news and stocks open, and that's a real obvious thing. You see that a lot. And then it's off.
When a session opens, what does that mean? It means people actively traded. Session is now open.
Yeah, people are jumping in.
Yeah.
So here was the last stream I did. I talked about this entry. Here's the daily, euro, and I said if you buy below here, it retraced. It actually engulfed and it actually went in deeper. So if you rode this up, which. So that's what I did. I bought below here. And when it came back to the floor, it actually went beyond it. That was the trade. And it took some time because if you go to the smaller time frame, that window, right, that crush window, goes down new lows. And it actually kind of overshoots, comes back even deeper in. But I'm sure a lot of people got out here because this is the attempt to retrace here. It only makes it back to here, and then it falls apart because you got a lot of sellers at that. That was quite a big move. I think the speed of the move is a problem. So when it moves 100 pips in an hour, people are like, "Wow!" It normally takes 8 hours to move 100 pips.
Yeah, I get nervous then. If something moves that fast, it's coming back at you. It always does. It's like a rubber band, you know. You can pull it so far, and then bam, slaps her in the face.
Hot knife through butter.
Yeah, it's kind of like you be careful, things like that. But how do you explain that to a machine? Then that's trickier, isn't it? Because it could be a lot of things in between to fuck it up.
Yeah, I think it's so hard. I think that's why people do use a moving average, because I could see a trade in here with a moving average, like a 10-period moving average, where the robot would take it. But structurally speaking, it makes sense. So if you sold right here, I got to turn all this shit off. I don't ever use it. So right here, this is obviously where people would sell at a moving average point. It's also the structural level that a person that is looking to get short would sell right there at that round number based on this being the floor. It's time to get short, but to me, I see so many trades in here that it wouldn't matter which one I took, really, because I could see this one. Actually, I like this one better, where I'm going to buy this this area, and when it comes back to here, I'll dump the whole thing. This is my favorite go-to trade. That's 100 pips clean, actually, from here to here, in less than 12 hours. You know, I wouldn't wait for that last pip. I'm just going to ride that 4-hour retracement and get the fuck out. I know there's people that are probably holding short from up here. They ride it all the way down here, and they get out a week later. That's not me. Because I'm not wrapping up all. I'm not going to sit there and watch that shit happen. I just want to take the money and run. I don't want to stick around for this, for the relationship part. I just want to have the sex. I don't want to have coffee in the morning.
I don't have to tell her a load of stuff I don't really want to tell her. Like, right.
I don't want to hear. I don't want to hear about your cats, but
I just don't mean it. Leave me alone.
Yeah, well, I'm going to go
There's
take
a nice
nap
top and
here.
bottom on the last one.
Oh, yeah. No, it's... I mean, it's
Your
amazing.
bottom become top, sorry.
No, that was the trap there. I got out just at the right... but I don't want to hold... I know there's sellers in there, and like we could just keep... it isn't a downtrend. I guess the argument could be made. Of course, people make these arguments to support their position that they're already in. I used to do that. I used to change time frames till I could justify the position I'm in, which is stupid, right? Oh, if you look at the 4 hour, it looks like a great trade. Yeah, stay in. Look at the 4 hour. But then you're like, but the 1 hour says you're going to get fucked. Oh, ignore that. I go with the one I like. Well, I'm going to tell you.
It's just amazing how people believe shit online, though. It's just fascinating, the psychology behind it. It's just like you look at it and go,
oh, yeah.
Why are you...
Well, people believe in conspiracies, too, so there could be that at work.
You can't validate something. You can't really... You got no evidence or validation for it. It's just bullshit. I want it to be true. It's got to be true. And it's like, no, it really doesn't have to be at all.
I wonder if ladyboys are good traders, because they got that... they're a little softer. They're not so brash and macho about it. Ladyboy Forex. Welcome to Ladyboy Forex.
Oh, it probably is one. I'll look it up. They'll go, holy shit, that is
It
one.
probably is a whole new... I've been mentored by a ladyboy, so I trade a little different, but I make money.
We're transvestite traders here. You have to. It's mandatory to wear a dress. What?
Yeah. Tuck and scalp. It's a tuck and scalp algorithm.
Fuck's sake. It is. The world's gone mad.
I'm working on my
YouTube
hype.
is just full of fucking these.
Oh, it's a bomb.
The worst part of it, right? Some guy will come on. There's some new people on the block, right? Let's assume they've been trained for 2 years or do what are they? But they come on and then they do all these goober things, all the mistakes somebody who's really got into it and realized it's total bullshit. But nobody comments. No professional comes along or says any comment. Because professionals in this game haven't got time for fucking YouTube.
If the guy's really polite, he's got a nice set, and he's got his hair combed and everything, and it looks like he brushed his teeth, people are so complimentary. They're like, oh, what a nice one. Thanks for the help. Man, you're the king. Wow, thanks for the help. Oh, yeah. That's great. Man, you're just amazing. I'm like, are we watching the same thing here? I mean, this guy didn't cure your asthma or anything yet, but yeah, hey, look at that. I know the praise is amazing. I guess people are just so amazed to see anybody even talk about the market. I mean, there was a time when you had to buy a book for $300 to hear about this shit. I mean, you had to spend money to get any kind of education, and I guess you could get it for free in some regard now.
No, I don't think any amount of book reading will help you hands-on. It doesn't. It's the difference between theory and practice, isn't it?
Yeah, well, if you're shitting your pants, there's no replacement for the old, just the experience of like feeling the heat of the feeling of being wrong and right, and all those emotions are they're brutal because.
A bot has just entered your chat room, dude. As a bot. Random flipping name, no flipping anything, and you've got an amazing voice, man.
Yeah, sorry to hear that. It's not. I'm a lady boy, so I've been working on this voice to sound good, sound more manly, but it's not working out. I wish I could trade like a real man. One day I will. I gotta get rid.
Oh no, you don't.
It's the lisp. My true voice is like this. See, I really don't like to be myself around people because they upset.
There's loads of these bot comments around. There's lots of people who are making AI now to make comments on guru channels, and we did an actual a scalp. Well, I did anyway. A scalp across the fucking board. All these knobheads. And a lot of them are just artificial comments. I'm not talking about YouTube's artificial comments. I'm talking additional artificial comments to make it look like they're successful at what they do. Just like this. No,
you mean a robot that's handing out?
Yeah,
you mean the spam,
like
a spam bot that's going to.
Yeah, it's it randomizes it.
You said you a ladyboy. That's right, brother. I'm a hung ladyboy. I just want to let you know. That's crazy. I know. Why do you think I'm so good at trading? See, the thing is that I have a different approach. See, you see a wick, I see no wick. Actually, I had my wick removed. No, I'm just kidding. No, I'm like Barry White. I'm a real man. I trade real deep. I trade with big balls. I go hog long. If I think it's going up, I'm fucking so long that the exchange has to put on more brokers just to cover my action. No, I don't know. Tell me, how do you get into finance? You could pick the lock, you could bust the door down, and make lots of dollars. I'm 18. Oh my God, really? Are you 18 or are you just a ladyboy? I have $500. Wow, man, you're ambitious. I don't know. I'd say trade a demo there and then just take the 500 and get yourself some makeup and become a ladyboy like me. No, I would just kind of I would trade the demo for a while, and I would take the 500 and I would get some Jägermeister. I don't know. I'm just teasing. I don't know. Buy a case of Jaeger and trade the demo. Take $500.
Well, a lot of people are at home now, and the ladyboy routine is increasing. So I go and look at stocks that have something to do with ladyboys, and there's a good chance those stocks will probably go up.
Oh, really? Is there a ladyboy algorithm out there now? Is there
a ladyboy cause and effect? It does work. I mean,
you cause a vacuum. Okay, so it's a dick vacuum. Okay.
Yeah, investment in lube has gone up. There's more demand for it now.
Oh, that must be the path of least insertion trading.
Yeah, right. Strap-ons. There's a good chance that rubber commodities might go up as well right now.
Well, you've heard, they de-pegged the Swiss francs, so you could re-peg it with
fundamentals, isn't it?
Fundamental pegging. That's crypto. It's crypto.
Jesus Christ, what does it come to?
I have a lot of girlfriends. Wait, IOUs. Wait, is that IOUs? Is that what you owe people? Wait, what's an FLR? Full long. What is it? FLR? Since I got caught in a snapshot. It's Spark. He's probably speaking millennial code talk. I don't understand. Man, look at them back that euro off. I'm about to get filled on some limits here. See how short-lived that was? This is where people really, and I used to think, oh, it's going to the moon. Look at that fuck. They just fucked everybody and pulling it back. Short-lived glory run.
Glory run. Yeah, worked out, yeah.
I mean, it's just, they just trapped every goober again here. It almost seems like the market's just out to keep making fake breakouts. 80% of the fake outs, 80% breakouts are fake outs, I think. 80% of the market's sideways.
Yeah, there's well, it's kind of up and down.
It may overall be going up, but my God, you were talking about 40 pips up, 20 pips down, 60 pips up, 40 pips down. You're like, oh yeah, it's 200 pips up in 3 weeks, but the ride is a little rough. It's like a ladyboy that's hung. It's a rough ride.
Millennials, they're fucking damn it. They're fucking doomed.
Yeah, they're gonna be doomed here because when the money runs out, man, they're gonna hit a wall.
Yeah, they'll have to start thinking and looking at each other as people instead of what swanky watch or fucking shoes they got on.
Yeah, when they started killing people for their gym shoes, you knew we were in trouble. That was... I'm like, dude, really? That'd be like me killing you for your Fibonacci tool or your Fibonacci tool. It'd be like me robbing your Fibonacci tool. Just snatching it away from you. Right when you're in the middle of a trade.
How much percentage have you made? Why is it a percentage? All that matters is how much dollar is made, not the percentage.
People love
Why do they keep doing that? It's like they're robots, man.
Yeah.
You're a millennial. You're supposed to have a good mathematical education.
Lady boys don't make.
Doesn't mean anything.
Lady boys don't make percentages. They make cash. See.
376% of what?
Just riding the wave.
I mean,
So what wave are you riding?
And I made 17,000%.
Are you in the crypto waves? Opportunity cost you. So who is this guy? His name's All Right. Is this the guy? Wannabe ladyboy? Macroeconomics. 2. Oh, is that? Are you gonna? Is it? This is not an oil shock guy, is he? Oil shock research. Crypto waves.
What's your source for macroeconomics? Is that somebody else's work too, you know?
How macro is it? 10 years or 10 days?
Could be macro. It could be macro with a mix of micro. Mm.
Oh, I like a blend. Yeah. This way you can't be wrong.
What you mean macroeconomics? Explain it.
I invested in XRP. It's the worst performing asset in crypto, but I'm still up. Huh.
Crypto is
all the crypto's going up in unison a little bit, maybe? No, I don't know. Some are tanking, right?
An asset has a use in the real world. Crypto is not an asset. It doesn't create jobs in any real sense of the word. It just
I guess it's using electricity. I mean, the job is that you can go down to the Bitcoin farm and start mining. Put on a miner's helmet and just start digging them coins out.
Yeah, most lose it though.
You got to be careful you don't get bit lung disease though when you're mining. Get silicone in your lungs from mining bitcoins, and next thing you know, got a tumor. Yeah. No, it's going to be a wild. This will be a wild day because Janet Yellen's going to come out.
Right, 376% increase over what?
Yeah, I mean, what is your initial stake on that?
Yeah, I mean,
if it's 370% of $1 million, then I am a lady boy. If you need to be, I'll be a dude, man, bro. I'll be a a lady dude.
I made 17,000% on this one flipping investment. Fucking amazing, amazing. I'm the best. I'm awesome. Yeah. Did you beat 17,000%?
17,000% of $5. That's where I'm at. Yeah, the percentages.
Or 1 penny. Right, so you have 17,000 pennies. Yep, I'm fucking awesome as fuck.
That's today only. Tomorrow's another day.
There's a guy on here, right? He only makes 18% a year, but he just knows how to kill off his losses quickly, that's all. And knows how to keep his winners. There's an art in that. There really is.
Well, that's the thing, is that if you just had a big win, the hardest thing is to stop trading at that point. But if you realize how you got burned before, I guess it's this constant learning of realizing that that's your trade, you take it, and then let the other people have the trades that are still available. There, maybe you don't take that one.
All those crypto coins, the issue with them is the only time fundamentally they actually work is when they become like part of an ATM machine or an exchange network or something in the real world. That's fundamental. That is a true fundamental causality.
They get picked up in the popularity stream and then become bid up, huh?
Yeah. And then you could get a billionaire come along and buy into it because he's got some sidekick technology, he's invested in ATM machine technology, or he could have some stake in some of these companies making this shit. So he's interested in buying crypto because he knows he's buying there and he's buying there. He's investing in both the companies and the flipping product itself. So
yeah, and not to mention, I guess you could even be buying video cards and stuff like hardware to make it. You know, then you're really
XRP is the standard. What do you want about? No, it fucking isn't. It's like 90-odd thousand banks across the world.
XRP.
Crypto
What's that?
is like hardly nothing.
Is XRP a Bitcoin? Is it a name of a coin? Well, I mean, there's Dogecoin. There's a million coins.
Banks
Ethereum.
don't like something they can't control. Banks don't like things they can't control.
Well, they don't want shit that's this volatile. I'll tell you that.
No, I don't.
I mean, you can't even you can't hold a position that's fluctuating $10,000 every 2 days. It's kind of rough.
Yes, but you can't equate your flipping $400 gain as a model of what it's going to do in the future, mate. Sorry. You know.
Well, this is the trees grow to the sky theory of Bitcoin that's going to 200,000. It's got a lot of work to do to 200,000.
What's his face? What was that guy's name? McAfee, is it McAfee?
Oh, yeah, right.
He was saying it's going to go to $1 million, like about 2 years ago, I think.
Yeah, I don't know. That guy's out of his mind, though. If you heard some of the stuff he says.
Yeah.
I mean, he was living like, the McAfee guy. I can't remember his name, but wow. He's off the grid a long time ago.
There's no such thing as risk-free. It just isn't. There's always a risk to something. Always.
Yeah, and if just the simple risk of losing your mind too. I mean, you could end up, talking to yourself the rest of your life and just not be able to function. Mumbling something about.
Yes, okay, a crypto. What exactly is the function of it? You think about it, right? You've got 1 million goobers. They all pile their money in, which is what it is, in the hope that it'll make money at some other point in time. Until all the goobers all panic like sheep, fall off a fucking cliff, and I think go.
Yeah, until the last goober buys, he goes long, and everybody agrees that they're all bullish at the same time, and that would be the top of the market.
The technology is just the mechanism to create some illusion of value. The function of value is that it has a use in the real world.
Yeah, I mean, really, to me, the only value in crypto is these are somewhat private ledgers of what's that?
A Ponzi scheme.
Well, in a sense, but I guess it's an open Ponzi scheme because the blockchain is a ledger of transactions, and to me, all it is just a record. It's just a ledger. I mean, it's nothing but unique numbers tied to a ledger, and it's a way to safely transmit energy. You know, I mean, these are.
Look, if a central bank goes into crypto, that's going to be a different animal to a open public thing. It just is. Like.
Oh God, yeah. I mean, I don't know how these banks are ever able to. I don't know if the banks are even in that. I mean, I know they trade at Chicago Board of Trade's trading cryptos, but so the Chicago Mercantile Exchange trades Bitcoin. They've been doing it for 2 years now, but and maybe that's what's driving some of these moves. The real big money.
My issue with any sheep mentality in all investments is that it's just a wonderful bit of honey pot. It's a bit of honey in it, like for the goobers, and then all of a sudden they go into it, and then it's fucking kicks them in the teeth. Then they panic. What do?
I think there's going to be a lot of people getting burned this summer because if Bitcoin backs off to 20,000, you're talking about a $30,000 sell-off. That's a big sell-off. And people that are long from 40,000 to 50,000 are just going to be like, I mean, they're going to be down on their account, but
Elon Musk has put something like $1.4 billion into Bitcoin, so that helped. And all the Goobers caught wind of it through the media, and they all piled it. So,
yeah, and
the reason why it's up there.
Yeah, and so that frothy kind of, but that's typically a blow off top, a frothy top, like when everybody knows about it. It's usually the end. Because
I got a trade here, right, from 48,000, right, 48,000 BTC, right. There's 1, 2, 3, 4. I got quite a few good trades there. To 60,000, right? So from there to there was 12,000 range basically for each of those trades. There's 4 trades.
Yeah, that
was pretty good.
The most amazing sell-off was that $10,000 sell-off in Bitcoin that took only about 4 hours. Insane. Well, I'm going to take a nap here because I got to take a nap before stocks open.
All right, mate.
So, yeah, man, it's been a riot chatting. Don't have a nightmare about the Ladyboy algorithm that's going to haunt you.
Well, if I wake up screaming in the middle of the night and I'm surrounded by ladyboys, I'm blaming you, okay? That's simple.
Well, yeah, holographic ladyboys, let's hope.
Jesus Christ, I don't want any kind of ladyboys, regardless.
No, this guy here,
right.
He's the one that triggered me. How about the Ladyboy coin? Is that out yet? No. I'm going to go long the Ladyboy coin when it comes out. All right, man. Well,
yeah, for the pull-out, mate. All right, see you.
I'll take care,
see
dude.
you later, mate. All right.
All right.
Take care.
Sure.